did not go any further. This is a massive Air Force station, one of the biggest, one of our forward air bases. And then, of course, there is the Sirsa Air Station as well, part of the Western Command of the Indian Air Force. So these 4 installations have been tried to be breached by Pakistan overnight. All of it has been unsuccessful. I can report to you that all of our forward air bases, Air Force stations and military bases are safe. If at all there is minimal damage, assessment of which is being done in Udhampur, which is of course the headquarters of Indian Army's Northern Command. I want to go across to Arunima. So Arunima, paint the picture for us at about 6:30 as our viewers are waking up to this Saturday morning. It seems very clear that Pakistan has attempted to go up the escalation ladder. They want to try and take this to the next level. They've been sending in missiles, they've been sending in drones that are fitted with explosives, trying to take out some of India's air bases. All of those attempts have been thwarted. India, in response, has taken out, I'm given to understand, at least 3 frontline air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. What is the big picture this Saturday morning?
Yes, so the source-based information that we have, first thing first, Indians should just have trust in our defence forces. It's all good, it's all safe. Attempts that were made at Pathankot, Udhampur, Jammu, all attempts thwarted. There was an attempt and misadventure towards the national capital of Delhi as well, over Sirsa. I think even that has been, the Fateh missile has been intercepted. So that national capital is safe as well. But what is it that we have done in terms of retaliatory action in Pakistan? Some details just coming in. What we are being told by sources is that there was a calibrated and purposeful military target hit, and the adversary has got a bloody nose after those 26 locations in India that Pakistan targeted last night as well. The Noor Khan Air Base, it was hit. We have been reporting this since morning, Zaka. The strikes have happened near the vicinity of Joint Staff Headquarters at Chakala as well. So there is source-based confirmation coming to that. The jugular of Pakistan, the 14 Corps with 10 and 11 Division in Lahore, that has been targeted, and we are specifically being told that Lahore was struck because they were trying to strike Amritsar. Of course, our air defence took down the attempts against Amritsar as well, but in retaliation Lahore was struck. Assets of the 15th Division at Sialkot has been activated, is also what our forces are learning, but they are fully prepared. But Siddhant is also here with me. If you can give me a moment, I want to get in his views. What has happened overnight, the ramifications of it as far as diplomatic quarters are concerned?
Well, you know, Arunima, I look at it. In fact, Zaka was also pointing out they were waiting for the IMF bailout, and there's no doubt about it. There were a lot of international pressure which India could manage to build, you know, on the committee which sanctions it. There is no vote provision there. In fact, India has abstained. IMF has taken note of India's abstention. But how I look at it is in a way that you know what they did yesterday was perhaps a recce. This is what I was told. They sent their drones, whether they were armed or they were not armed, I really don't have much idea about it, but 300 and 400 drones were sent just to locate our air defense systems, and perhaps we fooled them again.
Yes, I can add information to that. 500 drones across 24 locations. Most did not have weapon, looked like a surveillance and prodding exercise.
Yes, and you know what we really fooled them yesterday. In fact, I was told by top sources in government of India, we even didn't use all our air defense systems. We shot them down with the aircraft guns. This is what I'm being told, and you know that was a recce which they did yesterday. They created a lot of panic. They created a lot of noise around it. In fact, there was to camouflage their operation yesterday night. What they did was they did a press conference. They invited foreign media. In fact, they you know I was going through all that content last evening, Arunima. So you know they kind of said that what India is doing, you know they kind of they did spread lie against India in those press conferences. You know that was kind of a camouflage they wanted to do. But the idea was to struck India today, Arunima, and you know we thwarted all their attempts. Perhaps what Arunima is reporting for us is that all our bases are safe, and we have hit them harder this time around.
Yes. So that I think the body language, Zaka, I once again want you to point out to that. Rajnath Singh, picture that we got yesterday morning with the 3 service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff. The CDS was present, the Defence Secretary was present. That showed, combat uniform, all 3 chiefs were in there, but the body language was confidence, they were smiling, and that is, I think, because they were prepared. They were quite aware of what Pakistan was up to and they were prepared, and that preparation has held us in good stead early this morning.
All right, so I can also report to you that there was some attempt to try and disrupt the civil as well as the technical airport in Jammu. Those attempts have been thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. Remember, so the big picture is Pakistan has been trying to take out some of India's forward military bases as well as some forward air force stations. The attempt has been on some of the biggest ones. Pathankot is one of the biggest and a forward air base that we have. It was also the scene of the 2016 terror attack. That attack has been thwarted. There was some attempt at the Jammu Air Force Station. That has also been thwarted. And then, of course, the Air Force Station in Sirsa, which has also been thwarted. In response, India has attacked the Noor Khan Air Base, of course, which earlier used to be called the Chakala Air Base of Pakistan, one of the biggest just in Rawalpindi, in the heart of the general headquarters, is barely a few kilometers away, the general headquarters of the Pakistan military. So this hits right at the heart of the Pakistani military. But I can report to you that whether it was Udhampur, whether it was Jammu, whether it was Sirsa, whether it was Pathankot, whether it was some of these forward air force stations that India has, the attempt by Pakistan has been foiled. India has retaliated in good measure and targeted some very frontline air force stations of Pakistan. There has been, of course, increased shelling as well, heavy artillery shelling both across the line of control as well as across the international border. There has been some shelling in some civilian areas in Jammu, but I can report to you, so far at least, there are no confirmations on any civilian casualties yet. Akash is also through with us. Akash, so where you are in Jammu, there's been an attempt to try and hit the Air Force Station there, but that has been negated. What are you hearing in terms of where all India has hit Pakistan, particularly the Noor Khan Air Base, which used to be the Chakala Air Base before, one of the biggest. It's right in the heart of Rawalpindi. It's close to their general headquarters. That would not have gone well. And those pictures, that video, I think somebody there, that's the third picture that you're seeing on the right of your screen, somebody capturing that on your mobile phone saying, Bhaijan, they've hit the Noor Khan Air Base. Just walk us through what India has done in response to this very hot night between both countries.
Right. So Noor Khan Air Base, you rightly pointed out, in Chakala of Rawalpindi, near Islamabad, has got critical air assets. Zaka, I was mentioning it earlier that how their transport aircrafts as well as their military fighter jets are very much there. They're operating there. Several drones are in fact from there, and we have been told that in fact, the air assets in that particular Air Force stations were on target and have been hit successfully. And also, Sialkot Air Force Air Base, in fact, which is in Punjab, it has got JF-17 Thunder aircraft, F-7PG, and several other air assets as well. It was hit, and in fact, we are not learning about the airstrip, but yes, the air assets was on target, and the target was successfully hit. In fact, we are learning about Murid Air Base, that is in Chakwal of Punjab. This is a smaller air base, but is technically important air base, and we have been told that primarily supports training and secondary operations. And the drone attack that was launched towards India was very much supported from this particular Air Force station, and we have been told that it has got fighter jets and possibly some drones as well, and it was successfully targeted by Indian Armed Forces. So these 3 Air Force stations, we have got confirmation for several air assets, and in fact the infrastructure was on target and it was successfully hit by the Indian Armed Forces. Also, in retaliation, now Pakistan is trying to make a dent, and in fact is trying to hit our Air Force stations, but they are not successful till now. And our air defense is very much working, 80 guns, and in fact the systems that we have is very much working. It's the daytime now. We have been seeing the escalation particularly in the night time from last 24 to 48 hours, but will it continue in the daytime as well? What will be the next future course of action as far as India is
Akash,
concerned?
I'm sorry to interrupt. The image that I'm showing on the left is also from Jammu. It's a civilian area. There is a temple called the Shambhu temple in Jammu. We're given to understand there's been a projectile that's hit. We don't know if it's a drone or a missile, but a projectile has hit just outside the temple. No casualties. That is the important thing. You can see the remnants of the wreckage there. This is mobile phone footage that's been shot by one of the individuals there. You can see the wreckage that's strewn all over the place. This is called the Shambhu temple in Jammu. Again, the good news is that there is no casualties there. There you can see the main gate, the pillars leading into the temple. So on the outside perimeter of the temple complex, there's been a projectile hit. Again, the good news being that there is no reports of any civilian casualties in the Shambhu temple attack. Aman is also joining us. Again, I want to go big picture for our viewers who are tuning in a little past 6:30 this morning, this Saturday morning. There has been a visible amping up by Pakistan. India has retaliated. Pakistan's attempts have been foiled. The attempt was to try and target some of our forward air bases in Pathankot, in Jammu, the military station in Udhampur, etc. But all of that has been foiled, Aman. In response, India has hit back with a combination of drones as well as missiles, and some of the Air Force station attacks in Pakistan have been very, very successful. What are you hearing from top government sources?
The big picture that we're hearing is that the government is very, very clear that April 22nd was the original escalation by Pakistan. India responded to that escalation through Operation Sindoor, and our attack was on the on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters in Pakistan of Jaish, of the LET, of the Hizbul, and this was because Pakistan did not act against them, and over 100 terrorists were killed in the Indian strike. For India, the offensive had ended there. India did not want to take it further beyond there. India very clearly said we did not target any civilian population, neither any Pakistani military infrastructure in Operation Sindoor. The escalation the Indian government feels is now coming from Pakistan, first through these drone attacks for the last 2 nights, which now seem to be, Zaka, more of recce missions. These drone attacks seem to be more to assess our strength of our air defense systems, our alertness, where are our air defense systems located, maybe also to try and exhaust maybe some of our air defense systems before the actual attack comes. Indian government is also now seemingly very clear that Pakistan decided to wait for the IMF bailout before launching its big strike, because it did not want its IMF bailout to be jeopardized in any manner. And this shows that soon after the IMF bailout, Pakistan cleared its airspace today morning and has launched an attack through ballistic missiles, not only at our forward Air Force bases in Pathankot and the Udhampur, it has also tried to attack our major cities. So this is the major escalation by Pakistan. That is what India is saying. India never targeted earlier Pakistan's military infrastructure, but because Pakistan has now upped in a way the game, India is not shying back, and this attack on the airbase in Rawalpindi by India is to show how deep India can hit. And I think India is still trying to tell Pakistan to get the message to de-escalate. But if Pakistan does not de-escalate from here, Zaka, Indian government sources are telling me that we will also not stop now, and Pakistan will be taught a lesson.
All right, so our reporters are spread across the length and breadth. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar, Akash is joining us from Jammu. In Delhi, we have Arunima and Siddhant joining us from South Block. There's going to be a briefing by the Foreign Secretary at 10 a.m. Last 3 days, the briefing has been done by the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. What are you hearing, Siddhant, in terms of what the MEA has to say? The briefings have been going on by the Foreign Secretary. Any word you're picking up on, our international players trying to intervene? I believe there was a statement put out by the G7. The Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister, who was here in Delhi a couple of days ago, he was in Islamabad yesterday. And this visible upping the ante by Pakistan has happened after the announcement of the IMF, the bailout announcement of $1 billion. What are you hearing from MEA?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we have been told that press briefing by Foreign Secretary, which was expected to take place at 10 a.m. has again got delayed. In fact, they have told us that they're going to inform us again when and where this press briefing will take place today. Perhaps, as Arunima was also pointing out, that the ops are still going on. The focus is on Sky at this point in time, Zaka. And in fact, yesterday India also decided to close Kartarpur corridor, Zaka. Perhaps that was an announcement which Foreign Secretary made, because India knew that this is coming. This is coming the time Pakistan will secure the bailout package from IMF. They are gonna hit us. Day before yesterday, Zaka, what happened post midnight? Perhaps they sent more than 300 UAVs. Perhaps we have also been told that those UAVs were not even loaded, were not even armed. Those UAVs were only sent to locate our air defense systems. Perhaps we knew about it, and we did not use our best of the systems in place. In fact, we shot them down using aircraft gun. This is what I'm being told. In fact, since then, India was preparing that what they did day before yesterday was a recce visit. Perhaps they are going to hit India, and they could target forward bases, Pathankot, Jammu, etc., those locations. So India was fully prepared for it. As you rightly pointed out, at a diplomatic level, perhaps India is not escalating. Foreign Secretary again reiterated yesterday that the first and the only escalation was the 22nd April attack in Pahalgam. India is only responding to the escalation by Pakistan. In fact, yesterday in the press briefing also, Foreign Secretary highlighted, Zaka, that how religious sites have been targeted in Poonch. There's a convent school which has been targeted.
Yes, I'm going to come back to you. We're getting more information, courtesy Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, that a bunch of missiles have been fired. I can't reveal the exact number, but a bunch of missiles have been fired from the Srinagar airbase. That too, Pakistan has tried to attack, but there is very minimal damage that has happened there. So from the Srinagar airbase, missiles have been sent, and a Pak Air Force jet, at least one we can confirm, possibly more than one, but definitely one Pakistan Air Force jet has been shot down by missiles that have been sent from the Srinagar airbase. So that is a big development. One Pakistan Air Force jet being downed by India. Remember, Pakistan has a combination of the F-16s, which are the American fighter jets, the fourth generation fighter jet, and also a combination of the JF-17 and the J-10. The JF-17 is the 4.5 generation Chinese fighter jet, and the J-10 the 4th generation fighter jet. So it's a combination of Chinese as well as American military jets, fighter jets that the Pakistan Air Force has. We don't know which of this has been brought down, but at least two Pakistani Air Force jets have been downed by India in missile strikes that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Arunima, what more details are you hearing? There was supposed to be an army briefing earlier this morning. I believe there wasn't much information that came from there, but at 10 o'clock the Foreign Secretary is expected to brief the press. But this big development that we are breaking right now on our screen, at least two Pakistani Air Force fighter jets have been brought down by missiles that have been fired from the Srinagar Air Force Station.
I think this was the air operation which led to the delay and subsequent postponement of the briefing. We got a message early in the morning around 5 a.m., quarter to 5, that by 5:30 there will be a briefing in the lawn, which you can see in my frame in South Block. But when we reached here, we were told that the air operations were still on, and there were intense operations that were going on, and therefore it's not feasible to brief and put out the correct picture at this stage, because it was a developing situation, it was an ongoing situation. We were also told that while the entire focus is on the sky, it's the air operations which are giving a bloody nose to Pakistan. On ground, there is intermittent firing that is going on along the line of control, and now I'm hearing that in Rajouri there is intense artillery fire. Some civilian houses in Dhangri have also taken the hit. So Pakistan is trying to cater to its own domestic constituency by targeting civilians. First they have targeted civilians in Poonch, now similar exercise going on in Uri and in Rajouri as well. So while their air assets are being taken down after their misadventure, they're trying to respond on the ground by artillery firing, which is also being responded to very strongly by the Indian Defence Forces.
All right, so there's going to be a briefing. We know that two Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down by India. What these jets are, I think we should hold back on that, at least the make of these jets, what these jets are. But definitely two fighter jets of the Pakistan Air Force have been brought down by missiles that have been fired by India. All right, we're going ahead and saying that these are Pakistani F-16s. I want to be very, very responsible, very measured and restrained in our reporting. that India has shot down 2 Pakistan Air Force jets. Despite all of this fog of war and all of this confusion that happened a couple of nights ago, we can now report to you early Saturday morning there has been a dramatic escalation, clearly an attempt by Pakistan to climb up the escalation ladder. They have gone up a couple of notches, a couple of rungs in that escalation ladder. India has responded measure for measure. Pakistani Air Force jets, 2 F-16s, have been shot down by missiles that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Akash, what are you hearing from your top defense sources? PAF aircraft down.
I have no independent confirmation on that. Manoj Gupta is bringing us this input where he has been reporting that how 2 F-16s have been in fact brought down by the Indian Air Force. So we'll wait for the official confirmation as well. But this is big, Zaka. This is big. We have seen that how F-16 was very much there, a part of the sort of activities that happened in 2019 when the dogfight actually happened between MiG-21 and F-16. And even at that time, we know the whole episode of Wing Commander Abhinandan. But this time around, we are learning that we have shot down these F-16s. I'll check for with the Air Force as well for the independent confirmation. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that how 2 F-16s in fact have been downed by the Indian Air Force. In fact, we have got several sort of videos that are in fact somewhere confirming the debris and in fact some sort of smoke coming from a distant place. Ishan has been reporting this, but it is big, Zaka, given the fact that Pakistan Air Force consider itself as a superior force. They have always challenged Indian armed forces and in fact Indian Air Force specifically for the dogfight because they think that their machines are superior, their training is superior, and this is one development where it is a slap on their face where they have been trying the military establishment, military infrastructure in different places here in India. None of them is successful, but this time around we are learning that in Srinagar at least 2 F-16 aircraft have been downed by the Indian Air Force, Zaka.
So 2 Pakistan Air Force jets have been downed by the missiles that have been hit by the missiles from the Srinagar Air Force Station. So bringing you up to speed, the big picture that Pakistan has escalated over the last 6 or 7 hours post midnight after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund that they were releasing the tranche of $1 billion, part of the $7 billion package that Pakistan has managed to procure from the IMF, emergency bailout money. Right after that, and right after the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia left last night, there's been a dramatic escalation by Pakistan. Multiple attempts at forward air bases, at Air Force stations from Jammu to Pathankot, which is one of the biggest Air Force stations in northern India. In fact, it is bang on the border with Pakistan. It was also the scene of the terrorist attack that happened in 2016. We're also learning that the Sirsa Air Force Station was also one of the targets of attack. But all of that, the Udhampur military station, all of that has been thwarted by India's air defense systems. And now in retaliation, India is hit and brought down 2 Pakistan Air Force jets. They've been brought down over Srinagar is what we're given to understand. These are deferred visuals we're getting from Udhampur, and the visuals that you're seeing on the left side is India attacking the Noor Khan Air Base, which used to be called the Chaklala Air Base earlier, hosts a big military college as well. It's very close to the general headquarters, the heart of the Pakistani military. There's been a massive attack there on the Noor Khan Air Base by India in retaliation to what Pakistan tried to do overnight. Let me go back to Aman, Arunima, reporters. Aman, again, as we await the Foreign Secretary's briefing in about 3 hours' time, what's the word that you're getting in from our top defense sources? India, of course, wanting to be absolutely certain that we are the responsive authority here. We're responding to the escalation by Pakistan. It is Pakistan that is choosing to climb the escalation ladder.
Zaka, and what government sources are also saying that we were prepared for this. We knew that a major attack by Pakistan will happen. We were very, very clear that the drone attacks which were happening, on Friday night, we also saw these big drone attacks. This was mainly, Friday morning, was mainly to assess our air defense preparedness. Pakistan was waiting for the IMF bailout, this information and this intel was there with the government that the Pakistan will only launch its big strike after the IMF bailout process is over, and that is what has happened absolutely in the way India anticipated. India's defense system was at an all-time high early this morning also, and we were anticipating this to happen. That is very, very clear. India is also saying that, this upping of this escalation by firing these Fatah series missiles, not just on our forward air bases like Pathankot and Jammu and Udhampur, but also at our major cities, especially Delhi, is a major escalation by Pakistan. This shows that Pakistan's intentions are not good. We have to safeguard our territory, we have to safeguard our assets, and that is why we've hit at the heart of the Pakistani army in Rawalpindi, the Chokala air base. A very, very secure facility inside Pakistan which India has managed to hit. This shows that India is giving this warning to Pakistan that you need to stop here, because if you escalate further, India then will not stop, because India considered Operation Sindoor as it's a major operation, in retaliation to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. But this is now showing that Pakistan, Zaka, is in no mood to stop, and India is responding in equal measure.
So there's also visuals we're showing on the top right of your screen, which is from Jammu. It's a Shambhu temple. There's debris of a projectile that you can see strewn all over the place. This is just on the outer perimeter of the temple. Let me also go to Arunima. Arunima, who's in South Block for us. Arunima, what are you hearing? What are you hearing from your top government sources? This Pakistani jets being downed, is a huge statement by India-Pakistan Air Force jets that have been shot down over Srinagar airspace. But the attempt by Pakistan to try and target some of our forward military stations, forward air bases, that has been thwarted. And in response, India has targeted, among others, the Noor Khan Air Base or the Chaklala Air Base, which is one of the biggest that Pakistan has. Also the Chakwal, the Murid Air Base, again in Punjab. And you also have one more, the Rafiki Air Base. 3 air bases of Pakistan have been targeted in missile strikes by India. What more do you have?
Yes, so Zaka, they had put out a statement late last night saying that 26 places were targeted, and they're just sticking to that for now as far as official word goes. Yes, they have told us that the intense air operations are going on, but on that specific input that Manoj Gupta has about India taking down a Pakistani jet, the South Block is not confirming that as yet, and understandably so perhaps, because even day before yesterday night there was intense speculation that similarly a Pakistani jet had been down and a Pakistani pilot had been taken into custody, but India has remained non-committal. They've not confirmed, not on come on record on that. So in this case also, I think they will take their time, and once they are ready to share the details, only then will they come out with an official confirmation. Because of course, even though both sides officially are just calling this a conflict, the terminology of war is not being used officially. The fact is that if that is the situation, and if you have someone in your custody, then the Geneva Convention will apply. Prisoner of war rules will apply. That perhaps is the reason why they're calibrating their next step. But Manoj Gupta is learning that the air operations has resulted in one more bloody nose for Pakistan. Their top of the line asset, their top of the line aircraft has been down. We're not taking the names and the details as yet. But there is worrying news coming in from the line of control as well. Intermittent firing is targeting civilian population there in Rajouri, in Poonch, in Uri. It has been on and off. Intermittent is what we've seen over the last 3 hours. But while India is giving them a bloody nose in the sky, they are trying to retaliate by taking out their frustration on civilians.
All right, Arima, stay on with us. So if you're joining us at 7 o'clock, top of the hour this Saturday morning, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan, both along the line of control as well as the international border. But the important one is the air attacks. There have been attempts by Pakistan to try and neutralize some of our forward air stations, forward military bases. Let's look at what Pakistan has attempted to do, and I'll get to what India has done, and successfully at that, in response to that. Udhampur is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. The attempt there has been to try and neutralize the Air Force station. It's a smaller Air Force station there. Pathankot is one of the biggest. In fact, it is our forward air base. It's spread over 2,000 acres. Multiple, squadrons of our fighter jets are stationed there. It was the scene of the 2016 terror attack. Again, that has been foiled by India. In Jammu too, the Air Force station there, the Pakistanis tried to try and neutralize. Why is this happening at the level of the Air Force stations? That is the first line of defense. When countries go into conflict, when states go into conflict, the first attempt is to try and neutralize the ability of the enemy to scramble his jets. That's what Pakistan attempted to do. Sirsa too, again part of the Western Command. It's one of our big Air Force bases, stationed to squadrons of the fighter jets. This is what Pakistan was attempting to do. In response, what has India done? India too has targeted Pakistan's forward air bases. Let's get out that second map. What India has done in response to what Pakistan tried to do. And you look at this map, what stands out are the air stations that India has attempted to take out. And you can see those pictures as well from the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. This is one of the biggest air bases that Pakistan has. It played a role in the 1965 and 1971 wars as well. This was earlier called the Chaklala Air Base. It is right in the heart of Rawalpindi. The general headquarters, Rawalpindi, is not too far from the air base. In fact, there is a famous Pakistan military college that's housed inside the Chaklala Air Base. It's now been renamed as the Noor Khan Air Base. You saw those pictures recorded by an individual, a civilian there, looking up at the big cloud of fire and smoke going up at the Noor Khan Air Base. Then further south, the Chakwal Air Base, it's called the Murid Air Base, again was active in the 65 and the 71 wars. The Chakwal Air Base too has been hit successfully by India. And then you have a smaller one in Sialkot, it's called the Rafiki Air Base. Again, a lot of transport aircraft, the C-130s, the Il-76s, they've been housed in some of these air bases. The Sialkot Air Base in southern Punjab has been hit as well. And Sukur, which is a civilian defense technical airport, Sukur has also been hit in Sindh. So basically in the heart of Punjab as well as in Sindh, these are the two biggest provinces in Pakistan. They have been successfully hit by Indian Army and by Indian Air Force. So what happens when a conflict begins? The first attempt by both parties is to try and take out the other side's air bases, because the ability not to be able to scramble jets, that is a significant tactical advantage in any conflict. So the attempt by both sides has been to try and take out each other's air bases, particularly forward air bases, render the runway unusable. That is the attempt. Once the runway becomes unusable, then it's difficult to scramble your jets, and thereby you are taking off a tactical advantage that the enemy has. That's what India has done last night to some of these forward air bases in Pakistan. Noor Khan, of course, this will have huge ramifications that are running through general headquarters, the military headquarters of Pakistan. Pakistan's attempts, whether it's in Udhampur, in Pathankot, in Jammu, in Sirsa, have been thwarted, and India in response has carried out significant damage to some of the air assets that Pakistan is hosting. Akash is there with us from Jammu, Ishan is there with us from Srinagar, Arunima in South Block, Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. Akash, first things first, the Jammu Air Force Station, Pakistan did try to take down the Jammu Air Force Station and render the runway unusable, but that has been thwarted by India. What are you hearing from what attempts have been made by Pakistan overnight and what India's response to that has been?
Zaka, possibly they have been trying the batteries, the air defense batteries, because the locations, I will not specify, but the locations that they have been trying, are somewhere carrying the air defense batteries and the systems, and they want to, destroy the air defense system, given the fact that, yesterday it was done by India. Last night also they tried several Air Force stations, but they failed in that, and in fact after India retaliating back, they are trying it once again in the morning. We have been learning about Pathankot, that how they tried Pathankot Air Force Station. We have been learning about Udhampur and also in Jammu. In Jammu, I was hearing sounds till 30 minutes back, but now it seems that it has stopped. And in fact, civilian population was on target as well, because they want to, spread panic here in India, because, their narrative on social media seems not working. Indian Air Force and in fact Indian Army, or the armed forces for that matter, are coming up with official statements. We have been seeing the briefings on a daily basis, and in fact Indian media is acting responsibly, and this is the reason why Pakistan is frustrated and they want to spread panic. They are targeting civilian population as well. We have seen Ferozpur, we have seen today Jammu as well, that how there was some sort of destruction in the civilian area. As far as the air defense system is concerned, so we have been reporting that how they are targeting the airstrips, not just airstrips, so that jets cannot be scrambled, but also the Air Force air defense systems. S-400 we have been reporting about S-400. We have been reporting about Akash, Pechora, and everything else related to it. There is an open source information that is available. A maximum of it is not true, but yes, we won't reveal the exact details and the specific details. But they have been trying air defense systems. We have been learning about ceasefire violations at the LC in different areas in Rajouri and Poonch specifically, where fighting was on till 10 minutes back, and we have been learning about Kashmir as well. Manoj Gupta is talking about their fighter jets in fact down by Indian Air Force. We will be looking for some more confirmation on that as well. But yes, it is big development where they have been failing in every of their attempt, but Indian Air Force, Indian Armed Forces have not only hit them in their house, but also have been destroying their jets and also the drones that they have been sending.
Okay, Akash, stay on with us. Ishan is also joining us, but before I go to him, we can report to you that the Air Force station in Udhampur is safe. The Jammu Civil and Technical Airport, both are safe. Pakistan has been targeting civilians. We're given to understand, and we saw those pictures of the Shambhu temple in Jammu, where there has been wreckage of some missile that we can see. In Janipur, Reasi, and in the Udhampur parts of Jammu have been targeted. The bordering areas of Rajouri have been targeted. Awantipora has been targeted, and there have been ceasefire violations in Arnia, Uri, and Akhnoor, all of which are, of course, on the line of control. So there have been ceasefire violations on the line of control. There has been violations across the international border in Rajouri, in Awantipora, in Udhampur, Janipur, and Reasi. These are all in Jammu. So both on the IB as well as the LC, there have been heavy artillery shelling that Pakistan has tried to carry out. Also, that important word that we got overnight, Pakistan launched the Fatah-2 missile. It was headed in the direction of the national capital, is what we are given to understand. But India's air defense systems thwarting that in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. And that is a major escalation by Pakistan in response. India has hit back, and you can see the picture in the middle, which is the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the forward air bases of the Pakistan Air Force, one of the biggest, in fact, that they have, played an important role in both 65 and in 71. It used to be called the Chaklala Air Base before, houses the Pakistan Military College there as well. That has been now attacked in a significant way by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Let's also go across, if we can, do we have Ishan? If we have Ishan, we can go to him. All right, Arunima, coming back to you again. So we have two sets of action that are happening. One, of course, the ceasefire violations and the heavy artillery shelling that are happening both at the LC and in the international border. And then you have this missile and drone activity that's happening courtesy the Indian Air Force, which is trying to take out some of Pakistan's forward air bases. Tell us what a night it's been between India and Pakistan in these last 6 or 7 hours.
Yes, so what we are hearing as far as ceasefire violation goes, that the firing in Jammu, in Rajouri, in that division has stopped over the last 15-20 minutes, about almost leading up to half an hour. We have not heard the intense shelling that was going on. This was intermittent firing in any case, and the South Bloc was confirming that this has been going on off and on. The last half an hour or so, it seems to have gone down. However, the bad news for Pakistan is that one of their top-line aircraft has been taken down. That's what Manoj Gupta is reporting, and looks like that for now, as the sun has come out nice and bright, for now Pakistan's misadventure has been halted. But come evening, will they make an attempt again? Over the last 3 days, consistently they have tried to breach our airspace and been thwarted by our air defense system. Even this morning, we got a confirmation from South Bloc, from the defense sources, that yes, the attempt was made at Udhampur, the attempt was made at Pathankot and at Jammu. In Jammu, they managed to strike civilian areas. A temple was a missile landed near a temple, and some houses were damaged.
All right, Aruna, give me a moment. We're just showing pictures of wreckage from a drone. This is in Amritsar, in the outskirts of Amritsar, in the rural parts of Amritsar, I believe. You can see the wreckage of the drone there. Do we have audio on that clip? If we do, I think we should try and play up that audio. Clearly, you can see some of the wreckage, some of the damage from last night. All of that wreckage parts being sort of strewn around the place. These are from the rural fields of Amritsar. I believe some Some cops are taking this footage. Civilians there in the vicinity as well. These are on the fields. The fields, of course, have been plowed for the sowing season. There you can see the remnants of the wreckage there of what looks like a drone. We don't know if this was an exploratory mission, a probing mission, or whether there was any kind of explosive that was attached with this drone. From this wreckage, it's difficult to identify what make it is or which country's drones these are. But India did call out yesterday in the press briefing Turkish drones that were made by Turkey and to send on that exploratory mission that happened on the first night, the night of 7th and 8th of 8th and 9th of May, where you can see some of the cops there standing on the fields. This is what happened overnight in Amritsar. You can see those pictures of the remnants, the wreckage of a Pakistani drone there in the fields just in rural Amritsar. Let me also get in a word from Siddhant if he's there. Siddhant, so Foreign Secretary is going to brief in about 3 hours' time. Likely he will have the two women officers as well, Colonel Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Singh of the Indian Air Force. What is the assessment that India is having right now in these last 6 hours or so? Because there's been a visible escalation and climbing of the escalation ladder by Pakistan overnight.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we've been told that the press briefing of Foreign Secretary has got delayed. In fact, now this press briefing will take place later in the day when the armed forces will have full assessment of the situation. Zaka, talking about the developments which have taken place in last 24 to 48 hours, perhaps, you know, there were 300 to 400 drones which were sent to India. They were dropped into India from Leh to Sir Creek, and in fact these drones were largely unarmed. These drones were sent day before yesterday to locate our air defense systems, but we understood that why this is being done, and we had fired and brought all of them down, all of the drones down through our air through our air guns, and perhaps at that moment only India understood that Pakistan is planning something big. Then what they did, Zaka, they did series of press conferences, perhaps camouflaging their yesterday's to camouflage their yesterday's operation, because they also didn't want the entire IMF bailout to get jeopardized, and perhaps they did series of press conferences, raking up Samjhauta Express blast, raking up issues like 26/11, that how India did not send witnesses to Pakistan for the trial purposes, etc., etc. So those things were said in the press conference. But India knew that they are gonna they are planning something.
Okay,
big.
just give me 1 second, Siddhant. These are shots from Lahore. It seems like a posh area. You can see the wreckage of some destruction, some material that's been used. You can see a big sort of smoke and fire going up. We don't know if this is a missile or a drone. It doesn't look like a drone. It looks much more bigger in that sense. It looks more like a projectile of some form of missile that's been used. This is in Lahore. It looks like on the outskirts of a major road. Whether this is in a deeply populated part of the city or whether it's on the outskirts, we don't know again. But this is from Lahore, and you can see fire and smoke on the sidelines of a major road. Whether this is a highway or an arterial road, you can see civilians there trying to capture the images. It seems like fields that are just off the road. The fields seem to be on fire, and you can see the remnants of a projectile as well. It doesn't look like a drone. It looks much bigger in size. It looks like some kind of missile remnant that has fallen there in Lahore. So these are the images that we're getting in from Lahore of what India has done. It's one of the places that India had targeted in Lahore last night in response to what Pakistan has been doing, trying to take down some of the Air Force stations and the military stations as well. So bringing you back to what happened overnight, we also know that 5 missiles have been fired from the Srinagar Air Force Station. 2 PAF jets, Pakistan Air Force jets, have been brought down. The image that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen is from a place called Lasjan. You can see the wreckage of what seems like a projectile. It seems like an explosive added ammunition, added a drone that's been taken down. Parts of some of the remnants of this wreckage you can see on the left side of your screen. I want to go across to Ishan. Ishan, what more details do you have?
Well, what we know that some part of it has fallen into the residential compound of house, and the mobilizing of troops has started around the location. There was definitely a dogfight that we're given to understand, and air-to-surface missiles were activated immediately after the activity was ejected. What we have given to understand is that the Srinagar airport and every particular base is running on an high alert to ensure that none of the Pakistani aircraft enters the Indian airspace. And if there is any possibility, they are shot down immediately. And also what we know so far that the forces are trying to ensure that if at all there's a possibility of further escalation in Srinagar or areas surrounding it, particularly the defense establishment, that aggression is dealt with severely and ensured that they are able to hit back at those targets from where these missiles are coming. We don't want to give out any operation details, but for now, what we have been given to understand is that the debris has been found, and there's a possibility either a jet or some projectile which was fired has landed in the residential area near Srinagar. It's close by to the highway connecting Srinagar to rest of India. But a debris has definitely been found. More troops have been mobilized to that location, as we are also heading towards that location to give you an exact clarity on what it is and whether really an aircraft has been shot down near or on the outskirts of Srinagar.
All right, stay on with us. Lasjan, I believe, is a place on the outskirts of Srinagar. You can see wreckage. We are given to understand that this is wreckage from some kind of an aircraft. That's the word, the preliminary word that seems to be coming. You can see one of the motors that's strewn around. I believe parts of this wreckage have fallen into a residential compound of an individual who's living there in a place called Lasjan. What more can you tell us? Is there any word, Ishan, about what is this wreckage, what it likely brought down? I mean, is there any word? Some preliminary information seemingly suggesting that this is one of the Pakistan Air Force jets that was brought down, but it seems quite small. Some smaller parts seem to have fallen in this individual's residential compound.
Well, yes, but it can be anything. As of now, there are no confirmations about what it is, but there are reports that there was a dogfight which took place over Srinagar. There are further details that we don't want to speak about at the moment, but definitely our sources indicating that there was a dogfight over Srinagar and possibility of aircrafts being shot down has not been eliminated. What will give further confirmation is that once they'll be able to find the wreckage, they'll be able to spot it, they'll be able to see it, and then only can we have confirmation that any fighter jets being brought down. But there's a possibility that the sort of action that we have been witness to, or what we have heard from the top officials, it seems like the India's surface-to-air missiles possibly had been able to hit any projectile of aircraft or incoming thing that came from Pakistan has been hit down. And what we have been given to understand is that the systems have been activated around Srinagar to ensure the safety of residents as well, because there's a densely populated area where this projectile has fallen, and now the assessment is being made what it really is, and further details are awaited. The senior officials from the Air Force and other forces are now trying to reach out to this location to ensure that they're able to take this projectile in their custody, and if there is a jet which is lying around, that possibility cannot be eliminated as well as the sources are telling us.
All right, we're also getting word from Akash, if he's there, as we look at the wreckage of this, likely from a downed fighter is what we are told, a Pakistani Air Force fighter jet. This is in the Lasjan area in the outskirts of Srinagar, as Ishan is trying to make his way there. Akash, I believe your sources are saying that there was a dogfight as well?
Yes, Zaka. In fact, I have been learning that there was a dogfight, possibly after which, we have downed these Pakistani jets. Now, we are not sure if, because of the dogfight, it came down, or because of the air defense systems, it came out. But yes, wreckage is there, and in fact, we have been seeing the parts. You rightly pointed out, it seems like some motor or some other part of the aircraft. We are still not sure as to which aircraft it was. Reports are suggesting that it can be one F-16, but we'll wait for the official confirmation for that. But yes, sources, in the armed forces are somewhere confirming that a dogfight indeed happened between the Pakistani and Indian jets, and it was an intense fight. Operations are still on. I won't reveal much of it, but yes, activities have been happening. They have been trying missiles since morning, but till now, we haven't seen any sort of major damage as far as military infrastructure is concerned. Yes, Air Force is very much involved in the operations. Air Defense is very much there in the operations. Whether or not a dogfight is still happening or it has happened, in the past 1 hour, 2 hour, we are not sure about it. But yes, dogfight happened at one point in time, and possibly after which, we have brought down these two Pakistani jets, in the Kashmir and in fact in the nearby areas. We'll get more details, Zaka.
All right, Ishan is also headed out to this Lasjan area. How far is it out from downtown Srinagar? And do we know any further information about where this has landed, Ishan, and whose house this is? These are, so I want to be very clear, and we should be very clear with our viewers. This image is from Lahore. This is the likely remnants of a projectile or a missile that India has hit Lahore with. You can see some of the fields just off the main road up in fire. You can see some civilians trying to take pictures of what is happening. So this is Lahore. I want to be very, very clear. We should tab that with where the location is of these pictures. And the other image that we were showing, the daytime image, this is overnight. The daytime image that we were showing is from an area called Lasjan, which is on the outskirts of Srinagar, where you can see some of the wreckage of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet. Can we go back to Ishan to try and find out, do we have any information on where this has fallen? I believe it's the house of some individual, who this person is, and what he has managed to find in his residential compound. How far out is this place from downtown Srinagar, for example? All right, we've lost Ishan. We'll try and go back to him. So, two separate images. The one on your left is the one from Lahore overnight, shot by some Pakistani civilians. You can see a bunch of them that are gathered just off a main road. It looks like a highway of some sort, but just off a main road. And you can see fire in the background. Some of the fields are up in fire. There's a lot of smoke, black smoke coming up. And you can see the remnants of a projectile, a wreckage of a projectile. We don't know if it's a missile, whether that's a drone. It's unlikely it's a drone because it looks much bigger than a drone. It looks more like some kind of a missile, a short range one, if you will. And these are images on the left again of the Shambhu Mandir in Jammu. You can see that on the top right part of your screen. There is wreckage of a Pakistani projectile that's been found there on the outer perimeter of that temple. So they've been trying to hit civilians. Massive damages across the LC, where ceasefire violations have been happening for 3 nights now. I believe in Rajouri, for example, a senior government official has also unfortunately lost his life. That's been tweeted by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Omar Abdullah, that a senior government official has lost his life there. I think Arunima has more details on that, so maybe we can go to her to try and get that sense. But pictures that we're showing from Lahore on the left, fields up on fire, and the wreckage of what looks like a missile. And then you have on the top right of your screen images of the wreckage from a temple in Jammu, the Shambhu Mandir in Jammu. But Arunima, the details that you have of a government official unfortunately losing his life in the shelling that has happened in Jammu overnight.
Yes, so Rajkumar Thapa, he was an assistant, district collector level officer in Rajouri. A shell landed at his residence during, intense firing in Rajouri, the ceasefire violation that was happening, and a shell landed at his residence, and he was subsequently rushed to the hospital, but he is no more. And Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in fact, has tweeted his condolence message. What Chief Minister has said, he's confirmed that this is a devastating news that is coming in from Rajouri. He says we have lost a dedicated officer of the Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Arunima, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but these are shots that we're getting of India intercepting some of these Pakistani missiles. This is from last night. We don't know the location of where this has been intercepted, but you can see the wreckage, huge smoke going up in what seems like a field. But this is the image of India intercepting Pakistani drones. Can we have the location of where this has come from? Checking with our producers at the back end. But these are live pictures, not live, these are pictures that happened from last night. And then you can see the aftermath of the wreckage of the drones that have fallen in what looks like fields. We're given to understand that this is from Jammu. If we can get Akash to walk us through these pictures. Akash, this seems like some kind of CCTV footage that's been recorded overnight. You can see two separate visuals. One is the drones going up. You can see those flares in the sky. There you go. The flares up in the sky. And then the second image that you can see, the second visual that you can see is of the wreckage. This massive fire going up in what looks like a field. Akash, what more can you share with us about specifically these pictures?
So, Zata, while we know that drones have been sent by the Pakistani forces towards India, we know that many of these drones are being operated from the forward post of Pakistan, the military post of Pakistan. This is one video where Indian Army has basically destroyed one such post where, which was in fact earlier a terrorist launch pad. Infiltration was happening in that particular area, and there were inputs in fact that, it is happening from that particular post. It is working as a launch pad. And now we were learning that, drones are being operated from that particular place. This post has been destroyed by Indian Army. It is near Jammu, and it has been destroyed by Indian Army. These are the visuals where we are seeing, in fact, the visuals, fire coming out, and in fact, after the hit, in fact, the smoke and every other aspect of that particular hit. These are the visuals. The Indian Army has basically destroyed this Pakistani post, which was, carrying out this sort of infiltration, and in fact, the attempts were happening for last so many days, in fact, and in fact, this particular post was facilitating the drone movement, and in fact, drones were launched from this particular post. There were inputs, and after that Indian Army basically has hit this particular post.
Stay on with us as we show these pictures, as well as multiple pictures that we're getting from Lahore, as well as from Jammu and Srinagar. In Srinagar, on the outskirts, in a place called Lasjan, we're given to understand that there are remnants of a Pakistan Air Force jet that have landed in the residential compound of one individual. We were showing you those pictures a moment ago, but these are images, CCTV images likely of India intercepting these Pakistani drones. There you go. That's the first set of images. You can see the intercept happening in mid-sky. And then the next set of images are the remnants of the wreckage up on fire and smoke in what looks like fields. This is from the Jammu region, is what we've given to understand. Siddhant, in terms of diplomatic maneuvers, have you heard anything, any interventions, anything from the Americans, the Europeans? The Saudis, of course, were here both in Delhi as well as in Islamabad. But it seems like, the level of intervention seems to be far less, certainly from what President Trump and Vice President Vance have said, that it seems like India and Pakistan's problem, and it is up to India and Pakistan to sort it out.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we are also getting statement from G7 foreign ministers, Zaka, and in fact, they have unequivocally condemned Pahalgam terror attack. And in fact, that statement could be seen more inclined towards India. And in fact, the G7 foreign ministers have also urged for a de-escalation. As you rightly said, that a junior foreign minister of Saudi Arabia day before yesterday came to India. In fact, he met Minister Jaishankar. His convoy was in fact spotted outside Prime Minister Modi's residence, though there were no photographs released by either side. Yesterday he was in Islamabad. Perhaps there was a meeting with Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Asim Munir, and in fact those photos were made public by the Pakistani side. In fact, now we also got release from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in fact confirming that the junior minister was the envoy of Saudi Arabia. Perhaps it was an effort which was given by Saudi Arabia to de-escalate tensions between India and Pakistan. Now, Zaka, as you rightly said, as far as United States is concerned, perhaps, they have condemned the attacks. In fact, they extended full support to India at all levels in United States. All offices have perhaps condemned the attack. But yes, the last interview of J.D. Vance, perhaps the remarks that he made, that, it gave a sense that, America is not much interested in de-escalating tensions tensions between India and Pakistan, or rather America does not want to be the part of another war going on, or perhaps a part of a peace process of another conflict, rather, Zaka, which has started. So that could be America's strategy, Zaka. But having said that, it is very important to highlight, Zaka, that this action by Pakistan is coming after the IMF bailout was announced. Perhaps the world should take note of it, and this is exactly what India said yesterday at the board meetings, that how Pakistan misuses the funds for the terror activities. And in fact, there is also a chapter on Pakistan misusing funds for terror activities in IMF itself. India cited that chapter only to get the funds.
All right, Siddhanta, just give me a moment. These are visuals. I want to once again go back to these pictures. This is India intercepting drones, a Pakistani post from where these drones were sent. We're given to understand that this is in the Jammu region, so you can see two separate sets of pictures. One, the interception that's happening, likely by the indigenous air defense systems, the Akash missiles. And then the second set, this is the second set of visuals that you're seeing, which is the wreckage, the fire and the smoke after the interception, the wreckage falling onto what looks like fields there in the Jammu region. So you can see both these sets of images. These are CCTV images from last night. It's been captured on closed-circuit television. You can see those flares going up in the sky, the interception happening up in the sky, and then the wreckage falling out in the fields. So if we can go back to Akash. Akash, just walk us through these pictures as my colleague Anand is also gearing up to show us some of these images. We have separate images from Lahore, from this is the image from Jammu region that we're seeing, the flares up in the sky and the interception happening. Arunima, I don't know if you can see these pictures, but what are you also hearing from top defense sources about what seems like not just a drone set of attacks now, you're seeing missiles and also reportedly word about 2 Pakistani Air Force jets being brought down in the skies over Srinagar?
Yes, in fact, just on the outskirts of Srinagar, there is an area called Pantha Chowk. When you move from Srinagar towards Jammu on that highway, the first place that you come to outside of Srinagar is Pantha Chowk. And that is where an intense search operation is currently on with multiple cordons being laid out by the military, by the paramilitary and by the local police to look for those Pakistan Air Force pilots. It is being suspected that they could have ejected around Pantha Chowk, and there's an intense search that is on there. Help from the locals have also been enlisted. Manoj Gupta in fact confirmed to us a while back that a Pakistani jet has been taken down near Srinagar, and post that we got this confirmation that there is this intense search operation that is on. So if it is confirmed indeed that these 2 pilots are near Pantha Chowk, then that will just change the dynamics of the conflict perhaps that we are seeing. You must have noticed, Zaka, all through social media, every time you speak about the India-Pakistan conflict, Abhinandan's name comes out after our fighter pilot who was after Balakot, taken into custody by Pakistan. They crack jokes about that incident, but it seems now the tables are turning on Pakistan. On the other side, I was also telling you how intermittent firing has been going on along the line of control. So the bad news from there is that one assistant district divisional commissioner level officer, Mr. Thapa, is now deceased. He's no more. A shell landed at his residence. So Pakistan is continuing to target civilian areas in Rajouri, Poonch, Jammu. A temple was targeted. Temples damaged. There were some houses near that temple that was damaged as well. So for now, it's all clear. It's a bright sunny day right now, and the input that we're getting is that things have calmed down. But the ramifications, what has happened overnight is still on, and we're expecting that briefing also in a short while from now, where India will officially confirm what has happened last night.
All right, so we have pictures from Lahore, pictures from Jammu. These are all images that we are broadcasting here on CNN News 18. So just to bring you up to speed, there has been an escalation in the drone and missile strikes from Pakistan's side overnight over the last 6 hours, specifically after the IMF announcement happened. And then India, in retaliation, has targeted at least 3 major air bases, including the Noor Khan air base, the old Chaklala air base of Pakistan. That you can see the smoke and fire going up there. This is in Lahore, likely again a missile, Indian missile that landed up there. You can see the fields up in flames. And then, of course, the interception of the Pakistani drone launch pad somewhere on the other side of the Jammu region. You can see the intercept happening mid-air, and then that's the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the biggest, the Chaklala Air Base. It's bang in the middle of the military complex in Rawalpindi. The general headquarters is not too far away from there. It has a Pakistan military training college as well, and then in Rawalpindi, in the heart of the city itself. So Anand is also joining us here in our studio. So Anand, it's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan.
Hope the international community is watching. There is a reason why Bharat was very clearly, vociferously against the IMF bailout. Soon after the bailout happens, look at this. Let's look at these visuals. This is where the tube drones were being fired. This was the tube from where drones were being fired across towards India, and that's what it's now been demolished altogether. So you have the flares, and thereafter, then you see the flames. This is where this has been destroyed. This is where those Turkish drones and a lot of the Chinese drones were being pushed into India. The more important part is that these drones were actually probing. They were coming there to try to see where the air defense systems are placed, and thereafter the Pakistan was trying to send across ballistic missiles. Fatah ballistic missiles have been fired towards Bharat. That's the level of escalation that has happened soon after midnight at about 12:05 a.m. That's when the first news came in that there were ballistic missiles that were fired in the direction of Bharat, and that have been intercepted over Sirsa. So that's the level of escalation that the Pakistanis have now resorted to. General Asim Munir will now have to account for this because Bharat is going to respond in very, very strong measures. So let's try and see those pictures. These are visuals of the entire drone tube that's now been demolished. So one important aspect. Let's try and look at some of the other pictures that are coming through. So this is the dump, and let's move to the next set of pictures. Now these are pictures which are coming in where there has been damage. This is over in Pakistan, and there is extensive amount of damage that is visible. Yeah, and clearly there are ammunition, missiles, loitering munitions that have landed in this city. No, these are Jammu. These are pictures of Jammu. I was just looking at the card numbers, the registration numbers. So this is what Pakistan's done. It's targeting Jammu city. There are military installations, but some of these have also landed near temples. They have also landed near some of the temples, very famous temples in Jammu, where some of the munitions, some of the missiles, projectiles that have been fired by Pakistan have landed. There is damage in civilian areas. These are the two jets. There is a serious dogfight that's been registered. There are dogfights that have been registered, and Asim Munir is actually called Chachu Whiskey there in Pakistan. So his team has suffered losses. 2 of his jets are down. What is the make of these jets? We don't know, but 2 of the jets are down in a dogfight. Indian Air Force has really knocked down 2 jets. It's a big setback and big embarrassment, further embarrassment heaped on Asim Munir and the Pak military. These are the remnants. They have landed very close to Srinagar city, and that's why there is a possibility that the 2 pilots have ejected and they have landed on Indian soil. Now it's a matter of time that they are apprehended, and we'll get you more. Now this is more of the drones. These are parts of drone, remnants of the drone in Amritsar. Clearly the make of the drones this time, and this entire wreckage that we are seeing in Amritsar, this time around the drones are bigger. They seem to have been equipped with explosives and munition, and with the attempt to target positions in Amritsar. Now one of the treacherous things that Pakistan was trying to do was to try and attack the Golden Temple in Amritsar and blame it on India, and activating their entire Khalistani cronies to try and push this whole thing on social media, but it's been called out by India. And look at this. This is in Amritsar. These are Pak drones, Pak sent drones. So clearly huge amount of escalation. But Bharat is also responding, and the response is in far greater measure. There have been severe reversals for the Pakistanis. Critical air bases have been hit, and this is in Lahore. The Lahore people are now seeing parts of the Indian Jawabi Karwai, if I may say, and this is the damage. Now it looks like a field, but it's clearly that it's just one of the projectiles that's landed there. But in Lahore, along with the ADS system near the Walton Airport, there are some critical facilities that have now been impacted because of Indian Air Force or the Indian Forces response. Let's look at Rawalpindi. The Rawalpindi Air Base, again, this is confirmation that 3 of the Pak air bases were not able to operate their machines from these air bases. after the response. This is post midnight. Once Pakistan went up a ladder on the escalation, this is the response that India has given, and saying, you try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machines. So these air bases have actually been rendered ineffective overnight. Rawalpindi is one. There is also the Noor Khan Air Base, where there is a huge amount of damage. Now look at the damage that is seen at the Noor Khan Air Base, and there is this proof. And the fact is that there is evidence we are given to understand with our armed forces and with our intelligence that these air bases were rendered ineffective all night. They could not operate their machines from these air bases. So Rawalpindi, the Noor Khan Air Base, and of course this is the old Narowal Air Base. So Narowal Air Base also rendered ineffective because they were not able to operate their machines, and these are confirmed hits at 3 big air bases of Pakistan. So if Pakistan goes up the escalation ladder, if Chachu Whiskey decides to go up the escalation ladder, Bharat was ready. And the important part, Zaka, as I hand it back to you, is that Bharat was expecting this. Late last evening, we put it out that we know that these were probing. The drones that were sent, largely ineffective, without any ammunition on them, were probes, because they wanted to see how effective our air defense systems are and where our air defense mechanisms have been placed. And soon after the IMF bailout gets a thumbs up, look what Pakistan has done. The world should watch and see that Bharat said we don't want, and we actually offered them 1, 2, 3 off ramps. But Asim Munir has said no, and the Pak military has said no, we come there, and they've called it Bunyane Mahsoos, and then launching ballistic missiles towards, and one of them intended reportedly towards the national capital, Zaga. This is serious escalation, and perhaps now India was expecting it. They were prepared to see to what level Pakistan takes it. Clearly, they don't want an off ramp, and they don't want to get an escalating ladder, because they seem to be desperate to get some win or the other, and that's not happening. That's being denied.
So what we are seeing, in case you're joining us a little past 7:30 in the morning, in case you're joining us this Saturday morning, it's been a night full of action. It's been, as they say, a hot night between India and Pakistan. Pakistan has decided to climb the escalation ladder. The drone swarms that we saw over the last couple of nights, that's now been notched up a rung in the escalation ladder, and that is now they are hitting India, or trying to hit India, through missiles, short-range missiles, both air-to-surface and surface-to-surface missiles, one of which was a ballistic missile, a Fatah 2 series, a 400-kilometer range missile that they tried to launch towards the direction of the national capital. It got intercepted in the skies over Haryana. We're not giving specific locations because we don't want to spread panic, but in the general airspace above Haryana, that was intercepted. India has responded. It has taken out at least 3 major forward air bases of Pakistan. The Noor Khan Air Base, which is the biggest in the country, the Chakwal Air Base, the Murid Air Base as it's known. Both of these air bases have both fighter jet squadrons as well as transport aircraft. So transport aircraft are also important in terms of being able to move logistics. Also the Rafiki Air Base, which is further south in southern Punjab, and there's a civil plus technical airport in a place called Sukur in Sindh. So that is India's response to what Pakistan tried to do. Separately, we're also getting information about massive ceasefire violations both along the line of control and the international border. There has been some damage to civilian installations as well. Pakistan tried to attack some of India's forward air bases. Pathankot certainly saw a bunch of attacks last night, but there has been very minimal to zero damage there. The Jammu Air Force Station they tried to attack yesterday, again zero damage there. Both the technical and the civil airports are fine, are safe. Also in Udhampur, which is the headquarters of the Northern Command of the Indian Army, there too there is, I can report to you, minimal damage. So we're being very, very responsible, very, very measured in our reporting. So the big picture being that it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Certainly both sides now climbing up a rung in the escalation ladder. Arunima is there with us, Siddhant is there with us. We'll try and go across to Akash as well, who's joining us from Jammu, Ishan in Srinagar, where I believe a dogfight has happened and 2 Pakistan Air Force jets have been brought down. Let me go across to Arunima. Arunima, big picture, what are you hearing? You're outside South Block for us. Any defense sources, government sources saying what the situation is, what the assessment is as they see it?
See, the situation right now, we are told at about 7:30 hours this morning on Saturday, is under control. Whatever misadventure Pakistan indulged in last night, post midnight, it has been met. And they have lost more than they attempted to harm India with. So what we are told is that there are at least 2 Pakistani fighter jets which have been down. Officially, they're not saying whether they know exactly where the debris are, but they are confirming that they feel that at least 2 Pakistani fighter jets are down, and an intense search operation is currently on around Srinagar to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots who likely ejected. So that's one. Second, we do know that their ceasefire violation along the line of control in Rajouri, Poonch, all of that has resulted in deaths. They were targeting civilians. One district level official has also lost his life because his house was shelled. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also tweeted his condolence. But for now, the firing that was on at Rajouri Poonch sector over the last 1 hour or so, even that has gone down. Jammu also was targeted. Attempts were made at the Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur air base. And even though Pakistan's propaganda machinery through their own local media channels were trying to say that the Udhampur air base has been damaged, our sources in the defence establishment have confirmed that there's no damage to any air asset or to the premises or any personnel in any of these air bases. Pathankot, Jammu, Udhampur, it's all clear there. And right now the focus, like I said, A is to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots, B is to assess the kind of damage that has been inflicted on Pakistan. Once this assessment has been done, we are expecting a formal press conference led by the Foreign Secretary.
All right. I also want to go across to Ishan, but what we're seeing in the middle part of your screen is wreckage believed to be from 2 Pakistan Air Force jets that have been downed. It's landed in a place called Lasjan, which I believe is in the outskirts of Srinagar. Ishan is on his way to Lasjan. What more do we know about these parts, this wreckage? Where was it found? The individual who has shot this, what more can you tell us?
The assessment is being done. What we know is that the team has arrived there. They have taken the wreckage and these parts with them. Initially, what the sources in the Air Force and the defense told us that they were able to shoot down at least 2 aircrafts of Pakistan in and around Kashmir, and particularly one in Srinagar. But the assessment is being done what it really was, whether it was a missile, whether it was a drone, or whether it was a jet that has been basically shot at by the Indian Air Defence. But right now what we have been given to understand is that the Indian Defence is running on maximum in Kashmir to ensure the safety. They have shot down things. What we don't have a clarity yet on that what kind of projectile it is, what it was, and where actually it other places where it has landed. But what we know is that there is a high level of operational preparedness. The forces are checking everything that is coming in their radar to ensure that they are brought down immediately. There is an attempt to actually inflict damage at 2 important locations. One is the Awantipora air station, and one is Awantipora air base, and one is the Srinagar air station. Both of the targets are being done by the Pakistan drones, and Pakistani aircrafts and rockets are being shot at there. And also what we know is that this landed in a residential house of one person, but there is no damage, immediate damage that we know about that has been caused. Our sources have been telling us that people have been asked to stay a little vigilant but not panic at all. There's no need to panic as Air Defence of India is running high in Kashmir at the moment, and the line of control is also hot. Remember, the LOC areas are also right now hot. What we have been given to understand is that the firing is still going on the line of control. There is a possibility if it is a pilot-based aircraft that was hovering around Srinagar, that the pilots can also be possibly anywhere. But yes, one has to wait for the IAF team to actually give us a confirmation to really what it was and what it really is. But they believed initially that they have brought down a fighter jet around Srinagar and in the Lasjan area.
All right, Anand is also there with us. We don't know the wreckage. This is from the Lasjan area in Srinagar. It's likely from a Pakistani Air Force jet that's been brought down, but we'll wait for that confirmation. These are images of the tube drones that were being launched from the other side of the border in Pakistan. That has now been brought down by the intercepts of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Anand, walk us through those pictures, please.
Well, let's have a look at this. This is a Pak military post where there is, if you see, they were launching the tube drones, and that they had the drone tubes, and this was a Pak post, and that's where this is that we are seeing on the in picture. This is right across the Jammu region, across the international border. That's where they had these this post from where drones were being launched. That's been totally decimated. So this is a big uptick, because every time Pakistan, what they were trying to resort to do was sending these drones, and these drones were nothing but cannon fodder. They wanted to do that because they wanted to see how much of a backup. Now these are pictures. These are pictures. These are the latest. These are the latest objects that have been found in Jaisalmer. This is a huge projectile. Now, have a look at this. This is nothing short of a ballistic missile. But it's a huge projectile if you look at it, and it's mangled. We don't know if there is live ammunition in it, but this has been brought down. It's landed in a residential area in Jaisalmer. And quite a long one, at about 10 to 15 feet in length, at least, this projectile, if not more. And it seems that the head has come off and it's just landed. This seems to be the head of the projectile, and quite a big one. It's landed there. Whether it has live ammunition or not, we do not know. There have been some sounds of explosions in some other places, but this one has landed here, and you can see the way it's landed. There are a few craters just around the fact. It seems to have landed with a thud and then rolled over across to this bush, if you see these pictures. So this is in Jaisalmer. The cops, the local police have been alerted, and they've asked the local residents there to not go close or to touch this, but to leave it as it is. But we can see the villagers and all of them who have seen this. They've taken the images, and clearly the local authorities have been alerted with this. So this is the latest. So clearly a lot of efforts that have been made by the Pakistanis to ratchet up and to try and damage certain installations across the entire western border has come begging for them. It's not yielded results. Have we lost people? Yes, we have. There's report of a civilian death, 2 civilian deaths that have happened in Jammu Kashmir region. These are latest pictures. These are also latest pictures from Jaisalmer. This is also another spot that's come in. Is this live ammunition? This is also looks like part of a projectile. This also looks like part of a missile. Now this somewhere confirms the fact that the reports that we had, that Pakistan has actually launched ballistic missiles soon after the IMF thumbs up for the $1.3 billion bailout that's come for them. But look at this, and that's why Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is asking the international community. He's just taken to X for that. But look at this, ballistic missiles have been launched, so this is clear escalation. Yes, Zaka.
All right, Ishan is joining us live from Lasjan, where we believe wreckage of two Pakistani Air Force aircraft have gone down. Ishan, show us where you are and what you're seeing around you.
Well, this is the residential area. This is the impact spot. You will see that one of that whatever projectile it was landed here. Look at the impact spot. This is possibly a part of it which is in my hand right now, and that has been taken away by the police as soon as before we reached here. This is the impact spot where it landed. You'll see around here the sort of the sort of scene that is this here. This is where it had landed, and this is it has uprooted the entire thing here. And you will also notice here that one more projectile actually fell at this place, and then it was taken away by the police. And what we've been told is that there's an active investigation going on, what it really was, what it really is. Now the Indian Air Force will ascertain that what really it was brought down here. But initial information with the Air Force was that they have been able to bring down at least one jet around Srinagar, and then on the outskirts as well.
What is this place? Is it a house? Is it the backyard of a house? What is this place?
Well, this is the backyard of a house. I'll give you an idea how close-knitted this locality is. You will see there are houses all around this place, everywhere. And luckily that it did not fall any of these houses. It fell in their back garden where nobody was present at that time. And you will see that there's a very less space present between these houses. And if it all had fallen on any of these houses, it would have created a lot of damage to them. But this is the impact spot. You will exactly see the sort of locality that exists, that there was nobody present at that time here. We've spoken to the residents here. They said that there was a loud sound that they heard, and after that they came out and seeing that there was some projectile, 2 of them present here, and then it was whisked away by the police. But the impact has been like a good big impact around this place, and lucky enough for these people that did not fall in any of these houses, any of these residential houses which are closely knitted and closely located with each other. But we have given to understand is that now the Air Force and and the teams of Indian Army will look at this particular object and see what it really was, and the sort of damage it could have inflicted on the residential area. But definitely we had seen that there was a high air activity. We've been given to understand that there was a possibly a dogfight that took place in the skies of Srinagar. But right now it's difficult to tell what really fell here because it's part of the investigation by the agencies.
All right, Anand, I believe you have pictures of what has gone down in Jaisalmer.
Yes.
It looks like parts of a missile. Just take us through what you
now
see.
this is close to the Pokhran region, we are given to understand, and the locals are saying when this landed there, they heard a loud explosion. So they're not sure whether this is a bomb, but the shape of it and the way it is, it looks like a missile. Now whether is it what make it is, what type it is, whether it is a portion of a ballistic missile, we have to wait and watch. But clearly this is a far bigger projectile than what we saw landing in Jaisalmer yesterday and day before. So that were about 5-6 feet. Those were the kind of projectiles that we had seen. This is more than 10 to 12 feet long, and if you see the whole length and breadth of this and this entire image, it very clearly shows. Look at the locals, and you can compare and contrast the size of this projectile based on the locals who are standing there, and that itself gives you that this is at least 10 to 12 feet long, if not more. And this is not even the whole projectile, this is not even the whole missile, and this is another portion that's found. Now this could be a live mortar shell or munition, so the locals have been advised that you take pictures and you stay away, don't touch it, keep minimum distance. Some of this may be live, some of this may be diffused, we do not know, but these have landed. So clearly the escalation ladder, Pakistan has really gone up the escalation ladder. With what intent? Can they sustain it? Is it desperation? But what also stands out is our air defense systems. Yes, there will be some reversals, there will be some aspects, but a 10% blow on the chin or somewhere is nothing compared to the 100% might that was pushed by the Pakistani. So largely, if you were to say 98% of the efforts pushed by the Pakistani military has been neutralized or has been diffused. But it is also sad that we have lost at least 2 civilians in Jammu Kashmir, leader, one lady, and also one person who was part of the administrative services in Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar, who's also sadly lost his life. But the other part, Zaka, as I hand it back to you, is that Pakistanis have not just targeted military installations, they seem to be targeting certain religious installations also, because one of the missiles sent by the Pakistanis or projectiles has landed near a temple in Jammu. The other thing is they were flying around over Amritsar. With what intent? We have to see. Thankfully, majority of these have been neutralized. We are also awaiting details, and I'm very curious to see if there are locals who have sighted someone trying to come down on a parachute, because if there is a dogfight and 2 Pakistani jets have been downed, there is a high possibility that there could be 2 Pakistani pilots or enemy pilots on Indian soil. Now whether they are apprehended, whether they've been sighted, we are waiting for those confirmations, but there is a confirmed report that there was a dogfight over the Srinagar skies this morning.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thanks for that, Anand. As we go across to Tejinder in Jammu, but those images from Jaisalmer, that looks like a significant piece of military hardware. That looks like a missile, possibly a short range or a medium range missile, the remnants of which landed up in Jaisalmer. We'll try and find out from our reporter there. We've got Anvit, I think, there in Jaisalmer. This is what the locals have spotted, and they have filmed it and they've sent it across. There's been some civilian casualties as well in Jammu, in Rajouri, Poonch. Tejinder has more on this. Tejinder, I believe a DC level officer has also lost his life. I think his house was attacked yesterday. There's been 3 civilian casualties in Jammu is what we are told. Just tell us what else are you hearing and seeing this morning in Jammu?
Zaka, unfortunately, there has been 5 civilian casualties across Jammu since the Pakistani army launched this ceasefire violation targeting the civilian population. 3 people, including an additional DC Rajkumar Thapa, have been killed in Rajouri. There has been a fatality. A woman has been killed in Mender area of Poonch, and another civilian has been killed in the Ferozpur area of Jammu, as Pakistan army continues to target the civilian population. As Anand was rightly pointing out, that a missile launched from the Pakistan side exploded outside one of the famous temples in Jammu called the Aab Shambhu temple, but luckily there was no casualty in that blast. Another 2 missiles that were fired from the Pakistan side, one landed at a residential house in Janipur and the other one in Reasi. So clearly now the Jammu city, which never came under attack after the 1971 war, has been targeted by the Pakistan side. They are using drones, they are using missiles, heavy artillery guns to target the civilian population. And Zaka, as we speak, the line of control in Jammu as well as in Kashmir is really hot. Pakistan Army is once again targeting the civilian population living along the line of control in Uri, in Tangdhar, Keran, Machil sector in Kashmir, and in Jammu region, Poonch, Rajouri, Kathua. These are the areas which are being targeted by the Pakistan side. But yes, the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. We are told that several positions of the Pakistan Army from where they are launching their tube projectiles, from where they are targeting the civilian population, have been completely decimated by the targeted fire of the Indian Armed Forces.
So the three sets of images that you're seeing, one from Amritsar in the fields there, that's the wreckage of a drone clearly. Remember yesterday India called out Turkey and said there were Turkish-made drones that were being sent from Pakistan to India. The middle part of your screen is debris from a Pakistan Air Force jet. We don't know the make, could be an F-16, but we don't know the make. It's in a place called Lasjan. You heard from Ishan a moment ago. He's landed in that residential colony in Lasjan. Thankfully, it fell on the backyard of an individual. And then on the right side of your screen, it seems like a massive projectile of some sort. This is from Jaisalmer. We'll try and get to Anvit as well to try and get a sense of what this is and how the villagers managed to find this. Arunima is joining us. So the big picture at 8 o'clock this morning, this Saturday morning, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple drone and missile strikes both ways. Pakistan upping the ante, escalating going up the escalation ladder after the IMF bailout announcement, trying to attack India's forward air bases and military stations from Jammu to Udhampur to Pathankot to Sirsa, Udhampur were all under target, but all of those attempts have been thwarted. India in response taking out some of the forward air bases of Pakistan, the Noor Khan base being the topmost one. It's one of the biggest air bases, one of the oldest air bases of Pakistan. It used to be called the Chaklala Air Base, right in the heart of Rawalpindi. There's one in Chakwal, the Murid Air Base, a smaller one which has transport aircraft, and then one further south in Sialkot, the Rafiki Air Base. Arunima, from South Block, what is the big picture that you're hearing from top government and defense officials?
So while assessment is currently going on, the current action that we are seeing is that assessment of what really has, what is the kind of damage that has been extended to Pakistan. We've all been reporting that it is suspected that 2 Pakistani Air Force pilots have ejected near Srinagar. So there is an intense search operation that has been launched to locate them. And now we're just looking at the Pakistani media. They're reporting that Shahbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. So all of the developments that are happening in Pakistan also is being closely monitored. Our own Foreign Secretary is expected to brief with details about what really has happened overnight. The only official word we had last night, the statement from the Indian Army, was that at 26 locations drone attacks were carried out, and after the statement came out, there were surface to surface missiles also, and also Pakistani aircrafts which were launched. We have been reporting how they've got a bloody nose. They tried to cause damage at Pathankot, Jammu, Udhampur, and their media is continuing to maintain that there was some damage done to the Udhampur air base, but something which has been rejected by defense officials. There was a briefing that was supposed to happen this morning, but it was put on hold because there was live air operation happening, and soon after that we heard that Pakistani jets have been downed near Srinagar. So currently the big picture is that Pakistan is trying to once again get the international community involved, trying to raise the bogey of nuclear weapon once again. India, however, maintains that we are only retaliating. Provocation is coming in from Pakistan and we are only retaliating, and that press conference by the Foreign Secretary is expected to toe the same line.
All right, Anand's also there here in the studios with me. So some of these pictures that we're getting, Anand, these are parts allegedly of a downed Pakistan Air Force jet that's been found in Lasjan. We saw that massive projectile from Jaisalmer as well, and then of course the intercepts, the CCTV footage of the intercepts of a Pakistani post where they were using to launch drones. What are you hearing and seeing?
Well, there are multiple reports coming through. There is confirmation that there are 2 jets that have been downed. There are also pieces that have landed at different portions across the western border. So be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it in Haryana, be it in Punjab. Now these are pictures in Gurdaspur. So again, there is a huge collection of people who have come there, and there is something that's landed in the fields. Now it could be live ammunition. viewers who are watching this, if you see something that has landed somewhere close to your vicinity, or if you know people who are telling you that they are seeing something, they should maintain a fair distance. But what's also evident is that the impact here has made a bit of a crater or a hole on the other side. Now these are farmers who are tilling their lands, and this is an open field in Gurdaspur. Look at the crater there. That's the ditch. Now something's landed big here. For the impact for it to be on a field, and it's landed huge here. So something's landed here, and they're trying to show what it is. It looks like portions of a projectile that has landed here, and it's quite a big crater. Now you look at this. This is quite a big crater, and there are a lot of people around. It looks like these pictures are coming at a time when local authorities have already arrived there, because this is a huge collection of people. But look at the size of the crater. This is a huge crater that's landed here. So something big has landed here in Gurdaspur with a huge amount of impact. So clearly, with each passing night, from small drones which had nothing, small projectiles which were not very potent, the size of the projectiles, the missiles, has gone very big. Anshul joins us with more details. Anshul, Gurdaspur, there's a huge collection of people. What seems to have landed there? Is it portions of a big missile? Does this further confirm the theory that Pakistan has actually launched ballistic missiles towards India?
Well, definitely, this seems like a big missile, something that has not been that has not been regularly seen over the last 3 days regarding the kind of projectiles that have been launched from the side of Pakistan. At this point in time, the locals have collected over there. The officials and the members of the army, official members of the army, are reaching on the spot. They will try to ascertain as to what kind of missile was actually used that has landed in Gurdaspur at this point. However, the initial information that we are picking up, there has been no reports of any injuries that has been reported, but yes, there has been lost.
They seem to have landed in empty fields. You are in Pathankot at this point, Anshul. What's happening in Pathankot? Is it quiet? We spoke around the same time on Friday morning. This is now, we are into Saturday morning. What is happening in Pathankot at this point? Was it active? Did people cite explosions last night too? Have there been certain portions or debris of attempts by Pakistan that have been neutralized, that have also landed in Pathankot?
Well, yes, at least 25 to 30 explosions were heard by myself, and all these 30 explosions were actually of projectiles that were sent from the side of Pakistan, but all of them were actually neutralized by our air defense systems. Especially from 5 a.m. this morning, there were one after the other that were attacks that were launched from the side of Pakistan, and that had landed over here. In fact, that were thwarted by our air defense system. Now, at the exact location at which I am standing, this is the last village of international border over here in Pathankot. Right in front of you, what you are seeing is Pakistan. I'll try and see you a few posts of Pakistan over here. This village is a very, very important village, because the manner in which there has been amplification that has been done from the side of Pakistan. There are reports of certain firings that might have happened, but this is the international border. Over the last few hours, this has remained absolutely calm. But yes, a few locals actually claim that late last night they saw a few projectiles being launched from here. These projectiles were actually neutralized by our air defense systems. I'll just try and get in a word from a few people. भैया आप यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं, किस तरह का माहौल है यहाँ पर? बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान सामने है आपके, और काफ़ी अभी टेंशन बढ़ी हुई है.
माहौल तो सर अभी ख़राब ही चल रहा है, आपको भी पता है, माहौल तो ख़राब ही चल रहा है. माहौल ऐसे अभी रात को तो कोई रहता नहीं इधर, जो लेडीज़ है, जेंट्स है, सब चले जाते हैं.
कुछ लोग तो रहते हैं गाँव,
कोई 10-15 जी रहते हैं.
कितनी आबादी है इस गाँव की?
इधर 450
आबादी है.
हाँ जी.
तो कैसा है, कभी वहाँ से कोई अटैक होने का?
अभी तक तो कोई नहीं हुआ सर, अभी तक इधर तो नहीं हुआ, बाहर होगा, लेकिन इधर नहीं, सिंबल गांव में नहीं हुआ. हाँ जी.
So, Anshu, thank you for that. Let's also bring you up to speed a little past 8 o'clock in the morning. The big picture is that there has been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Pakistan clearly climbing up the escalation ladder. What you're seeing are visuals from different parts along the northern and western sectors. Jaisalmer, a massive projectile of some sorts. It looks like a missile of some form. And then in Lasjan in Srinagar, you're seeing visuals of what is likely remnants of a downed Pakistan jet, a Pakistan Air Force jet. So let's bring you up to speed with the headlines that we're seeing. First, in Lasjan in Srinagar, in the outskirts of the city, parts of a Pakistani jet have been found. The pictures of the wreckage have been accessed. You can see this was inside the residential compound of an individual. Headline number 2, India managing to intercept Pakistani drones. We can show that CCTV footage as well. This is on a Pakistani launch pad they were using on the other side of the international border in Jammu. Top defense sources saying that India has destroyed this Pakistani post that was trying to launch drones and of course the launch pads that have been used. The second image that you see is that of the destroyed drone. You can see the intercepts happening in the night sky, and then the second image, smoke and fire in the fields there. Headline number 3, part of a drone has been found in the fields of Amritsar. Amritsar bang on the border, just 60 kilometers between Amritsar and Lahore. So parts of a drone have been found in the rural parts of Amritsar in agricultural fields. You can see that as well. Headline number 4, a projectile from Pakistan has been found in Lasjan. This is, like I said, believed to be parts of a fighter jet of the Pakistan Air Force that was brought down in a dogfight over the skies of Srinagar. A bomb-like object has been found in Jaisalmer. This is in a place called Jamla village close to Pokhran. The Indian Army has neutralized the Pakistani projectile. It seems like parts of a missile. There's also that image of a much larger, almost 10 feet large projectile that's been captured there in Jaisalmer as well. So these are the various images that we have. We have Arunima Siddhant joining us. Siddhant, what's the international community saying? Has there been any response, any form of, wanting to calm down tempers, de-escalate the situation? It seems like both India and Pakistan are now locked in this escalatory phase, climbing the escalation ladder. Someone's got to come in and try and mediate and try and get both parties to back off, or are they saying, as Vance and Trump seem to be suggesting, that look, it's their problem, let them figure it out?
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. In fact, international community is urging both sides to de-escalate. In fact, we have a fresh statement from G7 foreign ministers. Perhaps, first they condemned Pahalgam terror attack, then they urged both sides to de-escalate for the sake of regional peace and stability. In fact, Saudi Arabia is one country which is giving efforts for de-escalation. In fact, this offer had come from various countries for mediation and for giving for offering their good office for the mediation purpose between the two between India and Pakistan. But at this point in time, Zaka, you need a country which has leverage with both India and Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia seems to be the one. So this is the reason that in fact the special envoy of Saudi Arabia was in the national capital day before yesterday. In fact, he met Foreign Minister Jai Shankar. He in fact met Prime Minister Modi, though there was no photographs released of him meeting Prime Minister Modi. Then yesterday he was in Islamabad, and in fact Islamabad released those photographs of him meeting Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir. Perhaps we really know very little about what was conversation all about. In fact, when he was here also in the national capital, there was nothing which we got in terms of information from Ministry of External Affairs or any other government wing regarding the conversation. Perhaps was he carrying somebody's message? What is the position of Saudi government? Whether that was conveyed to the Indian government, etc., etc. So we know very little. And today Saudi Arabia has come up with a statement, Zaka, confirming that this envoy was sent on a surprise visit to both India and Pakistan, perhaps to give efforts to de-escalate tension. But it doesn't look like
an unscheduled
that,
visit is the steer that we're getting. He's gone to both Islamabad as well as to New Delhi. First New Delhi and then Islamabad. Before I go to Anand, Aman is also joining us. Aman, what's the big picture? What are top government sources telling you? Because clearly things have escalated. This is the third night, the night between the 9th and 10th of May. It's the third night after Operation Sindoor. Clearly, we're now looking at an active conflict between India and Pakistan.
Well, absolutely, Zaka. As you correctly say, India, Pakistan both are on an escalatory ladder, and India is totally and squarely blaming Pakistan for what is happening. India is very clear, Zaka, that our attack, our retaliation was over with Operation Sindoor on May the 7th. It is since Pakistan which is upping the escalation, first by sending drones across the border, attacking 36 targets from Leh to Sir Creek the previous night. And what has happened today early morning is a complete escalation, firing of ballistic missiles at India. This is something that India is saying will be responded in
big measure. India has already responded today morning, and India is seeing a plot here, Zaka. India feels that, Pakistan waited for the IMF bailout. Till then, the drones which came were all recce missions, intelligence gathering missions, trying to test our air defenses, maybe trying to exhaust our air defenses. But Pakistan has been caught by shock and surprise today morning when it launched its full attack soon after getting the IMF bailout. India also trying to now tell the world that, look, you have bailed out a country. IMF has given a bailout to a country which has launched ballistic missiles at India, which is exporting terror. So the world community also needs to, sit up and take note what Pakistan has done today morning soon after getting the IMF bailout. And this is what India told the IMF very, very strongly yesterday also by abstaining from the vote and lodging its strong protest that a country which is fomenting terror against India, why is it being given bailout of one bailout after the other, nearly over 24 bailouts given to Pakistan over the last many years. India made that point on the world stage. India was not able to stop the bailout because of the way the IMF is structured. But today's strikes are completely escalating the matter. India is now saying the onus is on Pakistan to stop, to de-escalate. But if Pakistan does not stop, India is going to go to any lengths to protect its territory, to protect its military assets, to protect its civilian population. And that is why you've seen this morning, Zaka.
All right, thanks, Aman. Anand's here in our studios. That projectile that you showed from Jaisalmer, and I believe Anvit will also be joining us. We can go across to him. It's from a village part of the Pokhran, Jaisalmer, that belt. Can you show us that projectile, Anand? And there's a massive crater that's been left on the ground.
Well, these are updated images, Zaka. These are updated. Now, this is what, see, the serial numbers are also there. The UCP 213-15956 and the serial number is also put out. So, there are more images coming through of the projectiles that were launched. This is confirmed proof that it is Pakistan that has launched ballistic missiles and also sending huge projectiles. Look at the impact which is there on the field. It's landed on a field and people are now, we'll go across to that side where the size of the projectile itself shows that this was a missile. This was not a smaller one, and it was not mounted on a drone or anything. This was a ballistic missile. This is the person who's walking us, and he's taking us to the place where the actual portion of it has landed. It has come through that area. That's what they are trying to show. See, there are other pieces also. There are more fractions and fragments that have fallen here. Look at this on the ground, and then he's pointing with now there are more. See, you see more smaller fragments that have gone in before we come and see the final big piece, that is that blue, dark blue, indigo blue kind of a missile. Now this is the actual color, or midnight blue or black. That's the color that that the missile actually has. Now he's showing the distance that this entire projectile, once it's crashed, it's gone and it's traveled. The fragments have traveled. See, there are more fragments here. There are more portions and more fragments here that we are seeing. There you go. This one again. Big pieces, big chunks which have landed. That's more than a foot and a half of the material or the external covering itself. And then this person is walking across to that particular projectile where he finds it. Now they say it is behind the bike. If you remember the first set of pictures, the bike was right there. Now there you go. We're going to freeze these pictures. They're going to walk, and that's where it is. So it's created a bit of a hole. It's created a bit of a trail as it comes there, and more people are now coming to see these pictures of this projectile. Now these are pictures from Udhampur. More pictures will be coming through. These are pictures from Udhampur that we've got. There are pictures from Jaisalmer that have come. The Jaisalmer first picture. Now this is confirmation. This is an open field where this piece has landed. There is also a piece that's landed in a huge projectile that's landed in Sirsa. So clearly Pakistan upping the ante and sending these projectiles. The world needs to watch these. The world has to see the ballistic missiles that were launched by Pakistan soon after they got the... Look at the crater. Look at this gap. It's opened it wide out here, and something's landed here too. So that's what the people are saying, that it's come from the skies. The people are pointing it out. It came from the skies. It came from there, and it's landed here. So there are drones that have landed. There are missiles that have landed near Pokhran. In Jaisalmer, there are big drone chunks that landed, which show that they had huge markings and also that they had munitions. Let's try and understand where all Pakistan, soon after the IMF bailout got a thumbs up for them, attacked Indian side on the western borders. Let's look at it. So they very actively targeted Udhampur. There is something that landed in Udhampur, but the Air Force station and the base there in Udhampur is safe. There is no damage done. they have attacked Jammu city vigorously, but right across here on Jammu, here on a Pak post which was launching the tubes for drones, we have actually neutralized. There is Pathankot. Now, seriously, there has been some at least 25. Anshul was there from the CNN News 18 overnight at Pathankot, and he said at least 25 explosions over the skies I've heard overnight. And Pathankot, they've actively tried to target. There is also Sirsa. Now, the question is, Sirsa, where was this projectile aimed at? Was the Sirsa projectile intercepted, or this missile over the Sirsa skies intercepted while it was on its route to the national capital? Was it somewhere around Delhi? That's the big question. Did Pakistan, did Rawalpindi, did General Asim Munir and co. target the national capital soon after the IMF bailout? That's the big question because of this missile that was intercepted over Sirsa. Now, what have we done? Soon after this happens, around midnight, between 12 to 12:30 p.m., 12:30 a.m., there is a counter that India launches. Now, India's counter is so fast, so swift that they have had huge reversals. What did we target? India targeted, the Indian Armed Forces targeted Islamabad, Noor Khan base, the PAF Murid base, Narowal, Shekhupura, Lahore, the Rafiki Air Base and the Sukur Airport in Sindh. All of them were targeted, and this is confirmed now that the base in Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi has suffered serious reversals. There are actually reports that the Pakistanis, let's see if they confirm it, that their entire fleet of C-130s has been rendered ineffective here. They have suffered serious reversals. They couldn't operate their machines in Pindi. Then also the Narowal Air Base, again they couldn't operate their machines from here because the air base has been hit. It's been hit hard. And there is one more, which was one more airbase that's been hit in Chakwal, or let me just see that. Yeah, in Sialkot. So this airbase also has been hit, and of course projectiles have landed, and there is confirmation of landings that have happened in Lahore where certain installations have been hit, Zaka. So clearly India's reaction has been far more punitive, and it's hurt the Pakistanis than what they attempted. But this treachery, the international community must note that the moment they get the bailout, Zaka, look what they unleashed.
Absolutely, and I think Omar Abdullah has underlined that point as well, that it can't be that Pakistan is given this bailout after bailout after bailout, and then some of those monies are diverted into directing terror and active aggression against India. I also want to get a quick word in from Anvit, who's in Jaisalmer, where we saw that massive image. It was a 10 feet long projectile, a rocket of some form. Anvit, if you're there, which part of Jaisalmer is it? It seemed like rural desert. What are the locals telling you? I mean, when did this land? How did they end up finding it? And I presume that either the army or the police would have taken away these wreckage, this remnants.
Yes, Zaka, the piece that has fallen has fallen in Pokhran. We were attempting to go towards the border, international border, ahead of Jaisalmer. We were stopped in, ahead of Tanot. We were stopped in Ramgarh. Ramgarh stands to be the last village beyond which civilian movement is not allowed. Media is also not allowed. Army has taken over, and BSF posts. From there, all the vehicles are being ridden. You can see this road is completely blocked. We are ahead of Jaisalmer in Ramgarh right now. In this area, last night, a huge shelling was witnessed, and many drones were also witnessed. Witnesses have said that many bombs were dropped, and some portions of drones that were intercepted by India have also fallen in this area. Yesterday we had shown how in Kishan Ghat one such piece was in a controlled detonation by the military. It was taken away. We have one witness who had witnessed huge amount of drone crashing in this area. Sir, आप यहीं रहते हैं?
जी, हम रामगढ़ रहते हैं.
यहाँ पे परसों काफी ड्रोन शेलिंग्स वगैरह हुई थी.
देखिए, यहाँ परसों रात को पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कुछ ड्रोन आए, तो हमारी सेना ने उसको तुरंत ही उसको
यहाँ पे भी कुछ
हाँ थोड़ा सा यहाँ पास कुछ गिरा था. वो फिर उसको पुलिस और सेना ने उसको ले लिया. तो देखिए, यहाँ सेना हमारी पूरी मुस्तैद से तैयार है, और उसके साथ साथ माते श्री तनोटा घंटियालिया वो भी तैयार है. जब 1971 में लड़ाई हुआ था तो माते श्री तनोटा ऐसे कोई भी बम फटा नहीं, कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ. अभी भी वैसा ही है, कोई भय वगैरह डर की कोई ऐसा नहीं है.
So basically in this area a lot of bombs and portions of drones that have fallen, that were intercepted, have fallen, and the army had been collecting all of those in with the local police. Yesterday also forensic teams were there in Kishan Ghat as well as in Ramgarh area, and further from here in Tanot as well. All the pieces have been gathered. They've been sent for examination to find out what is the origin, and also to find out what could have been the implication if they had exploded.
We'll leave it at that. I want to go to this piece of breaking news that MEA briefing has now been confirmed at 10:30 a.m. That is what we are given to understand. This is on Operation Sindoor. Remember, for the last 3 days, it's the Foreign Secretary who's been briefing the contingent of the media, so it will likely be a joint briefing of the MEA as well as officials from the Ministry of Defence. Last 2 days it was the young women officers from the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them are also expected to be flanking the Foreign Secretary. But it has been a serious escalation overnight between the 9th and 10th, the night between the 9th and 10th of May. Pakistan, immediately after the announcement of the IMF bailout, has upped the ante in an attempt to try and take out some of the forward air bases of the Indian Air Force. They've targeted the Udhampur Air Force Station. They've targeted Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Army Command. Also tried to hit the Jammu Air Force Station, Pathankot, which is our biggest forward air base. It has some of the squadrons of our 4.5 generation fighter jets. Also over the Sirsa Air Force Station. So multiple Air Force stations the Pakistanis tried to take out overnight. And this is the first sort of rung in the escalation ladder where two states or two armies, two air forces that are trying to take out each other's air force stations, because if the enemy cannot scramble his jets, then that is a serious tactical advantage that you have at the starting of any conflict. Siddhant is now joining us with further details. So the MEA briefing at 10:30 a.m., is it just going to be the Foreign Secretary, or is it going to follow the same pattern that we saw the last couple of days, Siddhant, the two young Army and Air Force officers also flanking the Foreign Secretary?
Well, so far, Zaka, we have a very limited details, but perhaps it could be the same format. What we have been seeing in last three press briefings of Operation Sindoor. In fact, we just got the confirmation from the government that at 10:30 there's going to be the press briefing, the joint press briefing of Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defence. Perhaps there was a briefing which was scheduled early in the morning at around 5:45 a.m. Zaka. That briefing got postponed because the operations were going on. The focus was in the skies, and it was decided to postpone it to 10 a.m. And now we are getting to know that finally, Ministry of External Affairs has announced that there's going to be the joint press conference between Foreign Ministry and Defence Ministry at around 10:30. But this would be the first time that when Indian government will put its record straight as far as the developments which have taken place in last 12 hours, Zaka. Both sides are climbing the escalatory ladder. Perhaps Indian side has taken down the Pak air bases. In fact, Pakistan has attempted to target key Indian military installations. In fact, Fateh missiles have also been used by Pakistan. The attempt to target Sirsa was thwarted by the Indian forces. So,
okay, so we're going to come to you as and when that briefing begins. I want to bring you up to speed. If you're joining us at 8:30 this Saturday morning, these are the 5 or 6 big headlines that you need to know. It's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple locations targeted by Pakistan here in India, and India giving it back in kind. Headline number 1, in Srinagar, in the outskirts, in a place called Lasjan, parts of a Pakistani Air Force jet, wreckage of a Pakistani Air Force jet have been found. These are the pictures of that in the Lasjan area. It's landed, thankfully, in the backyard of a residential complex, and therefore no one has been hurt or injured in the process. Headline number 2, India manages to intercept Pakistani drones. This is from the other side of the Jammu border, on the other side of the international border in Jammu, a place called Narowal. We're given to understand, you can see 2 sets of pictures. One, the intercepts happening on the background of the night sky. These are CCTV images. The intercepts happening in the middle of the sky. And the second set of images are the wreckage. There you go, the smoke and fire out in the fields of Jammu. You can see that happening. That's headline number 2. Headline number 3, we're given to understand a part of a drone. This is wreckage that's been found in the fields of Amritsar. Amritsar over the last couple of nights has been hot. There's been a lot of activity, drone activity. This again seems to be the wreckage of a drone. Yesterday, India did the unprecedented step of calling out Turkey and saying Turkish-made drones were being used by Pakistan on probing missions, on exploratory missions to try and test India's air defenses. Headline number 4, a Pakistani projectile has been found in Lasjan. Like I said, this is believed to be parts or remnants of a downed F-16. There's also confirmation of a dogfight that happened over the skies of Srinagar. 5 missiles, we're given to understand, were fired from the Srinagar military base and then believed to have brought down what is what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet, the make of which we don't know. Hopefully we will get some confirmation of that from the Foreign Secretary's briefing in about a couple of hours' time. Headline number 5, a massive bomb-like object. It's about 10 to 12 feet long. It's huge. It's been found in a place called Jamla. It's a village in Pokhran in the wider Jaisalmer region of Pakistan, of Rajasthan. That, of course, you can see the second image, which shows that massive, almost 10-12 feet long rocket-like projectile that's been landed there, that's been neutralized there. The Indian Army has neutralized this missile attack in the sky. So this is headline number 5. Headline number 6, Pakistan also targeting civilian areas. In Jammu, there have been, unfortunately, 5 deaths, 5 civilians who have died. In Rajouri, a district collector level officer has also passed away. Unfortunately, his house was the target of heavy shelling. There's been heavy artillery shelling, both on the line of control as well as on the international border. Pakistani projectiles also hitting a temple, a famous temple in Jammu called the Shambhu Temple. Headline number 7, damaged parts of a drone or something like a drone has been found in Udhampur. This is in the Narsu part of Udhampur district. We don't know further details, but it seems like wreckage from a drone yesterday. Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command, and the attempt there was to try and target the Northern Command headquarters as well. Security forces have reached the spot. I also want to show that Shambhu Temple picture. Again, this is wreckage from a projectile of some sort at the Shambhu Temple, a very famous temple in Jammu. Thankfully, again, it landed in the outer perimeter of the temple complex, and therefore there's been no injuries or no one has been hurt. That, of course, again, a famous temple in Jammu. So clearly, the activities have increased between both India and Pakistan in the intervening night between the 9th and 10th of May. Akash is joining us from Jammu, where multiple attempts have happened in civilian pockets as well as the Air Force station, but all of it has been thwarted. Akash, what is the latest that you're hearing from top defense sources?
Right, Zaka, I'm standing in this Rehari colony. First of all, I'll try to give you a sense of what has happened here. There you have forensic teams and, in fact, the police here. This is one civilian property that has got a damage because of the sort of attacks that we have seen in the morning today. And there I am being given this sort of, this is something, a part of possibly a drone or the missile or the projectile that came here. And there you have. There you see, these are the individuals who have handed over this thing to me, and they are saying that this was a part of the sort of damage and, in fact, the projectile that came here. I have been told that many people who were, here in the house got injured. I'll try to talk to them as well as to what actually happened. But before that, I'll try to give you a sense as to what actually happened. There you have the top floor of the house that has got damaged. Multiple cars that have been standing here, in fact, have got the damage. There you have in the close vicinity around 50-meter area, is damaged. We still not, don't know as to if it was a drone or missile. But I'll try to, in fact, talk to the individuals as well. I'll try to talk to them. सर क्या हुआ था यहाँ पे और कितने बजे हुआ बता पाएंगे आप अभी आए हैं यहाँ का कोई है क्या हुआ है यहाँ पर
मिसाइल उड़ा रहा वो रेड नीचे छत पे
कितने लोग रहते हैं इस घर में
यहाँ पे ऊपर 4 रहते हैं सेकंड फ्लोर में भी 4 रहते हैं नीचे 6 रहते हैं
तो वो ठीक है अभी
हाँ जी
उनको कोई चोट वगैरह लगी उनको चोट वगैरह लगी अभी ये फॉरेंसिक्स वगैरह टीम कितने बजे हुआ लगभग कितने बजे कहा
ये 5:50 पे
सुबह 5:50 पे तो किसने देखा कोई मिसाइल वगैरह थी या ड्रोन वगैरह था क्योंकि
लोग सोए हुए थे अचानक से आवाज आई सभी उठे
जम्मू मेडिकल कॉलेज पास में हमें बोला जा रहा है कि शायद वहां पे टारगेट था कुछ ऐसा कुछ बताया यहाँ पे जो एजेंसीज काम कर रही हैं All right, Zaka, forensics teams are here. Once again, I'll try to give you the visuals of this particular house. This is the house, that has in fact got the damage. I'll show you the, in fact, visuals of the, workers who have been in fact there, the police, Jammu Kashmir police, and also the civil defense staff. Forensics teams are basically checking, the sort of damage and in fact the sort of thing, the projectile that was used. But it is unfortunate that civilian properties are being targeted. Either, it is a failure or it is intentionally being done. In both the cases, Pakistan is exposed because they have been saying that they don't want to escalate. But in this particular case, we have been seeing that how they have been launching attacks. And since last night, late in the evening, we have seen that starting from Jammu, they have been targeting many properties. We have seen the Ferozpur area as well, where civilian property was targeted. And here in Jammu as well, we have this civilian property that was on target, and in fact, that has received sort of damage. Zaka.
All right, Akash, we'll come back to you in just a bit, but we're getting this piece of breaking news. Reuters is reporting, and we want to be very, very responsible and restrained in our reporting. Pakistani Prime Minister, and we can, it's flashing on your screen at the bottom half as well. The Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has called a meeting of the National Command Authority. It is the authority that has overseen the nuclear powers or the nuclear command authority of the Pakistani military. He has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority today on Saturday. The Pakistani military has confirmed this to Reuters after Islamabad launched a major military operation against India in the night between 9th and 10th. The National Command Authority is the top body for civilian as well as military officials that take serious security decisions, including those related to the nuclear arsenal of Pakistan. This could be saber rattling. I don't think we should fall for this propaganda, but clearly the Pakistanis seem to be ratcheting up. Last night, they're escalating it, going a couple of notches up the escalation ladder. India forced to respond, to retaliate to that. Now, some nuclear saber rattling as well by the Pakistani Prime Minister. He's called for a meeting of the National Command Authority, which will have the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister, and of course the heads of the armed forces as well, the Chief of Army Staff, Navy and Air Force Staff. Let me go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. He's joining us live from outside South Block. As we expect that press conference by the Foreign Secretary as well as the individuals, the officers of the Army and the Navy. What's the reading in South Block, Aman? What is the big picture? Because this is a serious escalation that Pakistan has tried in the last 6-7 hours or so.
Well, Zaka, what I'm hearing right now is that top government sources are slamming the IMF bailout to Pakistan last evening. They are clearly saying what has happened since today morning underlines India's objections yesterday to IMF of the possibility of the misuse of the debt financing funds for state-sponsored cross-border strikes, terrorism by Pakistan. India is underlining this again, saying that the IMF bailout was completely mistimed and Pakistan actually was waiting for this money to start its big operation against India. India sources are saying that with billions in the bank, Pakistan is now putting missiles in the air against India. The world community needs to realize this, wake up to it, and what it has done by arming Pakistan again and again with these IMF funds. So I think at this press conference, which we will see at 10:30 a.m., India could raise this point that this IMF bailout is ending up arming Pakistan against India, and especially its terrorist activity and the escalatory ladder that Pakistan is on. See, Zaka, government sources are very, very clear that the original escalation is of April 22nd, the Pahalgam attack which Pakistan did. India did its offensive on May 7th, 96 hours ago, by doing Operation Sindoor, but only targeting terrorist infrastructure of Pakistan, not targeting any military infrastructure, not targeting the civilian population. The targeting of the military infrastructure, that cycle, Zaka, Indian government sources are saying has been started by Pakistan. On the morning of May 8th, we saw the first these 300 to 400 drones trying to attack our front air bases, and today morning, with missiles, Pakistan is trying to take out our multiple air bases, Pathankot, Udhampur. All these attacks have been foiled, but Pakistan intention is very clear to take up this escalatory ladder, and they stopped till the IMF payout. They didn't do it. It was more an intel exercise, this drone which were flown, but now this is the ultimate attack by Pakistan, and India is responding very, very strongly. India has decided that if you will target our military infrastructure, we will take out your military infrastructure as well. And India has targeted Rawalpindi's airbase. This is deep inside Pakistan, Zaka, and this is a big, big message to Pakistan that if Pakistan does not stop here, India will go to any lengths to teach Pakistan a firm lesson. We'll hear more about it at the 10:30 briefing. I think I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think Indian government is very, very upset over this IMF bailout, and is very clearly saying that Pakistan is to blame for this escalation ladder that we are on.
And just very quickly, there was some note or some justification of why India abstained at the IMF meeting yesterday. What's the rationale? What's the reasoning behind that?
Zaka, the government says that basically there is no option to say a no to a vote. You know, you can either abstain or say yes. That has been the convention at the IMF, and IMF has many member countries, but every member country is not like one member, one vote. You know, your economic strength actually has a larger proportion in the vote there. So there are many questions being asked, Zaka, here also that, you know, why did the US not come out strongly to block this bailout for the IMF for Pakistan? So a lot of questions are being asked in the Indian security establishment, because India yesterday put up a very, very strong objection to this IMF bailout. India was also preparing for it for the last 2 to 3 days, knowing very well that if Pakistan gets this money, you know, it could, the escalation in fact could climb, and India's fears are only coming true. The world community needs to sit up and realize that, you know, what it has done yesterday, and I think India is going to strongly protest about this at the press conference as well, I believe.
All right, Aman, thanks for that. We'll come back to you at the 10 o'clock press conference, 10:30 press conference. Now, Anand, you have the images of the intercept of the ballistic missile?
This is over the Sirsa skies and what looks to be a portion of the Fateh missile. So this is from Sirsa. It's landed on a field. It was intercepted on the skies of Sirsa. I'm going to check with our team if we can put out the map and also the visuals. We can split it on this wall so that our viewers can understand the map graphics and with these visuals, because it's landed on Sirsa. And why this Sirsa is important? Because this Fateh missile, this ballistic missile, many believe was intended towards the national capital. It was intended towards Delhi. We'll try and show you these visuals and then try and split it here on this wall itself with the map graphics and these pictures, because then you can understand where this is. So if you can just pull this out, put this out, and just the map, because where Sirsa is, we need to understand where Sirsa is. Sirsa and the trajectory of the missile, many believe, was headed towards the national capital. And this is the big portion. This is the big portion. This is the big portion of the back end of the Fateh missile. So you'll see the tail, and that's the tail portion of the Fateh missile. Now you see, these are authorities who are already there. The local police is already there, cordoning off, and now they're taking them away. It's being carted away. The portions have been now lifted, put on the back of a big vehicle, a pickup truck, and then they'll be carted away. This is the big shot. Now this is the picture. Now look at this. This is the Fateh missile back end. Now if you have seen pictures of Pakistan flaunting the Fateh missile, the rear end of this portion with the wings and this is exactly similar to the design of the Fateh missile, and that's the reason why the ballistic missile launched towards the national capital. That is the level of escalation that Pakistan has triggered. Soon after the IMF bailout. So within 15 minutes of the IMF bailout at 12:05 a.m., that's when this was first reported or registered, that the possibility of ballistic missiles being fired towards Bharat. And later in the night, the confirmation coming, this has landed, it's been intercepted. So our air defense systems, the Indian forces air defense systems, are capable of thwarting even ballistic missiles. This is the biggest proof of it, and perhaps egg on the face of the Pakistanis at multiple levels. But more importantly, how treacherous Pakistan can be. This missile has landed on a field in Haryana, in Sirsa, and this is where it is. Now have a look at this. This is Sirsa. This is where this missile has landed. Look at the trajectory. Where is the national capital? The trajectory of this missile was towards the national capital. That's what many people are expecting this. We are going to wait for confirmation during the media briefing that this missile, these are portions of the missile. There are again more pictures coming through, more small fragments that after this entire missile was disintegrated, it was demolished, it was intercepted, and fragments have landed all across in Sirsa in Haryana. And understand this, Sirsa, this is the range, this was the direction, this is the national capital region. So that's the reason why this big question is being asked. Was this ballistic missile, along with a few others that were fired by the Pakistanis, intended not just as military installations, but also perhaps certain portions of the national capital? And if that is something which is confirmed, if it is confirmed in the briefing today, that is serious escalation by the Pakistanis. And more importantly, this has come after the IMF bailout, where they tried to play with a begging bowl saying, help us out. $137 billion overextension of their debt to the world, and they continue to borrow and redirect this money towards acts of war. clear acts of war, clear acts of military escalation by Pakistan when Bharat's fight has been only against terror. It was a war on terror, not a war against Pakistan, but the Pak military, the Pak state is backing jihadis, terrorists, jihadi tanzeems, and this is what they are willing to launch ballistic missiles because Bharat has waged a war on terror. Zaka.
A massive escalation, no doubt about it. You had, these swarms of drones, unarmed drones, no explosives there. Then you had explosive-laden drones. Then you had these short-range missiles, and now you have the ballistic missile. This is a medium-range Fatah 2 missile, a range of about 400 kilometers, directed en route to Delhi, and it was intercepted in the skies over Haryana. And those pictures that Anand was showing, quite dramatic, that the manner in which it's been intercepted as well. Of course, India's air defense systems working round the clock into the T. Let me go across to Arun Danta and Arunima, both of whom are joining us. So what's the word in Delhi this Saturday morning, Arun Danta? Clearly the government is closely following all of these developments. It's been a very hot night. Escalation by Pakistan, India responding for good measure. What is the reading in government this Saturday morning?
That's right, Zaka. Yesterday that was the reason why you saw those long meetings taking place here. Prime Minister Modi chaired 3-4 important meetings. In fact, the last meeting concluded somewhere around 12 with the Foreign Secretary and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and we were told that in fact the RAW Chief and NSA Ajit Doval, IB Chief, they all were present in that meeting. Before that, of course, we saw that the review meeting conducted by Prime Minister Modi with Rajnath Singh, three Tri-Services Chief, NSA, in fact, RAW Chief and IB Chief were present in that. And also, before that, there was a meeting with the veterans and the former chiefs of different forces of the country. And in fact, they were, of course, expecting some sort of misadventure by Pakistan yesterday night, and that's the reason why we saw that India was in fact ready for any sort of action. That's the reason why we saw that how Indian forces have retaliated to Pakistan's drones or the ballistic missiles which they fired. And of course we know that Prime Minister Modi is very closely monitoring the situation. It's been 4-5 days since when we are given to understand that Prime Minister Modi has been awake during the night, has been constantly in touch with the NSA Ajit Doval. At this point, I'm outside the residence of Prime Minister Modi. It seems calm at this point, but perhaps the way action is taking place, you will see flurry of meetings.
I think there will be meetings in the next few hours. Thanks for that, Arun. We'll be in touch with you. Arunima is also joining us, but we got this breaking news. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, let's go to that breaking news. Marco Rubio has now spoken directly to the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir. This happened just a few hours ago. This is the first conversation that any international official has had directly with the Pakistani Army Chief. Remember, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia was in Islamabad just last night. He was part of that meeting that was hosted by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. But this direct call between Marco Rubio and the Chief of Army Staff, General Munir, is an important one. It's the first conversation that an international official has had with General Munir. We'll try and get Siddhant. Siddhant is on the phone line. So Rubio has spoken with the Pakistani NSA, who's also the DG ISI, General Malik. But now a direct conversation with General Munir, who, of course, the ball is really in his court. If he stops, then India will stop.
Yes, that's the message. That's exactly the message, Zaka. And in fact, last time around, Marco Rubio spoke to Shehbaz Sharif. But perhaps Marco Rubio also must have realized that Shehbaz Sharif is ineffective and he's just a puppet prime minister. And this is the reason that he is speaking to the real boss of Pakistan, perhaps the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, Asim Munir. And in fact, Reuters is reporting, Zaka, that this conversation has taken place. And as we were speaking before also, that US wants both sides to de-escalate. In fact, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also said that President wants both sides to de-escalate. Perhaps US is also giving efforts in the same direction. This is the second telephonic conversation that Marco Rubio had with the Pakistani side. In fact, last time he spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, that call was really ineffective. Nothing happened after that. So today he decided to speak directly to Asim Munir, the Army General. Perhaps it also reflects upon and perhaps it's once again established that who runs the show in Pakistan. And if US wants Pakistan to de-escalate, then US has to speak directly to the Army General. not somebody from the
Okay,
political.
we've got an update from the ADG PI of the Indian Army as well. We'll go to Arunima with this. Basically, the ADG PI putting out a tweet saying Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today, approximately around 5 a.m., multiple enemy drones were spotted flying over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. So now we're getting to hear of multiple such drone and missile attacks. Arunima, you're in North Block, South Block. Whereabouts are you, and what is the word in from government this morning?
Yes, so the Raisina Hills is abuzz with activities. South Block has had called for a press conference at about 5:30, but I think this is the air operation which led them to postponement, and now at 10:30 the Foreign Secretary is likely to brief. What ADGPI has put out is that at about 5 a.m. this morning there were multiple enemy armed drones that were spotted over the Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed, and Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians' life is unacceptable. 3 civilians have been killed in what has happened since last night, including one district level official there in Rajouri. And what the border security force has also put out is that while the Jammu air base was getting targeted around 9 p.m. 2100 hours last night, there was intense firing at the Jammu stretch of the international border as well. So back to back 2 days now we've seen. Day before yesterday we saw it in Samba, yesterday at Jammu, attempts to also carry out infiltration while these air raids are going on. Yesterday they had shot dead 7 from the Jaish-e-Mohammed module in Samba. Yesterday also BSF confirming that there was firing at the Jammu sector, and now ADGPI confirming that there were hostile drones over Amritsar as early as this morning 5 a.m. Around the same time, tentatively we were told there was a dogfight in Srinagar, and for that we're still waiting for the ADGPI and for the Air Command to tell us exactly what is the situation. But definitely things have escalated in the last 24 hours.
All right, I also want to go across to Akash Sharma, who's more on this. So the Army's first official statement this morning, the ADGPI saying there's some hostile drones, a swarm of drones over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar, and those have been neutralized. Akash, what more are you hearing?
Right. So first of all, two important things in this tweet by the ADGPI. First one, that they are somewhere acknowledging the attack launched towards Amritsar today in the morning that we had also reported Zaka. And second, that they are saying the message is loud and clear that it cannot be accepted. Armed forces are in fact reacting since morning, and we have been learning, as Arunima pointed out, the dogfight, of course, the air defense, thwarting the attempts and destroying the enemy drones, and also Indian Army destroying the enemy posts. So a number of things are happening, but civilians are somewhere affected. Zaka, I have been mentioning this since morning, that while they are targeting the military infrastructure, they are also possibly targeting and intentionally targeting, civilian properties, and this is the reason why we have the damages like such that I am showing you in the visuals in the backdrop. Zaka, Indian Army and in fact Indian Armed Forces are going to brief us officially in some time from now, where we'll get to know as to what was the sort of action that was taken last night in retaliation. Of course, we know that how their air defense systems at different Air Force stations in Pakistan were targeted and in fact destroyed. But as far as other information is concerned and other inputs are concerned, so we are waiting for that particular brief. I'll once again try to show you the visuals there. There you can see the damage. Zaka, it was it is not in fact confirmed as to what it was. I'm showing you those broken glasses of that particular window there. People are also talking about some sort of projectile and then the splinters. So possibly it can be a kamikaze drone that hit the building and then got destroyed. So we are waiting for the confirmation. Okay. But looking at the damage, it seems there you have the main target was that building. Rajesh ji, if you can show that building was the main target, Zaka, and then okay, I believe CM is there. Yes, CM is there, and I'll try to. All
right, we'll come back to you, Akash, in a moment as you try to go across and see if we can get a soundbite from Omar Abdullah. But the ADGPI's tweet showing these pictures as well. Those are the remnants of the Pakistani drone that was sighted above the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. Arunima is also there with us. I can see some wheels. I'm not sure what the wheels are. Clearly, it seems to have hit something on the ground. Those are the remnants, the wreckage that you can see from the drones that were sent over the Amritsar cantonment. Arunima, what more do we know?
See, there's also a video that has been tweeted out by the ADGPI handle. I think it is showing how the drone attack, the hostile drone attack, was taken down, and these pictures, gives you a sense of the marking that you see. YHAPFWH. The filling date is mentioned there. The filled lot is mentioned. The explosive lot, the weight, the total. So this looks like an ammunition that was being carried with the drone that the ADGPI has tweeted out. The ammunition and the remains of the drones, and also the time when the drone was intercepted. So there's visual proof, there's video evidence that is now being given out, and this is a trend that we have seen ever since Operation Sindoor has begun. And top government sources, government functionaries actually confirmed this to me, that after Balakot and after the surgical strike post Uri, there was a lot of question mark. Pakistan tried to negate the surgical strike by saying that nothing has happened really here. But this time India has gone prepared with technological advancement. Also, it is better prepared. It's putting out evidence to show Pakistan's complicity. All these labeling on the ammunition, the filling date, the batch number, the lot number is going to be shown to the international community to prove that Pakistan's escalation, and Pakistan is trying to target civilians, target our military base, escalate the entire situation, and Pakistan is definitely suffering a bloody nose by the way their misadventure is being countered by our air defense system.
All right, Arnab, we'll come back to you. That's the Indian Army statement. On the left, you're seeing images from Rahari in Jammu, where the Chief Minister, I believe, has gone to the residence of the affected victim there. I believe Akash is there for us. Akash, tell us, did Omar Abdullah say anything as he came into this in this house that's been hit yesterday by a Pakistani projectile? Did he say anything to the media, or are we waiting for him to come back and then speak to the media?
Not yet, Zaka. He has gone, upstairs to check the sort of damage that this property has received. Possibly he'll be, coming back and will be speaking to media. But this is important, given the fact that civilian properties are being targeted, and we have, received this sort of damage where not just this property but the adjacent properties are also damaged. In fact, the vehicles that are standing on this particular road, Rajesh will show you the visual. In fact, have got damaged. We have these security officials who have been trying, who have been in fact trying to get the people away from this particular place. But then Omar Abdullah is very much here. In fact, he is expected to speak to media in some time from now. People are standing here. Locals are standing here. They have been in fact saying since morning that they need some sort of action. Pakistan should be there should be some sort of retaliation, and there should be some sort of answer to Pakistan. I was speaking to one lady. She was crying. She's saying that this is her house and she could have lost her life in this particular attack. But at this point in time, I'm showing you the visuals where CM has gone upstairs to check the sort of damage that this property has received, Zaka. And there you have civil defense volunteers, the Jammu Kashmir police, and also the CRP. In some time from now, it is expected that Omar Abdullah will be speaking to media. But yes, at least 10 people, we have been told have sustained injuries in this particular attack in this vicinity, Zaka.
All right, Akash, thanks for that. Anand is also here as we try and bring you some pictures. There's been a whole bunch of pictures of remnants of drones, projectiles, missiles that have been spotted in different parts from Jammu to Jaisalmer. This is the picture of the home in Rahari. But Anand, this is what the ADGPI has just tweeted. This seems to be the wreckage of a drone over Amritsar cantonment.
See, not just the drone. Look at the size of the drone. These are not the small drones anymore. These are far bigger now, and they have these markings. So the ADGPI has also figured out the markings, and of course they had munition. They had a certain level of payload which was supposed to be for impact. So clearly the Pakistanis over the last 2 or 3 days have been sending drones without any munition as probing, and this is exactly what there was a preparedness, there was an understanding what the Pakistanis are trying to do, but they underestimated Bharat's capabilities. They thought that over 2 days the entire air defense system would have been used up and there would be a free passage for their missiles and for their drones with a huge amount of payload and munitions. So that is something that's been marked out, but they've been neutralized. They've been neutralized by our air defense systems, and perhaps the Pakistanis don't understand. They have a stomach for escalation only for 3 days. They cannot fight an intense war for more than 3 or 4 days. That's the reality. Bharat is ready for 6 months. Bharat is ready for 6 months, and if required more. That's the difference. So they don't know who they are taking panga with, and the fact is that this is egg on the face again for 4 nights in a row for General Asim Munir. 4 nights in a row, he's just met with more failures, and on the other hand, look at the losses. The Noor Khan airbase in Pindi has not just been destroyed, but there is a huge reversal for the Pakistanis there. Their machines can't take off because they have been rendered ineffective across 3 air bases. That's what's happened. But here, this time around, the locals need to be aware. Our hearts go and our prayers with those who are having material loss of, because of their houses and their fields being damaged, and also because of people who are getting injured or loss of lives of civilians. But please don't go close to any of these munitions. That's the important part. Stay away, stay clear, because some of these may be live munitions.
So
Yes, Zaka.
we're getting live pictures of Omar Abdullah just coming out from that house in Reasi. I believe he's speaking to the media. If we can go to those pictures. Omar Abdullah has gone to an affected home in Reasi in Jammu. Can we show those pictures, please? Yeah, there you go. That's the affected home. He's just come out. He's, I think, met with the individuals there. In Rajouri also, one district collector officer district collector rank officer has lost his life. In all, 5 people have lost, 5 civilians have lost their life in Jammu. Akash is there. Akash, Omar still inside the house. Is he making his way out? Has he said anything to the media yet?
Saka, I cannot hear you. Omar Abdullah is still, assessing the situation. In fact, is taking a stock of the situation. In fact, he has gone inside the second house where the lady, who owns this house has gone, in fact, inside and is somewhere briefing the Chief Minister as to what actually happened, at what time, and what was the intensity. And then he is coming out. Possibly, we'll try to speak to him as well as to now when civilians are targeted and their properties are targeted. What is
वेट यार वेट कहाँ आ रहे हो
All right. So, has in fact gone to some third property now, and in some now he is expected to speak to media. But then at this point in time, this is very important. There is a series, in fact, of houses, in fact, which have in fact received, this sort of damage, where we have been told that there was possibly a drone that hit the building and then got exploded, and because of those splinters, we have the nearby properties, also got damaged. And in fact, the vehicles that are standing here, you can see the debris there on this particular car, and a lot of people are standing here at this point in time, and they are very furious because of the fact that they have been saying that we are seeing these actions on a daily basis now, and now some sort of strong retaliation should be there from the Indian Armed Forces.
They'll come back to you, Akash, as and when the Chief Minister comes out. He's visiting multiple houses which have been affected in Reasi. Yes, Anand, you were showing us the ADGPI the tweet and the video.
Let's go back to the pictures. The fact is that we'll go back to now. This has payload. Now, the only thing for our viewers and whoever are there in these local areas have to be that if there are fragments, portions that fall of debris or destroyed missiles, etc., or drones, just stay clear of them. Don't go and touch any of these parts, because a lot of them seem to have live munitions. The ADGPI has actually circled out, and this is live payload. So, with the aim, with the intent to destroy, destruct and hurt, and it's ballistic missiles, there are other projectiles, there's loitering munition, and also drones with a certain level of capability. If you see the wheels on these drones, it surely shows that it was carrying a significant level of payload with the intent of trying to drop and then perhaps head back. Though you can see these. So we have to see the nature, and a lot of these are either Turkey made or China made, these drones. Now these are the houses. Omar Abdullah is there at this residence. Is he coming out? I don't think he's speaking to the media. He's stepping out. These are live visuals coming through. The media is trying to speak with him, but he's not speaking. He's just going to meet the families, and perhaps he'll move away from this location and then speak to the media later on. He's actually tweeted, and he said that he's alarmed at the fact that the international community has allowed this entire bailout. And I think there is going to be, Zaka, Pallavi is getting us more information that Bharat is going to push for a serious reconsideration of this bailout that's been given to the Pakistanis. This is treachery, and this is deliberate escalation. You said Marco Rubio has dialed General Munir, but the dialing has to go to the IMF. How did they approve this bailout without understanding Pak's intent? Look at what they've done. They're attacking civilian installations, a temple near Jammu. That lady is actually turned around and said, "Bahut ho gaya, Modi ji, ab maro inko." बहुत हो गया. We've shown enough and more of restraint because they don't seem to learn. Omar Abdullah himself is very, very peeved. If you look at it, he's also showing great amount of restraint in his emotions when he's tweeting as a chief minister. He's putting out and saying, look what the Pakistanis are doing and look what the international community has allowed. That I think there is a serious dissent and dissonance with the IMF for what they have done in a situation like this. You can't go and give a nation which is actually standing for according state funerals to jihadis and proscribed terrorists. You can't give them a $1.3 billion bailout. And that's what the IMF has gone ahead and done.
All right, we're getting that piece of breaking news now. Top official government sources telling Pallavi Ghosh that India will go back to the International Monetary Fund and ask them to reconsider the bailout that's been given to Pakistan. It's over $1 billion. It's part of the $7 billion tranche, the agreement between the IMF and Pakistan over a 4-year period. India shall use international pressure, diplomatic pressure, to wake the conscience of the IMF. Operation Sindoor is no way for closure. India has not and will not target civilians. The opposite is what Pakistan is doing. Pallavi Ghosh, tell us more. I mean, ultimately, look, if the Americans who have 17% weightage on the IMF board, if they say no, this bailout can be cancelled. But why haven't the Americans said that? And what is India's strategy from here on out?
That's exactly the question which India is asking. Why is it that America said no? Because Donald Trump's earlier statement where he said that we've given $3.3 billion to Pakistan, but we've got nothing out of them, they've done nothing for us. That is something which India is going to use effectively against Americans as well and make the point to them that you may be one of the largest contributors to the IMF. I know this logic is going around, your money, we use it the way we want to. That's at least how the stakeholders of the IMF were talking about. But the point is that isn't an international organization also to be held accountable? And they also to ensure that the money that they're using and giving out is actually used for a good cause, or at least for the cause what it is meant to. You know, Zaka, if you look at the note which was released by the government of India yesterday in its response to IMF, and the statement which India made at the IMF meeting yesterday was that we leave it to your morality to decide how that money should be given and whether you should give a bailout to Pakistan because they have been an official offender. I think it's this conscience awakening call which is now being taken by the government, and therefore
all right, Pallavi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but apparently there's some air activity where Akash is. He's in Reasi in Jammu. Akash, yes.
Zaka, I'm showing you the visuals, possibly some air activity. There I'm showing you the clouds there. We have this, okay, we have been asked to go inside because there are in fact some attempts, there were some attempts, in fact these attempts have been thwarted. I'm showing you the visuals of the air activities. I'm also hearing some sort of roar, possibly of the jets, but there I'm showing you the visuals of the clouds where we have that white smoke, and in fact we have been told that there is some fresh attempt possibly when CM was here, Zaka.
All right, that seems to be some activity there, some air activity. The reporters have been asked to move inside. These are the remnants of the damaged buildings in Reasi. So these are deferred pictures as well. We'll come back to you, Akash, as and when we can establish some confirmation of what kind of air activity there is. You could hear sirens in the background as well. There you can see an official asking Akash to move in. I believe the 3 defense chiefs have also reached South Block. There is a high-level meeting going on, and this will continue. This will continue through the day. If you're joining us at 9 o'clock this morning, these are the big headlines. It's been a hot night between India and Pakistan at the line of control at the international border. Let's bring you up to speed with what you should know in this escalating situation between India and Pakistan. Headline number 1, Pakistan's Fatah missile that was aimed at Delhi has been intercepted and downed over Haryana. You can see the images there, massive remnants that have been left behind, the wreckage that's been left behind. This is a ballistic missile, 400-kilometer range, was in the direction of Delhi, but it's been intercepted over the skies of Haryana, and you can see it's fallen, the wreckage has fallen in the open fields there in Haryana. The villagers taking those pictures earlier this morning. Headline number 2, it's not just in Haryana, in Srinagar, in the Lasjan area, in the outskirts of Srinagar, parts of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet, which was brought down in a dogfight. That wreckage landed up in the backyard of a residential complex. The individual whose house it was where this wreckage was found, he is of course now speaking with the authorities. He has taken these pictures in what is believed to be the wreckage of a downed Pakistani fighter jet. Headline number 3, India has managed to intercept Pakistani drones. These are 2 sets of images, CCTV images, This is the second set showing the wreckage after the interception happened. This is in the Jammu Narowal sector, the interception happening there. That's the first set of images. The interception happening in the night sky, and then the second set, which shows the destroyed Pakistani drones and the launch pad that was used by Pakistan to launch those drones. So you can see fire and smoke up in the fields in Jammu. Headline number 4. A part of a drone has also been found in Amritsar. You had the ADGPI. This part is what was found in rural Amritsar. You can see the fields there, the fields being readied for the next season. You can see the part of the wreckage. That's clear that these are drones in rural Amritsar. The ADGPI also tweeted the drone that was visible in the Amritsar Cant, in the Khasa Cant in Amritsar. That too has been brought down by India's air defense system. Headline number 5, a Pakistan projectile has been found in Lasjan in Srinagar. Ishan was there. This is the same area where you saw the wreckage of what is believed to be a Pakistan Air Force jet being brought down after a dogfight. What that is will be established by the authorities. Our Ishan Wani was there reporting from the backyard of that residential complex where which is the point of impact. Headline number 6, a bomb-like object was found in a place called Jamla village in Pokhran in rural Rajasthan, in the deserts of Pokhran, Rajasthan. The Indian Army managed to neutralize this drone and missile attack in the sky, and what you're seeing is wreckage of that missile. Headline number 7, Pakistan targeting civilian areas. That's where our Akash Sharma was reporting from in Reasi. Multiple homes have been targeted. There's a temple called the Shambhu Temple in Jammu that has also been targeted. Overall in Jammu, 5 people, I'm afraid, have died, both in artillery shelling as well as in Pakistani projectiles that have been hitting parts of Jammu overnight in the last 6 or 7 hours. So Jammu seems to be badly affected because of the overnight escalation of projectile, drone and missile attacks from Pakistan into India and India's response. Headline number 8, there are damaged parts of a drone that's been found in the Narsu area in Udhampur. Udhampur, of course, the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. We don't know what nature this drone is. You can see the Army officials there taking away the remnants of this. This is from Narsu area in Udhampur. Security forces are on the spot. I can report to you there is no damage to the Udhampur air station or any part of the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. Headline number 9, amid the escalating attacks by Pakistan, the Indian Army has released a statement. The ADGPI has put out a statement saying that multiple armed drones were spotted flying over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by India's air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate the sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. And headline number 10, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has reached Reasi, which is the part where the civilian part that's been affected. 3 or 4 homes have been damaged there. There have been 5 casualties in all of Jammu. Omar Abdullah meeting with the victims, meeting with their families there, spending some time with the individuals who were affected, and of course he's now left from there. As we sort of bring you up to speed with what is happening here in the national capital, all 3 service chiefs are at the Ministry of Defence. They're in North Block right now, even as we speak. We're given to understand that further details of what the discussions will be known as well. Remember, at 10:30 there is going to be the briefing by the Foreign Secretary. If we can have a reporter to try and get a sense of the meeting that they're having right now, and they're likely to meet with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh as well in the next few minutes. Arunima is joining us live. Arunima, yes.
Yes, the 3 service chiefs have arrived in South Block. There is a string of briefings and meetings that is going on in South Block at the moment. The situation is now under control. The assessment part is now on. We have seen ADGPI put out details of the munition that has been used in Amritsar, drones which were carrying the munition as their payloads, the way they were taken down, and the details, the markings on the payload, all of that have been put out in the public domain. Assessment of the situation all the way from Udhampur to Jammu and also in Jaisalmer, that's on. There's a high likelihood that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh could also meet the 3 service chiefs shortly. By afternoon, after the press conference by the Foreign Secretary has ended, there's also a possibility of the Prime Minister being briefed by the National Security Advisor and the Raksha Mantri as well. One thing that one must highlight is that the deliberate misinformation that is going on from Pakistani social media handles, most of them have been blocked by India, but international media is picking up some of those and India is countering them. One of which said that, an Indian Air Force jet has been down. Then another misinformation was that the S-400 missile system has been damaged. All of these being denied officially by Government of India.
No, Arnima, I was just coming to that the PIB needs to fact check things a little faster and perhaps in a little more active manner. They have been doing a fantastic job, but Pakistan's disinformation campaign continues. They are trying to claim that some brigade headquarters has been destroyed and that some bases, they have even named the airfields have been destroyed, etc. They have also said that some storage of missile-based storage system has also been destroyed, along with downing of jets, and like you said, some of our air defense systems being destroyed. All of these are not factual, they are all false, but there is a tendency that वो कहते हैं ना अरुणिमा, if I can say that, कि जब तक सच खड़ा होकर अपनी बात कहता है, झूठ पूरा शहर घूम के आ जाता है. So that is something which is happening, and this is a massive disinformation campaign that the Pakistanis have tried to launch. And that is something that needs to be countered far more effectively. The PIB is doing a fantastic job, but they need to be a little more quick on the counter.
Yes, and the problem is that even though we are checking and putting out information that has been verified, there are international media houses, since these are Pakistani official handles which are putting out baseless information. There are a lot of international news outlets that are picking up, quoting Pakistani sources. Let me give you a string of disinformation that has happened since early this morning. First, Pakistani media claimed that the Udhampur air base has been damaged. It has been categorically denied by the Indian Air Force and by South Bloc that none of our air bases have suffered any damage, be it Pathankot, be it Jammu or Udhampur. Next, they said that in Chandigarh, a missile depot has been damaged. Again, something negated by South Bloc. We just spoke about the S-400 missile system. Pakistan has claimed, and international news outlets have picked this up, that our S-400 missile defense system, our air defense system has been damaged as well. Completely baseless, denied. They have put out old photographs and said that Indian fighter jets have crashed in their operation that began last night post midnight. Again, India has fact checked, saying this is an old video which is being recirculated. So yes, both the South Bloc and the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting negating the lies of Pakistan.
Right. Thanks for that, Arunima, and I think we'll continue to put that out, and kudos to the PIB. They're working very, very hard. These are times of where war is at multiple levels. Bharat is waging a war on terror, but the Pakistan military and the Pakistan state seems to have unleashed a war against Bharat itself at various levels, and they are very devious. The enemy is very devious. They will use a lot of disinformation, and their aim is to also create and divide Bharatiya people based on communal lines or other lines, and we have to mount a collective effort, a whole of Bharat approach has to be mounted. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant Mishra joining us at this point. Siddhant, Marco Rubio has picked up the phone and spoken to General Munir. What does this indicate? In the meantime, Bharat is also launching a massive non-kinetic counter because it's a diplomatic offense on the IMF bailout. So take us through what's happening on the non-kinetic front. Yes.
Well, as far as non-kinetic front is concerned, Anand, then this morning we received a statement from foreign ministers of G7 countries. In fact, they have condemned Pahalgam terror attack, and in fact, they urge both sides to de-escalate. Perhaps coming to your question, Marco Rubio is speaking directly to Asim Munir, signifies that US knows who is calling the shots in Pakistan, point number one. Point number two, last time around, Marco Rubio rejected his counterpart, Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and spoke directly to Shehbaz Sharif. But then US also realized that nothing is going to happen because Shehbaz Sharif is a puppet prime minister. So today they decided to speak directly to Asim Munir. So this message should go out loud and clear to the world that who is running this country. Point number one. Point number two, that there was a surprise visit from Saudi Arabia, Anand. In fact, we were the first one to report that, and the Saudi Deputy Prime Minister met EM S. Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he called on Prime Minister Modi. Though there were no photographs photographs released by the Indian side regarding that particular meeting. Yesterday he was in Islamabad. The pictures were released by Shehbaz Sharif's office of him and Asim Munir meeting Saudi envoy, and today Saudi Arabia has confirmed in a statement that they are giving efforts to mediate, mediate so that de-escalation can take place between India and Pakistan. We have also been told, Anand, though I don't have an independent confirmation on this, that it could be that US and Saudi Arabia both are giving joint efforts to de-escalate situation, perhaps putting pressure on Pakistan, Asim Munir and generals of Pakistan to de-escalate and step back. Perhaps this is what I could sense at this point in time, because this morning call to Asim Munir perhaps shows that Marco Rubio must have blasted at Asim Munir for his misadventures and something which has happened in the region which never happened since 1971. What the region witnessed last night. It's all because of Asim Munir. US is very angry, very upset with Army General Asim Munir.
Right. Looks like the international community needs to be made apprised of, and that picture that was shown with Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the prayers with the Pak military personnel standing right behind, and Pakistan giving state funeral to jihadis and terrorists, and a US proscribed terrorist leading those prayers, perhaps was not seen by the quote-unquote international community that has handed out this $1.3 billion bailout to Pakistan. So and now there are reports coming through that there is a checkered past of the DG ISPR Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry itself, and somewhere his connections to yet another group of jihadis and terrorists, and connections to Osama bin Laden. All this perhaps lost on the international community. Let's hope that the PIB machinery facts check and also puts it out, and the diplomatic machinery puts out these facts to the world to see those who they think are benign have gone ballistic over Bharat with ballistic missiles. So that's what happened. Let's look at this. Pak jets down. Pak jets have been downed. 2 of them in Jammu and Kashmir region, one around in Srinagar, one in North Kashmir. So this is confirmed wreckage that's seen there. We'll get you more details, and let's hope that in that briefing all these details are put out. There is munitions with payload, drones that have been downed, and also in Pokhran there is a missile, a ballistic missile that's been seen. Another ballistic missile that's been noted is here in Sirsa. There are also a drone launch pad on the other side, Jammu international border. Pak military post with tube drones has been tube drone launch pad that's been negated, and that post was also a launch pad for terrorists. So that's been totally demolished. This is Lasjan Srinagar, again confirmation of projectiles falling and also possible debris of an aircraft that's been downed by the Indian Air Defence System, by our forces. Parts of a drone that's been found. This is a far bigger drone, and this perhaps was also carrying payload. The ADGPI has also confirmed where they've put pictures, a drone-like object found at multiple places, suspected drone hits. There are civilian areas that have been hit by drones. Homes have been destroyed or demolished or have suffered damage. Civilians have died. One lady has died. There is an employee or an administrative officer in the Jammu and Kashmir ministry who's been hurt or who's lost his life. Our salutes to them. There are people, civilians, who are getting injured. There are some damages that have happened to certain military installations. That's what's being claimed, but nothing that is stopping any of the operations. And all claims made by the Pakistani military and Pakistan is nothing but disinformation. All our systems are intact. All our defense mechanisms are intact, and we have given them a bloody nose. That's what we've done. Now, this is another news. A missile-like projectile or object has been found in the village of Samastipur under Adanpur in Jalandhar. Now, the discovery of this missile has caused a certain amount of worry in the locals, but the cops have already reached the spot. Now, you can see the markings. These are Pak markings. These are Pak markings, and this is again at least an 8-10 feet projectile that's been found. Was it carrying what kind of payload it was carrying? We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes there could also be drop tanks of certain aircraft that could be seen. So we have to wait for verification from the ADGPI and from our official sources to see what this is. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, this debris has yet again been found. This time this debris that has been found has actually been found in Jalandhar. But the agencies are at spot. They are trying to figure out as to what could this debris be. But in all likelihood, this is looking like a debris that was actually destroyed by the anti-defense systems of our country, and hence these whatever this missile is or whatever this object is, this object was not able to fulfill its mission to carry out any sort of destruction or carry out any sort of an attack on our territory. This was in fact destroyed by our air defense systems, and now this has fallen. But yes, the initial investigations are underway at this point in time. The debris has now been picked up by the agencies, and now the further testings have started.
Anshul, very quickly, Udhampur also happens to be a big Air Force base. Are authorities there, local police there, saying whether that was the target of the attack and it's been intercepted en route?
Well, yes. This is what is being said by the authorities over here, that the Air Force base was being targeted, much like what is happening in places like Udhampur and Pathankot as well, where they are trying to target our Air Force bases. But our air defense systems are very, very active and doing a great job at this point in time, thwarting each and every attempt that is made by the enemy state of Pakistan.
Okay, thanks Anshul for that. So you can add Udhampur also to that list. So both Pathankot and Udhampur, two big Air Force stations that India has in the Northern Command. Both of them have been targeted. Of course, all of these have been reprised as well. So there's been no damage at all. And that's what top IAF sources have told CNN News 18, that there's been no damage at all to any of our aircraft or to our S-400 air defense systems. Siddhant is also there with us. Akash, if we can go across to Akash, he's in Reasi in Jammu. We'll try and go across to him in just a moment. So the big picture, if you're joining us at close to 9:30 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, the 10th of May, it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan. There are multiple missile, drone, even a ballistic missile attack that Pakistan launched on India. India has responded to each one of those. Our air defense systems have busted each of these attacks. And in response, India has taken down 2 or 3 important Pakistani Air Force air stations, including the biggest one in Noor Khan, which used to be called the Chaklala Air Base, one of the biggest that Pakistan has. That's been the attempt, of course, was to try and render the runway useless. Then there is the Murid Air Base just a little further down. And then you have the Sialkot Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base in Sialkot in southern Punjab. But remember, there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, fake news that's doing the rounds as well. So the PIB, the Press Information Bureau, and their website and their social media handles have put out this. There is a claim by some Pakistani social media handles suggesting that the S-400 air defense systems, which India managed to procure from Russia, there is some disinformation doing the rounds that there's been damage to the S-400 systems. That news is absolutely fake. It's been now put out in the PIB fact check, their website, as well as their social media handles. And maybe we can have one of our anchors from our newsroom on our plasma screen showing that from time to time. So don't believe any of these fake stories, this disinformation, this misinformation. We'll try and get Griha or someone to go up there and show that to us in a second. But I also want to go across to Akash and try and get a sense, Akash. Now, you know, the picture, the meta picture seems to be emerging. I'll come to Rehari in one second, but the meta picture, which is what our viewers want to know. Clearly, there have been attempts at some of our forward air bases and Air Force stations from Udhampur, Srinagar, Pathankot, certainly, even the one in Jalandhar. We will get further information. The pictures that we're showing, it seems like the Udhampur Air Force Station was the target. Of course, it was intercepted, and in response, India has taken down some of these leading frontline Air Force bases of Pakistan. What is the meta picture you're hearing from the Indian Air Force?
Right. So you rightly pointed out some of the Air Force stations, in Awantipora, in fact, Jalandhar and Pathankot as well, were on target. And in fact, Jammu was very much on target. And, these attempts were thwarted. We know that how not only drones, but missiles were fired. And we have been told that India strongly retaliated. And this is the reason why, we had a dogfight where we have a confirmation that dogfight indeed happened in Srinagar. And then the air defense also worked in a similar way. But Zaka, I want to highlight here, the Indian Air Force has officially denied that there is no impact or there is no hit, on S-400 hybrid, air defense system. And in fact, there are several sort of locations that have been propagated by the Pakistani handles, and all of this information is in fact rebutted by the Indian Armed Forces, because this is very important at this point in time. Though we don't have access to these Pakistani handles, but yes, international media is somewhere picking the information, and the official version from Indian Armed Forces should be carried as well. And that's the reason why Indian Air Force has now come out in public and said that there is no damage or hit to any S-400 battery or the sort of system. Also, as far as these attacks are concerned, so Zaka, their primary target is, of course, the air assets, fighters, and the air defense systems as well. I was discussing it a bit earlier that how they have been targeting. They have, in fact, they want to try, S-400 and Akash missile system. One, they don't know the locations. Second, they want, and this is possibly the reason why they want to target all the, Air Force stations specifically that are very close to the borders. Pathankot.
Akash, they are masters at disinformation. They are masters at disinformation. The Pakistanis will try anything and everything. To all our viewers, to all those who are getting active on social media, let's do our job responsibly and let's stand up for our country. Let's not push any claim that's being made by any pro-Pakistani or Pakistani handle, because it's disinformation. Look at what our defense systems are capable of. Trust this. This is what, for 4 nights, not a single missile projectile has been able to find its mark. They have all been neutralized. This is a live picture of how our air defense systems, the Indian Armed Forces air defense systems, are neutralizing projectiles, missiles, loitering munitions sent by the Pakistanis. And this is all happening in the air. Listen to this. You can see the projectile trying to travel over the Indian airspace, and there you will see the flares first coming in, which are the distraction, and then the mechanism, how it works, and the entire projectile then being damaged, split into multiple parts, into shreds. It's being torn into shreds on our skies. So these are the fireworks courtesy the Indian Armed Forces. So these are the fireworks courtesy the Indian Armed Forces, and what's being blown to bits is the Pakistani devious intent. So have a look at this. Let's play the nats again. Let's look at the whole sequence. Have a look at the whole sequence.
Of Amritsar drone intercepts that are happening live. This is from early morning, so a couple of hours ago. So we should mention deferred pictures there as well. Tejinder, I believe that there is some anti-terror operation also that's happened in light of what's been happening, the hot situation both along the LC as well as the IB. What information do you have on that as we continue to show these pictures? These are the skies over Amritsar, where there is a live intercept happening of a swarm of drones sent in by Pakistan. This is from a few hours ago on the skies over Amritsar. But Tejinder, yes, go ahead.
Yes, Zaka, there is a massive anti-terror operation that has been launched by our security forces near the international border in Suchetgarh area of Ferozpur sector, where the locals informed the police that 4 suspected people carrying weapons, wearing salwar kameez, have been seen roaming around some vital military installations in the area. So now a massive operation has been launched by the army, by the BSF, and by the Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir police to ascertain who these individuals are and whether they are a threat to us, and if they are, they have to be neutralized. If you remember, Zaka, just yesterday the BSF had said that a major infiltration bid was foiled by them in the Samba sector, wherein 7 intruders belonging to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit who tried to infiltrate into the Indian territory were shot down. So at a point when our security forces, especially the army, the air force, is engaged with the hostilities from the Pakistan side and giving a befitting response to Pakistan, the sources are telling us that Pakistan has activated its terror network in Jammu and Kashmir and have asked them to carry out certain attacks across Jammu and Kashmir. But the security apparatus in the entire region is on heightened alert, and all such nefarious attempts by the enemy, whether in the hinterland, on the line of control, or from across the line of control, would be foiled. Yes,
all right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. These are still pictures that we are playing from Amritsar from a short while ago, a few hours ago. This is the early morning pictures. There's been a lot of focus on Amritsar for the last 2 or 3 nights, and the concern there, the worry there is that the Pakistanis might attempt something fishy, something nefarious around the Golden Temple, which is of course the holiest site for Sikhs around the world. So far, all their attempts have been thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. But I also want to go across to Griha, who's joining us from the PIB fact check wall here in our newsrooms. So the PIB handles have been putting out these fact checks of Chinese propaganda, Pakistani propaganda. The latest seems to be that the S-400 systems have been damaged. That lie has been busted. Griha.
Absolutely, that's the big thing that came out of Pakistan. It has been completely dissed by India. But let me also put across a few of the other fact checks that India has been constantly doing, Zaka. This is the Press Information Bureau. It has in fact put out several of these instances, like this one, where there was a claim that was made by a Pakistani handle that an old Indian Air Force crash really had happened. This was a claim that has been dissed by the PIB, where they have gone on to claim that several pro-Pakistan social media accounts are falsely claiming that 3 fighter jets, we're not just talking about one Indian Air Force jet, 3 fighter jets have crashed in different areas in the Himalayan region, but that's been completely dissed and a claim that this is fake, where the PIB says that this is an old IF crash photo circulated. It has got no link to the India-Pakistan situation. If we also take a look further, Zaka, there was a claim that was being put out through various social media posts asserting that a cyber attack by Pakistan has caused 70% of India's electricity grid to become dysfunctional. Claims that were floated by Pakistani handles. This claim is absolutely fake, is what, and these were the tweets, by the way, that the PIB has put out and branded as fake, and this fact check again by the Press Information Bureau. The third one, particularly, and this was the most bizarre one, of course, after the S-400, was social media claims where they said that India was trying to attack the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara. There was a drone attack at that Gurdwara. That also has been completely dissed, and they have claimed that this is a Khalistan propaganda, something that is absolutely fake. So these are the claims, and PIB is completely on their toes. They have been putting out these facts so that nobody falls for these misinformation, the disinformation campaign rather, coming in from that side of the border.
All right, Griha, we'll leave it at that. We'll check in with you from time to time about this massive disinformation campaign that's been undertaken by Pakistani social media handles that, of course, has been busted by the Press Information Bureau social handles as well as their website. I want to go across to Arunima, who's joining us from South Block. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. There's a meeting, I believe, Arunima, of the 3 defense chiefs. In the next few minutes, I believe they will be meeting with Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, as well. So tell us, what is the assessment this Saturday morning in South Block as to what was the attempt, the escalation attempt by Pakistan yesterday, how India has retaliated and responded to that, and the damage that's been left behind in Pakistan to the air bases and to certain other locations in Pakistan. Tell us, what are you hearing first thing here Saturday morning?
See, I think it's a cliche now, Zaka, but the dialogue from the Bollywood film Uri is summing up the mood at South Block best. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. You saw the photograph yesterday also when the 3 service chiefs met Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. They were in combat uniform but smiling, body language very relaxed. So that's the mood now also, that yes, we have managed to thwart Pakistan's evil designs for 3 nights in a row. We have managed to bring down, that's what we are hearing, even though officially there's no, perhaps in this press conference, Foreign Secretary will confirm, but we are hearing that there was a dogfight over Srinagar, and there is a local manhunt that has been launched to look for the Pakistani Air Force pilots who possibly ejected when their aircrafts were brought down. Amritsar, ADGPI has put out how Pakistani drones were brought down. They were carrying a payload of munition. The marking on the munition has also been put out, clearly showing what Pakistan's designs were. Overall, the situation across the international border, BSF kept a very close vigil. in Jammu, across the LOC, yes, we have lost 3 lives, including one district level official who was part of the relief and rescue. A shell landed at his own residence and he succumbed to his injuries later. 2 others, civilians, have also lost their lives. So yes, we are paying a price in terms of civilian lives, because Pakistan is focusing on targeting civilian areas, and that the establishment is also noting if there's a pattern, the way temple areas are being targeted, the way the Jammu temple was targeted, similar pattern was seen in Uri also. I think Ishan sent us a ground report. Hindu dominated areas, temple areas. Is there a design? Because the entire Pahalgam attack, which was the initial escalation, was communal. They had asked for the religion and then killed. So is that communal agenda going ahead for Pakistan vis-a-vis targeting Gurudwara, targeting Hindu temples? That's also something that India is wanting to bust to the international community.
What's the international response? Is there any attempt to try and mediate or to try and get calmer heads to prevail? Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, he's been making multiple phone calls. He's spoken with the Pakistani Prime Minister twice in the last 2 to 3 weeks since the Pahalgam attack. And then, of course, early this morning, he's spoken also directly with the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, General Asim Munir. What is the sense you're picking up from the international community? The Americans trying to have these phone calls, working the phones, the Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister in Delhi first, then in Islamabad. Siddhant, what more are you picking up?
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. What I'm picking is that Saudi and Americans both are perhaps giving efforts to de-escalate tension between India and Pakistan. In fact, this phone call, which was made by Marco Rubio to Asim Munir, perhaps signifies a lot of things, Zaka. In fact, it's kind of a message where which America wants to send out, that since nothing happened after Marco Rubio spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, so now America is directly speaking to the army chief. Perhaps we have also been told, Zaka, that Marco Rubio told Asim Munir categorically, very clearly, that Pakistan needs to de-escalate or be ready for future consequences. Point number 1. Point number 2, Zaka, as you rightly said, a Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister was here in India day before yesterday and was in Pakistan yesterday. In fact, Saudi Arabia is also using its office and also leverage with both India and Pakistan to de-escalate tension. So, we at this point in time, we should look both Saudis and Americans, proactively using their leverage with India and Pakistan to diffuse the crisis at this point in time. But Zaka, this has been escalated by Asim Munir. He is the real perpetrator of Pahalgam attack. And the first escalation came from Pakistan on 22nd of April, when 26 innocent people were killed in Pahalgam, and after which India responded. And in fact, India's position is still very clear that if Pakistan will do misadventure, we will punish them. So what happened last night, where India took down 3 Air Force bases in Pakistan. Perhaps we have also been told that their planes are down. All their attempts to infiltrate Indian territory have been thought is a punishment to Pakistan, and India wants this message to be projected in this manner, that since Pakistan did misadventure, so we punished Pakistan.
The Noor Khan Air Base, of course, is the biggest. It used to be called the Chaklala Air Base. It has both the fighter jets, the F-16s, the military transport aircraft, the C-130s, and then there's the Murid Air Base, both of which are close by to each other, just a few kilometers, and those two have been badly affected. We will try and see if we can go across to the pictures from Reasi as well. Omar Abdullah is the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, who's met with the civilians who've been affected in the Pakistani artillery shelling, both on the LC as well as in the IB. In the case of Jammu, of course, it's across the IB. There have been 5 deaths, is what Tejinder was telling us a moment ago. Akash is joining us from Reasi, where buildings have suffered damage, individuals have also suffered damage, and you can see those pictures of Omar Abdullah confiding with the government officials and the security officials there. Akash, what are you seeing and hearing around you?
Right, so I'm moving towards Shambhu Temple. That is the another place, Zaka, hit by the projectiles. Now, the possibility is that these are kamikaze drones, because at this location, in fact, in the civilian population where I was, there present just a while back, there, in fact, we have multiple buildings, that have got hit. One building, primary building,
has got damage, in fact major damage, and then we had splinters that have affected the nearby buildings. So possibly these were kamikaze drones. This is what the assumption is. But then even now on and off the air activities are happening in Jammu specifically. We talk about, and air defense system is somewhere thwarting those attempts where Pakistan is somewhere trying to target the establishment, the military establishment primarily, but then we have the civilian infrastructure that has got impacted. And in fact, this Samba temple and this civilian population, one colony in Jammu, have been hit by the Pakistani drones or the missiles. In fact, forensic teams are very much there. Forensic team is checking as to what was it and what is the kind of damage that is very much there and is being witnessed by the population. So CM Umar Abdullah was there in this population, in this civil area where people have in fact spoken to the CM, and CM was in fact taking a stock of the situation. He has gone to this Samba temple as well, and we are learning that he is visiting several places that are impacted somewhere after these sort of attacks that have come from Pakistan. Zaka.
All right, Akash, we'll wait for you to get there. Omar Abdullah is reaching the Samba temple there, where again the projectile fell on the outer perimeter of the temple. What we do know is in that particular attack there's been no casualties, no one has been injured, but the fact that a temple has been targeted, and we've seen this pattern from Pahalgam, even over the LC firings, the artillery firings, the violations of the ceasefire that happened, there were Hindu temples and Hindu homes that were targeted. Let me also try and get you a sense of what is happening, the meta picture right now at 9:30 o'clock in the morning. The one thing that we can tell you is that the escalation has now gone up a couple of notches up the escalation ladder. It was Pakistan that chose to escalate. They tried to hit some of our forward defense bases, particularly Air Force stations from Udhampur to Srinagar to Udhampur to Pathankot, the biggest air base in this part of the woods, in the northern part of the woods, the Sirsa Air Force Station. They even sent out a Fatah 2 missile, a ballistic 400-kilometer range missile in the direction of New Delhi. It was, of course, thwarted in the skies over Haryana. So, in response, India hit back, and it is hit back substantially against at least 3 air bases in Pakistan. The Noor Khan Air Base, which is the biggest in Rawalpindi, it houses a military training college as well. And then you have the Murid Air Base in Chakwal, and then you have the Sialkot Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base. 3 air bases have been hit by India in retaliatory firing. Anshul is now joining us. He's, of course, in Jalandhar. We're also given to understand that Pakistan launched a Biker Yeeha kamikaze drone in Amritsar in Punjab. So both in Amritsar and in Jalandhar, we're hearing multiple reports, Anshul, of swarms of drones being sent by the Pakistanis. What are you hearing and seeing the morning after what has been a very dramatic and escalatory night?
Well, definitely there are a lot of reports that are coming in. In fact, this just a few moments ago there were reports of some fresh explosions that were heard in Amritsar, and at this point in time the authorities are telling us that our air defense systems were at work. But out here at the location at which I am standing is in Gurdaspur. Remember, there was a big explosion that was reported in Gurdaspur, and I'll just try and show you what has transpired over here. This is the kind of impact that has been made by the missile that was actually launched from the side of Pakistan. You can see the kind of impact, the kind of crater that it has created over here, and this is right in the field, right in a farm field over here. In fact, what locals are telling us that the impact of this entire blast was actually heard by at least 4 kilometers away from this location, and not only this, but also the window panes of several of these houses of these locals have also been smashed. I'll just try to speak to a few people. So, आप ये कितने बजे यहाँ पे ये हादसा हुआ?
4:45 पे।
4:45 पे क्या हुआ था? जब कैसे पता लगा कि यहाँ पे
लो जगदी आई आ ते एकदम जगी आ लो फिर डिपे आ ते उदो प्रभाव का वज गया तू बद निकला ताणू।
हाँ जी, यहाँ पे फिर आर्मी पुलिस एजेंसीज कब तक पहुंची?
बाद च आई पुलिस और पहलों पिंड दे बंदे आ ਉਹ ਡੇਰੀ ਕੋਲ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਆਏ ਬੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਆੜ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਆਡੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਆ ਗੋਠੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਆਇਆ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਤੇ ਆੜ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਵੇਖਿਆ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਇਹ ਆ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ। ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਡਿੱਗੇ ਵਹੀ ਇਹਨੇ ਭੈਣੀਆਂ ਪੰਚਾਇਤਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਿੱਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਨੇ ਫੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੁਖਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ, आंदा भी वेखो कि तुहाडे बच गए हो, असीं भी बचे हैं। असीं
किसी को इंजरी या किसी को चोट लगने की तो कोई
ना किसी नूं लगी चोट। पिंड दे सिमट लथे आ, शीशे टुट गए, ਉਹ ਰਾਜੂ ਬਿੱਲੇ ਵੀ शीशे टुटे आ, ਇਹ कोठी दे भी टुटे, ਉਹ कोठी दे टुटे, साडे भी टुट गए आ।
तो यहाँ पे कुछ मिसाइल जैसा भी मिला था जो
कोई गलबात नहीं, सिर्फ लो वेखी आ, घर वालिਆਂ ने वेखी आ। अजी माता जागण दी ही, मैं भी जागण, मैं पग ला के सुता, मच्छर बहुत ज़्यादा ही, तो ये करके मैं जागण, दूजे बच्चे भी जागण दे साडे। हाँ जी, आ गलबात।
So just to translate for our viewers that there was this explosion that was heard over here at approximately 4:30 a.m. this morning, where there was a huge fire that erupted over here, and post that there was an impact that was heard by people who are residing far away from here. The window panes of their houses were broken. Once they reached over here, they saw this massive crater, and hence they called the local authorities over here. And once the authorities came over here, they took the debris away from here. But this is the current situation. You can see, you can actually imagine the impact or the size of the projectile that might have landed over here. This is a massive crater that has developed over here. But the only positive news is that no injuries were reported. There was no there are absolutely no damages to any sort of properties, big damages to any sort of properties over here. But yet again, this cowardly nation Pakistan yet again trying to attack civilian population out here in Punjab.
Okay, thanks for joining us from Gurdaspur, the village there. You can see that massive crater. Anshul Singh there live for us in Gurdaspur. We want to go to this breaking news. You saw those pictures over Amritsar, the blue skies over Amritsar earlier this morning. Now we have information. Pakistan launching what is called the Biker Yeeha 3 kamikaze drones in Amritsar. This, of course, endangering residential areas in Punjab. So there have been multiple attempts in Amritsar, in Jalandhar, in Pathankot, in Gurdaspur. So Punjab seems to be facing the brunt of these drone swarms as well as possible missile attacks by Pakistan, all of which, of course, has been neutralized by Army Air Defence guns today. The pictures that we were showing, the blue sky pictures that we were showing a short while ago, there you go on the bottom right part of your screen. These are from about 5 a.m. in the morning. You can see the air defense systems neutralizing and taking down these kamikaze drones that were sent across from the other side by Pakistan. The drone was aimed to target civilian areas and to claim civilian lives. That's been now confirmed by defense officials. Aman is also joining us, and so is Siddhant. Aman, so there's going to be multiple meetings as you would expect. Rajnath Singh will be meeting with the three service chiefs. The three service chiefs are meeting right now in South Block. There's a press conference by the Foreign Secretary at 10:30 in about 45 minutes from now. It is a hectic morning, Saturday morning in New Delhi.
Absolutely, Zaka, and I'm just outside the Ministry of External Affairs, where in about 45 minutes from now, the Foreign Secretary and the two officers from the Air Force and the Army will be briefing the media again on what has transpired since morning. So we'll wait for the briefing to know what exactly they say, but what top sources, Zaka, are telling me are two things. Number one, saying that it is the IMF bailout. Pakistan has done this operation, this escalation after getting the IMF bailout. So it is up to the world community now to understand and to contemplate, to review what this IMF bailout actually means. India objected to it fully yesterday at the IMF, but of course the structure of the IMF is such that India could not block it. The bailout has been given, and this is what India is trying to point out now, that Pakistan waited for this IMF bailout and then has launched this big retaliation against India, big strikes through missiles targeting our forward air bases, Sirsa, Pathankot, Udhampur. They are trying to attack our forward air bases, and Pakistan is the escalator. This is the number one point that I'm learning from sources. Second point, that US Secretary of State Rubio has called up Asim Munir. He's not called up the Pakistani Prime Minister, he's called up the Pakistani Army Chief directly to tell him to de-escalate. This is very, very significant. Indian government sources are saying, number one, it shows that Pakistan is the escalator. That is why the US Secretary of State has directly called up the Pakistani Army Chief. Number two, that it is the Pakistan Army which is calling the shots very clearly. It is not the Pakistan political machinery. It is the Pakistani Army which is calling the shots, and that is why you see the US Secretary of State directly calling up the Pakistani Army Chief. So this is also something we will try and pose to the MEA today. What is their view on this development? India is very clear that India's retaliation to Pahalgam April 22nd attack was over with Operation Sindoor on May 7th. Since May 7th, in the last 96 hours, it is Pakistan which has done escalation after escalation, first sending 200 to 300 drones across India from Leh to Sir Creek, 36 locations. Yesterday morning, 26 locations again are targeted by Pakistan, and this time adding ballistic missiles to try and take out our major air force bases. This is major escalation, Zaka. We have responded by striking as deep as the Rawalpindi airbase of Pakistan, and this is India's warning to Pakistan that if Pakistan does not stop here, if it does not de-escalate and stand down, India will go to any lengths now to harm Pakistan. And that is what the message India is also going to give to the world community, that it needs to reign in Pakistan. And I think US Secretary of State called to Asim Munir, Zaka, in that sense is very significant.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's the first phone conversation between the Secretary of State. He's also the acting National Security Advisor, speaking directly to the Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir. Really, if Asim Munir decides to stand down today in the next moments, then India will stand down too. All right, if in case you're just tuning in at 48 minutes past the hour here on a Saturday morning on CNN News 18, these are the big headlines that we're tracking right now. Headline number one, India intercepting Pakistani drones over Amritsar, managing to destroy them. This is at about 5 o'clock this morning. You can see those drones being destroyed by the Army Air Defense System, working to the T, and this, of course, is from the skies above Amritsar. Headline number two, a missile-like object was found in a village called Ferozpur in Udhampur. Udhampur hosts one of the big Air Force stations in northern India. This is in Jalandhar district. So a lot of these Air Force stations and air bases have been the target of attacks by Pakistan overnight. The discovery of this missile has caused a degree of panic amongst the locals. The police have reached the spot and have taken away the debris. Headline number three, Pakistan attempting to scale this up, climb up the escalation ladder a couple of notches. They tried firing the Fatah-2 missile, which is a medium-range ballistic missile, 400-kilometer range, in the direction of Delhi. It was intercepted in the skies over Haryana, and what you can see there are curious villagers who've gathered in the fields there and capturing pictures of what seems to be a substantially big part, a large part of the remnants of that Fatah missile. Headline number four, in Gurdaspur, where Anshul Singh was reporting for us just a moment ago, a massive crater seen in the ground. This again after a suspected hit of a projectile. We don't know if this is a drone or a missile that has struck there. Massive crater, again thankfully in the fields, therefore there hasn't been any casualties or any fatalities there, so that seems to be the silver lining. Headline number five, in Srinagar, in a place called Lasjan, which is on the outskirts of Srinagar city, remnants of what is believed to be a Pakistani Air Force jet. The wreckage from the Pakistani Air Force jet have been found. It landed again in the backyard of a residential complex, and therefore again no injuries reported there. These are the images of that wreckage, and our Ishan Wani was there reporting for us just moments ago. Headline number six, a bomb-like object was found in a place called Jamla. This is a village in Pokhran in Rajasthan, in the deserts of Rajasthan. The Indian Army neutralizing this Pakistani missile. We don't know what is the nature of this missile, whether it is a projectile, which is a medium range, or a short range rocket. But yes, that debris has been removed and taken away by the authorities. Headline number seven, damaged parts of a drone have been found in the Narsu area. This is in Udhampur, which is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Army Command. They have taken away the army officials. You can see them there in their uniforms and bulletproof jackets. They've taken away the remnants of this drone for further inspection and investigation. Headline number eight, there has been damage in civilian areas, particularly in Jammu, in a place called Rajouri. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was visiting there. He's right now visiting what's called the Shambhu Temple, a famous temple in Jammu, in Rupnagar. Fortunately, the damage was in the outer perimeter of the temple complex, so there's not been any human casualties in that attack in the Shambhu Temple in Rupnagar in Jammu. Headline number 9, and this is important, Aman was referring to this a moment ago, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken with the Pakistani Army Chief, General Asim Munir. This was earlier today. The US State Department has put out a readout, and it is said that Secretary Rubio urged the Pakistani Army Chief to stand down, to de-escalate, and that America is willing to work with both India and Pakistan to try and get calmer heads to prevail. All right, we're getting a piece of breaking news. The BSF in Jammu has managed to destroy terrorist launch pads in Sialkot in Pakistan, is what we're given to understand. You can see those images on the left side of your screen. Arunima has more details on this. Arunima, so massive shelling, artillery shelling on both the LOC as well as in the international border. But in Sialkot in Pakistan, there's been substantial damage that the BSF has managed to inflict. What more do you know?
Yes, sir. So they've identified this launch pad as Luni, which is in Sialkot district. This is just across from Akhnoor in Jammu. Around 9 p.m. last night, 2100 hours, there was heavy shelling going on from the side of Pakistani Rangers. And in its retaliation, BSF took down this terror launch pad. They put out visuals, 2 sets of visuals. One just shows you how across the fence, suddenly the area, the farmland area there lights up. And it is the terror launch pad which was targeted. And then there's another set of visual which shows that what is believed to be the terror launch pad, Luni is what BSF has identified it, that's on fire. You can see that entire area set on fire. Back to back, second day of the BSF taking down terrorists and terror infrastructure. Yesterday, I mean the night before, they had taken down 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists in Samba. This was also, and this is a pattern which is emerging, that while Pakistan is upping the ante, either sending in drones or sending in missiles and munitions, they're also utilizing the possible distraction. They think that our forces are distracted to put in infiltration attempts. So Samba sector, BSF neutralized 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Yesterday again there was movement noticed at the Sialkot terror launch pad, and that has been destroyed as well. So Pakistan's misadventures are being thwarted at every level by the Indian Army, by the Indian Air Force, and also by the Border Security Force.
Arunima, doesn't it make us all feel proud of our defense forces, our entire mechanism, think tank, which is not just out-thought the enemy, but also tried to prove that where their thinking ends, that's where our thinking begins. So there is a certain level of preparedness that is evident at all levels. We've just got more news coming through, and we'll also try, as we get you, total 6 drones have been shot by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Armed Forces in Kutch in Gujarat, 4 by the Nalia Indian Air Force Base, and 2 by the Air Force Base or the Indian Armed Forces in Bhuj. So there are 6 drones overall that have been shot down even in Gujarat. So wherever the Pakistanis have tried to enter, the Pakistan Armed Forces, the military has tried to enter, they have been thwarted at various levels. The first probe level drones were negated. Then the probe level projectiles were negated. Then the missile defense systems were busted there on the other side, on the enemy side. Then the Dushman tries Pak air raids. When that happens, 4 air bases have been rendered useless. In fact, most of their machines can't even operate from those air bases. So Dushman again facing reversals. Then they try to go ballistic. They try to use their Fateh missiles, Fateh 1 and 2 missiles. Barak and Akash, neutralize them in the Akash itself. And again, more drones that they are trying to send towards military installations in Bhuj. Again, those drones with munitions have been now decimated, have been destroyed. We'll also try and go across to Pallavi Ghosh to try and also outline how the entire jihadi connection, this entire Pak military is an out-and-out patron of jihadis, and they consider them as mujahideen or soldiers itself. And that is not just because of the pictures that were seen when you had a US proscribed terrorist in Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the prayers, and jihadis of Jaish and Lashkar, they were getting state funeral and with military personnel standing in attendance. But the DG-ISPR, there is now conversation that the DG-ISPR has a jihadi pedigree. The DG-ISPR has a jihadi pedigree. His father was a proscribed terrorist, flagged off by the UN Security Council itself, and he was an aide of Osama bin Laden. He actually leaked key information and details to Osama bin Laden. So that's the connection. Let us hope that the Indian machinery, the diplomatic machinery, the whole of Bharat approach that we are witnessing highlights this to the international community. This is the pedigree, and this is the group to whom the 1.3 billion bailout has been given by the IMF. These are things that we need to put out to the world to show this is the Pakistan that's being backed and by the IMF, and they should be branded terror state Pakistan. Does India up the diplomatic ante? We'll wait and watch. Now going back to the drones, Akash is with us on the phone line. Akash, so more drones neutralized by the defense systems. Now there is also talk that Pakistan tried to go ballistic, and they got a bloody nose there too, with Barak and Akash equally effective in our skies.
Yes, they tried ballistic missiles last night and in fact early morning today, Anand. And yes, air defense system of India, thwarted those attempts. But as far as these drones are concerned, so these 6 drones have been, destroyed by Indian Air Force. 2 at Bhuj and 4 are at Nalia. We have been given to understand. And also, Anand, since we know that Pakistan is basically targeting the air assets and in fact the air base stations here in India. So we know that how air defenses are very much there working, pretty fine. We know that Akash air missile, in fact surface to air missiles and also the fighter jets, are very much employed. We have seen the dogfight in Srinagar today. We are still waiting for the confirmation as far as, downing of 2 Pakistani jet is concerned. And also, other developments when we are learning about the Pathankot thing, learning about the Jammu thing and also, some sort of ceasefire violations that are happening across LC. So multiple fronts, Anand, but as far as western borders are concerned and western places here in India are concerned, so they are being targeted by Pakistani forces.
Right. There are 2 messages that have gone from our forces, from the whole of Bharat approach and salute to our armed forces. Look at these pictures. The pictures show, this is on the morning skies and confirmation that how these drones have been downed. I'm just going to check. These are the pictures that we were talking about over in Bhuj. And that's it. Let's try and listen into the ambient noise. These are the locals who are making the pictures and you can spot the visual. You can spot. Yeah, ayo. That's what they're saying. See, that's the missile there. See, and the hand shakes. There you go. That's the missile. That's where it is, and this will be now done.
Missile drone के मारे ला हाने नहीं ये वाला उड़ाए दे drone के बा उड़ाए दे drone की होते भी नहीं तू रडार दे कनक पड़ते भी नहीं तू.
So there you go. So confirmation there that there was a missile going and then the air defense systems come into play. The drone has been now negated. So the drone was trying to make its way towards a military installation in Bhuj and there you go. It's been negated and then you see both crashing down. Once the interception happens, the drone clashes and so does the interception. So both captured both captured on the screens. But Akash, the message by Bharat is very clear. Ghusoge to marenge and ghuske bhi marenge. Both are happening.
Yes, both are happening, and in fact, Anand, I want to stress on one important point here. As far as Pakistan is concerned, so they say that they have got capable platforms and weapons. Today we have seen that how their systems are targeting the civilian population, and this one point is exposing Pakistan. They say that they are not targeting civilian population. Either your systems are getting failed or you are intentionally targeting civilian population. In both the cases, you are getting exposed. This is one a place that is outside one temple here, Samba temple in Jammu, where the projectile came in the morning. I'll show you the destruction. In fact, Rajesh ji is showing you the sort of destruction here. Civil population is getting targeted by Pakistani forces, and in fact, this is out of frustration. क्या हुआ था सर यहाँ पे कितने बजे की बात है
ये सुबह 5:30 बजे की बात है. हम घर में सोए हुए थे तो जोरदार धमाकों की आवाज आई. कैसे लगा बम्बारमेंट हो रही है. तो 6 बजे के लगभग पूरे एक ऐसा जोरदार अटैक हुआ जैसे लगा कि कोई मिसाइल अटैक हुआ और मेरे ही छत पे हुआ है. तो मेरा उसी समय मैं उठ के बाहर आया और अपने छत पे चढ़ के देखा तो धुआं उड़ रहा था. तो बैक साइड से देखा तो मेरे घर के बैक साइड में ही धुआं उड़ा. तो मैं उसी समय घर से बाहर आया. जैसे घर से बाहर आया तो अपने गली में बैक साइड आके देखा तो बिल्कुल इस घर में अटैक हुआ है. रहते हैं इसमें यहाँ पे ये जिनका घर है ये बेच के चले गए. यहाँ पे कोई नहीं रहता था. लेकिन गनीमत ये रही कि यहाँ पे जो ये हमारा प्राचीन मंदिर है आप शंभू मंदिर, हजारों वर्ष पुराना मंदिर है ये. यहाँ पे शनिवार और रविवार सोमवार के दिन हजारों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु आते हैं और शिवरात्रि के दिन लाखों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु आते हैं.
सर मुझे एक चीज बताइए, ये तो मंदिर तो हमने देखा है थोड़ा ऑल्टीट्यूड पे भी है, थोड़ा ऊंचाई पे है, इसलिए शायद टारगेट किया गया
ना. यहाँ पे 8-10 दिन पहले यहाँ पे एनएसजी कमांडो द्वारा मॉक ड्रिल भी की गई थी. अच्छा. क्योंकि ये यहाँ पे हमारा प्राचीन मंदिर है और यहाँ पे सुबह 4 बजे ही लोग यहाँ पे श्रद्धालु जाना शुरू।
मुझे एक चीज और बताइए, क्या था? ड्रोन था, मिसाइल थी क्या? क्योंकि यहाँ तो कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है। हाँ।
सुबह सुबह पुलिस आई थी, दूसरी फोरेंसिक टीम भी आई थी, वो मलबा लेके चली गई है। ये एक मलबा है उसका पड़ा हुआ है। अब ये ड्रोन का तो हो नहीं सकता, यहाँ मिसाइल का, ये तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का विषय है, ये पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी। लेकिन जो तरीके का
ये आपने उसका पार्ट, ये आनंद ही शोइंग यू द विजुअल्स ऑफ दिस पार्ट।
जिस तरीके का धमाका था, ये ड्रोन का नहीं हो सकता, ये मिसाइल का धमाका हमें लगता है, क्योंकि जितनी उसका आवाज जो साउंड थी, ऐसे लगा कि कान के पर्दे भी फट जाएंगे। इस तरीके का जोरदार धमाका था और सीधा अटैक जो मेन टारगेट था वो आप शंभू मंदिर था हमारा।
शंभू मंदिर था। कोई इंजर्ड तो नहीं है यहाँ पे? किसी को कोई चोट?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि सायरन बज गया था। सायरन अगर नहीं बजता तो लोग मंदिर को जा रहे होते। यही मेन रोड है, ये प्रवेश द्वार है मंदिर का, यहीं से लोग जाते तो बहुत कैजुअलिटी होनी थी। तो सायरन बजा, बॉम्बार्डमेंट हो रही थी, हम सब अंदर थे, अपने अपने घरों में थे।
एक बार फिर से अगर हमें ये दिखा पाए, ये वो पार्ट है, ये टुकड़ा है जो आपने धमाके के बाद यहाँ से उठाया है ना? और ये आप कह रहे हैं कि ये मिसाइल का वो हिस्सा हो सकता है या ड्रोन का वो हिस्सा हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये जो जिस तरीके का जो धमाका था, वो ड्रोन का धमाका मुझे नहीं लगता कि हो सकता है। मुझे लगता है ये मिसाइल का धमाका है। ड्रोन का धमाका और मिसाइल के धमाके में और बम के धमाके में हमें अंतर है। तो जैसे जो पहले चल रहे थे वो लग रहा था कि ड्रोन के धमाके हो रहे थे, वो छोटे छोटे धमाके थे।
लगभग कितने लोग सुबह जिस टाइम पे हुआ, उस टाइम पे श्रद्धालु भी आते होंगे, कितने लोग उस टाइम पे थे यहाँ पर जो आप कह रहे हैं कि साइरेंस के बाद अंदर चले गए?
देखिए, जब सायरन बजा तो लोग उसी समय अपने अपने घरों में चले गए। नहीं तो यहाँ पे 4 बजे ही श्रद्धालु अपने बाबा के चरणों में माथा टेकने जाते हैं। हमारा हजारों वर्ष प्राचीन मंदिर है यहाँ पे। यहाँ पे पहली बार अटैक हुआ है और ये बिल्कुल टारगेट करके, इसी मंदिर को टारगेट करके अटैक किया गया है। क्योंकि यहाँ पे 10 दिन पहले भी मॉक ड्रिल हुई थी, क्योंकि पहले भी आपने देखा हमारे बॉर्डर पे, वहाँ पे भी मंदिर को टारगेट किया गया, तो इधर भी यहाँ पे मंदिर को टारगेट किया गया।
Alright, Anand, I'll show you the visuals. Why this is important? Because this is the entry gate of this temple, and he is saying that at that time, air sirens were on, and that's why people who were present here, who were in fact, coming to this temple, were asked to, go back to their places, and this was the time when this particular projectile hit the space here, and in fact, Rajesh ji will show you. This is, adjacent to this temple, the entry, in fact, gate of the temple, and this temple is at a height, in fact, at an altitude from where you can see the entire Jammu area. So possibly this was the target, and it was an intentional target. This is what people are suggesting here. We still don't know as to if it was a drone or if it was a missile, but we know this for a fact that how ballistic missiles are being used by Pakistan since morning, and not just in Jammu but in other areas as well, where in Srinagar we have reports, Awantipora, in Awantipora we have reports, for Pathankot we have reports, and in fact we have reports for different parts in Gujarat as well. We know about the dogfight that happened in Srinagar, and we know about the sort of instances and in fact the incidents that have happened in the different parts of country, in fact in the western parts and the northern parts.
All right, Akash, we'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. I also want to go across to Lieutenant General retired Rajendra Singh, former DG Infantry, and Group Captain retired MJ Vinod, former fighter pilot, to get a sense of what this escalation means. Lieutenant General, let me start with you first. Clearly there's been an escalation from the Pakistani side. I guess the attempt was to try and hit some of our forward air bases and Air Force stations. All of that has been neutralized. In response, India has hit at least 3 air bases of Pakistan. The old Chaklala Air Base, it's now called the Noor Khan Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base and the Murid Air Base. Make sense of this for our viewers. What is the meta picture this Saturday morning as we count down the next 25 minutes for that important press conference by the Foreign Secretary and by defense officials?
Yeah. Thank you very much. First and foremost, when we look at the overall picture today, 2-3 things are quite clear. First is Pakistan is continuing its strike on civilian targets. It is also continuing its strikes right from Kashmir to down south in Gujarat. And the second thing which is happening is that Pakistan is striking or is attempting to strike our military bases as well. The third thing which is there is that they seem to be attempting to escalate the situation. In response to this, India's response has been measured, targeted, and has been generally targeted towards their air defense assets and their air bases. The strikes today, which have happened early morning on the 3 air bases of Pakistan, are actually cases in point. Now, what does it imply? It implies that Pakistan wants that we should suffer, and our border towns and the areas around it must undergo tremendous amount of civil defense alerts, and they are wanting to escalate a situation in which India is forced to take even stronger measures.
All right, let me go across to Group Captain Augustin Vinod also. Group Captain, so one pattern is very, very clear, that the attempt by the Pakistani side was to try and take out or at least attempt to take out some of our forward air bases. There were multiple drone swarms at Pathankot, the Srinagar Air Force Station, the Jammu Air Force Station, also Udhampur, I'm given to understand, all the way up to Sirsa. Why? And in response, India has attempted to take down Noor Khan, which is, of course, one of their biggest air bases right in the heart of Rawalpindi. Why are either side trying to attack each other's air bases? Why is that the first line of defense that's being tried to be taken down?
Great question, Zaka. In fact, just kind of a while ago, I was discussing with Akanksha the same thing. If you look at how the pattern, when we hit their terrorist target, they didn't have an equivalent target to it. So they had some kind of choice, but they made a wrong choice. Okay, because of which we said, okay, it's not a tit for tat, but we will, if you're going to hit us 3, we are going to hit you 3 and leave it at that. And at every point, Jaka, we, of course, discussed ad nauseum on that. Gave you off ramp and continue to give you off ramp. Even today, though it's very nearly war, we are not even declaring a war. Even today, we are not crossing the red line in two sense, LAC, LOC, or IB. We are saying this side of the line, and trying to every time tell you this is our capability. Please wake up. But that seems to be not happening. If you look at Noor Khan, erstwhile Chiklala, like you said, we took out their strategic asset, most probably an MRTT or C-130. And you look at Murid, all the UCAVs comes from there. Their strategic UAVs comes from there. UAVs which can carry, I believe, even the nuclear air-to-ground weapons come from there.
Okay.
We have taken that out. And Rafiki is again a very important base because it has 6 fighter squadrons. Not only that, it is a very emotional base for them because it is named after squadron leader Rafiki, who got Hilale Pakistan and Sitare Zurat. I think he is the only guy to have both gallantry award together in their scheme of things, and we have taken that out, and we have in the briefing also told them that's a no further. But have they got the message? I don't think so, because immediately after that came the Srinagar attack.
All right.
And we saw 2 fighter aeroplanes, if not 3, going down over Srinagar. So,
okay, just give me a moment, Group Captain. I want to get to this breaking news as well. There is now an emergency meeting that's been called for in 7 LKM. The Prime Minister is meeting with the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, who has reached 7 LKM. There's now a meeting between the Prime Minister and his National Security Advisor. Arun Danta has more on this. Arun, yes, go ahead.
That's right, Zaka. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval just arrived here at 7 LKM, and he's meeting Prime Minister Modi. This is a very, very significant meeting, Zaka, because we know what is happening, the way Pakistan has resorted to drone attacks, and the way India is in fact, giving equal reply with the full measures to Pakistan. And in that regard, of course, this meeting is going to be very, very important. It's been 5 minutes since NS Ajit Doval has gone inside. Remember, even yesterday, he was here for
5-6 hours at the Prime Minister Modi's residence, and he's somebody, Zaka, who's been point person for Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody who's been giving regular updates to Prime Minister Modi, starting from the day one when the Pahalgam attack happened, and how India formulated the strategy against dismantling the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, and especially in last 2-3 days, ever since India started the Operation Sindoor. So NSA Ajit Doval has been that person who's been the point person for Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody, even if he's not here, he's been briefing Prime Minister Modi about each and every detail, each and every measure that the Indian forces are taking. So this is a very, very important meeting. We are also given to understand that he's also in touch with the CDS and the 3 services chief, because Rajnath Singh, of course, is also going to move towards the South Block, where already tribal services chief are there, where war room has been formed. They are monitoring situation from there, and NSA Ajit Doval's visit to Prime Minister Modi is very important, because he is giving those details to Prime Minister Modi, which he of course got from the Tri Services Chief and the CDS.
Well, thank you for those inputs. Let's go across to Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh joining us, former DG Infantry, and also Group Captain MJ Vinod. Are we seeing perhaps not just a calibrated escalation from Pakistan, General Rajendra Singh, but also now is Bharat going to now up the ante? Is there going to be a shift in the overall posture of Bharat itself in this entire war on terror?
My assessment is that it is high time that India ups the ante and take on Pakistan in a much bigger way. And that is what is likely to take place. But that is my assessment. What the decision makers are going to do is a different thing. The second point which I want to make is that when you are dealing with an unpredictable, totally irrational enemy, then you need to strike him with strength. You cannot carry on with your measured stance for a long time. We have already struck their air defense targets. We have also restricted our strikes onto their air assets, and we have not gone beyond that. I think it is time for us to go beyond that. And I think that is what is likely to take place. Because unless you do this, the punishment that Pakistan is going to get would not be enough. I think we need to strike them with a blow that these people come to their senses. At the moment, I think that time has now come for India to really show its might.
Now, there are also the non-kinetic options, but we'll get into that diplomatically. What should be the assault? There are huge question marks around the supposed jihadi pedigree of the DG ISPR itself. We'll talk about that also. Should Bharat now go on a diplomatic, kinetic, all-out offensive, especially after the IMF, despite what Pakistan has resorted to, gave it out a bailout of $1.3 billion, and soon after that Pakistan goes ballistic. But Group Captain MJ Vinod, our defenses of our skies, now has Pakistan been put paid? The probing aspect to try and see where they are located and if they can target all of that, none of this seems to have worked. But they have, now there is confirmation on that aspect that they have resorted to ballistic missiles. Fateh 1 and 2 have been pressed into service by the Pakis.
Absolutely. In fact, for a long while, I was the Secretary of Ballistic Missile Defense, and I know what goes behind when you are trying to bring down a ballistic missile. And thankfully, we placed them the way we placed them. And over Sirsa, the missile which was heading towards Delhi and probably closer to your studio, who knows, we were able to intercept them over Sirsa and bring it down.
Yes.
And it was a huge explosion that we saw when it was intercepted in air. So that and those probing missions, like you rightly said, Anand, should have given them some sense of fear and some sense of appreciation as to what they were looking for and what the effect was. It wasn't matching.
Right.
So at that time, someone who's a sane voice, and there are sane voices emanating, Anand, as we speak, from the Pakistani side. Marshal Akhtar has come up and said, and many people are saying that you guys are going on a madness rampage, and mind you, air war is conducted by air warriors, and air war is not conducted by army people, like it is being done in Pakistan, which is very sad.
Group Captain MJ Vinod, I think you would be aware that the Pak Army Chief General Asim Munir, during the time when he was a major itself, was labelled the deceiver. So many in Pakistan believe he's deceiving the Pakistani people with what he's doing, but Pakistan is also deceiving the world. Meanwhile, closer home in terms of the kinetic action that was witnessed over our skies, and it was all blocked, but there were two loud explosions that were heard in the morning over in Srinagar. So these are the pictures, and so this is CCTV records. CCTV records which are now showing two loud explosions, or we can hear them. There are two. Yeah, that's the second one. So two loud explosions. That now is this one of them? One of the planes that's being brought down, or is it the missiles that have been brought down? Which and this is at a time when yes, Ishan is joining us. Ishan, so what are these sounds reportedly? Do we have any this one? And is it close to the location where supposedly there was a missile and also remnants of a Pak plane that were found in Srinagar?
Yes, exactly. This is near that particular area where the CCTV footage clearly gives you an idea of the sort of explosions that we all heard in the morning. And since then, people are in a little bit of panic, but the administration is trying to tell them to stay calm. Well, there are reports that there's a possibility of an aircraft of Pakistani origin which has been shot down on the outskirts of Srinagar. And since then, we don't want to divulge any further operational details because it's an operation in progress. But two of these objects were recovered from the house of one of the persons living there. It's a very closely knitted locality where they fell, and lucky enough for the residents, they didn't fall on any of the houses, could have led to damage, but those were taken away by the police. And now what we have been given to understand is that a team is looking after it, what kind of object it is, whether it is part of a aircraft that possibly could have been brought down, because they believe that they have been able to successfully neutralize aircrafts over Srinagar. Whether it's an aircraft or a drone which was neutralized, that remains to be seen, and that's being investigated. That part is being done by the security forces.
Right, and if it is two aircrafts, Pakistani jets that have been neutralized over Jammu and Kashmir, what happens to the pilots, and have they been apprehended? Plenty of questions doing the rounds. There's nothing confirmed. We are standing by for the briefing, the MEA briefing scheduled at 10:30 a.m. this morning. In about 10 minutes it should start, so the countdown is on for that briefing to get underway. How detailed is this briefing, and is there a shift in the posture of Bharat itself? Overall, we'll see what Mr. Vikram Misri has to say, what Colonel Sophia Qureshi has to say, what Wing Commander Vyomika Singh say in that briefing, and how much do they outline and detail out what all Pakistan attempted in the intervening night of 9th of May and the 10th of May. Rahul Shivshankar joins us on the broadcast this morning. General Rajendra is with us, and so is Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod. But more importantly, General Saab, if I may ask you, and Rahul takes it forward, this is a serious escalation by Pakistan. Now, is this foolhardy? Have they walked down a path of no return? And should Bharat now respond not in equal measure, but in a far more punitive measure? As of now, the counter strikes itself have hurt Pakistan. We are given to understand that at least 4 air bases of Pakistan have been rendered ineffective. Rawalpindi has suffered massive setbacks. Their machines also there have been destroyed. There is speculation it could be the C-130 fleet or squadron that's been destroyed entirely, but there are that's subject to confirmation. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but this is confirmed that the Pak air bases have been hit. Yes, General Saab.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. The time is now there for more punitive action. That doesn't mean that you don't carry on with your diplomatic efforts. It also does not mean that the other means that you are adopting must not continue. But I think time is now ripe. Our army and the BSF is already responding correctly as far as across LC and international border in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. I think time has now come to punish Pakistan in a bigger way. We need to strike their military targets again. I am not suggesting that we start striking civilians, which we will not do, because that is not ethical. That is not the kind of operations that we undertake ever. And I think unless we do this, these mad people running the military hierarchy in Pakistan will not come to their senses.
But what is very interesting, General Saab, is that this morning Mark Rubio actually spoke to General Munir. That's what has been reported by Reuters and other international media organizations, suggesting that for the first time the American dispensation is addressing itself to the military, which they believe actually runs Pakistan. There's no secret of it. But I want to bring in Wing Commander Vinod also. Wing Commander, this morning the entire thrust once again has been aerial, but Pakistan craft, we are told, were sighted over Srinagar. There were dogfights. We have been told that one of their crafts is down, or maybe even two. There's debris that has been recovered. You've seen some of those loud explosions that happened around 5:45 in the morning when we were all waking up this morning, and it pretty much happened real time. And after that, we know. So, what do you make of this? Getting the jets into the race now. At one time, it was just drones. Now come the jets. Sure sign of escalation, and we haven't. And let's be very clear, isn't it? Please correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't crossed the LOC in any which way.
Absolutely. In Group Captain it doesn't matter. See, a couple of things, Rahul. In fact, while that famous movie, While We Were Sleeping, I was with Akanksha covering, we both were going through this live as it was happening. The issue here is, I'll start your last question first. The issue here is we have the capability, Rahul, not to cross the LOC, LAC, IB, and yet hit them where we want to hit them, because we have that kind of vectors, like I covered earlier. We have Scalp engine going up to 300 to 550. We have Rudram 1, Rudram 2. Rudram 2 is hypersonic. I mean, किसी का बाप इनको intercept नहीं कर सकता. Not a single weapon in the world, Rahul, has a capability to intercept Rudram 2. We have Rudram 1, Rudram 2 carried by Sukhoi 30. We have a wonderful weapon called Crystal Maze. I've tweeted about it as well. Crystal Maze is a lower version or a lesser weight version of a famous missile called Popeye, which is an anti-radiation missile. We have that. And I believe, I'm betting my money on, Popeye used in the attack in Noor Khan, where we took out probably an MRTT or a C-130 of theirs in Noor Khan. And Noor Khan, we have inflicted serious damage. So is in Murid. Rahul, I think we have completely decimated their UAVs, and that is unmanned aerial vehicles and unmanned combat aerial vehicles both together in one shot, which means today they cannot simply penetrate into India unmanned and attack us, because those Bayraktar 1-2 kind of drones is Swaha already. Rafiki is the base, for the sake of viewers, I'm saying Rafiki is the mother base for the Mirage. They also have a Mirage fighter there. It's Esther version of Mirage fighter, Mirage 3s and Mirage 5s. Also, Rafiki has, if I'm not wrong, one squadron of JF-17 called the Tail Choppers. So Rafiki is a major military base. A majority of military targets which were on the ground have been neutralized. So it was 3 versus 3. It was not tit for tat. Tit for tat was they sent very pow kilo ke bomb, just to probe, just to attack on our bases. That is their capability. So be it. But,
colourful language this morning from the group captain. Fantastic to hear this. Yes, viewers, look, we're just awaiting any moment, and I just want to draw everyone's attention to that very critical press conference. Remember, viewers, now for 4 or 5 days, we've had these press conferences daily. It takes me back to Kargil. General Singh and the group captain here will remember those days when there was a briefing every day in the afternoon and sometimes even twice a day. So, yes, this is war by another name. No doubt about it. India is being very, very responsible. I think both the general and the group captain this morning have been underlining that point. We've been extremely guarded. We have not done what the coward terror force that Pakistan has been doing, which is targeting our civilians. We've only been targeting their military assets, their military infrastructure after their terror infrastructure. So if there's been any graduated escalation, we are still within the bounds of law. We are still giving them what is known as, viewers, escape ramp or a ramp out. We also now know that the Americans have started interlocuting with the military directly. The call has gone out from, yes, General Saab, go ahead.
As far as our actions up till now is concerned, firstly, it's very heartening to hear the group captain about the kind of damage that we have been able to inflict. It is very good. But the point which I am making is that we need to up the ante. We need to start bleeding Pakistan economically. There is a need for naval blockade.
Just coming to that, we're 2 minutes adrift of that press conference. I want to quickly go across to my colleague, Griha, because there's a lot of fake news that Pakistan is trying to sort of put out there. I just want her to go through some of that fact-checking that is being going on by the PIB. Yes, over to you.
Absolutely, Rahul, thank you so much for that. Let's one by one take into account the kind of fake news propaganda that's been called out by the Press Information Bureau here in the country. Let's begin with the first one here. Indian female Air Force pilot captured. That was the claim that was made by one of the Pakistani handles where they had posted the picture of the Air Force pilot and a fake video doing the rounds where they claim that she has been captured. It has been completely rejected by the PIB, where they say that the pilot has not been captured. Pro-Pakistan social media handles have claimed that an Indian female Air Force pilot, squadron leader Shivani Singh, has been captured in Pakistan. This is fake news, doesn't have to be believed. Now, Rahul, the problem is that it's not just restricted to Pakistani propaganda. There are global reputed media houses who are posting certain unverified facts, and that is becoming rather problematic, and that is also constantly being called out by the Press Information Bureau here in the country. Here, this is the one that has been posted by Al Jazeera, where they have spoken about how there have been about 10 explosions around Srinagar airport in Indian administered Kashmir. That's how they refer to Kashmir as, and reports have been in fact put across. This has been completely called out by the PIB, where they are saying that Al Jazeera English has claimed that there have been those 10 explosions at the Srinagar and around the Srinagar airport in Jammu and Kashmir. This claim is fake. Rely only on official sources for authentic information. Do not fall for these false claims intended to mislead and cause confusion. Underlined fact that has been posted by the PIB. Another one that's coming in here, where the PIB says that it is being claimed that there is a temporary closure of services on Delhi-Mumbai airline route, an important one for anybody traveling within the country, where they are again saying that it's a fake claim. The Airports Authority of India has extended the temporary closure of 25 segments of air traffic service routes within Delhi and Mumbai flight information regions due to operational reasons only, and that has also been dissed. Another one, something that was of course rather bizarre, was the claim that was made by another Pakistani handle, where Pakistan said that it has destroyed the Indian S-400 air defense system. That claim again has been fact-checked, and they are saying that this is what the truth is. Posts circulating on social media that claim that Pakistan has destroyed an Indian S-400 air defense system. Remember, an important one, a jeweled feather in the ADS crown of India. Absolutely reports of destruction or any damage to an S-400 system are absolutely baseless. So all of these fact-checking accounts, they have been put out across at the Press Information Bureau website and also on the social media platform.
Absolutely. The real facts now will be presented in just a few minutes. We were told that at 10:30 the briefing is going to begin. We know that the NSA is meeting the Prime Minister right now. That's also news that has come through. But it's a minute past 10:30. That meeting is going to happen any moment now. It'll be interesting to hear from, I suppose it would be the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Misri. He's been helming these along with the two Indian Armed Forces personnel there. So we're being told that that is the same team that is going to be addressing this press conference. So it's a wait and watch, viewers, because our side has been very, very conservative with the news. We haven't tried to make bombastic claims, even though there have been many questions lingering in the air about casualties that the Pakistanis have suffered, action that has been taken on Pakistan soil. We have kept it extremely, extremely anodyne, factual, understated, and even when questions have been posed to the team that comes out for these press briefings about whether India has taken this action or that action will be brought down X plane or Y plane, they have said these are operational details which can't be disclosed because these are ongoing operations, which of course is extremely important. Now, we're keeping an eye on that, but just a very quick one, viewers, a quick update to where we stand. About 10:30 in the morning, a total of 6 drones have been shot by the IF in Karachi, Gujarat, 4 shot down in Nalia and 2 in Bhuj. BSF Jammu has destroyed launch pads in Sialkot. We have news coming in that the NSA is meeting the Prime Minister. They are clearly going into another huddle, perhaps even reviewing the night's progress, the operations, going back on the effectiveness of the Indian action. You are seeing pictures of many Pakistani projectiles that have been knocked down, missiles included. There was talk in the morning that there were even one particular kind of projectile headed towards Delhi which was knocked out of the skies close by. We were also being told that loud explosions were heard in the morning in Srinagar, and that 2 Pakistani aircraft have gone down in Srinagar region. We are being told that that is an ongoing operation to try and recover personnel who might have come down. We can't confirm any of that. China has expressed concern over the escalating conflict, but is sitting very firmly on the fence, saying we urge the two sides to de-escalate. The Americans have picked up the phone and are interlocuting now as we speak with the general who's leading Pakistan, who has led Pakistan into this misadventure, who has thought that for personal gain he could get away by executing the terrible, terrible, dastardly act of carnage in Pahalgam, but clearly has fallen on his face because Pakistan's attempts have been thwarted time again. 4 days they have tried to breach Indian defense systems. They have failed miserably. They're looking poorer for it. And I want to bring in once again the group captain, Augustine Vinod, and also General Singh. Group captain, Pakistan looking poorer for it because A, they perhaps don't have the wherewithal and they've underestimated India's firepower. It's very clear. There's no other way of looking at this, and resolve, of course.
Of course. In fact, Rahul, I'll tell you something, and for the sake of viewers, there is a fundamental difference between the way war fighting is done by India and war fighting is done by Pakistan. The fundamental difference being ours is a polity-driven country and theirs is a force-driven country. I was teaching war plan and war gaming in the College of Air Warfare. So with that as a background, and let me tell you, the people who take decisions in the upper echelons of Indian Armed Forces all go through those training courses where we understand what an escalation ladder is. The question or the observation that General was making. In our case, we follow different, we study different kinds of escalation ladder models, be it the Khan model, the KAHN model, or the Russian model, where we know at what level of escalation we want to take it to and what are the pointers at which we will escalate to what level. So all that has been war gamed, all that has been decided. And like I said, since we are a polity-driven country, we have other aspects also, Rahul, to keep in mind before we escalate it to make it extremely prohibitive for Pakistan. And you see, in last 2-3 days, there is no the nuclear saber rattling from Pakistan at all. And even that, Rahul, has been war gamed. And war gamed 1,000 times. At what stage will he press that red button? Right. And I must tell the viewers and you, there is no war game conditions in which the Pakistan can and will press that button, and which is why probably the reason why he's not nuclear saber rattling anymore.
Okay, well, some inputs coming in, sir. Some inputs coming in. Let me just update our viewers as well as you, of course, so you can make something out of this. We also have General Singh with us. This is a Chinese statement that has come out, Chinese government. We strongly urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to the track of political settlement through peaceful means, and refrain from any action that could further escalate tensions. The Chinese putting pressure on both sides to de-escalate. Of course, with India, we have not been told whether there has been direct contact between the Indian government and the Chinese government. So clearly this is just being put out by them on their social media handles. In fact, we are being told that AFP is quoting a spokesperson of the Chinese External Affairs Ministry. So that's really what's happening, a briefing. And Siddhant joining us for more on this. Siddhant, what can you tell us about all these interlocutions that are going on? So the Americans are calling the Pakistani General Munir. The Chinese are urging India and Pakistan to de-escalate. Any conversations happening at the official level, or just these statements by the spokespeople, etc., etc.?
Well, these statements do matter, Rahul, especially in these times when there have been missiles fired by both sides. And in fact, as far as Saudi Arabia and United States, these two countries are concerned, perhaps from a day one, it appears to me that they have mainly been involved in mediating, perhaps talks or rather, pushing de-escalation. In fact, in the same series today, Marco Rubio spoke to Asim Munir directly to the Army General. In fact, we have been told that very clearly, in a very clear word, Marco Rubio told Asim Munir to de-escalate. Perhaps last time when he spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, nothing happened, and this time around Americans realized that let's speak to the person who is the mastermind and who is calling the shots in Pakistan. Now we're getting to know that the Chinese have come up with a statement. In fact, the Chinese have said in the statement that they strongly urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to the track of political settlement.
But there's been no official contact between the Chinese government and the Indian government, right? I mean, there's been no confirmation of any conversations that are happening.
Last I know, Rahul, after the strikes were conducted by the Indian side on the terror camps, NSC Doval established contact with his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi, and that is the last time I guess India spoke to China. After that, if some back channels are on, I really don't have any idea about that. But officially, that was the last communication between India and China. Having said that, Saudi Arabia and United States, as I said before, it appears to me that they are the main guys, pushing for a de-escalation.
Well, viewers, all I can tell you right now, as we await that all-important press conference where many things will become clear. I don't know, of course, how far the officials on the Indian side will take us through the actions that have been taken very visibly, viewers, because we've got enough visual evidence now, and I'm going to show you certain visuals that have come in from Pakistan, from the streets of Pakistan, from these air bases specifically. There is also talk of degradation of certain airfields which are very, very critical to the operational requirements of the Pakistani Air Force, etc., etc. Airfields, of course, one of the first things that are targeted, General, because they completely, at one level or the other, disable an enemy's attempt to try either thwarting or, of course, coming across and causing damage. So that's one of the reasons why I presume the airfields are the ones that are first targeted, as well as, of course, radar systems. But what is your reading of the way the Indians have responded since last night? What does this constitute in your mind? The choice of targets and, of course, the quality of the action that we have seen visibly.
I think India has been carrying on with a kind of a plan that is well thought out, and as per the strategy that we have evolved for ourselves. This similar strategy was evolved, or a similar strategy was implemented during 1971 war also, where right in the beginning our Air Force was able to actually decimate the complete Air Force of Pakistan in Bangladesh. And in the western sector also, they were able to achieve a favorable air situation which allowed the ground forces to go in for major offensive. I think the similar thing is happening. But I think for us to, now we are dealing, there are two things different. Now we are dealing with the totally irrational military leadership of Pakistan. And we seem to be depending far too much on United States. They have the very fact that this IMF loan was sanctioned.
Yes.
I think that has been facilitated to a very large degree by United States. Their vice president is saying it is none of our business. I think our diplomats, our external affairs minister and Prime Minister Modi is going to take a note of it. I am by no means suggesting that we do not make use of the good offices of
some big
United
news coming
States
in,
of
General
America.
Saab, some big news coming in. There is news that seems to suggest, and this has been put out here, that India is launching retaliatory attack at Sargodha Air Base of Pakistan's Punjab. Now, if I can just bring back the group captain, who is extremely clued in about these strategic assets that Pakistan maintains. The Sargodha Air Base, tell us a little bit about this.
It's it brings back the memories of 1971, Rahul, because the Sargodha Air Base, when we hit it with the hunters, and I believe it was the Operational Conversion Unit which I commanded, which hit Sargodha, and Sargodha kept burning. Can you believe it? For 7 days. 7 days the Sargodha kept burning.
Wow.
7 days it kept burning. So that is a kind of target Sargodha is. The Combat Commander School, which is the Top Gun equivalent, is there in Sargodha. So Sargodha is a very, very big target in terms of target selection. Now quickly, Rahul, give me 30 seconds for me to make sense to people who are watching us as to how this air war is panning out and how this is going to have a much larger effect, taking a leaf from what General also talked about in 71 operations. And what we do is something called counter air operations. Counter air operations. The aim of doing counter air operations is that when you are doing a ground offensive, or when you are moving your own troops within your country, etc., you don't want enemies' air to come and interfere with you. So the counter air operations has two sub aspects. One is something called DEAD, spelled DEAD, also dead, is when you take out his radars and his other communication networks, etc., which we have done and done very beautifully. Next thing about counter air operations is hitting the airfield. That was your question.
Yes.
So if we have to keep the enemy down, we have to blind him and we have to cut off his limbs so that he does not come and interfere with you. So that, to the extent that we achieve, is where we say the air control, which General also mentioned, favorable air situation. So for the air control is also.
Okay, I just need to interrupt you. Those are the shots coming in from Sargodha. Look on your screens. Look on your screens, viewers, as well as the group captain. Just look very closely. That's the Sargodha Air Base. These are videos that have been sourced from Pakistan. So, look, we're going to be a little careful about not going full tilt with claims. But this is what the Pakistani media is claiming, that Sargodha has been hit by the Indian aircraft or missiles or projectiles. I can't say, viewers, we don't know, but this is all the reporting that is happening from there. Something has gone and smashed and hit the Sargodha Air Base, which is in Pakistan, Punjab. Tejinder joining us. Tejinder, what can you tell us? This was a drone strike? Was this a missile strike? What was it?
See, what we have been told that a strike has been launched by the Indian Defence Forces on the Sargodha Air Base in Pakistan's Punjab.
And those visuals which have come from Pakistan clearly show that people in the area saying that the Sargodha air base has been badly hit. There have been several explosions, though right now the operation is still underway, so the agencies are not disclosing what type of ammunition, whether it was an air strike, a drone strike or a missile strike that has been carried out on the Sargodha air base. But yes, we can confirm that the Sargodha air base of Pakistan Air Force has received extensive damage. The runway has been damaged. Their hangars have been damaged. This is what the sources have confirmed to us. And the locals in the area who saw the blast taking place inside the Sargodha air base have also confirmed that there has been a massive destruction that has been caused. This is the retaliatory effect of the Indian Defence Forces because the Pakistan, if you see the Pakistan tried to carry out multiple strikes on various Indian military installations across not only in Jammu and Kashmir but other parts of the country. All those air strikes, missile strikes, drone strikes from the Pakistan were destroyed by our air defense mechanism. But in a retaliatory effect, the retaliatory fire which the Indian armed forces have carried out several. The Sargodha air base has been...
Now where exactly is the Sargodha air base, Tejinder? How far deep into Pakistan, Punjab is it across, of course, our borders?
See, it is deep inside Pakistan's Punjab province, which from where the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military, they launched several attacks. We are told that this air base was used to carry out drone strikes, the air strikes, and also missile strikes by the Pakistan armed forces on our defense installations, which were foiled. So deep inside Pakistan's Air Force base, the Indian Defence Forces have carried out a strike and massive destruction has been caused to Pakistan Air Force assets. We are told, though we don't have exactly the number of aircraft of Pakistan Air Force that have received damage because of this airstrike, but yes, the confirmation from the highest level of sources say that there has been large-scale destruction to the air assets of the Pakistan Air Force, and the runway has also been destroyed, making it the air base incapable of launching any airstrike anytime soon. So right now this air base seems to have lost the capacity to launch any airstrikes against India, but yes, a massive retaliation by Indian armed forces towards the one of the biggest, what we are told, this is one of the biggest air base of the Pakistan Air Force. And
so since the morning now, Tejinder, since the morning, we've seen a large number of retaliatory strikes by India on air assets of Pakistan. Now, can you just take us through some of them? There's Rafiki, we are being told, all in the Punjab province, I think. Rafiki, Murid, we are being told there is one in Pindi, and now Noor Khan, and of course this one, Sargodha.
Yes, there is also a Rahim Yar Khan air base that has also been attacked by in the retaliatory fire of the Indian Army, Indian Defence Forces. We are told that the airstrip of that, the Rahim Yar Khan air base, has also received extensive damage. But yes, this retaliation has come in the backdrop of Pakistan Defence Forces launching multiple air strikes, multiple drone strikes, multiple missile strikes towards Indian Air Force stations. You see, Rahul, they tried to attack the Udhampur air base, they tried to attack Awantipora air base, they tried to attack Srinagar Air Force Station, they tried to attack the Pathankot air base, but all those attacks from the Pakistan side were destroyed. Their air projectiles that they launched, whether in the form of missiles or drones, were destroyed by the air.
Okay, the press conference has begun, viewers. Let's go straight across. That's the all-important press conference this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning.
Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. नमस्कार. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैव ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई. मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की. एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई. पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए. टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया. रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहनियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए. पसूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए. इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की. चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वह अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके. ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया. साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इंफॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए. भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है. नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए. कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही. भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई. पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर मैं आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स एलओसी पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusions and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Udhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Awantipora and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot aviation base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Udhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Dehrangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. They are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Udhampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Ferozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that again should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
Well, viewers, that was a very comprehensive press conference there by Mr. Misri and, of course, the two officials of the Indian Armed Forces who have been doing their job diligently day after day. Now, let me just quickly recap for you some of the points that were made before we connect to Siddhant and other reporters who were there at this press briefing. I can tell you that the first big headline that emerges from there is that the Pakistanis are moving their troops into forward areas, which marks on their part, according to Mr. Misri, an attempt to escalate. So let's note that very, very importantly, 8 air bases have been struck by India. Varying degrees of incapacity has been imposed on Pakistan forces in those air bases. They were detailed and they were known and listed like Sargoda, Noor Khan, Murid, Chaklala, Rafiki, Rehmatyar Khan, Sukur, and the Sialkot aviation base. All of them targeted, all 8 of them targeted by Indian forces. Viewers, no, of course, comment on the kind of munitions that were used to do this. Also, we have news that 26 localities were targeted overnight, ranging from Srinagar to Nalia, and they were targeted using an array of airborne munitions, including fighter aircraft by Pakistan. That is also what the team has told us, led by FS Misri. Now, lies and propaganda, viewers, is being spewed by Pakistan, and all of that has been negated by the 2 or 3 officers that made that presentation. Lies about offensive successes peddled by the Pakistan state agencies are all lies. Which ones exactly? Well, the fact that they targeted the Sirsa airbase, for example, that looks absolutely spot on. You can see it on your screens. Suratgarh, S-400 base at Udhampur, critical power cyber systems, all of these are very much functional, not touched by the Pakistani offensive. Also, civilians have been targeted, and there's been an attempt to sow the seeds of dissension between communities. The news about Sri Amritsar Sahib being targeted in a false flag operation is lies. There are no strikes on Afghanistan, and several high-speed missile attacks have been made by Pakistan in complete violation of all known laws. I want to go straight across to Akash for more on this. Akash, what do you make of this press conference? A lot of details, and I have to say that most of these details, congratulations to you and the others in CNN News 18 getting the information right. The scoops were all right. Yes, go ahead.
2-3 takeaways, Rahul, I want to stress on. First one, the weapons that have been used by Pakistan to target the infrastructure here in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab and in Rajasthan as well. UCAVs were very much used, long-range weapons were very much used, loitering munitions were used, and jets were used. We know that how there are reports that jets were downed, in fact, by the Indian Air Force. We are still waiting for the confirmation. Nothing on that aspect was spoken in the press conference. Also, in the contrary, India used precision weapon, which means that we only targeted the infrastructure that we intended to. And this is the reason why they don't have any civilian population impacted with the sort of strikes that were conducted in retaliation to what they initiated. Also, as far as our country, our places are concerned, so we have seen in Jammu and in fact in Ferozpur that how civilian population is targeted. They have targeted one hospital, in fact a nearby hospital was targeted here in Jammu, and we have seen that how they have targeted one temple here in Jammu. Other than that, they are moving their forces in the forward areas. We have been reporting for days now that how there is a movement that has been reported by by the intelligence agencies, where they have been in fact mobilizing their forces in the forward areas. They are placing their artillery in the villages. It was very much mentioned by Colonel Sophia in the press conference, and she said that Pakistan military is moving its troop in the forward areas with offensive intent to escalate the situation. We have categorically mentioned that we don't want any escalation, and this is the reason why we are not targeting any of your civilian population or your administrative blocks for that matter, but instead you have been targeting not just our military infrastructure but also our civilian population. We have seen that how in Rajouri and Poonch civilian areas were targeted. On LC they have been using howitzers, they have been using these RT guns in fact to target the towns. We know that how in Poonch dynamics are such that in the base we have Indian village, and at the top of the hill we have the Pakistani post. So it is very easy for them to target the civilians, and this is what they are doing for so many days now. In fact, last night firing was happening, and across the LC we have seen that how they have been involved in ceasefire violation. A number of other things were also in fact made very clear as far as our establishment and our assets are concerned. So all assets are safe, and in fact it was categorically mentioned by not just the Foreign Secretary but also by Colonel Sophia and the officer wing commander who was sitting there for the press briefing. It has been categorically mentioned that whatever they targeted, they got failed in it, because our air defense was very much there, our AD weapons were there, AD guns were there. In fact, we have made a number of damages to their infrastructure. We know that how a number of their Air Force stations were targeted, and in fact we have been reporting, Rahul, since morning that how their Noor Khan Air Base, which is of course in Chaklala, has been targeted by Indian forces. A precision hit is what has been done by the Indian Armed Forces, and this is the reason why their AD radars and in fact their sensors and the weapons within the Air Force stations have been destroyed. We have been talking about Sialkot Air Base that is in Punjab of Pakistan, and also the Murid Air Base which was targeted. A number of other military infrastructure was targeted by India, but the difference between the Indian strikes and the Pakistani strikes is that India has targeted the exact location where they have their AD systems. On the other hand, they have been targeting our civilian population out of frustration because they have not been successful till now in any sort of attempt that they have tried. Rahul.
Well, let me very quickly, viewers, hold this phone up for you, and we're going to try and focus on some of these pictures. So, viewers, this is one of the air bases that Pakistan says it struck, and you can see that this air base is the AFS Sirsa Air Base. Fully functional. There's a timestamp there, and the timestamp shows 10:48 a.m. So quite clearly, this is why the press conference got a bit delayed, because we were collecting information to ensure that all the fakery would be set aside. So this is one very clear example of Pakistan saying that they've taken out the Sirsa Air Base, but here it is fully functional, cars going in and out, not an issue to report there. Now viewers, AFS Suratgarh, there you can see once again the runway absolutely intact, all the assets intact, runway intact. In fact, this was taken again, and I'm just trying to blow this up here so that one can get an idea, around 10:44 a.m. So at 10:44 a.m. you can see there are fresh tire marks there. This entire airstrip is absolutely functional, not a blemish. Now a long drawn out shot here again of the airbase there. Again viewers, you can see this is a more panoramic view. Nothing has changed on the ground. There you can see it viewers. Nothing has changed on the ground. We're going to also put those visuals out for you after treating them properly so you can get a sense of them. This is the propaganda that Pakistan has been spreading, that they've caused extensive damage. All of these pictures are latest within the last 10-15 minutes viewers, half an hour, in fact less than half an hour. All of them show that these particular air installations are perfectly okay. So clearly the Pakistanis are harried. They don't quite know what to do, how to do, when to strike. There you can see there's a military truck, there are personnel on the ground. There is not a scratch. There's not a scratch. Maintenance, which is regular maintenance and inspection. There you can see you have some of our assets there. I don't want to focus them too much, but you can see all of them are there. Nothing here which shows that anything untoward has happened. So it's quite clear viewers that all of this propaganda by Pakistan has assumed is coming out of desperation really, coming out of desperation because they haven't been able to do squat to India. And there is going to be a briefing in the evening, and there's going to be the phrase is Sham ko sab batayenge. So questions have been asked, and I'm going to try and get Siddhant on this. Questions have been asked about other interesting details. Akash there also, Aman also there. Aman, the phrase that was used was Sham ko sab batayenge. It's almost as if picture abhi baki hai. There's a lot to tell. Clearly there have been other incursions and other successes by the Indian Army, which for operational reasons which are in continued motion right now can't be divulged. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely, Rahul. And I think the sense which I got from the press conference where I was there inside the Ministry of External Affairs, two things very, very clear. That one, Pakistan is on an escalatory, inflammatory mode. They are trying to provoke India. They have used high-speed missiles at our air force stations in Punjab. They are trying to damage us. And this is all happening, Rahul, after Pakistan has secured the IMF bailout last evening. So it is very clear that Pakistan has reserved this provocation only after it got the IMF bailout. So India is essentially also asking the world community that, look, you're putting dollars, in their bank, billions in their bank, and they are firing missiles at us with that very money. So that is one question that India is very clearly asking to the abroad community. Second question, I think, which is very interestingly, they said that even the Pakistani armed forces, the Pakistani military is mobilizing in big strength on the borders. This shows that their intent is not good. This is also a very, very important, development, because this shows that Pakistan is also trying to put pressure on the LOC, on the international border, by mobilizing its forces.
Okay, some breaking news coming in. Just hold your thoughts. Aman, Marco Rubio has also spoken with Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar, Dr. Jaishankar. There's a conversation that's happened. Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. He further proposed US support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. Well, one of the problems, viewers, is that the United States has facilitated a IMF bailout for Pakistan. So start walking the talk, America. And I want to bring in Aman Sharma on that point. Walk the talk. Don't give us this lecture sermon about de-escalation, nuclear powers, when you are actually rewarding one that is completely out of line.
Absolutely, Rahul, and India is strongly saying that off the record that it is US, which is helped with this IMF bailout to Pakistan. US has a bigger vote because of its economy size at the IMF. It was because of the US, India did abstain, India did register its objection, but it is ultimately the US also has to introspect. And interestingly, Rahul, the US has, Mr. Rubio has called up Mr. Jaishankar here, but who is called up in Pakistan? He's directly called up the Pakistani Army Chief, Asim Munir, because US is also realizing that the real power is not with the political machinery, not with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, but with the Army Chiefs. And no, the word I'm getting from inside here, from top government sources also is, US may say what it wants. US can call up Munir, US can call up our foreign minister. India will hit back if we are hit. We will not listen to
let me also bring in Zaka Jacob on this. Zaka, what do you make of this? The Pakistanis wanting us to de-escalate, this, that, the other, but also, of course, playing their own games on the side.
So, Rahul, look, I think the Americans are realizing that both India and Pakistan are, pretty much in conflict now. This is not a low-intensity conflict anymore. This is a full-blooded war. We've had 4 wars in the last 75, 77 years of our history. This is likely going to be the 5th one. It's drones, it's missiles. Now there are long-range missiles. You heard from the press conference a moment ago saying that Pakistan is moving troops to the forward area. So clearly the Americans, and I think Donald Trump has basically told Marco Rubio to be the front person as far as the Trump administration is concerned, to try and engage with both Indian and Pakistani counterparts. So earlier this morning we had the readout from the State Department saying he's spoken with the Chief of Army Staff, General Munir. Now he's spoken with Dr. Jaishankar as well. The other problem, Rahul, is no direct engagement between India and Pakistan. There were some reports about the two NSA speaking, but of course the steer that we're getting from the Indian side is that we're not necessarily talking, we're in touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're talking. One other interesting development is China. The statement that was put out this morning by China asking, I think for the first time, explicitly Pakistan to de-escalate. I think that will have some bearing, some weight on Pakistan as well. But look, I think there are two conflicting factors here. The Americans and the Chinese are now asking very publicly and having almost daily conversations. Certainly, Marco Rubio is having multiple conversations, every few days with both his Indian and Pakistani colleagues. But at the same time, the conflicting factor is, militarily speaking, both sides are now locked in. They're locked in this escalatory ladder. And if either side needs to come off, then they need to go back and be able to claim to their respective domestic constituencies that, look, this is the win that we have. Otherwise, we seem to be locked in this escalatory ladder. What started off with drones, then progressed to missiles, is now soon going to progress into troop movements, which is already alluded to by Wing Commander Singh in that press conference. The Indian side also is matching the troop movements on our side. So eventually, what you're going to get if both sides don't climb off this escalatory ladder is that you're going to have a ground offensive, and I don't think that's particularly going to be good for either country. Now, look, India is very clear in its position. We didn't start this. The original escalation was Pahalgam, where 26 Indians were segregated by religion and they were killed. India's response has been to Pahalgam, to the original escalation. That's why India carried out Operation Sindoor, after which we gave Asim Munir an off-ramp saying that, look, this is a one-time retaliatory strike. We don't want to escalate this any further. We've not targeted any military installations. But Asim Munir chose to respond and escalate further, so he's now targeted military installations. The press conference there also said that some of the targets certainly were the Air Force stations in Pathankot, in Bathinda, AFS Suratgarh, AFS Sirsa, all of which there is no damage at all. So, countering this Pakistani misinformation. So, while India hit terrorist targets, Asim Munir has escalated this to the next rung by targeting military installations. Therefore, India is left with no choice but to defend as well as to retaliate, to respond. So in response, India has hit the Sialkot base station there in Pakistan, also some of these major Air Force stations. The Noor Khan station, for example, is the biggest in Pakistan. It's one of the oldest. It used to be called the Chaklala Air Base. There's a military training college in the middle of that campus. The general headquarters in Rawalpindi is barely a few kilometers there. It's almost an adjoining campus. So these are some real high-profile military targets in Pakistan that the Indian forces have hit. But this is in response. This is in retaliation. Yes. So I think we'll have to wait and see, which of these countries, which of these international mediators will have pressure to bear on Pakistan and India. Clearly, look, the person that they need to get off the escalatory chain is Asim Munir. He's the guy who's climbing the escalatory chain. He needs to be asked to back off.
It's the hyphenation that actually is a bit disingenuous, because even you've sort of suggested that it was the Pakistanis that were the ones that started all of this from Pahalgam. And when they were given an off-ramp, they didn't take it. We were very clear that our actions on the day one were only targeted at terror infrastructure. They had no business to come through the next night and go about targeting our civilian. Now, let me just read this statement to you because it's very interesting. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, spoke with Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. Now, let's focus on the words. Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication to avoid miscalculation. So there is a quick but almost immediate expectation, which is start speaking to each other and first to avoid a miscalculation and then to identify methods to de-escalate. And he further proposed US support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. Now, there are 2 or 3 ways of looking at it, and I want you to weigh in on this. Number one, is US part of the problem or is it part of the solution? Today we've had off-record briefings from Indian officials who have said that it was most unfortunate that the United States didn't weigh in on the IMF, lean on the IMF to try and stall that loan, because that is what has actually given Pakistan this sort of boost, some sort of confidence lift to go ahead and do what they've done today, which is an escalation.
Absolutely. I think that announcement from the IMF came around midnight, and soon after that, it was like an emboldening signal. It was a signal to not just the Pakistani civilian establishment, but certainly to GHQ in Rawalpindi all right, you've got the monies you need. It was $2.3 billion. It's not a small amount of money, and that's gone through. So go ahead. So the signaling that they seem to have taken away from that is that, look, the international community is standing with us. The IMF, of course, is controlled by the Western powers. America has 17% weightage there. Anything above 15%, Rahul, is a veto power. So effectively, the United States had veto power in the IMF, and yet they've chosen not to exercise it. And you look at the comments that have been made by President Trump initially, and then J.D. Vance, I think, articulated it. He was here in India when Pahalgam happened, and people were talking about how, this high-profile attack happened timed to his visit here in India, and he says that, look, we're not going to interfere in somebody else's war. It's their business. It's up to them to sort it out. I can't think of a previous US administration that's taken such a hands-offish approach, despite the fact that Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, seems to be speaking to both parties every few days. Like I said, this morning he's spoken to the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, General Munir. He's also spoken to his counterpart, Dr. Jaishankar, here in Delhi. And the one thing that stood out for me was Secretary Rubio emphasized that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communication. This is the other problem. Even in 2019 Balakot, when the Pulwama-Balakot escalation happened, there was direct negotiations happening between the NSAs, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and his then counterpart. Right now, there is no direct negotiation happening, and I think that is one part of the problem. There were some suggestions that the two NSAs, the new NSA of Pakistan, who also happens to be the DGISI, there's been some conversation between Mr. Doval and him, but Indian government sources have said that they're in touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're talking. So I think you have a situation where you have this deranged military general who seems to be, wanting to really send his country down to the gutters, and at the same time, you're giving him off-ramp after off-ramp. He's not willing to take it, and there is no communication directly between both parties concerned. I think, the military reality on the ground is we're locked on this escalation ladder. Munir does not want to take an off-ramp. India does not have a choice but to be seen as responding to each.
What struck me above and beyond, of course, Akash, you're on air actually. What struck me really about this statement, and of course, just prior to this statement, the telephone call or whatever they did to reach out to the general. Now that is important, viewers, because it tells you that America knows only the general is actually in control. Now, whether the general wants to be formally in control, we don't know, but certainly motivated by some sort of personal idea of personal gain, some sense of self-aggrandizement, he went and gave the green signal to conduct Pahalgam. And that has led really to this escalation to the point where the world is now waking up to a situation where troops are moving to forward areas, and we are seeing the kind of visible scenes of destruction in Pakistan that are being relayed almost live to us. Now, I want to also, Zach, just stay on with me. I just want to quickly bring in Aman, as well as, of course, Akash on this. Aman, very quickly, there seems to have been a predetermination on the Indian side. After Pahalgam, we're just going to shut down all visible communication doors. Now, I don't know what is happening back channel. One Pakistani minister came out, and Zach, you were privy to this, you saw that on air, saying that, no, there have been contacts between the NSAs. I don't know. First of all, do you actually lay, Zach, I'm asking you this, do you believe that there was some sort of a back channel that has been opened? NSA Doval, of course, talking about him, he's just leaving the Prime Minister's residence. So what do you make of that?
Well, Rahul, I think...
no, one second. I was just bringing in Zach on that, and I want to bring you on to the larger question. Yes, Zach, go ahead.
Just very quickly to your point, the very next day, there was a steer that came from the Indian government that, look, they're in touch, the two NSAs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're talking. So I don't think they're talking. I don't think there is direct communication, because if there was, there wouldn't be a need for the US State Department readout that just came out, Marco Rubio's conversation with Dr. Jaishankar, asking both sides to have direct communication. So that's the other part of the problem. There isn't a direct communication that's happening right now.
That's an important observation, actually. Yes, if you really read between the lines, that's really the implication, isn't it, viewers? Now, we don't know if this was a predetermined decision. I just want to quickly bring in both Aman, and I also want to bring in Arun Dhanta, I think. He's the one who's outside there, outside 7 LKM. Arun, first to you very quickly, that meeting over between the NSA and the Prime Minister has gone on for quite a bit of time, actually. It's gone on for about 1.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even longer.
That's right, Rahul. 1 hour, 20 minutes.
the meeting lasted here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and NSA, of course, we know that in fact yesterday he was here at Prime Minister's house for 5 hours, and he was part of every other meeting that happened here, either with Rajnath Singh and the 3 service chief, and then RAW and IB chief, and then finally with the External Affairs Minister and the Foreign Secretary. And today, when of course we are seeing at Rajnath Singh's house, CDS Anil Chauhan is meeting him. They are assessing situation there. You have 3 tri-services chief in the war room in South Block, and here NSA meeting Prime Minister Modi, and of course briefing about the current situation and how majorly India's response has been against Pakistan, and that has of course amply been made clear by the Foreign Secretary in that press conference, that their responses have been measured, calculative, and no civilians were targeted by them. So I think at this point in time, when India is giving brute response to Pakistan at different locations, this meeting between Prime Minister Modi and NSA Ajit Doval is very important.
Sure.
And in some time,
and I want to bring in,
expecting that perhaps.
Yes, we are going to have a second briefing by the MEA. So, and they've said that they're going to let things. They're going to talk in more detail. And Aman, you were of course privy to that. And I want to also bring in you on this point. The NSA meeting the Prime Minister is also to look at perhaps what else can be done at the sub-threshold level, sub-nuclear threshold level, which doesn't lead to a conventional all-out war, but remains a low-intensity conflict where you are still being able to punish Pakistan. And I think that part of this comes from this predetermined sort of outlook after Pahalgam, that look, we are not interested now in interlocuting, we are only interested in imposing costs. That's really what it is. And what is the cost that India will be happy with imposing upon Pakistan, which could serve as a deterrence, is the main question, isn't it?
See, Rahul, I think the Indian standpoint is very clear. The original escalation was by Pakistan in Pahalgam and by Operation Sindoor, where we targeted the terror headquarters of Jaish, Lashkar and the Hizbul amongst the 9 locations. That was the answer of India to finish off Pakistan's terror tap for good. That was India's intention, and for India, larger point of that objective was complete with Operation Sindoor. That was India is very clear. We didn't attack any military infrastructure. But since then, since May 7, just look at what has happened. May 8th, May 9th, we have seen these swarms of drones coming from Pakistan, targeting our civilian population in cities like Jammu, right from Leh to Sir Creek. And now they've escalated it to missiles, high-speed missiles targeting our military installations, trying to target our Air Force stations and Air Force bases. This India sees is a provocative and deliberate escalation by Pakistan. This is very clear. And the word I'm getting from top government sources is that if they will hit us, we will hit back. We don't care what the US says. We don't care what the world says. If India is hit, India is going to hit back with double the force. And that is what we have seen last night in the airbase of Rawalpindi or the other air bases that India has listed out where it has inflicted damage. India is very clear with that. Also, I think very significant, Rahul, is that the earlier call of Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, was to the Pakistani Prime Minister a few days back. That was when things were normal. Pakistan had not, begun its retaliation. But now the US calling up directly Asim Munir, Mr. Rubio speaking to Asim Munir, shows that the Pakistani political establishment, the Prime Minister, is not in control, it seems, of the military strikes. It is Mr. Munir who is on his own agenda to escalate the situation. India is also very clear about it, that it was clear from the start to India that it is Munir who started Pahalgam and who is behind all this. And that is why I think we are seeing India's response is very clear inside, Rahul, inside the top government offices, that India is going to strike back double hard if Pakistan does a strike on India. Yes, we are not escalatory in nature. We are a measured response, but India will not wait if Pakistan is going to do such measures like rain high-speed missiles on our air bases. That is deliberate, almost an act of war by Pakistan, and India will not tolerate it.
Yes, the trouble is that the Pakistanis are not taking the off-ramp, and I want to go across to Siddhant on this point. Siddhant, look, if India has to begin to heed the advice that is being dished out by the Americans, both countries need an off-ramp now. If luckily for us, the Pakistanis have only saber-rattled, but haven't inflicted any damage. On the other side, we've inflicted damage. It's visible damage. From day one, we took out their terror assets, We've hit their terror infrastructure. Now we are bleeding their military infrastructure and they haven't done anything, and the pictures on our screens are telling us that they're spreading lies. So second off-ramp has not been taken by General Munir. And I have to ask you, the conversation in government now must be, how much punishment is enough? And Akash also joins me, and I'm going to bring him into this. What is enough? What is the point where the Indians will be satisfied that Pakistan will say, nahi, ab agli dafa India ko nahi marna hame, kisi bhi tarike se, kuch bhi karke. We don't want to do this business of cutting, using all sorts of extremists, this low subcutaneous sort of subliminal war that we have been waging. What is that point now?
Well, Rahul, the larger, the core of this military strike, in fact, on terror camps was perhaps to establish deterrence. And in fact, now what I could read after, what I could understand after speaking to my sources in the government, and in fact, I'm being told that India will apply policy of tit for tat. If they will hit us, we will hit them back. And this has been told to me by a very senior officer. And in fact, he very clearly said in a layman's language that if they will hit us, we will hit them back. It will be tit for tat. Point number one. Point number two, also Rahul, look at the general, if you look at the pattern in which Operation Sindoor briefings are taking place. India is not asking the generals to go and do the press conference like the Pakistanis are doing. Our press conference is being done by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and two of the young lady officers of the forces. Perhaps it again shows that, in India, diplomacy is something which perhaps India, which should be the first path. Okay, and that is a very strong message which India is still sending out, despite so many times attack being done by Pakistani side. That India still believes in diplomacy. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is doing press conference. It signifies, it shows that as well. At the same time, today's press conference was also about how Pakistan, since has already lost many battles to India, is now into spreading lies and misinformation.
Yes.
In fact, now what they're doing is that they are into cyber warfare. They are. Yeah.
Not even that, not even effectively, because even that has been sort of checked by the PIB. Stay on with me, Siddhant. I just want to quickly bring in Akash also, very importantly. Akash, there is now a confirmation that we have struck their bases, but more importantly that Pakistan is moving troops into the forward area with all intentions of ramping up. So this is what has been said by Vikram Misri. Also, there has been talk that we have been able to successfully thwart a large amount of their military capacity. Can you elaborate on these 2 points and what exactly is meant by when the officials there said there's going to be a lot more we will discuss in the afternoon? What are they hinting at? What's this about?
The operation is still on, Rahul. That's the reason why they said that, they will have much more to offer in the evening. And I'll not go into specifics because of the fact that these are ongoing operations. But Rahul, you see, by definition, it is not yet a war, but a conflict. However, the actions that we are seeing from Pakistan, be it using UCAVs or, these high-speed missiles, ballistic missiles or the jets, these actions are somewhere indicating that, they want escalation, further escalation to war. They have been moving their troops to the forward areas. We know that how they have moved their artillery to the civilian population so that, they can fire their artillery from that particular village where they have residents living. And if India will retaliate, so they can show to the world that how India is targeting their civilian population. Now, this is an era where, social media plays an important role. And since morning, we have been seeing the narrative, how they have been propagating theories that they have destroyed S-400, they have destroyed several jets, and they have destroyed several military stations and AD systems and radars. This is possibly for two reasons. First one, they wanted, they want to send a message to the civilians, possibly want to target the morale of the forces, men on ground. But this is not going to happen, Rahul. It has been made very clear. And since morning, we have been seeing that how PIB has been rebutting, all these allegations, claims, and in fact the narratives that are going, on social media. As far as this particular time is concerned, Rahul, I'm standing in Jammu, and in Jammu, recently one drone was, sighted and in fact has been destroyed. In fact, I cannot show in the air right now. I'll not in fact show the live operations. But then, in Jammu it is still happening. They are still attempting, several places, and this is the reason why, it has been said that by this evening we'll give you some more details of the kind of activities that Pakistan is involved in, and also the sort of retaliation that is going from India. Till now, it is a measured retaliation, but people have been demanding that there should be some decisive action against Pakistan. Now it will be important to see as to how armed forces are reacting to the sort of activities that have been happening since last night. Later in the evening, yesterday, we saw that how it started with a ceasefire violation in Uri and Kupwara, and then, they started targeting Jammu, in fact, Amritsar, Pathankot, and a number of other, Air Force stations. Now, since they are not successful, they have been changing their weapons. They initially tried it with drones. Yesterday we saw that how they sent empty drones without explosives, possibly to see the capabilities, possibly to check the sort of systems that we are employing for the air defense. And today they have sent the ballistic missiles. We have reports that they targeted in fact the locations in Delhi, and in fact this attempt was thwarted. But once again, it has been made very clear, we have not disturbed you ever. You were the one, who sent the, terrorists in Pahalgam and carried out that sort of attack where 26 of our tourists were killed.
Absolutely.
We have only taken action against the terrorists, who have carried out this sort of attack where we have lost our civilians. In fact, we waited for some sort of action that we were anticipating from your side, but you did not take any action against those terrorists who were there on ground, on your ground. And that's the reason why, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision strikes on 7th of May, where they only targeted these infrastructures where we had credible input that these terrorists have been living, their families have been living, and in fact these are the training camps and not the infrastructures, not just the infrastructures. Also, as far as the actions after that, we have seen that how India mentioned categorically that we don't want any escalation, we are not going to target your military infrastructure, we are not going to open fire on LC, we are not going to, in fact, we had no movement, in the forward areas. You must be remembering we were getting videos from Pakistan that how they have been mobilizing their troops, they have been sending their artillery, in fact, in a number of areas. But we did not have any movement at all because we did not, want war. But now it seems that whatever Pakistan is doing is escalatory in nature, Rahul.
Escalatory in nature, but India has also said that, look, we have continued to give Pakistan the off-ramp. We have continued to focus on military infrastructure. We are not targeting like the immature, petulant, and obviously invidious, evil-minded Pakistani military establishment that is targeting our civilians with all sorts of motives. Now, here it is, viewers. This is Sargodha Air Base that was targeted, and you can see the plumes of smoke. A large number of people in Pakistan gathered, watching in absolute shock and awe at India's audacity. Look at this. This is a precision strike on a military and minimum collateral damage. That is what we've been told this morning. Minimum collateral damage. Let's have a look at the Shekhupura district. This is a drone impact on Lahore. This is not, of course, an airbase, but in Lahore, the streets, these people are talking about the actions that they have witnessed from the Indian military. And they are completely in a state of shock. There is a huge swath of fire on the horizon, lighting up that horizon in Lahore, Shekhupura. Let's have a look at the next. Here it is, Pindi, viewers. That's the base, the Pindi base. This is really the heart of the military establishment. You can't get any closer to the general headquarters. Munir must be sitting and quaking in his boots right now because this is Pindi. Look at that massive cloud up there and that huge spark of light lighting up the entire sky. This has happened in the dead of the night, but look at the bright lights because it's a massive explosion. Noor Khan Air Base on fire. We've been told that it is massively impacted. We're going to go across to our guests now to get a bit of a sense of what really India has done, what is the motive behind it, what it means for Pakistan as far as degradation is concerned. And of course, there'll also be Brahmacharani, because we're going to talk a little bit. And this is Narowal, viewers. Look at the horizon. Look at the extent. This is a massive strike on military infrastructure, hobbling Pakistan as we speak. Hobbling Pakistan to the point where they're going to have a few problems, viewers, responding. And we've got Pakistan where we want them. What can we do next? Those are the fundamental questions. Tilak Devasher, let me bring you on this, as well as Brahmacharani. Important conversation this morning. You've heard the press briefing. You're up to speed with all the details. So Tilak Devasher, first of all, what has India tried to do with these military targets? What was the intent behind this? Why are we targeted these specific bases, etc.? I think you're on mute, sir. I can't quite hear you. If you could just unmute yourself. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
There you go.
You remember on your show last night, we were talking about India's response and being proportionate and responsible. I think last night India did get back and hit Pakistan in response to what they were doing. So you've had attacks on these various military bases. And I'm glad that this was done, because, you are now telling Pakistan, the message you're conveying to Pakistan is that enough is enough, that you're going to continue on this path, then you better be prepared to face the wrath of India. Second, two other points I'd like to make, Rahul. One is that Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now, National Command Authority is the apex body that talks about the nuclear policy and all the matters relating to the nuclear policy of Pakistan. I don't think so. This is a very serious move. I think this is just to show the world that things are getting out of hand and that you had better escalate. But this is something that India needs to watch very carefully, what happens in that meeting of the National Command Authority. Second, if you read between the lines of the US statement by Secretary Rubio, I think what he's doing is giving you a free hand. Rather than weighing in on India's side, I think they're telling you that, look, do whatever you have to do and sort it out amongst yourself. I think I would look at it in that frame of mind, rather than saying that the US did not weigh in on India. I think India is pretty competent. They also realize competent to deal with Pakistan on their own. So whatever they have to do, they will do. So long as I think there are no boots on the ground, and so long as there is not, you go up the escalatory ladder to a stage where you escalate up to the nuclear point, I don't think so the US or China are going to get too excited.
Devasher, the foreign minister has just responded, Dr. Jaishankar. He said, I had a conversation with the US Secretary Rubio this morning. India's approach has always been measured and responsible and remains so. So it does two lines put out there. What do you make of this response?
What else can he say?
Yes.
He's going to say exactly that.
Yes.
It is a measured response to what Pakistan is doing. But Pakistan has gone up the escalatory ladder. There was a report that they fired a missile at Delhi, at the National Capital Region. Now, if that is not a major escalation, then what is an escalation? I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured, but that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Vani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar we have been hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not in fact letting its
big
men
news coming in,
rest from the
Akash.
sort of
Big news
activities
coming
that they
in.
have.
First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking. Now, just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country, and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides, and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone who takes care of the operation of the military on both sides, and we have been given to understand that DGMOs connected from both the sides, and Pakistan
right now, I have to go across
de-escalation.
Okay, just 1 second, because we only have him for 10 minutes apparently, and I've been asked to go straight across to the father of Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl, we have to go across to Jude Pearl. I'm being told that we only have him for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, viewers, but in the middle of this breaking news, I have to go across to Jude Pearl, I'm told. Jude Pearl, your reactions really to the Indian strike, taking out the brother of Masood Azhar, a person directly connected with the incident involving your son.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, Mr. Jude Pearl.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was what my reaction is. I am, of course, very delighted that the issues of my son has come to the attention of the media and the general public, because it has been almost forgotten. And what was forgotten is the fact that the people responsible for his murder have not been brought to justice. So I'm glad that at least the person who was indirectly connected with his abduction was killed. I'm not sure that he was killed, actually. I haven't seen any confirmation from the Pakistani side that Azhar was killed, but I trust the Indian intelligence to verify that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jude Pearl, for speaking with us. Thank you very much. We'll just come back to you in just a short while. There has been a huge development here in India, viewers. Let's go back to that big story. I want to go straight back to Siddhant. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. Can we remove the Jude, yes, the Pearl visuals? Yes, there you go. There you go, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Rahul. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Rahul, situation is bad in Pakistan. Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. In fact, first communication between the two countries have been established. Communication has been established. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us. First direct talk has taken place between India and Pakistan since the escalation. This is a DGMO level talks. Perhaps a very big piece of breaking input we are putting out for our viewers, and in fact this has been brought to us by investigation editor Manoj Gupta, and in fact he has got this confirmation that there has been a direct contact which has been established by Pakistan with India. Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Now they don't want to further escalate the situation. Perhaps, Rahul, this development is also happening after Secretary Rubio speaking directly to Asim Munir this morning. And in fact, we were reporting that how that particular call was only to tell Asim Munir directly that, look, better de-escalate or face the consequences. And now we are getting to know that Pakistan has reached out to India, and in fact first DGMO level communication has been established. Pakistan wants to de-escalate. Situation is bad in the country. Their own people are not liking that in these times when there is the economy is in doldrums. Pakistan is going all out on war with India, and this is one of the reasons that Manoj Gupta is telling us that Pakistan has reached out to us. First, DGMO level communication has been established between the two sides. A very, very important piece of
okay, let me bring in Akash. Let me bring in Akash on this point. We also have, of course, Tilak Devasher, and we also have Brahmacharani with us to put this into perspective. But Akash, yes, over to you. This is big news, very big news.
It is big, in fact, for the first time when DGMOs have connected, because till now only officers were getting connected where the colonel rank or brigadier rank officers were talking to each other. But this time around, we are learning that Director General of Military Operations on both the sides have connected via hotline, and Manoj Gupta, has been bringing this input for us, where he is suggesting that Pakistan, wants de-escalation. In fact, there are bad conditions there in the country, and that's the reason why they want to meet the Indian side. Possibly, meeting would happen very soon, because DGMOs have somewhere talked to each other. Rahul, just one context, back in 2021, when there was a constant ceasefire violations on the LC, even at that time, DGMOs played an important role, and it was February 2021 when there was a DGMO level understanding for ceasefire. And since then, we were not seeing any sort of escalation on the borders. Once again, when things were getting escalated, it seems that DGMOs have connected and Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is indeed a big development that Manoj Gupta has been bringing to us. And, in fact, what was the sort of issues that were discussed? One meeting was the core agenda. We have been told that, they wanted to meet. And since this was a hotline communication, so of course, not many things were discussed, but definitely Pakistan wants a de-escalation. This has been clearly indicated, and in fact sources have been suggesting this to Manoj Gupta, that how Pakistani DGMO and in fact the Indian DGMO connected on hotline, and they discussed the current scenario, and Pakistan wants de-escalation, Rahul.
De-escalation is the buzzword right now. This is very, very interesting news, viewers. Yes, Pakistan has been punished. We've shown you those pictures, and I'm going to ask our director Saab to show those pictures of Pakistan being eviscerated. We'll also have confirmation, and not contested, because this has been confirmed by DG ISPR that they have been attacked on their air bases, viewers. Don't forget this. This is confirmation that came this morning from DG ISPR. He looked glum. His face was small, shrunken. His cheeks were shrunken, he looked petrified, and we have struck really in Rawalpindi. In Rawalpindi, viewers, that's where General Munir sits, and therefore he picked up that phone from Rubio almost immediately, because he realized that his time is up. His time is up. And I want to bring in Siddhant. Siddhant, the compulsions here weighing on the Pak Army Chief are great. He is leading his country into a massive misadventure. He doesn't have the public support. He doesn't have political support. This man is completely in it for himself, and he realizes he's made a grave error of judgment.
Well, that's right, Rahul. And in fact, he heard it from Americans this morning. This is what I have been told. And since a very long time, Rahul, he was looking for this opportunity. Asim Munir was looking for this opportunity. In fact, there is a direct link between his speech given at Pakistani diaspora event, perhaps where he said that the both countries were divided on the religious lines, and perhaps right after that, Pahalgam took place, where the people were singled out on the basis of religion and killed. So there is direct linkage between the two. In fact, the same was highlighted by Foreign Secretary also on the very first day of his press briefing. So Asim Munir is the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, and perhaps he is calling the shots in Pakistan, and Americans know it very well. And this is the reason that last time when Rubio spoke, he spoke to Shehbaz Sharif, but nothing happened, because Americans also understood that Shehbaz Sharif is a puppet. Nobody will listen to him. So today this call was made. This call directly to a army chief, perhaps, Rahul, is a very big thing. American Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, will never talk to a counterpart who is much below to him
And why is all of this happening, viewers? Siddhant, stay on with me. Why is all of this happening? Because we're getting inputs left, right and center now. Viewers, we are completely on the front foot here, and we're getting inputs that ADG PI has put out a statement of the Indian Army saying that Indian Army pulverizes terrorist launch pads. Their entire auxiliary infrastructure has been absolutely eviscerated as a response to Pakistan's misadventures of attempted drone strikes on the night of 08 and 09 May 2025 in multiple cities of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. The Indian Army conducted a coordinated fire assault on terrorist launch pads, pulverizing and razing them to cinders. The terrorist launch pads located close to the line of control were a hub for planning and executing terror attacks against Indian civilians and security forces in the past. The Indian Army's swift and decisive action has dealt a significant blow to terrorist infrastructure and capabilities. All of these details, viewers, being put out now by the ADGPI, and that were put out in about 10 minutes back. Massive views. All the photographs of that action are here. This is how it's gone up, viewers, on the LOC. They are taking them out one by one. Those are our forces using their munitions, and you can see them in their bunkers, winding it all up and releasing these grenade launchers, all sorts of other munitions. Viewers, I'm not going to go into the munitions, but they've been put out there for the world to see. There you can see it, pulverizing the living daylights out of Pakistan, its proxies. It is complete focus, it is clinical, and it is absolutely debilitatory. Pakistan falling apart. And if they are pushing troops to the front lines, viewers, it allows us to engage at the front lines and even alter the LOC. Remember, even that can be done. So you can see these pictures. This is a video that has been put out. This is a relay of all the action that has been taking place. It is a complete newsreel, one after the other, and Indian soldiers showing the victory sign, flashing the victory sign there, viewers. They're doing this in every video. They are completely blowing the Pakistanis out of their bunkers, smoking them out. This is what India has brought to the table. It is brought to the table not just at the LOC, but on Pakistan soil. 8 bases flattened, viewers, we are being told. Massive punishment being inflicted on the body of Pakistan. The body politic, the mind, scarring the mind. The public is out on the streets, shocked, seeing their country in flames. Look at those pictures, viewers. That's Rawalpindi. That is where the Pakistani army sits and plots evilly against India. Today, they are not safe in their cribs. They are not safe there, viewers. Look at that, Rawalpindi in flames, ball of flames lighting up the sky. Noor Khan Air Base flattened. Those are the pictures, viewers. Video released by the ADGPI 10 minutes ago. Look at these pictures. The Indian Army clinical, bashing the brains out of Pakistan's terror and, of course, BAT, as well as their forward positions. There you can see them, viewers, completely. And after each one of those attacks, a victory sign. You can see them going up one by one. This could be out of Rambo, viewers. This is not a movie. This is absolute real life. Fact is always stranger than fiction. It is more compelling than fiction. This is what it's looking like right now for India. Pakistan blown out, pushed back, mentally scarred, physically debilitated, and worse, viewers, militarily on the back foot, thwarted, defanged. They don't know what to do. They've tried everything. Now, the deranged leadership is trying to play the nuclear card. The National Command Authority is being summoned. They're doing what they always do. Hold a gun to their heads to negotiate, get the world to pay attention, say, come, still India's hand, help us. It's a cry for help. Let me go across to, I think we're supposed to go across to Siddhant, right? To go back to Siddhant. Okay, we don't have a reporter right now. Colonel Kohli joins us live. Colonel Kohli, this is a complete annihilation, isn't it?
Good morning, Rahul. I'm Lieutenant General Kohli. Anyway,
sorry, General Kohli.
No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Sorry about that.
Absolutely okay.
Kohli. Yes.
This was expected, Rahul. This was expected. They do not have the capacity and the wherewithal to fight. It was known to them also, but they had been showing bravado so far. And yesterday, the boost which they got through IMF, $2.3 billion which they got, which they started, and they were. That time also, in fact, yesterday I was on a TV, I was mentioning this only. They knew that they will get us on the negotiation table through American pressure or through somebody else, and before that they wanted to achieve something so that they could show to their population that they have also been able to do something. So though their attempts have failed, even they attempted today missile at Delhi, which was also failed, but now they are seeing the future because they do not have, their ammunition is less, their economy is less. You know what economic conditions are. So
Absolutely.
what this 2.3 billion has been given, how long will it last? 15 plus 2.3. You see, we have 660 billion if you talk of the forex what we have. So they do not have the capacity. But at the same time, Rahul, I wish to say, we should not let go of this opportunity. Today, conditions are very good for us. In the past, if you see these many 70 years, 4 wars we have fought with them, we have allowed them to go away. In 71, these many prisoners were given, Haji Pir Pass was given in 65. We should make use of the situation what is there today. We must achieve something and sort of inflict on them deterrent punishment so that they don't do this kind of thing in future. Because any kind of peace treaty with them will have no meaning. It will last only for few years, few months only.
Let me bring in Professor Nalapat. Good morning, Professor. Good afternoon, rather. 5 minutes past noon. And we have Pakistan leaning against the ropes. Their air bases flattened, their forward positions pulverized. I'm not saying it, the ADGPI is saying it. I'm not saying it, the MEA is saying it. This is a complete humiliation, a defanging of Pakistan. It's happening at the behest of the Prime Minister of India. We are teaching them a lesson. We are establishing deterrence. We are also being told now that nervous Pakistan is seeking a meeting with India. It's willing to throw in the white towel. We've got them where we want them, Professor Nalapat. What should we do?
We haven't got them, Rahul. The fact is that they always do this. Whenever they are down, they want to resist a knockout blow, which will come soon. And then they say, well, you know, now I'm down. Now I'll come back up. And then they swear everlasting peace. That peace usually lasts only a few weeks.
Yes.
If it lasts that long.
General Kohli is saying the same thing. Yeah.
A bunch of cheats.
Yes.
A bunch of liars. And they are hardwired to hate India. The GHQ Rawalpindi is hardwired to hate India. The colonel knows full well the unique chemistry that they have. They genuinely believe that Hindus and Muslims are two different species. They have invented a new form of biology. So what they're looking for, they know they're on the ropes. They are on the ropes. They want to avoid a knockout blow. The point is, this is not the time for any kind of leniency. You have to give that knockout blow. And in the meantime, whatever devices they have for interception, whatever devices they have for finding out what is coming at them, these devices need to be put out of commission. Pakistan needs to be rendered completely defenseless. We have the means. I'm sorry to say that the United States doesn't seem to understand. It's a war between Terroristan and India. But I'm sure that people are going to reach out to the MAGA community in the US, and they're going to understand that very soon, that their president is wrong, their establishment is wrong. That is India which is fighting terror. And when you want to fight the global war on terror, this is the most important front. And Pakistan is the facilitator of terror. Hamas, Hezbollah, you name the organization. There are Pakistani trainers working there, retired or serving. And again, this is well known. So the reality is, this is not the time to let go.
So, Professor, I want to ask you, because Pakistan is convening this meeting. First of all, Mark Rubio calls not the Prime Minister, he calls the General Munir, number one, which tells you that Munir perhaps did all of this because he wants to consolidate power, perhaps even go in for a coup and install himself as the real leader of Pakistan, come out of the shadows, so to speak, number one. Number two, the National Command Authority has been summoned by the Prime Minister. What does all this mean?
It means nothing. It means hot air, frankly. The reality is the nuclear button cannot be pressed. You remember some decades ago, there was a big hoo-ha. Again, the Americans got very alarmed. Oh my God, nuclear conflict. And the reality, and I wrote at that point in time, there'll never be a nuclear conflict. Pakistan knows very well that you might eliminate quite a lot of Indians, but nowhere close to we will eliminate practically the whole of Pakistan if that happens, and the whole region will be affected. So they are, irrational, but they're not madcaps. The Nuclear Command Authority thing is a farce. It's not meant for India. We know the truth. It's meant for the United States. And Marco Rubio, frankly, doesn't know what is happening. He has been misbriefed. He doesn't understand this situation. He doesn't understand the Pakistan army. He better bone up. And he better, because Rubio studied China, he better understand Chinese tactics. Pakistan has become a Chinese proxy. Just when Apple and Google and others were shifting from China and relocating to India, you have Pahalgam. Is that a coincidence? Of course not. The Chinese are terrified that India will, with the decoupling that takes place in China, which I regard as inevitable. You may have coziness, you may have trade talks, but the fundamental interests are divergent, and the US and China will decouple. In that situation, the US needs India. Marco Rubio needs to look at China and its connections with Pakistan, and then you understand what we are facing.
Now, Professor Nalapad, I want you to, you're a foremost analyst, so I want you to tell me, what really has India achieved by going in there and knocking out some of these air bases? What was the thinking? We'd also ask the General that question, General Kohli. I'll bring him in too. But Professor, your thinking about the targets. Now, if you're going and attacking the Pakistani military in Rawalpindi, you're basically telling them that we've got you by the scruff of the neck. It's only a matter of turning our guns in your direction. And Munir, you can be wherever you are, but you're not safe.
Rahul, please understand that these gentlemen do not believe India was capable of this kind of a completely comprehensive response. They regard, I'm sorry to use religious terms, I've never believed in religious differentiation. I've always believed in all faiths living peaceably, but they honestly believe the Hindu is some kind of an inferior species. The Hindu cannot fight back. The Hindu is the only mammal in the world without a backbone. They honestly believe that. From the time you look at school textbooks in Pakistan, you look at school textbooks, there you're taught to have contempt for the Hindu, to despise the Hindu, and the primary rule of wartime is never underestimate your enemy. The fact is, we are Homo sapiens, they have a backbone, a pretty weak now, we have a backbone, but the point is, Rahul, they are economically very vulnerable. They are on the ropes economically as well, and they will go under if this lasts for more than, I would say, about 2 weeks. The Pakistan economy will collapse like a house of cards, and all those people in the IMF who voted, we need to out them. We need to put their images out. We need to show who they are, because these people will have blood on their hands. They are funding a terror machine. They are not funding the civilian government. Shahbaz Sharif is a paper cutout. He has no authority, nothing. And Munir is the madcap who made Pahalgam happen, believing, oh, ये Hindu है. Hindu क्या करेगा? अरे कुछ नहीं करेगा. एक दो यहाँ हम 2-3 थप्पड़ लाएगा, खत्म हो जाएगा. I am sorry to say, over the decades, we proved Munir right. But not this time, not under this Prime Minister, not the Indian people today. We are different from the Indian people of some time, decades ago. The Indian people of today are saying enough is enough. Let's put an end to this situation once and for all. And we have them, as you correctly said, on the ropes. So now they want to second wind. They want to again recover and recoup. Do you think Israel is going to allow Hamas a second wing, Hezbollah a second wing, the IRGC a second wing? Of course not. The Israelis made a big mistake in tolerating Hamas for so long. We made a big mistake in tolerating this terror machine for so long. But the fact is, Rahul, they have a distorted view of India.
Yes.
And that view blinds them to reality that this is a resilient people with a resilient leadership under Prime Minister Modi, and we have enough, domestic talent to have produced some of the finest weapons which are now being deployed in combat.
Yes,
And
we've really
expect
come to this, haven't we?
forward.
Very well prepared. Over the last 10 years since 2014, we've been thinking this through. Yes, there has been a huge amount, viewers, and you have to now go back to those conversations. Those people who printed in their newspapers reports about how the Rafale, this, that, the other was not up to it, how this is a big scam, all of that was happening, Professor, if you remember. At every stage, Modi was being opposed. When he talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat and the investment in defense, people laughed at him. Today, he's having the last laugh. And also, I want you to weigh in on this because this is very important. The one person who's changed strategic thinking is Ajit Doval. It's quite clear. Ajit Doval is the man who's having his moment. He's having his revenge. He was the IB director in IC 814 times, if you remember, 1999. We all covered it. And at that time, he was actually implicated as being the one who came up with this soft strategy of going out there and exchanging terrorists for hostages. And he wasn't, it later turned out, was wrongly blamed. So he's been waiting for his moment. He's got his moment. He has been the prime orchestrator of this strategic new recalibration in Indian thinking. Would you agree, sir?
Well, I'll tell you that the one person who understands India very well is Ajit Doval. There's no question about it. The man understands Pakistan as well, and he understands Pakistan like the palm of his hand. So there's no question that he knows the psychology of that country, and there's no question that he would have advised the Prime Minister. But the fact is, we have a very determined leader. Minister, well, he worked under Narasimha Rao. If he had worked under some other leader, maybe he would have been a flop as finance minister. But the reality is, Ajit Doval has got the perfect leader for him. And that's why he is working so beautifully. And because we have Prime Minister Modi, we have a resolute Prime Minister, we have a resilient people, we have a glorious armed forces. What are we waiting for, Rahul? Let's end this menace of cross-border terrorism once and for all.
India wants, viewers. That's what India wants. And I want to bring in General Kohli. Stay on with me, Professor Nalapat. Professor Nalapat, top of his game, as always, viewers. As always, giving you insight. He's incisive. He knows exactly what to talk about. A Pakistani drone shot down there once again. Viewers, they're throwing it all at us. The kitchen sink and everything, but they're not going far. Look at that. Jammu and Kashmir is at the front line. We've been told there in Jammu, in Bishna area, another drone down. There have been loud bangs once again in Srinagar. In the morning at 5:58 or 5:48, if I'm not mistaken, there were two loud bangs. Many people have said that Pakistan aircraft are down there. That's a different story because that's an ongoing operation. I don't want to talk about it too much, viewers. But we heard from the MEA that they're going to come back and give us a full briefing in the afternoon. So that will be around 4:30, and that's going to be very, very interesting. They've said there's a lot to still tell you, a lot to update you about. Wait, have patience, just follow the guidelines. Yes, General Saab, I want to bring you in on this. Professor Nalapat is of the view now that this is it. This is our moment. Let's not fall for all these, highfalutin conversations that come out of Washington, D.C. and this, that, the other and get pressured and, think that we should. Yes, of course, we want Tilak Deveshwar also. Please bring him in. Very important voice in this calculus. But, General, this is it, really. From a military strategist point of view, could you be better placed? I'm just asking, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Look, anything can happen in battle, so we have to be very, very careful. We don't want to sound triumphal. We don't want to at any level sound as if, we won any big contest. We haven't even gone up 1 or 2% on the escalation ladder. So it's very early days. But yes, we have shown that whatever they thought of us is wrong. So, General.
Rahul, before I answer that, I just want to say, you see, this call is between the DGMOs.
Yeah.
And this is the calls between DGMOs are a routine thing which happen. Even during the previous wars, these kind of calls have taken place.
Yeah.
And in any case, monthly they speak to each other. At times weekly they do speak, depending on the condition. Yeah. So we may not read too much into it. Yes. With this call. Second point which you said, Rahul, there is no doubt in this. This is the moment, either now or never. We are very well placed. Firstly, militarily. If you ask me, economically, diplomatically, international support, no matter whatever America is saying, America is in any case, they run with hare and hunt with hound.
That's
the way they have done it so far with number of countries. But, and other thing is, you see the total domestic support is with us. Today, the entire nation is behind Prime Minister Modi. And everyone is expecting that something should happen. Now, talking purely from armed forces point of view.
One second, sir. Just a second. There's some news coming through. I just want to go across to our reporter. I'll come right back to you. This is an evolving situation, viewers. Tejinder Sori with us. Tejinder, yes, what can you tell us? Update us, please.
Yes, sir, Rahul. Pakistani drone has been shot down by our air defense system in the Bishna area. It is in Jammu, wherein the Pakistani drone tried to carry out attack on a vital military installation in the area. We are not disclosing the exact location and the exact name of the military installation, but yes, a vital military installation was the target of this drone. However, our anti-aircraft mechanism that is in place in that area has taken down this drone. Now this drone has been taken away by security forces, and they are analyzing what type of drone it was, what type of payload it was carrying. So clearly, once again, the nefarious design of the enemy nation Pakistan has been foiled by our security forces, and there are also reports that several other drones have been shot down in other places, including Pathankot in Srinagar. So these reports are being verified, but in Bishna, yes, a Pakistani drone whose target was a vital military installation in the area has been shot down by our security forces, by our defense mechanism.
Okay.
Yes,
also, we're getting news that certain loud explosions have been heard in Srinagar or over Srinagar. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Rahul. There are reports that Pakistani drone has also been shot down near the Srinagar airport. The entire area has been sealed. There is electricity in the entire area has been cut off, and air raid sirens are on in various places, including Baramulla, including Srinagar. Yes, some loud bangs were heard in the vicinity of Srinagar airport, wherein the report suggests that a Pakistani drone has been shot down. In Pathankot also there were certain explosions, and the sources are saying that another Pakistani drone which tried to attack the Pathankot Air Force Station has also been shot down by our air defense mechanism, which is in place in the area. Yes, Rahul.
Okay, stay on with me. I just want to quickly go across to Wing Commander Abhishek Mathiman, as well as, of course, General Kohli. Both of them are in with us. Professor Nalapat stays on with us. We're also going to try and connect to Tilak Devasher. This will be an evolving situation, viewers. Lots happening on the ground. We know now that Pakistan is reeling. Abhishek Mathiman, can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Wing
can
Commander?
hear you. Loud
Yes,
and
weigh in
clear.
on this, sir. We've completely taken their bases out. We are being told that by the MEA. You heard the press conference. Lots of details emerging from that press conference. We're seeing the skyline above those bases alit. I mean, there's fire all over the place. It looks as if they walked into some sort of an inferno. They're done. They're fried.
Absolutely, Rahul. And what my point of view is, hereafter, let's make them continue crying visibly in front of the world and in front of their own populace. General Munir, I am talking about. Let him keep crying, keep begging for peace, keep begging. He needs to come out with a begging ball on this front also.
That's fine, but I want to ask you, Wing Commander Mathiman, just talk me through these bases that we've attacked. What do you make of these attacks? Number one, why were these targets picked?
See, having prodded for the last, say, more than 48 hours, their defensive as well as offensive capabilities, as I said yesterday, their entire network, the EW network and the air defense network, lie exposed. We knew where exactly the loopholes are. All our projectiles went through, whereas they were hardly able to land any of theirs on our soil on target. So having done so, we went for the kill. The first step was to carry out SEAD missions, suppression of enemy air defenses, which we did very clinically, one by one, on their air defense radars, on their much touted Chinese superior technology radars, putting them down, biting the dust, and thereafter clinically went from one airfield to the other, from Rahim Yar Khan to Sukkot to Noor Khan to Sargodha to Rawalpindi to Chaklala. All these airfields have been historically been the backbone of the much touted Fizaya Pakistani Air Force. Now that these airfields have been put to rest, at least temporarily, we have a clear window. We have a clear window to go for the kill. Mind you, in the morning, what they did was they launched a tactical ballistic missile which was apparently headed, as per information, towards our national capital region. We were lucky. I would rather say we were so professional, and the last 48 hours have shown that. And what we had been doing all this while, we knocked this one also right out of the sky, right in the middle of its flight path over Sirsa. The air warriors and all the armed forces so far have been doing a fantastic job, and I think the time has come for us to
So are you saying
continue?
You see, Mr. Vikram Misri, when he was addressing, or I think one of the two officers were addressing, they made references to a high-speed missile from Pakistan. Is that what they were talking about? Is that the high-speed missile? Yes. The tactical ballistic missile? I'm not a military man. I don't understand military stuff, so please break it down for our viewers. And people like me.
That was an indication, to my knowledge and to my understanding, that was the Fateh 2 he was pointing out to, which as per reports was launched this morning. And that is a trigger enough for us not only to react, not only to escalate, but react in a manner befitting our own capabilities and the volume of firepower and gunpowder that we can inflict upon them. We being the superior power now reserved by any conventions of warfare, and by any stretch of imagination, we reserve the action.
You said that we went clinically from one airfield to another. So what do you think we employed to do this? What were the kind of munitions we might have employed? You're an airman, so I'm asking you this. Also, a speciality or two about this Rawalpindi Air Base, the one in Sargodha. Why are they so important for Pakistan?
See, what happens is, if we have gone through the entire thing, three of these major airfields that I just named are close to their nuclear sites. These are the bases. If at all Pakistan is ever going to imagine or think in terms of launching a nuclear attack, these are the air bases which are close to their nuclear sites. So, rendering them ineffective for the time being restricts their ability to deliver their much hyped nuclear arsenal, at least by the medium of air for the time being, till such time that they are able to repair their runways. What we would have, the weapons we would have used to address these airfields would be a variety of them, including again standoff weapons launched by air-launched weapons launched by our fighter aircraft, as well as BrahMos as and where required.
So that would have been a panoply of weapon systems, obviously completely catching these Pakistanis off guard. It's surprising, viewers, that for 4 days, these Pakistanis, much vaunted warriors, couldn't protect their soil. We have taken out at will the targets that we aimed our guns at, our missiles at, our aircraft at. General, what does this tell you about the state of preparedness in the Pakistani army?
Yes, the results, they speak for themselves, but having said that, you see, these are the forward airfields, like my Air Force friend has said. These are taken out because once they take off, their fighters will take off from here, subsequently also. Also, every country...
How will they do that?
Once they take off, these are the bases.
Yes.
Sargodha, the Rahim Yar Khan, these are their bases. Right? If they have to take off and come on us, these are the places.
Right.
But these airfields which have been kind of destroyed, this is a very temporary phenomenon. They will have the drills of recuperating them. Within few hours or within as many hours, you will find the airfields will be functional and these things will come up. Normally, these things are done when we make use of it, and like when you destroy them, you prevent them from taking off and we take certain action. But this certainly sends them a message. Now you ask me the comparative thing, that how does it show their preparedness? Their preparedness is seen. You see, their air defense has failed. Chinese HQ-9 system what they deployed, we suppressed that very well. And their JF-17s have been brought down, 2 yesterday and probably 2 today or 1 today.
But we can't compare, we can't confirm that, but that's the talk.
Oh, yeah. But 2 have been brought down, and even that PL-15 missile, which lots of hype was created when they gave it to them. This is a Generation 5 one, which had been given to Pakistan. Yesterday, the debris which were found, where PL-15 was also found. So their equipment-wise, they are slightly inferior. We haven't made use of so far our naval forces, in which we are much superior. That card remains with us, and I'm sure the government at the appropriate time, those things will also be made functional. Second thing is, as far as army is concerned, you know the differential, the 6.5 lakhs versus 14 lakhs and remaining equipment also, I'll not go over that. And the other thing is, which is very strong in our favor, is the morale of our troops. You see, there are dissensions in their army. The way, the kind of beating they've been getting from BLA, TTP and their seniors have been disowning that kind of thing, that doesn't motivate a soldier. And it's always the man behind the gun or behind the equipment which makes the difference. So that is their weakness, and we have very solid thing with us. So they know their weaknesses, for how long will they last, and probably that's how they're behaving like this. But what has been spoken, that we should let it go like this.
We should let it go. Professor Nalapat, you said that they don't consider us, which are the Hindus here in India, a species like them. They think we're some new biological mammal that has been sort of supplanted. But they also don't. The Punjabi Muslim there, that is the ruling elite of Pakistan, they don't treat the Kashmiris as their own, the Sindhis as their own, the Pathans as their own, or the Balochis on their own. So we have deep fissures in Pakistan. Could we this massive contest now, I'm not even going to call it a war, can't even call it a conflict in that sense because it hasn't been declared as one, but this sort of tit-for-tat response and the attenuation of the Pakistani military system, the vulnerability of the great general Munir, the deranged man that you have defined very well using choice adjectives. Now, could we see perhaps the unraveling of the Pakistani state in the months, years ahead? Have we established that the army there is actually quite vulnerable?
Look, quite hollow. Yeah. What is the Taliban? The creation of the Pakistan army. And today the Taliban has become a ferocious enemy of the Pakistan military and is friendly with India. The very thing that they nurtured has turned against them. Why? Because essentially, I've been to Punjab multiple times during the 1980s. They are wonderful people, and in terms of that, maybe in the military, unfortunately, they have the superiority complex, Punjabis, because they run the military. Potaharis, frankly, people from that Potahar area of Punjab dominate that. But I want to say one thing, Rahul. Don't make the mistake that was made in World War II by Germany. Hitler was pounding away, the Luftwaffe was pounding away at British air bases. Internal documents show that had these pounding attacks continued for a little while longer, Britain would have had no military air bases to take off its RAF from. The RAF was in panic. And then what happened? One stray bomber got through to Berlin and dropped a few bombs. And Hitler went mad. The man was mad anyway. And he ordered full-scale civilian retaliation and therefore removed the threat from the airfields, and that saved the RAF. The airfields are a vital element of defense. Very vital. And going after them, dismantling their protection systems, dismantling their operational capability is a fundamental priority. So nothing should distract us from that. But regarding the United States, Rahul, I have my own views. I think it's no secret that Trump is not like Biden or the usual run of US politicians.
True.
We need to have people who can appeal to the MAGA crowd in the MAGA idiom. Frankly, Rahul, hate to say this, but you would fit that bill pretty well, and so would many others. But the reality is that they don't like officials and former officials, and this very disciplined and very, what do I say?
Starchy.
Doesn't work with them.
Yes.
So we have to convince them, and convince them of the China factor. And very importantly, convince them of the fact that we have brought down Chinese defensive equipment, whether it's missiles, whether it's your satellite imaging technology, whether it's protective systems. That's precious gold to the Americans.
Absolutely.
We need to drill that into them.
The world is watching. I mean,
Absolutely.
China is looking very, very, very bad. It's looking very bad, viewers. Indian missile systems, indigenously developed, are better than the Chinese. We have shown that they make plastic junk, pollute the earth, and they also make metallic junk that they think is going to create waves militarily. It's all junk, viewers. It's junk. It's scrap. It's absolute scrap. And Professor Nalapat is saying so. Hold your thoughts, Professor, because we've got a entire report from the ground, from Jaisalmer, where India has done fantastically well. Let's just go across to it.
So, we are in Jamla village right now, where a part of a missile fell here last night in a residential area, and we have travelled all the way from Jaisalmer, and there are some residents of this village who had actually seen this missile coming in and falling in. We have ex-serviceman Padma ji with us. Sir, क्या हुआ था कल रात में? क्या देखा आप लोगों ने जब ये गिरी थी तो?
जी सर, मैं मेरे घर के आगे सो रहा था, बड़ियाने के पास में मेरा घर है, तो मेरा बच्चा भी मेरे पास में सो रहा था। वो जगह है अचानक ही, उसने बोला सर ये फाइटर आ रहा, कोई पीछे इसकी लाइट जग रही थी लाल कलर की, तो मैं भी जगह, मैंने देखा भाई इसकी आवाज़ तो नहीं है, आवाज़ नहीं, तो मैंने बोला ये तो मिसाइल है मुझको। उसके बाद में 2 फाइटर ऊपर मंडराए बड़ियाना गाँव के ऊपर। उन फाइटरों ने 2 चक्कर निकाले, फिर जैसे ही ये फाइटर इस तरफ आए तो इन्होंने पीछे ट्रेस किया है और इस मिसाइल के अंदर आग लगी है। आग को जलते हुए हमने देखा, इस पीछे छर्रे निकले थे। उसके बाद में ये भटक कर यहाँ जैमला के अंदर आके गिरी है। ये मुसलमान भाई है, नूरदीन, इसके घर के आगे गिरी है। मैं पूर्व सैनिक और हमारे अंदर अभी भी इतना ही जज्बा है कि हम अभी पाकिस्तान की छक्के छोड़ाने के लिए तैयार हैं।
कुछ धमाका वगैरह भी हुआ था जब गिरी थी तो?
हाँ, 2 धमाके हुए थे जोरदार। एक इसका था, एक पता नहीं और कहाँ का था। 2 जोरदार धमाके हुए थे।
तो कोई जान माल का नुकसान है?
जान माल का नुकसान नहीं सुना अभी तक, कुछ भी नहीं सुना। धमाके जोरदार हुए थे।
So with big explosions, this part of missile came here, and they then reported it to the local authorities, and then the military and air force and other intelligence agencies were informed. They are all here. A lot of people are here to, they have, entire area has been cordoned, and they are making sure that it remains intact so that it can be taken further for inspection. With video journalist Rama Shankar Yadav, this is Anil Srivastava for CNN News 18.
Well, let's go across to Wing Commander Matiman. Wing Commander, did you see that that projectile?
Yeah.
Blackened by soot.
Yeah. Correct. Looking by the sheer size of it, appears to be a kind of a missile, not a big one in the sense. Could have been an air launched missile, as he rightly, the ex-serviceman present at that place rightly pointed out. He saw 2 aircrafts hovering, or 2 fighter aircrafts to be specific, over the place when this was dropped. This was knocked out and dropped onto the ground in the vicinity of his residence. So it could have been one of those missiles used in the air combat, which eventually landed up on ground. So there have been souvenirs of Chinese technology, in fact, being home delivered to us ever since we started spinning our magic over the Pakistani territory. Also to remember, and even at the cost of repetition, we must remember all this magic spun and the one-sided affairs we see over the last more than 48 hours is mostly more than 90% of it has been guided and executed only by the Indian Air Force, suitably supported a fraction of it by army elements. We didn't have the larger force, that is the Indian Army is still coming really into its colors and showing, giving them the real taste of defeat. That is yet to come. We are only on our way to pick out their air defense assets, to neutralize their war waging capabilities, to achieve air dominance, eventually air supremacy, to pave the way for our ground forces who are raring to go, I am sure. And now let me remind the initial talk that the Prime Minister delivered immediately in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack in the political rally in Bihar. Are the desired end result, what he stated there specifically in English for the global audience to listen to him loud and clear, was we are going after terrorism after the people who give birth to terrorism, who are the planners and the executors. We are here to uproot terrorism in its entirety, and so was exactly replicated on various occasions by the Honorable Home Minister and the Raksha Mantri also. So the end state is yet to come. We have just put the foot on the pedal. I think we need to keep it there for a while and watch what is to follow. They will automatically fall apart. The fissures are already visible. The moment the ground forces move in, my gut feeling says Balochistan will fall all by itself. We already have reports of Pakistani army and police forces running helter and skelter
I want to get in with Professor Nalapat on this. What we saw there really looks like a drain pipe suffused with Chinese garbage. That's what we saw there. I'm sorry, it's colorful language, but Professor Nalapat, that long projectile looks like a drain pipe to me. And you know what drain pipe carry. We all know that. So you made that analogy that this is the moment where China is looking extremely bad. Can you elaborate on that point? That's an interesting point. And then, of course, we'll flip it to Balochistan and others.
Look, I wouldn't call them inferior or anything, but the reality is that we were superior. And frankly, Atmanirbharta is very important. Why? Because foreign equipment, willy-nilly, we don't know what Trojans are there, what data. For example, some of the advanced fighters, they've got microchips in them which transmit real-time data on all operations back to the maker. The maker of the jet gets all the information. God forbid that maker has got, that our enemies have access to that particular maker, then we'll be in trouble. So the reality is Atmanirbharta is very important. Drones are important. Smart bombs are important. Smart missiles are important. And I can tell you, Rahul, this is the age of smart warfare, where the real warriors are, of course, the people in the front line giving their all. But the fact is, also important are the people, who have got thick glasses and who are just in a dark room looking at a bank of computers and guiding drones and predators, especially. We need to replicate a predator. We need to get more of our own drones so that there are no Trojans anywhere. And most importantly, I would like to say, we need to convince the United States about the justness of our cause. I am really surprised at the reaction of Trump and Marco Rubio.
Yes.
So, one thing I'll tell you about Prime Minister Modi, from the beginning he made it clear, I have given freedom to the military. I have given freedom to them to act as they will. That's the wisest decision that a leader can take, and he took it. So my point is very simple, Rahul. We are united. Where is this? The Munir was talking about, as you said, a new biological species. Where is the disunity? We are one. We are 1.4 billion people.
Yes.
All religions, all regions, everything. We are all together in this war. And we may represent the four of us may represent four entirely different parts of the country. But the reality is we are united in love of our country, in love of Bharat, that is India. And I would like to say, Rahul, this has shown the nonsense that Munir was spouting.
Yes.
He was hoping for all-out communal conflict.
Yeah.
He has got nothing. And I would like to congratulate the people of India for having stood unitedly and for remaining united.
And viewers, I have to tell you this. Talking about unity, talking about the unity of purpose, I want to tell you that the picture that we just showed you on the left of your screens, just a little short while back, where the Indian BSF and other units who are deployed at the LOC and the IB are hammering Pakistan. If you listen to that entire video that has been released, it is cut to the strains of Kadam Kadam Badaheja, a beautiful anthem. Yes. If you listen to it, if you play it loudly, you'll understand. And viewers, that anthem mobilizes all of us and makes us take a stride in one direction. All of us. No one is left behind. The PIB fact-checking unit is also working overtime, viewers. They've just put out a tweet saying, heard of the attack on Nagrota airbase? Well, beware, they've said, beware. An old and digitally altered video is being falsely circulated as footage of a Pakistani attack on the Nagrota airbase. The Pakistanis are daydreaming, viewers, and they're putting out all sorts of garbage. All sorts of garbage on social media. They're only fighting this war on social media, viewers. Let me tell you this. Because on the ground, they're getting hammered. Absolutely hammered. We'll take a short break. Take a short break. We'll come right back.
An escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured. But that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar we have been hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not in fact letting its
big news coming in, Akash. Big news coming in. First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking now. Just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul.
पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन अटैक के बाद में अब मिसाइल हमले शुरू कर दिए, वो भी रियासी इलाकों के अंदर, जैसलमेर के मांगलियों की ढाणी गांव के अंदर है। और यहाँ पर आप तस्वीर देखिए कि मिसाइल का टुकड़ा ये नजर आ रहा है, मिसाइल ये देखिए कि यहाँ पर किस तरीके से ये मिसाइल यहाँ पर मारी गई है। और बिल्कुल रिहायशी इलाका देखिए कि ये देखिए काफ़ी वजनी है, उठाना मुश्किल है। ये पूरा आप देखिए कि पीछे से ये पूरी सब कुछ लगा हुआ, ये मिसाइल का बड़ा टुकड़ा जो यहाँ पर गिरा है। ऐसे कई सारे पीस गिरे हुए अलग अलग जगह पर। आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर ये गांव, ये देखिए यहाँ पर ये मिसाइल के अलग अलग भारी टुकड़े ये गिरे हुए। ये घर देखिए, बिल्कुल घर, यहाँ पर घर के आंगन के पार खरीदा। और इससे आप देखिए कि बड़ा हादसा हो सकता है। घर में किसी को नुकसान तो नहीं लगी? नुकसान नहीं हुआ। ये आपके यहाँ गिरा, अगर थोड़ा सा पीछे गिरता तो नुकसान होता। घर के अंदर भी गिरा है, घर के अंदर मलबा पड़ा है अभी अंदर। किसी के लगी? किसी के चोट नहीं आई। कम से कम 5 किलोमीटर तक ये टुकड़े गए। 5 किलोमीटर रेंज में ये गए। तेज धमाका हुआ, तेज फुल 3 धमाके हुए।
an escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured, but that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar we have been hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not in fact letting its
big news coming in, Akash. Big news coming in. First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking now. Just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country, and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides, and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone who takes care of the operation of the military on both sides, and we have been given to understand that DGMOs connected from both the sides.
Well,
and Pakistan
right now I have to go across
de-escalation.
Okay, just 1 second, because we only have him for 10 minutes apparently, and I've been asked to go straight across to the father of Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl, we have to go across to Jude Pearl. I'm being told that we only have him for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, viewers, but in the middle of this breaking news, I have to go across to Jude Pearl, I'm told. Jude Pearl, your reactions really to the Indian strike, taking out the brother of Masood Azhar, a person directly connected with the incident involving your son.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, Mr. Jude Pearl.
Oh, I can hardly hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was what my reaction is. I am, of course, very delighted that the issues of my son has come to the attention of the media and the general public, because it has been almost forgotten. And what was forgotten is the fact that the people responsible for his murder have not been brought to justice. So I'm glad that at least the person who was indirectly connected with his abduction was killed. I'm not sure that he was killed, actually. I haven't seen any confirmation from the Pakistani side that Azhar was killed, but I trust the Indian intelligence to verify that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jude Pearl, for speaking with us. Thank you very much. We'll just come back to you in just a short while. There has been a huge development here in India, viewers. Let's go back to that big story. I want to go straight. Viewers, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a day that has brought some news of devastation from Pakistan. We've been telling you it's been building up to this, and it has. It's dawned on Pakistan and its military bosses that where they sit, the very ground beneath their feet is shrinking and is unstable. And worse, it's within reach of the Indian armed forces. Look at the pictures, viewers. Narowal, Rawalpindi, Noor Khan Air Base, not just one air base, viewers. Half a dozen air bases are up in flames. In the middle of your screens is Rawalpindi. That is the citadel of the Pakistani's military establishment. That's where General Munir sits. It's the military headquarters. And within yards of that military headquarters, viewers, there's this massive ball of fire. Fire, viewers, you can see that lighting up the sky. Imagine the psychological impact of that. Narowal, viewers, it looks as if the entire horizon is lit up. Viewers, all of this would have been speculative had it not been for confirmation that has come via Vikram Misri. Vikram Misri and the two army officers, the two military officers rather, who brief the Indian media, brief all of us on a daily basis, came out and gave us a whole rundown of what has transpired, viewers. So Pakistan provoked as it always does. It provoked across 26 locations. It tried to call our bluff. 26 locations from Srinagar all the way down to Nalia. And it thought that India would do nothing, viewers, because you see, they think that India sits on the moral high ground, wants to look like goody two-shoes. But viewers, not quite so. Not quite so, because India has retaliated. Has retaliated in a manner that Pakistan is not going to forget. Pakistan troops are moving to the forward areas. They're shaken. They don't know next if India is going to cross the LOC. And we are expecting some more drama from them. But they're also moving, viewers, because they're getting strung out and eviscerated, debilitated at the front line. We've got visuals of Indian troops shelling Pakistan forward positions, Pakistan posts on the LOC. I've told you air bases have been struck. All Indian air bases, however, that they sought to target in the wee hours, pre-dawn hours, are safe. And how do we know this? Because pictures have been put out, viewers, time-stamped pictures showing our air bases absolutely unscathed. Viewers, there has been a massive propaganda campaign launched by the Pakistani forces and the cyber divisions. What have they been saying? They've been saying that the Sirsa air base in India has been targeted. That's the biggest lie, viewers. Pictures were shown at the press conference, time-stamped from today, 10:48, to show that everything there is working normally. Then they said that Suratgarh air base was flattened out. Viewers, the Suratgarh air base is looking $1 million. It's looking $1 million, again unscathed. S-400 base in Udhampur has been flattened. That's what they said, viewers. That's also been denied. Critical power and cyber systems in India have been brought down. That's also been denied, viewers. They launched high-speed missiles, the Fatah-2, which was intercepted, viewers, over Sirsa. It was supposed to be heading to Delhi. Everything the Pakistanis are throwing at us, viewers, is collapsing. Civilians, however, are being targeted by their coward army, their terrorist force. Since they can't really hit us where it hurts militarily, at our military installations and assets, they've decided, let's go after the soft targets, viewers. Because that's what terrorists do, don't they? They're bullies. They never take on someone equivalent. They always take on the weakest link. And they've gone after our unarmed, defenseless civilians, viewers. And some have suffered grievous casualties. And there's also been an attempt, cowardly attempt, insidious, invidious attempt, viewers, to sow seeds of division between communities by spreading fake news, suggesting that Indian forces have carried out a false flag operation and targeted Sri Amritsar Sahib. Again, viewers, if you just have friends or anybody, they'll confirm to you that that's not the case. They've also said that we've been striking in Afghanistan. Can you believe it, viewers? That's also, of course, a lie. They're using civilian planes, viewers, as shields. That's also happening. So as tensions continue to escalate, viewers, listen in to Vikram Misri.
Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern. Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Udhampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes.
Viewers, let's go straight across now to Arun Dhata, who's joining us with more information. It's been a very, very busy day. It's been a fast-paced day, viewers. Lots of developments. The Tri-Services chiefs are at 7 LKM meeting the Prime Minister. Earlier, the Prime Minister had a 1-hour, 20-minute meeting with the NSA. So a lot happening. Defence Minister also at the Prime Minister's home. CDS also present. Let's go straight across to our reporter there to get a sense of what really is transpiring. Remember, viewers, yesterday at around 6:30 or 7 in the evening, we again had one of those big meetings where first it was the naval chief, and then he was joined by the two other chiefs of the two other military wings. Then you had the CDS, then you had the NSA. All of them met. You had the RM joining in, the Raksha Mantri, that is, and that meeting also was at 7 LKM. And everybody said that there was something big that was going to happen, and look what transpired. So here is another brainstorming session. Let's go across to Arun Dhata for more on this. Arun, what can you tell us? It's a big development.
Well, that's right, Rahul, Tri-Services Chief and CDS Anil Chauhan and just now Defence Minister Rajnath Singh have arrived here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and this is very significant. In the morning we saw NSA Ajit Doval coming here and in fact sitting with Prime Minister Modi for almost 1 hour 30 minutes, and now we are seeing Tri-Services Chief and Rajnath Singh. This is also of course about the retaliatory action that India could take. We are seeing since morning that how India is responding to the Pakistan's violations at different places. We saw before this, Rahul, that Rajnath Singh had a long meeting with CDS at his residence, and on the other hand you had three services chief sitting in the south block, in fact also monitoring situation from the war room. Now all of them are here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and remember yesterday when they were here for 5 hours, long meeting happened. In fact, we are also given to understand that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar could be coming here. So India is of course planning action on a larger scale because they are anticipating that Pakistan is continuously violating through the ballistic missiles and other drone activities which they are doing. So there needs to be a proper planning to really counter them and then hit them hard. So this meeting is very, very significant, Rahul. We are present outside Prime Minister Modi's residence at this point. As we speak, the meeting has commenced inside the residence.
Okay. Well, you know, viewers, it's all really about figuring out how much to put pressure on Pakistan so that deterrence is established. That's what really it's about. And I want to go straight across to Shivani Gupta, because Shivani, we know since the morning, details have come out, Shivani, that tell us just exactly what India has been up to. Is that going to be enough to establish deterrence? We don't know. That's all a decision that is being taken at 7 LK.
Absolutely. But let me just break down some of the top visuals from through the night, which will detail the most important developments. So India has launched retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani air bases, including the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Murid Air Base in Chakwal and Rafiqi Air Base in Sialkot. These are some of the visuals that we have picked up of the damage that has been caused. This is, of course, some of the blasts that have been captured in Rawalpindi, and of course this is the Noor Khan Air Base where a massive blast has been picked up, also in Narowal. India has hit Pakistani posts in Sialkot and Narowal as well, and visuals have been accessed by CNN News 18. India has also launched an attack on Sargodha Air Base in Pak's Punjab province. Let's take a look at India's action at the Sargodha Air Base. Behind me are visuals from that air base. As you can see, these are people who have been taken aback as far as India's strikes are concerned. India's action in retaliation. This is the Sargodha Air Base from where we have captured the blasts that have been caused by the Indian retaliatory strikes. India's drone impact on Lahore Sheikhpura district has also been captured, and these are those visuals. This is in Lahore, one of the biggest cities in Pakistan, Sheikhpura district. You can see remnants of what seems to be the Indian strike, and you can see Pakistani men surrounding them and looking at them. A lot of damage has been caused. India is not saying it or detailing it, but we have visuals to show that several Pakistani cities have been hit back in India's retaliatory strikes. Damage has been sustained due to Pakistan's cowardly attack on Indian side of the civilian border areas as well. These are some of the regions that we are bringing to you. A lot of them are damages from the areas across the LC, particularly in Jammu, in Baramulla, in Uri, and so on and so forth. These have been caused both because of Pakistan's heavy artillery shelling, but also because of the swarm drone and missile attack that Pakistan attempted once again. So here you can see in Jammu city, a Hindu temple was targeted. Homes have been damaged in Reasi, shops have been destroyed in Jammu's Nagbani, and civilian residential areas particularly have been targeted in Uri and Baramulla. In the press conference that also was held a short while ago, that's exactly what the Foreign Secretary detailed, that civilian areas are being targeted, and this has been happening for the last 3 days. Let's also get you some more footages that we've captured from across Indian cities. Drone and missile debris is being found in multiple cities along the IB in India. Remember, 26 locations along the western border where drone and missile attack was attempted again by Pakistan, and a lot of that debris is being found. In Srinagar's Lasjan, what is believed to be remnants or parts of a downed Pakistani jet are seen in some of these visuals at the very left top of the screen. But also in Lasjan, there are of course a Pakistani projectile debris that has been found. In Jaisalmer, a bomb-like object has been found. Parts of drones found in Amritsar and Udhampur. Also, there is footage here, there on the bottom left is the footage of India's action against launch pads from where a lot of these drones were being fired. This is how India has acted. This is footage released by the Indian government. This is where drones were being fired by the Pakistani side near Jammu, and in retaliation the Indian government has taken on those posts and have destroyed those posts. But the biggest news of the night was Pakistan launching long-range ballistic missiles Fateh-2 at India. It is believed that it was meant for the national capital, Delhi. This, of course, was intercepted and was destroyed somewhere around in Haryana. In Sirsa, loud blasts were seen and heard. These are some of the visuals we picked up from across the border of what they're doing. But of course, missiles have been downed in India. There are visuals from Haryana in Sirsa where an extremely loud blast was heard as citizens watched themselves how the ballistic missile was brought down. let me also show you a comparison of how Pakistan's attempts were thwarted at home and how India launched a counter-offensive in Pakistan. So these are the places which India has attacked. I have listed some of them: the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, the Murid Air Base in Chakwal, Narowal, Sheikhpura in Lahore. There is the Rafiki Air Base, Sukur Airport in Sindh. But all across the western border, actually it goes right up till Gujarat, Bhuj, where once again in 26 locations, Pakistan has tried to swarm the Indian air defense system with drones and also with missiles this time around. This attack is markedly different from what happened last to last night, because this is much more serious. A missile, ballistic missile, was aimed at the heart of the national capital. But none of these attempts from Pakistan have succeeded. Very minimal damage on the Indian side. Actually, the more problematic area continues to be the LOC, where there is indeed civilian areas that are getting pummeled by Pakistani artillery shelling, and there has been some loss of civilian lives. But across the rest of the country, along the international border, when it comes to, let's say, down from Jammu, there's Jalandhar, Amritsar, Ferozpur, Sirsa, Suratgarh, Jaisalmer, Barmer, no real damage that has come to light.
Well, thanks indeed there, Shivani. That's big news, of course, coming in also. Pakistan's foreign minister says his country would consider de-escalation if India does not carry out further attacks. Viewers, I told you they're shaken up. They don't know what's hit them. We've just had Shivani show you exactly how we've been punishing. Unimaginable punishment is what the Prime Minister had said, if you remember, viewers. Let's go across to Tejinder Singh for more on this. Tejinder Singh Suri will be joining us for more on this, viewers. But a short while back, in fact around 12 o'clock, we had reported that the Pakistan's DGMO had tried to reach out to our DGMO saying that, look, let's de-escalate. We are ready to de-escalate. Now the Pakistani foreign minister says his country would consider de-escalation. In the background, a call has gone out from US Secretary Rubio to the Army Chief of Pakistan. Yes, General Munir, the man who's got his head in the clouds. And that person was told pretty much in very straight, direct language: you've got to step down, buddy. You've got to step back. He was told that, viewers, because Rubio put out a statement saying that he'd also passed down that message that you need to start talking to the Indian side also. Dr. Jaishankar responded short while back, viewers, saying that India will do what it has to do in its own interest. We are not here to escalate anything, but if Pakistan doesn't choose to take the off-ramp, they don't choose to curtail all this terror activity that they are resorting to, it's going to be problematic. Let's go across to our reporter Tejinder. Tejinder, it appears now. Okay, we don't have Tejinder, but I'm also being told, viewers, that at that meeting where the Prime Minister is meeting the 3 service chiefs, as also, of course, the RM, we're being told that NSA Doval is also now part of that. So the CDS, NSA Doval. And I want to show you pictures from last night, viewers, of all of them with the Prime Minister. And if you remember, I tweeted that set of pictures, and I told you that those pictures showed the Prime Minister once again decisively setting down the guidelines, the parameters, and how the others were reading out to him the options, the playlist really, of what can be done. And if we can pick out those pictures from about 8:40 in the evening from yesterday, it would be great, because it's the same set of people, viewers, sitting with the Prime Minister this afternoon at 1 o'clock. So are we expecting more? Remember, Vikram Misri had said, viewers, right after that press conference, he'd said it off record, off camera, that is, that we're going to have to come back at about 4:35 with a more detailed briefing, because a lot has transpired. Still, a huge number of active operations are on. So are we punishing Pakistan even as we speak? A video has been released by the ADGPI, viewers. That's the video to the left of your screen. It's been shot, or it's been filmed or put together, edited to the soundtrack of Kadam Kadam Badhaye Ja, which is a patriotic song, viewers, urging the military, urging the nation, urging each one of us to be in lockstep and move firmly towards the direction of our goal, which is of course to restore a certain degree of deterrence on Pakistan. General Kohli, are we getting to the point where we are beginning to restore deterrence in Pakistani minds, or do you believe we still need to do a lot more?
No, Rahul, I certainly feel we need to do more. This is only the beginning, and like you said rightly, number of off-ramps were given to them. They didn't take it. And now they are realizing their capacity, or they're running out of it. So they are contacting us.
Yes.
But on ground, I feel we should go full hog. Until unless some deterrent punishment is given to them, we should not sort of roll back anything. These talks have got no meaning. They have done number of talks in the past also, which they will not follow. They will not.
So you don't think even now they have been? And General Prasad is here with us. General Prasad, do you believe that the Pakistani military now has got the message, or are they still sort of in doubt, and therefore perhaps will repeat a misadventure 6 months down the line, or have they realized ki, you know, to use a Punjabi phrase which perhaps only they understand, ki bhai shamat aa gayi hai, you know, we're done for?
No, Rahul, even though they may understand, they will never admit it. That's the problem with Pakistan Army. Look, let's examine the whole thing very step by step.
Yeah, please.
If you allow me to do that.
Of course, sir, please.
Firstly, we must understand what is the task assigned. What is the task before the government of India, before all agencies of government of India? And that task has to be accomplished. You will ask me tomorrow, where does this war ultimately go? Where does this finish? Everybody wants to know that. And it will finish only when the task is finished. What is the task? The task is to eliminate all terrorists, all terrorist leaders, and those architects who design this terrorism, which is the ISI and the army chief in the current situation. So the task will only be considered as accomplished by our Prime Minister, by our government, by the people of this nation when it is done. Okay, to do this, multi-directional approaches are going on. The military, the finance ministry, the foreign ministry, the economic ministry, the irrigation ministry, all of that is going on. The simple fact is this: we are in a position to, and continue to say that, as the Prime Minister said 3 years ago, this is not an era of war. We do not want to go to war. We have gone to war, if you call it war, to terrorism. We have to remove terrorism. Now, in the process, if the Pakistan Army thinks that they can derail us in achieving our objective, they're sadly mistaken. We started by destroying their 9 or 12, whatever those camps were, in the first night. Then they retaliated, we retaliated, and all of that is going on for the last 3 nights. The simple fact is this: we are not escalating. They are escalating. They want to first start with the drones, we drop the drones. They started with missiles, we dropped the missiles. They attacked some of our airfields, those are all defeated. They fired some armed drones, they were defeated. Now, if all this continues and they try another stunt, some reports say there's some formation that moves closer to the IB. Sure, come closer to the IB, we have no problem. You escalate, but we will not, as far as possible, target civilians.
I need to interrupt you,
That
sir.
is
I
not
just
a
need
part
to
of our-
interrupt you because look at this, viewers. These are pictures from Rahim Yar Khan. Look at this, viewers. The offices, palatial looking mansions. Look at them. The chandeliers hanging by a thread, viewers, from the ceilings. This is what India has done. This is their cantonment, viewers. It's looking like a garbage dump. Completely flattened out. Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in tatters. Visuals of the destruction. There it is, viewers. This is evidence. Evidence coming out of Pakistan. This has not been put here by anyone else, viewers, than these people in Pakistan who have got the shock of their lives. So if the idea was actually to, at some level or the other, impose a degree of deterrence, we have done that, viewers, in a way that the Pakistanis will remember. It's visible. They can feel it now. They can feel it, they can see it. They know. that even their most pristine bases are open to India.
Yes, Rahul, I just want to say something. Taking clue of what General Shankar said, you see, we should not forget our aim. By killing 100 or terrorists, 100 more will get created. And so long we do not, because the basic thing is this ideology which is behind this. And the supporting this ideology is their army. So the army needs to be punished. And the Pakistan as a country need to be deterred. How that can be done? You see, by these kinetic actions, which we certainly take, we must not stop here. Some deterrent punishment must be given to them, visible, so that their army is made to look silly in front of their population, one. But long-term solution will be that we break Pakistan from within. You see, Pakistan is a nuclear power, and if you look at 1990, the Russia was broken from within. They broke into 15 parts. So the way we have started these non-kinetic actions and the economic squeeze has been started, that should carry on. The BLA is doing its job, TTP in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa will do its job, and also Indus water, the problem which has been created for them, that will also...
So 1 second, this Rahim Yar Khan airport, just tell me a little bit about this military installation. And I also want to bring in General Prasad on this. General Prasad, these pictures that have come, give me a quick sense of Rahim Yar Khan, its strategic importance, and I'll come out to you, sir. General.
Yes, of course it is. First of all, first point, who's sending these pictures to you? Somebody from Rahim Yar Khan, isn't it?
Yes.
Your journalist has not gone there to take these pictures.
No.
Obviously, they are fed up. Okay, now your second question about the importance of Rahim Yar Khan. Rahim Yar Khan is a very important base, a military base in the desert. If you look at the map, as it so happened, I used to command the division opposite this, perhaps you will recall, and this is an important target for us.
Where exactly is this,
We
sir?
will be able to destroy. Look at the map. If you look at Jaisalmer and you look towards the west, just about 2 degrees north of that,
So
you
it's
will
in
find
Sindh.
Rahim Yar Khan.
Yes.
Rahim Yar.
Yes.
If you've got a map, I wish I could show you on a map. It is very much within the target range of our forces. And let me tell you, Rahim Yar Khan can be reduced by us, not only by air but by all other means as well, which we will not use unless required to use. As I said continuously, every military action that the armed forces of India will take will be focused towards achievement of the objective and the task. We will not do anything beyond that task. And if you force us to do it, if Rahim Yar Khan gets activated against us, they will get a lesson. They've already got one lesson already. If they want to do some tank movement from there, they'll get an answer from us in tank movement also. The point is this: now so far they've only used the air power, the missiles, the drones, and the aircraft. All of them have been responded to. The lots of bases have been made unfunctional. If they wish to do a land action, they must understand that we fully appreciate this, and they will have a very soon a situation where 90,000 people will lay their arms down, and the Pakistan army much quicker this time than what they were in Bangladesh. They're actually, the rank and file of Pakistan is quite fed up. Is quite fed up of their senior officers who have done business as part of their appointments. A huge amount of trade and commerce that goes on at the higher levels. They have huge pieces of land in Pakistan. And if you go into more detail, which I'm sure you will, some of the social media are showing what kind of accounts the senior generals of the Pakistan Army have in accounts in the UK and elsewhere in the world. So the lower ranks are the ones. Now I will give you a small example of the past history, very recent history. You remember when Imran Khan's story was going on? The GHQ headquarters was surrounded by the civilians.
Yes.
One of the corps commanders had to run away from his home. You remember that?
Yes.
So is that situation likely to occur? See what the general
that was
said,
unprecedented, sir. That was unprecedented. I mean, can you imagine the holy of holies in Pakistan, General Shankar Prasad, exposed in that manner? You're absolutely right. That's a very good example you've picked. Yes. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I just saying is this, that you see, we have to make the army change his thinking from terrorism to conventional war, which they haven't understood. They are only focusing on terrorism. If you allow me, I'll tell you, Ziaul Haq, back 30 years ago, said we cannot win a conventional war with India after Pakistan they got a defeat. He said the only way to tame India is to give what terrorism and 1,000 cuts, whatever that saying he said. And he said all officers need not be educated. Many officers can come through the madrasa teaching. The present army chief is from madrasa teaching. You know that very well. 56 years ago, and therefore, the situation today is such that the Pakistan army is not focused towards training for conventional military operations. They have two different governments in the country. One is the politically so-called elected government, which is in non-functional, and we have military government, which is functional. So unless we can get this military thinking to be changed by the people of Pakistan, so it will be a great task for the entire world, Rahul, if we can change the psyche of Pakistani people, for which the Pakistani people themselves have to stand up.
Yes.
They are intellectuals there. There are examples of just gave Imran Khan. So people have to stand up to say this army needs to change its thinking from...
Maybe we need to punish a little bit more for that tipping point. You have a different view, General. You believe that, General Kohli, that you believe that we shouldn't wind out right now.
No, certainly I feel that.
Yes.
The deterrent punishment has to be given to them, which hasn't been given so far.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, one more point I want to wish, he has brought out a number of things in this. You see, internationally things we've been managing. We need to get USA on our side. USA today needs us. We are part of Quad. They want to have FTA with us and so on. But this thing which has happened yesterday, I just have the thing which happened yesterday in IMF, that they've been given this money.
Yeah.
You see, I have a gut feeling, without this thing, that this guy, Trump, is very good in making deals.
Huh?
He is very good in making deals.
Yes.
You don't know. He might have given them this money and told them, okay, you de-escalate.
Oh.
But no, this is only my gut feeling. This may be wrong. I have no idea.
Well,
but
look, I can only tell you one thing, sir. That after that money was given to these rascals across the border,
they start.
Especially that deranged general, something changed. They got extremely emboldened and they did what they did.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Fruity language, but I'm sorry when our people, our civilians, viewers, on the border areas are being targeted, defenseless. And Vice Admiral Sinha is here with us. When a military behaves like an auxiliary of a terrorist organization, then they deserve only condemnation. Nonetheless, I'm not going to get swept away. I'm going to reel myself back in. But Vice Admiral Sinha, this is very important. We are now at a point of inflection. There is a meeting going on, a very important meeting between the Tri-Services Chiefs, the CDS, the NSA, the RM and the Prime Minister. It's the same team from yesterday. We are seeing what they have done after meeting yesterday. This is Rahim Yar Khan. Jaisalmer was being, as you know, harried for the last 2 nights. And General Prasad has told us that this is right opposite that. And we've responded by doing this to them. There is nothing parallel. There is no parallel. They've tried everything to strike us, to hit us. We've blocked it all. They're at their wits' end. Pakistan is on the ropes. The meeting, I'm sure, is now about, are we done with establishing deterrence or do we need to do more? If you were in that room, what would you be telling the Prime Minister, sir?
Well, thank you, Rahul, for having me on your program. I'm glad to see General Prasad and General Kohli here. Rahul, I have a view that Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed are only hired people who do the job. The actual terrorist organization is the Pak Army ISI combined. They are the terrorist organization and we have to do something very heavy. And that's precisely what is happening. The punishment is going on left, right and center. You have shown a lot of photographs. You have also said that, Pakistan has reached out to India saying that we should de-escalate. Yes, the money was given from the IMF. They became very bold. They did what they did. But thereafter, they got a call from Marco Rubio. And he has spoken to the Prime Minister and he has told them very clearly that, look, you de-escalate immediately. And what you're seeing now, the 2 reasons. One is possibly, maybe General Kohli is right, that maybe that Trump has said, okay, we're getting this money, but you stop
de-escalate completely. In the meantime, India has pulverized. You see what has happened in Chaklala. You see the Rahim Khan and one more airfield, all in and around Rawalpindi. You're showing this photograph. Just look at this. Look at the fireworks which is going on. Looks like Diwali. So this is a very bad time for Pakistan. Now, second point that I want to make here, the Navy is pretty close on the Makran coast, and they have issued a nav area warning that no merchant ship should come within so-and-so area because there's a live firing practice going on. And most of the merchant ships have been diverted. They're not entering Karachi for the fear of getting hit by the practice missile firing. So I think that time has come, and I quite agree with General Kohli that we should not leave it at that place. My advice will be, okay, if they are asking you to de-escalate, make sure that you destroy their complete terror outfit and possibly the GHQ, because that is where all the dirty minds exist. And I fully agree that Pakistan is imploding from inside. We should help this to implode little faster. You can have Balochistan. I believe that they have said that we are independent. They're asking Indian government that please let the government
recognize
Balochistan government in exile.
Yes.
They've gone to the UN asking for a membership.
And we should.
And similarly,
I mean, if we could recognize that moth-eaten Palestine, I'm sure we can do that with Balochistan, which we have more in common with.
So, without crossing the line of control...
Okay, sir, I need to interrupt you because more details, big news. Details of terrorists killed in Indian strikes on 7th May in Pakistan. Mudassar Khadian, Khas, alias Abu Jundal, affiliation Lashkar-e-Toiba. Big name, viewers. In charge of Markaz Taiba Mudrike, received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistani army. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, affiliation Jaish-e-Mohammed, eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, in charge of Markaz Subhanallah, Bhavalpur, actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for JEM, Jaish-e-Mohammed that is, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, Ustadji as he was called, alias Muhammad Salim, alias Ghosi Sahab, affiliation Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. Masood Azhar, viewers, his family picked out, chun ke, one by one, handled weapons training for JEM, involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, wanted in the IC 814 hijacking case. Khalid, alias Abu Akasha, another big name, sir, another very big name. Lashkar-e-Taiba, involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, engaged in weapon smuggling from Afghanistan, funeral held in Faizabad, attended by Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faizabad. Can you believe it, viewers? These people, as General Shankar Prasad have said, right now to us, this military establishment, and as Admiral Sinha was telling us, these people are indistinguishable from terrorists, viewers. Muhammad Hassan Khan, number 5 on that list, affiliation Jaish-e-Mohammed, son of Mufti Asghar Khan, Kashmiri operational commander of JEM in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, played a key role in coordinating terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. These are the names. These are the names. Payal, let's go straight across to Payal. Payal getting this information. Big scoop by Payal. Go ahead, Payal.
Rahul, for all those people, all those naysayers who had real doubts when Rajnath Singh that said that at least 100 terrorists were killed, including big names, this is the proof from the government for them to really see. This is the proof which is undeniable. So everybody who thought that India was probably bluffing and India just killed some cattle, like the Pakistani DG ISPA tried to put it, that's actually egg on their face. So all these people are people who are known for terrorism, and all the ustads of terrorism have been laid down, to the ground. They've actually been dug deep in the ground, like you were explaining yesterday, 6 feet below the ground for the acts of terrorism they're trying to do, for acts of bleeding the innocents is something which, of course, we say that karma is a big karma is the only reality. We say that in no uncertain terms, and this, of course, this is the lesson that has been taught to the terrorists. And Rajnath Singh said very very clearly कि कम से कम 100 लोग मरे हैं और गिनती अभी भी जारी है और गिनती अब पाकिस्तान को सुनाई देगी. They've been completely in denial of this, but how will they be able to deny these names who have been killed?
Well, clearly all of this information now being made public, viewers, because we've very close to the aims that we set out. Let me bring in Akash. Akash, all of this information, the footage, the names, India has got very close to the end game. Perhaps now we're reassessing what more, how much more, but that's a different matter. Akash.
Rahul, one may wonder that how Indian agencies knew that these individuals were living there and, are there at that point in time. There is when, intelligence plays a major role. And in this entire operation, we have been told that intelligence agencies played a major role. And at this point in time, while we have got these 5 names.
Okay, I think we just lost you there for a few moments, viewers. I'm just going to quickly try and get Payal back. That's the visuals, viewers, on the right of your screens. This is Rawalpindi that was wrecked, completely wrecked from the top, using a group of munitions. Payal, if you're there with me, let's just go over these names. Mudassar Khadian Khas, Mudassar Abu Jundal. Abu Jundal is a name that has come up many times, LET in charge of Markaz Taibe. This is the Mudrike. So he was in charge of the seminary, Payal.
Well, absolutely. All these names are undeniable names. All these names are names. Remember on day one, Rahul, when we reported that India done surgical strikes or beg your pardon, precise strikes on Pakistan, many people thought it was a laughing matter as well. But we knew very, very well that there was specific intelligence which was available to our forces, special intelligence that was available to all the agencies, and on the basis of that we had attacked as well. And much of that credit, Rahul, in this case, whether you accept it or not, needs to go to this one man called Ajit Doval, who knows many things about Pakistan that most of us probably have not even known, So that's something that is his biggest strength, and that's actually come to the fore as well. And that's the reason multiple times the person who's running to 7 Lokriyan Marg and briefing the Prime Minister, and even on the day of the strike was briefing the Prime Minister, was Mr. Doval himself as well. A lot of intelligence gathering done, and that's not been done overnight. India knew that it was in their destiny to expose Pakistan before the world, and these names are completely undeniable. With what face will Pakistan now show the world and cry foul that they've been targeted? Pakistan has been playing dirty tricks all along, not just across the border, still trying to kill innocent civilians, are trying to lie to their own people that they've been attacked, are trying to lie, saying that their airspace is being shut, but that has also been amply in fact they've been defaced by the Indian establishment.
If you don't mind, Payal, I just want to quickly bring in, just hold on with me, just trying to get Akash in to get certain specific detail about these individuals. Akash, can you break down this list? 5 of these individuals are now 6 feet under.
Yes, and in fact, when it is about the specifics, so, I want to just highlight the third name, that is, Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist Mohammed Yusuf Azhar. Rahul, he is the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He was wanted in IC-814 hijacking case. And, he is someone who has carried out multiple attacks. In fact, he was someone, working as a handler there, sitting in Pakistan and, was directing individuals to carry out attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. This is one big victory, in fact, this particular name. Then Khalid, he is Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist, and in fact, he was also killed in these strikes. This man, was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. We know that how, in 2023, we have seen a number of incidents in Jammu and Kashmir, specifically south of Pir Panjal range. And, at that point in time, we have seen that how our forces have, in fact, have got several casualties and in fact have lost their men. But this time around, when we are saying that we have killed these 5 terrorists, it's a big victory for our armed forces, Rahul.
Just stay on with me, because who we are seeing now on the left of your screens, viewers, is one of those terrorists. This man is a person who was wanted, in fact, in connection with the IC-814. On the left of your screens, viewers. Akash, can you really talk us through a little bit about this individual, Yusuf Azhar?
Yes, he was the individual who was in fact responsible for not just several sort of attacks, but in fact, was recruiting individuals here in Pakistan. He was someone, who was in connection with, youth of Jammu and Kashmir, was trying to put out, fake posts via different social media platforms and, provocative posts so that, people can get, can come towards him and can come to, implement his agenda of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes.
And, he was somewhere successful in it. But before, anything else that could have happened, now after Pahalgam, agencies have neutralized this threat. And in fact, along with him, there were multiple terrorists who were killed in these strikes, these 9 precision strikes, that were carried out by Indian armed forces. We were in fact using loiter munitions. We in fact, went to those particular targets, locked those targets, and we had credible, evidence and in fact intelligence that how these terrorists are residing in these buildings. And then we hit those targets.
We hit
and
those
now
targets.
Learning, in fact.
Now, I just stay on with me. I want to also bring back Payal. Payal broke this story just a few moments back. Payal, look, let's just focus our attentions. Look what has happened. In the last 11 years, the Prime Minister inherited a fragile 5 economy. He's turned it around, made it a top 5 economy. Payal, when he started out, the UPA was saying we didn't have money to buy arms. Today, we are manufacturing our own arms. I think we have forgotten the journey to this point. To the top viewers of your screens, the top right-hand side of your screens, Payal is there with us. To the top right-hand side of your screens, you just saw viewers pictures there. Those are the funeral procession of all these markazis from the JEM. Now, Payal. So let's give credit where it's due. As you've said, this is Ajit Doval's revenge. Payal, let's bring her on. Payal, this is Ajit Doval's revenge. There is no doubt about this. The Prime Minister has had a vision. We have come to this moment because of the Prime Minister's vision. This has taken 11 years in gestating this vision. But how brilliantly today we are poised. And Pakistan cannot believe what it has seen.
Well, of course, there's no doubt whatsoever. In 2008, when the deadly Mumbai attacks took place, it took you 11 years to even bring one of the perpetrators to justice in India. That happened under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul, when in the past, in the last many years, and not that Pakistan has bled us for the first time that you've seen, people actually rallying behind an elected leader, essentially saying that he's done this in Uri, he's done this in he's done it in Balakot, he will do it again as well. The rallying sound of all the public, especially those who had lost their loved ones, always were of the opinion that yes, Modi will avenge the revenge. That's something which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is an image that he's created about himself and delivered the task as well. Now, you've seen that India has come, from a very bad political paralysis state to a country that the whole world looks forward to as well. In fact, let me tell our viewers, Rahul, in the last meeting which we had for the all-party delegation, back then also Rajnath Singh told the members of the various political parties that everybody was questioning whether India would be able to have its defense preparedness in place. There are multiple, production, centers of defense equipment who've come forward proactively, told the government, we don't care for profit, we don't care for any advance money. If you want us to produce, we will produce this because brand India and Team India is larger than anything else. When have you seen this kind of sentiment really come forward as far as brand India is concerned? That credit undoubtedly must be given to this one man, Narendra Modi, who's been able to teach Pakistan a lesson. And as he vowed that we will be teaching our lesson, that kabhi kisi ne nahi sikhaya hoga, aisa sabak unko sikhayenge. That's the largest sentiment. So, obviously people...
He expressed that sentiment in Bihar, did he not? He said that, look, we're going to bring unimaginable punishment to bear. Viewers, there will be still some who will carp and say, what about Dawood? What about Hafiz Saeed? What about, Maulana Masood? Not Maulana, actually, Masood Azhar. This is not a Maulana. Religion doesn't teach you this, viewers. This is Masood Azhar. Where are these three? Why haven't we still got them? There are a whole lot of people, Payal, and you know this.
No Ustad teaches anybody to kill anyone, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And there are a whole lot of other people in this country, viewers. And Payal, please feel free to weigh in on this, who questioned the Prime Minister when he went out there and did a deal, government-to-government deal with the French to get the Rafale. They said that he had sold this country down the toilet, that we were overpaying. In fact, just yesterday, there was a Congress handle that put out that stuff once again. There were people who said he's an effete Prime Minister, he talks more than he delivers. There were people who said that Pulwama was a false flag operation. They went on television. They are being quoted today in Pakistan by the Pakistani ISPR. There are many people who doubted the Prime Minister's intention. Today, viewers, and Payal, please correct me, do you think the PM has sent out a clear message that all the stuff you said about me was propaganda. I have walked the talk. Or am I exaggerating here?
Rahul, the dealers and the dealing age is far gone. That's probably the problem that multiple people now really have, because the dealers' doors are completely shut by this man Narendra Modi. When in the last 10 years have you in fact come out and seen any proof coming to the fore as well? Of course, corruption cases have been there. Defense deals have always been a thing of the past. But nothing of that sort even coming to the fore right now as well. And for all those people who are damning the Indian government for the S-400 that was being bought, look what results it's delivering right now. It's like the Sudarshan Chakra that everybody was explaining to the visuals yesterday.
And the
that
Akash,
actually saved India.
homemade Akash. People, when they said, oh, when Modi declared before, I remember, COVID, that we are doing Atmanirbhar Bharat, they all mocked him. They said, oh, this is going back to import substitution days. You know, this is the nationalization of industry, this, that, the other. Today, look at this, viewers. We have pummeled Pakistan. The Rawalpindi is the bastion of the Pakistani army. Payal, this takes a lot of doing.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, while we all really appreciate that all the political parties are speaking in one tone, but they've realized the results that Narendra Modi's government has been able to deliver. There's no charity even in the business of politics, Rahul.
Yes, absolutely. Well, there's more breaking news coming in, viewers. Look, we're going to keep these visuals on one side, viewers, because what we now know is that 5 high-value assets of the terror ecosystem have been pummeled. The Vice Admiral is here with us. The generals are here with us. Now we are being told that bomb-like debris has been found in Damtal, few kilometers away from Pathankot. Now remember, viewers, even as we are speaking, Pakistan is still not completely backed off. So they're still irritating us with their cheap Chinese drones and their defunct machines. They're trying here, they're trying there, because they want a face saver. As we speak, there is a meeting going on between the President of Pakistan and the Prime Minister of Pakistan. The two civilians, viewers, who are not in control, they're clueless. In fact, no one is even picking up the phone and speaking to them. They're talking to each other. Rubio calls, but Rubio calls the military, the general who's actually in charge of Pakistan, which tells you everything. So they're sitting there and they're congratulating the Pakistani army, trying to look very self-indulgent and important, while all the decisions are being taken by a general who is completely absent. Our tri-service chiefs are visible. They are holding meetings. They are situation planning. They are auditing. They are assessing. The CDS is visible. The RM is visible. Yesterday you saw the RM and all the others in their combat gear smiling away, because they know. Admiral, they know. They know that they've got Pakistan now on the ropes. The conversation we are having in government now, I'm quite sure, is whether this is enough. Should we de-escalate? The world is getting a little jittery. We'll have some pressure. Tomorrow someone will say that let's impose some sanctions. Now, have we done enough, or do we need to do a little bit more? Please, let's get into that conversation.
I would say, Rahul, that time has come that before we tell Pakistan, you have lost, show your bloody white flag, we should actually pulverize them further.
Okay.
And make sure that, it does not, raise his head. But one big terrorist, you forgot, you took all the names, Mullah Munir. I mean, he was speaking like a mullah. He was not like a general in chief of army staff that day.
Yes.
Certainly mullah. He is giving sermons on Islam. And, all that he said was totally wrong. He talked about, there is the two-nation theory. Islam and Hindu. I mean, it's all flawed. Otherwise, we would not have created Bangladesh. How did Bangladesh got created? That's an Islamic country, so he broke off from them. So that whole thing is quite flawed. And these guys have got some muck in their head which needs to be taken out this time. And Mullah Munir, he must, I'm telling you, shortly, he will get probably replaced by somebody, or he will get eliminated by somebody. In fact, it was his totally personal project. It was not supported by the corps commanders, and it is quite possible that he will be replaced soon. Rahul.
Okay, I just also, before General Saab, before I come out to you, I'm going to come out to you in just about 3 minutes. Arunima is joining us very quickly for more updates on the story that has just been filed. Arunima, please go ahead.
So, now government has managed to get a hold about who all have been eliminated in the counter-offensive that was carried out after Pahalgam. We have a list of terrorists who have been identified. This list, I can't see the name of Rauf Azhar, and agencies are indicating that he could well be in the military hospital there. But the names that I can confirm to you, Mudassar Khadian Khas alias Abu Jundal, he's one of India's most wanted, responsible for most of the terror attacks that Lashkar-e-Toiba has carried out. It's believed that he was in charge of Markaz-e-Taiba in Muridke. One of the first attacks that was carried out by India after Pahalgam was at Markaz-e-Taiba, Muridke, and there was a guard of honor that was given to him for his funeral. So this is being confirmed. His funeral prayer was held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf. You must have seen that picture. It was released by Indian government also. So he is one of those who's confirmed to have been killed. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. He is the elder brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. Masood Azhar confirmed that he had lost 10 members of his family, all from his terror factory. So Hafiz Muhammad Jalil is the second person on that list. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, his affiliation too is with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the second brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He was a man wanted in the IC 814 hijack case. So he has been eliminated after that strike at Bahawalpur as well. Khalid alias Abu Aqsa from Lashkar-e-Toiba and Muhammad Hassan Khan. These are all top terrorists who have been identified by the intelligence agencies, and they're now telling us, government officials are now telling us that at least these 5 most wanted are no more. They have been killed after the conspiracy that was carried out in Pahalgam. In India's counter-offensive, these 5 have been eliminated.
Well, General Prasad and General Kohli are still with us. Viewers, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we're going to go back to them because we have to ask some fundamental questions now on the moves ahead. We come back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
An escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured. But that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report 2 other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Vani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar we have been hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not in fact letting its
well, big news coming in, Akash. Big news coming in. First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking now. Just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country, and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides, and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone...
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team. Viewers, the A-team of the Indian Defence Establishment, the think tank, is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday, I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They're back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is a think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He has infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has to take either in the country or outside, you will find NSA Ajit Doval standing by him. And once again, in last couple of days, we've seen the presence of Ajit Doval here at 7LKM, not only with the other officials, but we have seen that the separate meetings between NSA and Prime Minister Modi, that shows the confidence that he carries of Prime Minister Modi. And in these visuals, we can see that once again, Prime Minister is reviewing the situation with the Tri-Services Chief. You have CDS Anil Chauhan. You also have Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Now, we know that India is giving measured and brute response to Pakistan. And one important thing for which India is preparing at this point is that, and they've been saying that they have not started the escalation. They are only responding for the escalation of Pakistan, and that response should be in a manner that Pakistan gets that befitting reply. And perhaps that's the reason why you see that things are changing in Pakistan. The way their leaders are speaking, their foreign affairs minister is now in fact talking about the de-escalation. This is because of the measured and the calculated and the hard response that India is giving. And India is ensuring, Rahul, that no civilian casualty happens, and that's the reason why you see when Pakistan violates ceasefire and hit at the civilians, India could do the same thing. But India has been very, very measured. They are not targeting civilian areas, only military establishment or the terror outfit's infrastructure there. That's what India has been maintaining from the very first day. And today, of course, as India is responding to the Pakistan's misadventure, we are seeing Prime Minister Modi is chairing yet another review meeting here. Yesterday, we saw the review meeting happening in the evening, and subsequently we saw the response that India gave. The way India targeted their, the military establishment there, in different parts, and that is because of Pakistan's retaliation. And once again, when you have these people sitting in a room with Prime Minister Modi, we will of course have multiple things being discussed in this meeting, because of course they will be giving, the three Tri-Services Chief were there in the war room in South Block in the morning for 3 hours, and they will of course giving the first-hand information to the Prime Minister Modi. Ajit Doval is there, who's coordinating with everyone, CDS, Tri-Services Chief, Rajnath Singh, and here you have the entire team, this core group sitting together and also formulating strategy for further escalation from the Pakistan side. And this time perhaps the message would be very clear that you need to bleed them, you need to hit them where they actually get the real pain.
Absolutely, that's the A-team, viewers. The A-team is back. It is strategizing. There are two conversations that most probably could be happening there. General Shankar Prasad, I want to bring you in on this. General Kohli also here with us. General Shankar Prasad, there are two conversations. We are at that inflection point. Should we go further? Should we actually recalibrate? Is Pakistan going to strike again? That intelligence would have been brought to the table by Ajit Doval. What is Pakistan thinking? They would have tapped into Pakistan. They would have known that this particular escalation that Pakistan attempted and India's retaliation, how has it gone down there? Has the Pakistan military establishment decided to back off? If that is the information that is coming, India will not respond. But if they believe that there is still a way to go, that General Munir still hasn't understood what he needs to understand, and that there are some plans afoot, then how to actually react and respond. Remember, on the sidelines of the meeting in the morning, viewers, the message that was sent out was that India is only going to respond tit for tat. So if you come after our air bases, we're going to come after yours. And may the best person win. Siddhant is there with us. General Kohli is also here with us. Siddhant, over to you. Yes. Siddhant, can you hear me? Okay, we may not have Siddhant there. General Kohli, so this is the conversation. Where should we leave it? Where should we go from here? Should we respond only to what Pakistan does? Or should we now perhaps do something which is proactive, preemptive, rather than reactive? What do you think?
Rahul, firstly, whatever government has done and whatever we have achieved is absolutely commendable. The job which was done on the night of 6/7, the precise attacks at their terrorist camps, it is unprecedented. They never expected. It's a great feat for the entire country. There is no doubt in this. Having said that, you see, at the moment, our conditions for us are very, very favorable. We should not let go of this opportunity. Though, of course, the right decision will be taken by the government. They have all the inputs with them. Some kind of, when I say the lessons, it means their military has to be hit. Let Munir come, or let their senior officers come and say, okay, please stop it. So that the kind of larger than life image army has created in Pakistan, that image should go away. That only will get us peace for few years at least. And also I want to say something. We are also being observed by Bangladesh. You see, they are also trying a number of things in northeast. They should know what has happened to Pakistan, who is their elder brother, so that they also behave with us. Otherwise, Yunus and other people have also been making very irresponsible statements. We are also being seen by China. China is also observing what kind of equipment we are using, how reliable their own equipment are. So, at the moment, if I am there, like you say, I need to recommend to the government, I will say we need to go further ahead and more punitive sort of deterrent for these people, so that they learn a lesson. Because, and at the same time, we don't get so much involved that we forget our aim, which is of Viksit Bharat, because our country is absolutely different than the Pakistan.
Absolutely. We don't want a hyphenation, viewers. We don't want to go back 10 decades. That's where Pakistan is right now. They go with a begging bowl internationally. We have become the 5th largest. In 2 years, we're going to be the 3rd largest economy. By 2050, we're aspiring to be the top economy. And if we continue down this road, we will be. Of course, viewers, the entire edifice of Viksit Bharat is being laid in the last few years. And many people, viewers, have been going out there and saying that, look, nothing is being done, nothing is being done. Well, the best way to prove is to let the bat talk. And the Prime Minister has not just talked, viewers. He has delivered. I want to just show you some pictures from Rahim Yar Khan. We're just going to split this screen. The Prime Minister holding this meeting. This is the inner core. This is the think tank, the military think tank, the A-team. Ajit Doval is probably bringing documents there to present the Prime Minister an audit of what was done. Remember, he met him for about 1 hour 20 minutes this morning to the one-on-one meeting. That must have been, this is what we did, sir, this is what you asked us to do. And I just want to show, not this photograph, but the photograph of Rahim Yar Khan, the airbase that was blasted. We just broke those pictures a short while back. All those pictures, that video evidence would have been shown to the Prime Minister. You wanted us to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is what we have been able to do. This is not what we couldn't do. Then they would have said that, look, what now do you think is Pakistan's response going to be? They would have had the military intelligence supply them with those inputs. Let's split the screen, please. They would have had military intelligence supply them with that detailing. They would have said, okay, sir, this is what we are picking up. This is what Pakistan now expects to do. This is the retaliatory steps we think they're going to take. This is where they're going to hit us. Remember, this is an active operation, because Operation Sindoor 4.0 or 5.0, whatever you want to call it, is still actually taking place on our side. Even now, with drone attacks in Pathankot, in Srinagar, there have been alarms that have been sounded, etc., etc. So this is still a hot LOC. Now, viewers, we've already said we are going to respond to you correspondingly, tit for tat. So if you're going to hit us X place, an airbase, we are going to hit you on your airbase. Clearly, we've been more successful. We have the better defense military systems. The Pakistanis don't. They've relied on Chinese infrastructure, which hasn't quite paid off. Now, I don't know why, viewers. Maybe they're not very good at using it. I don't know. But the world is studying this. In fact, let me tell you that the first day, many people are saying that India has scrambled more than 80 jets. And the other side had also scrambled several jets. And the biggest dogfight had taken place in Indian skies. That's when we actually went in and took out all those terror targets, viewers, where those top 5 terrorists were killed. And people are studying that to see which equipment, what really works best, the strategies. No one has seen two nuclear powers engage like that. And it gives the world, all the top militaries, an insight. Now, viewers, all that material, the audit would be presented to the Prime Minister. He would be told these are the steps that Pakistan will probably take to in 24 hours. Then he'll be presented a bunch of options, how to counter. Usually you escalate a little more, don't you, sir, than the provocation. India has, of course, been very responsible. Pakistan has done a lot of other stuff, isn't it, targeting our civilians, etc., which we don't want to do because we are not a rogue army, is it? So I suppose now the next step is to, what should we do next? We know what we have done. Are there any missions that have been unchecked? Number one. Number two, should we use the seas? We've used only the air. Should we use the military? What do you think, sir?
You see the point what you're saying. Rahim Yar Khan, like General Shankar had explained, it is opposite Jaisalmer. It is their 5 corps headquarters. It's a very important place of theirs. And that place has been hit. You don't know, the corps headquarters also must have been hit. And and also, Rahul, this war gaming, what you're talking of, what we should do, what will they do, this goes on at all levels. Right from lower formation till higher formation. And only the gist is sort of discussed with the
So the Prime Minister has been given a few options. That's what you're saying. Okay, let me just go across to Aman Sharma. Aman, this is again the A team of the Indian military establishment, along with the Prime Minister sitting there discussing options, reviewing perhaps the performance and of course seeing if all the objectives are being met, where this particular campaign is going. Remember yesterday, Aman, at around 8 o'clock, many people sort of laughed at us because we had put out these visuals and said something is cooking. Clearly, once again, there is a meeting of minds taking place. Options will be presented to the Prime Minister once again, depending on what intelligence is picked up as to how Pakistan is going to respond. Just talk us through this, because at the heart of this are two individuals. Let's not forget the army, of course, the military, of course, the air force, of course, the navy, of course. Without them, we are nothing. But they also require what is known as political backing. They must know that the political establishment has complete faith in them. And the Prime Minister has built us up to the point where the army believes, where the military believes, where the navy believes, where the air force believes it can actually do damage to Pakistan, because it has the tools finally to do it. The will was always there.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. And what we see in these pictures, I would describe is as the top think tank of Operation Sindoor. You know, whenever this think tank has met together, something big has happened. And Prime Minister obviously is taking stock today of what has happened since the wee hours today. See, Rahul, the word that I'm getting from top government officials is that, look, we did not start this war. The war was started by Pakistan. The war was started by Pakistan in Pahalgam on April 22nd. We responded with Operation Sindoor, and we only targeted the terrorist headquarters and the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. But if Pakistan won't stop this war, the war it started, India will surely end it. Eat ka jawab patthar se diya jayega. That's what an official told me. That if Pakistan continues to strike us the way it is, the attempts that they are continuing, India will strike back. Let the US say what it wants to say. Let Saudi Arabia say what it wants to say. India is very, very clear. The Prime Minister has given operational freedom to the armed forces, not just for Operation Sindoor, but also the operational freedom to strike back at Pakistan if there are 300 to 400 drones fired towards India from...
Okay, a few problems there with Aman. We're going to try, with Aman's connection, we're going to try and reconnect. Aman was making a very important point, viewers. Very, very important points being made by all our panelists and, of course, viewers. Very, very importantly, I'm sure some very important points are being made around that table. Now, viewers, fundamentally, what are we seeing? We are seeing a Pakistan that has found itself completely overwhelmed. General, completely overwhelmed.
Absolutely.
They're completely, they don't know which way to go, which way to look. Rawalpindi. The military cradle of Pakistan hit. And I just want to show you those pictures of Rawalpindi, viewers, the airbase there. Yes. That airbase is probably a very, very important airbase.
Yes, it is.
Perhaps the premier one.
Yes.
Can you talk us through it?
Rawalpindi, Sargodha, these are the bases which are very important, and they have their assets there. And normally they take off from there. When they come, they will launch their fighters. Those are the places they will be using, and they've been using it in the past also.
Yes.
These are the important places. They keep their assets safe, but something I'm sure must have been exposed. In any case, those two things which have happened, suppression of their AD and destruction of their AD, they call it seed and deed. The both things we've been successful in doing that.
We've been successful in doing that. General Qadian, welcome. Good afternoon, General Qadian. The think tank is back. You can see it. The Prime Minister, the CDS, the three chiefs, the RM, Ajit Doval, all in that room. Now, first of all, just give us a quick review of all the military operations that we have conducted, sir. What has been the thinking? What has been the aim?
For me, Rahul?
Yes, sir. General Qadian, to you, sir. The assessment, your assessment, sir.
Pakistani army is contesting legitimacy. They want to remain in Pakistan. That is the only reason. There is no rationale. India had to react to that barbarous terror attack, which was not the first, but the last, nor is it the last. India made it very clear after the attack. Firstly, the timing of the attack was such that there were no civilians outside and there was a minimum danger of collateral damage. The very next morning, India said, we have only attacked the terror infrastructure. Our action is non-escalatory. That means India had done what it wanted to do. After that, the Pakistanis attacked 15 military targets on the first evening, 26 on the next evening, and they're still continuing. Let's look at the larger picture. Two nuclear powers on the brink of war must be stopped. Unfortunately, today the world does not have a big brother like it happened in the past. America, which is the only power which could have wielded influence, has washed its hands off. If you listen to the vice presidents, he says we have nothing to do with it. European Union is frittered.
Yes.
Russia is too involved in its own affairs. Only country that could have wielded influence in Pakistan but is not doing so is China.
Yes.
Pakistan is indebted to China of the 40 billion loan that they've taken, 30% is from China. But China is playing an ambivalent game. It wants to keep India weak, but it's a very dangerous situation. India still acted very irresponsibly.
Yeah.
Any de-escalation has to start from Pakistan.
Right.
They have escalated.
They have
The
escalated.
onus for
Absolutely.
de-escalation is entirely on them.
And we are getting
If they
feelers.
want to start a
General
war,
Qadian, let me tell you, we are
will be
getting
cowards
feelers.
to pull it back.
We are getting major feelers. The Indian establishment is getting major feelers from Pakistan. They have lost their resolve. Aman Sharma joins me for more on those. Aman, the DGMO is making, the Pakistani DGMO is reaching out. They want talks. They want to de-escalate. They are saying, ho gaya, thank you, you've done enough. I don't know if they're chastened, but you know, we've learnt our lesson. Ho gaya, ab kuch kariye sir. Ho gaya, don't punish us more. Look at the punishment. Now, that's one. Then the Americans have told us get back to the table, because after speaking to the general there, they've said, listen, what do you want? And the general, I think, has said, please, can you ask the Indians to come back to the table? So, Aman, are you seeing now perhaps a focused attempt by Pakistan to come back to the table and tell Modi, we made a mistake, sorry, we underestimated you?
See, Rahul, I think India would like to judge Pakistan by its actions and not its words. You know, Pakistan has a long history of duplicity, and India won't really get taken in by what is Pakistan saying now after taking serious reverses. The Indian government, Rahul, is very clear. We never meant to hurt Pakistan. We only meant to hurt the terror infrastructure, the terror headquarters which are functioning from Pakistani soil. And Operation Sindoor was a perfect de-escalatory strike, a very focused strike on just the terror infrastructure on May 7th. It was not on civilian infrastructure. In fact, India did not touch, though it could have, any of the Pakistani military infrastructure on 7th. So Indian strike was a retaliation to the Pahalgam attack, which was the original escalation by Pakistan. But look at what has happened post the 7th. On the night of the 8th, on the night of the 9th, we have seen 300 to 400 drones attack multiple 36 cities in India, including our military targets. On its 8th night, it was through drones, and on 9th night, which is the early today morning, Rahul, there are now fighter jets into the plane. There are ballistic missiles in the picture by Pakistan. It is Pakistan which has upped the ante, trying to attack our Udhampur air base, our Sirsa air base, our Udhampur air base. This is complete announcement of almost like war by Pakistan. So who is escalating here? India is very clear. We are not escalating. Our attacks are all de-escalatory. Our strike was de-escalatory. But if Pakistan wants a war, then, you know, the feeling is so be it. We will not step back. We have to defend our territory. If Pakistan will continue with such offensive actions, eat ka jawab patthar se diya jayega, is what one official told me, senior official, saying, if they attack us, we will attack them. We don't care what the US says. We don't care what the Saudi says. Let the US and the Saudi be convincing Asim Munir itself. And you know, this, Rahul, I think this morning call by Rubio to Asim Munir is a dead giveaway that even the US has realized now that it is the Pakistani army which is calling the shots. It is Asim Munir who's not
Let
only
me tell you,
the
Aman,
mastermind of the Pahalgam strike,
you will
but
laugh.
also...
You will laugh at this. You will laugh at this. Look at what is happening in Pakistan. They have completely lost it. The political establishment, the left doesn't know what the right is doing. So if you remember, we broke the story because Reuters reported it. Now, I don't know if Reuters is cooking up facts. You can never know with some of these international news organizations. But they said, Pakistan PM calls meeting of the body that oversees nuclear arsenal, which is the National Command Authority, if you remember. That news went completely viral. Everyone was talking about it. The world's powers started calling us this, that, the other. Now we have the Pakistan defense minister who's come out and said, no meeting of government top nuclear body is scheduled. ये क्या हो रहा है sir? Pakistan में. Left doesn't know what right is doing. Right doesn't know what left is doing. No one knows what each other is doing. No one knows what the army is doing. No one knows what the executive is doing. No one knows what the Baluchis are doing. No one knows what the Pashtuns are doing. No one knows what the Sindhis are doing. It's a complete chaos.
Well, absolutely. And this chaos is being perpetrated by Asim Munir, Rahul. He is the one, you know, I think, as I was saying, Rubio's call to Asim Munir to saying, boss, please de-escalate now, is a dead giveaway that Munir is calling the shots in Pakistan. The nuclear call is just a bogey, Rahul. I was speaking to a top official a few days back, asking him that Pakistan is talking about nuclear weapons, and he recited to me a line of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, you know, from many years back, 2 decades back, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee has said कि अगर पाकिस्तान परमाणु हथियार चलाता है तो भारत का तो कुछ नहीं बिगड़ेगा, और पाकिस्तान अगले दिन का सूरज नहीं देख पाएगा. So, that is the line India has always maintained, that this nuclear button is all a bogey. Pakistan also already has suffered extensive damage, hitting Rawalpindi's airbase, Rahul, getting that deep inside Pakistani territory using our fighter jets is a clear signal to Pakistan that if it does not de-escalate now, it will suffer even more serious consequences. And I think this meeting that the Prime Minister has held today with the three service chiefs, the CDS, the NSA and the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the message is very clear that, we will not step back. If Pakistan attacks us, we will respond with equal measure, if not more, and we can go to any extent against the sinister designs of Pakistan. So I think Indian strategy is very, very clear. The US is trying to now suddenly play peacemaker, by calling up Munir and the Deputy PM on that side and Mr. Jaishankar on this side. And I think Mr. Jaishankar's answer to Rubio, which he has put out on X, is very, very significant, that India's attack or India's strike has always been measured and de-escalatory. Don't teach us that we are escalating. It is Pakistan which is escalating, and you need to go and teach Pakistan how to step down now, how to get off the ramp.
Okay,
from
some
this
breaking news
conflict.
coming in.
And Asim Munir, if he has...
Well, off ramp, look, the ramp was out there for him. He didn't take it. He now knows what happens if you don't take the Prime Minister of India seriously, if you don't take India seriously, if you don't take India's armed forces seriously. He now knows that, viewers. More breaking news coming in. Turkish kamikaze drone recovered in village in Nowshera area, Pakistan, targeting civilian areas. Tejinder is there with us for more. Payal is coming in on this. Payal, two big newses that you have to give to us. One, of course, about this, and the other one about the nuclear bluff that Pakistan was calling. But first, this one. Turkish kamikaze drones recovered in Nowshera.
Well, didn't Turkey call up, Pakistan and told them that they're supporting them in their calm and restrained policies, and this is a crisis that Pakistan is trying to manage. Just about yesterday, our forces did inform us that they were very sure that this was Turkish, backed drone system that Pakistan was using.
Okay.
But the forensic examination was on its way, but the proof is now really out, And India, Rahul, is one country which is boosting Turkey's, economy the most. Plenty of Indian visitors go to Azerbaijan and the other places to boost their economy, and this is what we get in return. Shame on Turkey to begin with.
Shame on Turkey to begin with, viewers. That's really what's also, I'm telling you, that a large number of tour operators who took Indian tourists to Turkey have started saying that, look, we are not going to now deal with this country. And there's another country also in the Central Asia republics that they don't want to take any tourists to. Let me now go across to Akash. Akash, Pakistan's nuclear bluff. Many news now coming out of Pakistan. The president there meeting the Prime Minister. You have leaders like the former Pakistan Air Marshal Masood, who's come out and said we're in a very bad way. What's happening?
Right. So Rahul, I'll come to that. But, first of all, this drone, kamikaze drone, I want to mention here that, sources within the Indian Armed Forces are telling us that at many places they have found these Turkish-made kamikaze drones. Kamikaze drone is basically the suicidal drone. It hits the target and then gets blasted. And in fact, in this particular case, we are learning that it is possibly TB2. Though forensic experts are there, who are checking, and in fact, people from the armed forces will be, visiting there, and in fact, will be checking as to which drone it is. But this is for the first time when these Turkey-made drones are, coming here in the Indian territory. And these drones, in fact, Pakistan and Turkey both are co-producing the munition, if I'm not wrong. Back in 2023, it started. In fact, they inducted these drones in 2022. And then in 2023, they signed some sort of memorandum of understanding. And they have, in fact, started the co-production of munitions for these drones. So it's a big development given the fact that agencies, have thwarted maximum of, these, attacks. And now it is, a slap on the face of those agencies as well, both in Pakistan and in Turkey, that come with claim like, these drones cannot be tracked, cannot be hit, cannot be targeted. This is the air defense of India, that has thwarted these attempts where, these, in fact, drones were trying to hit the target, hit the military installations, and our agencies, our air defense systems, have, in fact, detected and have destroyed these drones.
Okay, well, big news coming out, viewers. Remember, the Turkish role is not one which is very honorable. So let's get in some of our guests and talk about this. Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat, joins us, and of course, we also have Group Captain Dr. V.N. Jha with us, and we also have. Yes, we also have General Qadian, of course, and we have General Sanjay Meston, who's with me in the studio. General Saab, how do you view this next step that the Pakistanis have taken, this decision to still provoke India? Do you think this was made out of a sense of hubris, or did they really think they had a chance?
I think I would go with your statement. They have done it with due fear and anxiety.
Anxiety?
Yeah. They have not realized what the Indian response would be. Firstly, our Indian response has been too good in terms of our defensive capabilities. Our integrated air command and control structure has been absolute efficient. And we have seen all across, along the 3,300 kilometers of the line of control and the international border, everywhere we have taken on all these drones very effectively, and to the extent some of them have been taken away destroyed by our Zu-23 mm guns and L-70, which are very old weapon systems. So these drones have been destroyed effectively, and this reflects the kamikaze drones which have been given by Turkey. And mind you, if you remember, their ship had come, and even in this Noor Khan Air Base, their flights had come, cargo planes had come. So, and Karachi airport also. So what I am trying to say is, Turkey is helping them like hell, and this is the same nation whom India has helped when they had the earthquake over there.
Yes.
So anyway, that's a different issue, but I think a good step taken by all the tour operators is we should cancel tourism totally with Turkey, because I wonder why they are supporting Pakistan so much. Because when I was a defense attaché in Afghanistan, I recollect one of the reasons which I assess is, the most liked country by the Afghans was India, and the most hated was Pakistan. But what I am surprised is that Turkey also knew this, that we are the most liked. So I think it is out of that vengeance. The Indians were admired in Afghanistan, so let's align with India's enemy, that is Pakistan, and help them. So I think with Turkey we have to be very firm, and it reflects what kind of technology they have, what kind of make they have. They have been effectively destroyed by the Indian systems. Now coming on to our offensive capabilities, I think, Rahul, we have proved it beyond doubt that we are very clear in our strategic targeting. Right from day one, we targeted 9 bases which were harboring these terrorists, all terrorists, and today 5 of them have been declared as killed, the top leaders.
Destroyed.
Yeah, so
yeah,
we
have been 6 feet under. They're 6 feet under, sir. They're 6 feet under.
Yeah, so we have been very specific in our targeting, and even yesterday's targeting, which has been spoken about today, all these targets, and we have hit the heart of Pakistan, that is Punjab, the heartland, and everywhere, whether it is Raimyar Khan, whether Noor Khan Air Base, Murid, everywhere we have hit them very, very hard, Sialkot, etc. So the best part is we as a country have hit Punjab, Pakistan, and that is a great victory and achievement for us, because the entire power flows out from Punjab, and Munir's house is very close by, even Shahbaz Sharif's house is very close by to this Noor Khan Air Base, and it is very close to the GHQ of Pakistan.
Yes, I mean, can you imagine? We have struck in the heart of the Pakistani military establishment, Group Captain Dr. Jha. I mean, if these, they live in their ivory towers in their own country and they think that they rule the world, and certainly the subcontinent, they have been told that if they think they can sit in their palaces and they're very safe there, well, India will get you. We can come after you.
Absolutely. There is no doubt at all. And to start with, I must tell you, Operation Sindoor, which ended with its strike at the 7 places and gutting them, was absolutely, with the perfection. There cannot be even any better perfection than what Operation Sindoor was carried out. But that was the end of the resolve that PM Modi had taken to teach a lesson to the jihadi network in Pakistan. That was finished. Now thereafter, Pakistan has mounted a war. Actually, they mounted the war in a limited way on 7th itself.
Yes.
But that India, somehow shrugged off. But 8th and 9th, the type of attack that was mounted, still in some corners of Indian defense, Indian diplomats and diplomatic world abroad, there were talks of violation or gross violation of ceasefire. It was not. It is a war. It was a war, and that is what we should have perceived it there. And absolutely, our defense system, air defense system, has worked that way and taken, neutralized all those threats. There's absolutely no doubt.
Okay.
But there is one thing that I have. Indian Armed Forces is known worldwide for its proficiency, for its efficiency, and for its impact. Military doctrine is essentially the one in which you neutralize the enemy to an extent that they are unable to mount an attack onto you. Having seen Pakistani resolve on 8th and 9th, and even today, they continue mounting those attacks, and we know from which all bases they are mounting the attack. I'm somehow, I'm glad and I'm proud that Indian Army, Indian Armed Forces is retaliating. But gone are the days that you retaliate, you ke jawab diya. Rahul, we are in New India. Herein we have got the capability to put the enemy onto the mat. And these people, from where the attacks are being mounted, those spots are being monitored by the Cartosat 3 in the space and many other assets. We know pinpoint, we know the exact coordinate where from it is there. I'm slightly puzzled why our strategic command with the conventional weapons are not able to neutralize those places, because they should stop. They should shit in their pants before launching any more attacks.
Okay, very fruity language, very colorful language there. Let's abjure that. I understand, sir, that passions are running high. Indians are feeling very confident, but confidence is also something that must be espoused, must be eschewed rather. Why? Because sometimes overconfidence leads to mistakes. So we don't want to make mistakes. We have been an extremely responsible and professional armed force. Jun Isomura is here with us, senior fellow, the Hudson Institute and former advisor to Shinzo Abe, a great friend of the Prime Minister's, a leader himself, Shinzo Abe, who revived the idea of the Quad, great friend of India. And I want to go straight across to Mr. Isomura. Mr. Isomura, how do you evaluate India's response? I know that there is, of course, concern globally because there are these two nuclear powers that are, I won't call it a conflict, but it has, by another names, taken on the shape of a conflict. Let's be honest about it. Since no one has declared it as such, I'm not going to use that term, but call it what you may. India has acted very responsibly, very professionally. We've targeted terror infrastructure, and now we are restricting ourselves to targeting their military infrastructure only because they decided to cross the line and attack ours. They had a off-ramp option which they could have taken. They haven't taken it. They've given twice the benefit of the doubt to take that off-ramp option, but they haven't. How do you see this shaping up now?
Thank you. Actually, it looks like it's rather difficult to talk between India and Pakistan directly. So I hope that the China. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
And China and Russia, Putin and Xi Jinping, they are expecting they work between India and Pakistan,
right,
as soon as possible. And the situation now, India is very, very important because of the Trump's tax issue. And the China facing quite difficulties, and the many U.S. companies in China, they are trying to extend from China to India. So India is very, very important situation today. So India concerned as soon as possible to stop the war, And I'm expecting that China and Russia to intermediate between India and Pakistan. Thank you.
Well, that's very interesting. Siddhant, let me bring you in because there has been a conversation between the Saudi foreign minister, who is also interlocuting with the Pakistani counterpart, as well as Dr. Jaishankar. So Saudi Arabia trying to play some sort of a role. Can you elaborate on this? What do you know?
Right, Rahul, US and Saudi Arabia both are giving efforts to de-escalate. In fact, there have been conversations since morning. First, Marco Rubio spoke to Asim Munir, then Marco Rubio spoke to Minister Jaishankar. Then we are getting to know that the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia held talks with both Ishaq Dar and Foreign Minister Jaishankar. And in fact, the day before yesterday, Deputy Saudi Foreign Minister was in New Delhi. In fact, his convoy was spotted near 7 LKM. Though the photos were not released by the Indian side, but we've been told that called on Prime Minister Modi yesterday. He was in Islamabad, met Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir. Also, there is something which I would like to highlight here, Rahul, if you allow me to.
Of course.
On the very first day, when these calls were made, when US and Saudi Arabia, when they contacted India first because they wanted to condemn the attacks and perhaps they extended full support to India. But you see, today, these calls were first made to Pakistan because now they are telling Pakistan to de-escalate because they have also realized that it is Pakistan which is escalating. And this is the reason that, Marco Rubio also decided to speak directly to Asim Munir. Imagine, Rahul, Secretary of State, NSA of United States is speaking to an army chief of Pakistan. And the only reason for it is that because the Americans have understood that this person is the perpetrator and he is calling the shots and he is behind the nefarious designs. So, Marco Rubio, I'm told that he blasted at Asim Munir and he has been very clearly told to de-escalate and perhaps end this nefarious designs that he has put in place from last 3 weeks. So, message is very clear. When it was to support India, to extend support to India, the calls came first to India. Perhaps Indian Foreign Minister, in fact, President Trump spoke to Prime Minister Modi, if you remember, on the very first day. But when it comes to de-escalation, then the calls are first going to Pakistan. And perhaps Pakistan is very clearly being told that look, there should not be any further de-escalation. Otherwise, Pakistan will meet the consequences. This is perhaps what I could interpret at this point in time.
Right. So obviously, powers that enjoy good relations in both capitals are now injecting themselves to try and build some sort of confidence between the two sides to return to the path of total peace. Well, India will have to take that call independently of the pressure. India is in that position now, viewers, where it doesn't really depend on anyone else to determine its own destiny. So it can very well tell the Americans that, look, we haven't achieved our strategic objectives. And we need to proceed with this operation, see it to its logical conclusion, ensure that we enforce deterrence to the point that Pakistan doesn't repeat these, what should one call it, bestial and barbaric acts ever again, viewers. So quite clearly, you're going to have the Indian establishment sit down and assess where they are with regards to their objectives, which is to enforce deterrence on Pakistan, lasting, sustainable deterrence. Of course, viewers, don't ever forget that there are a large number of non-kinetic actions that have also been taken. So, we have held in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty. We have lowered the diplomatic connect. We have strangled them as far as trade is concerned. We have called for international sanctions. We have also, viewers, very, very cleverly, and this is something that I think the government needs to be credited with, begun a campaign to also bring pressure to bear upon Pakistan's allies. So you have another whole set of options that are being pressed into service to disincentivize any further action by Pakistan. But kinetic options cannot be taken off because they have the most stilling effect. They have the most salutary, in some ways, punitive effects. Now, viewers, government sources have told us that Turkish kamikaze drones that are recovered in the village in Nowshera area, Pakistan, targeting civilian areas. This is given by government sources, clearly shows that Turkey's hand, and this is why things could and will go bad between India and Turkey. This will have an impact on trade ties. Projected trade is about $20 billion. They depend on us for many food items. India could now cut this. As of now, trade is about $8.5 billion. We export oil, steel, machinery. This is important for them. Pallavi joins us for more on this. Pallavi, you also opened a line, of course, to the Greeks and others who have a problem with Turkey. So we are aware now, aren't we?
You know, Rahul, war times also shows who are your friends and who are your enemies. And this war certainly seems to have kind of shown and exposed Turkey. You know, if you remember a few months back, there was earthquake and Prime Minister was the first leader, the first world leader who launched Operation Dost and gave out huge amount of assistance as far as Turkey was concerned. So the last thing India expected is that Turkey is going to side with our enemy and someone who's clearly targeted their innocence with us. Now, these pictures which have been put out by way of government sources very clearly shows Turkish marked drones, and they've been found in the Nowshera area, and essentially they were meant to target the civilians. So it's a double whammy really for Turkey. One, siding with a terrorist or rogue nation like Pakistan, and second, of course, is that also being a part of an operation in which the innocent lives could be lost. Very quickly, this is going to have its impact. I mean, Indian government sources are very clearly telling us that, you know, now is not the time immediately, but hum to definitely will teach Turkey a lesson. And teaching Turkey a lesson is again going to be in terms of a strain, diplomatic strain between the two countries. Trade ties could be one of the first to be affected. As of now, it's $8.5 billion. That's the kind of trade we see between the two countries. And, you know, just recently they had come to an agreement of bringing it up to $20 billion. It's not going to go up to that. Turkey depends on us for their imports more than we depend on them for our imports. So whether it's a machinery, steel, oil parts, oil, mineral oil, all of that Turkey depends on India, and they actually get very, very good rates. So therefore, this is something which is going to see the first fallout, because something which we can never ever accept is that those who are siding with Pakistan, and India is watching it very, very carefully.
Absolutely, and that's very, very important. I think India, viewers, has realized that it's calling the shots in this equation. Pallavi, correct me if I'm wrong. We also have a situation where the Prime Minister is meeting with his think tank. The Prime Minister is now deciding the options, because if the world is asking India and Pakistan to de-escalate, he has to take a decision whether enough cost has been imposed, number one, on Pakistan. Number two, if a lasting deterrence has been in some ways imposed on Pakistan. So these are decisions that the Prime Minister will be taking. Of course, if over the next 24 hours Pakistan doesn't escalate, then maybe we can extract an undertaking, though in the past they have never really worked. So I think the ball really now firmly is in India's court. We've got the upper hand. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and I think the narrative is very important to point out to our viewers. There's a difference in the kind of action that we're seeing between the two countries. While India is specifically targeting the terror hideout, Pakistan is trying to target our civilians and innocents once again, and this is something we're not going to keep quiet about. The Prime Minister at the Bihar rally had said two important things: कठोर जवाब देंगे और जहां से उनका आतंकवाद शुरू होता है उसको हम नष्ट करेंगे. So if we're looking at the strategy of our government, that is exactly the cue which has been given by the Prime Minister to his team of experts and advisors. Target and end it, nip it at the bud. That is what we are doing. Very quickly, when we are talking about Turkey, I think there's a sense of hurt and disappointment as far as the IMF issue is concerned. This bailout we talked about yesterday, India of course has reapproached IMF, is going to make them to tell them to rethink. But this whole conscience that it may be your money, aapka paisa, aap kharch karo apne hisab se, is a narrative which many are peddling in favor of IMF. But what India is telling them is that don't you also have to ensure that your money does not become blood money, and that's exactly what the IMF seems to have done.
Okay, well, thanks indeed, Pallavi. Thanks very much for that comprehensive update. I want to go across to Group Captain now. Group Captain, go ahead, sir. You want to make a point?
Yes, Rahul, 3 points. Firstly, as far as the Turkey is concerned, we should have no doubt that Turkey's rands have not been in isolation. You recall their speech, their PM speech in UN. They have been against India. They have been favoring Pakistan. So you should have not any doubt. Secondly, Turkey and Pakistan are the competitors among the most radical Islamic states. They intend to, overdo the other. We have seen Turkey's role with Azerbaijan in the war against Armenia. The same Bayraktar 2 drones, what they have given now to Pakistan, the same was being used against Armenia, and it was destructive. But because Armenia didn't have the air defense system, credible air defense system. Second point, you said your words. If Pak refrains from indulgence in the future, don't we know Pakistan?
Yes.
The moment the partition had happened, Pakistani soldiers were in form of the Qabailis and they were fighting. Started from there. Think of 1965, think of 1971, and all these days that Pakistani soldiers or under them the radicals, Islamic jihadists, they have been bleeding us for a long time.
That's true. You can't trust Pakistan. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. Give me slightly more. This is the second point. So you can't trust them that they will not carry out. They will carry out, and then still they will know it has been carried out by the non-state actors.
Exactly.
This is the second and last point. Look, till now, entire world is so constrained for Pakistan only for one reason, that Pakistan has been ranting up that word.
Yes.
Look, this is the high time PM Modi should call for a meeting of one thing. If this rogue nation called Pakistan indulges into the N button, if I die, if you die, leave this decision with the armed forces so that Atal Bihari's word is met, that on the next day, Pakistan should not remain on the map of the world.
Okay, well,
we promised that we will not strike first, but we have also promised that the retaliation will be disproportionate. And Pakistan is a small state. Yeah. You just have to knock out, some 6-7 odd cities of them, and Pakistan is done with.
Yes.
So
well,
these
well, look. Let's pull ourselves back from the brink. Let's not go there. Those are things that one shouldn't be contemplating, and one hopes that sense has dawned on the general there. But breaking news coming in, viewers. Just a quick one before I take the break. There has been a big reaction coming out from a former air officer in Pakistan. I'll come to that after this short break. Don't go away.
चलो बेटे टाइम
an escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured. But that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul. In fact, in Srinagar we have been hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not in fact letting its
big news coming in, Akash. Big news coming in. First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking now. Just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations. We have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today, and Pakistan.
Viewers, Operation Sindoor has taken a decisive turn. We're at a point of inflection. The Prime Minister has just met the entire think tank of the internal core group that he always goes to, led by Ajit Doval and the CDS, just a little while ago. He has to take a singular decision, what to do next. A lot of pressure on him to de-escalate. A lot of pressure, viewers, is being brought to bear on our country to de-escalate, but the Prime Minister knows that certain objectives that he's defined in this mission to impose deterrence on Pakistan are perhaps still unmet. And he has a decision to take. The options have been laid out before him on that table. It all began on the night of May 7th, Operation Sindoor. India struck 9 terror targets in Pakistan, including the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Rawalpindi. Jaish-e-Mohammed was behind the killing of the Wall Street Journal journalist, if you remember, Daniel Pearl, who was beheaded in 2002 in Pakistan while covering a story on the links between the Al-Qaeda and Pakistan in the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the United States. Abdul Rauf Azhar, the operational chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed and a central conspirator in Pearl's 2002 kidnapping and murder, it is been said, is eliminated in Operation Sindoor, and if not eliminated, he is battling for his life in a hospital. Now let's go across to Jude Pearl, the father of Daniel Pearl, the American journalist who was kidnapped and beheaded in 2002 by Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is a difficult time because it brings back all those memories, sir. But what's your reaction to the news that Rauf Azhar, the terrorist who was responsible for your son's killing, is either debilitated or is dead?
Very delighted that the issues of my son has come to the attention of the media and the general public, because it has been almost forgotten. And what was forgotten is the fact that the people responsible for his murder have not been brought to justice. So I'm glad that at least a person who was indirectly connected with his abduction was killed. I'm not sure that he was killed, actually. I haven't seen any confirmation from the Pakistani side that Azhar was killed, but I trust the Indian intelligence to verify that.
Well, this development, I know this is difficult for you, but this development comes 2 decades after your son was murdered in cold blood. You may not share that point of view, but do you think Rauf Azhar's elimination is punishment enough, sir?
Well, the first thing that went to my mind was to verify the connection between the person who was claimed dead, namely Rahul Azhar, and the murder of my son. And I found out that he was indirectly related to the abduction, not directly. He was really part of the, I would say, the industry and the training ground of the extremists at that time, the terrorist organization, and he was indirectly involved in the sense that he was involved in the 1999 hijack and the release of Omar Sheikh from prison, which led to the abduction of my son. So it was indirect involvement, still very important, but the person was not directly involved with hijacking or with abducting Daniel Pearl. So that was my first reaction. My second was delight and happy that the issue has been brought up again to the public attention. The issue of who murdered my son and whether the two peoples that are the executors still have not been brought to justice. So I was.
Well, sir, no parent must ever really have to talk about their child's demise, and especially under these unfortunate circumstances. But do you think you're closer to at least a sense of justice? Would you agree?
But they have not. I'm talking about the people directly involved with my son murder. They have not been brought to justice.
Yes.
The one indirectly involved, very important, I don't deny that, was killed, and I'm happy that that incident brought the issue to public attention.
Well, have you heard from the Pakistani government after Rauf was eliminated in India's strike? Any communication from them?
No, I haven't heard from anyone. I haven't heard from the Pakistani side. I only heard claims from the Indian side.
So what do you think would bring closure or a sense of justice, a semblance of closure, some justice to you, sir?
What can be done is to focus attention on several things. One of them, indeed, is the fact that Pakistan is encouraging and training, and at least they cannot contain the extreme element, and that is it needs to be brought to public attention, perhaps even to the attention of the American government, and I'm sure they know about it. The second one is to, as I mentioned, to pay attention to the two people, Omar Sheikh and what's his name?
Masood Azhar. Yes.
No, Ralph was killed, from what I understand.
Yeah.
We're talking about the two people directly involved. And this is Omar Sheikh, who is now in a government safety house next to the prison. He was earlier sentenced to death. His sentence was commuted. And it's still a sore pain to us to see that in public, essentially, the Pakistani have commuted his sentence.
Well, Jodhpur, thank you very much for speaking to us in these very trying circumstances. Let's just hope, viewers, that Jodhpur's fervent pleas for justice are responded to. The Indian government, of course, is doing its bit there. And maybe finally the Pakistanis will think about maybe also getting in touch with Mr. Jodhpur and delivering perhaps to him the justice that he yearns for. We leave it at this. Continued coverage, viewers, up after this short break. Don't go away.
Mahi sir.
An escalation. I mean, Pakistan is willing to risk attacking your capital. Fortunately, we were able to disable it to make sure before it hit Delhi. But what if it had hit Delhi? And how do you know it's an armed conventional or is it a nuclear armed missile? So Pakistan is testing the limits of India's patience, and therefore any response henceforth will be measured, but that measure will also go up several notches.
Well, again, since you're talking about that, well, let me report two other developments. Sirens on in Jammu and another explosion heard in Srinagar. So let's just hope that everything is, everyone is out of harm's way. Akash joining us for more on these details. Ishan Wani reporting another explosion heard in Srinagar. Akash, the sirens in Jammu and the explosion heard in Srinagar. Yes.
Yes, we have been hearing the sirens. In fact, I'll try to give you some natural ambience. There you have the sirens, and these sirens are on since just a while back. We heard the AD gun sound destroying one drone, and I was in fact reporting that, Rahul, In fact, in Srinagar, we have been, hearing about similar activities. So it seems like Pakistan is still not, letting its
big
men
news coming in,
rest from the
Akash.
sort of
Big news
activities that
coming
they
in.
have.
First phone call between India and Pakistan. The DGMOs are talking. Now, just break this down for us. DGMOs talking. What does this mean?
Yes, Director General Military Operations, we have seen that how their offices connected last Tuesday. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that one hotline connection has been established, in fact, today. And Pakistan wants de-escalation. This is a big news coming in fact, Rahul. Pakistan wants de-escalation. Situation is, in fact, bad in the country and Pakistan wants to meet Indian side. This was the connection between the DGMOs on both the sides and they have spoken on hotline. DGMO, remember, is someone who takes care of the operation of the military on both sides, and we have been given to understand that DGMOs connected from both the sides.
Well,
and Pakistan
right now I have to go across
de-escalation.
Okay, just 1 second, because we only have him for 10 minutes apparently, and I've been asked to go straight across to the father of Daniel Pearl.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching our rolling continuous coverage of Operation Sindoor that continues. Remember, Pakistan has been provoking India for the third day running after Operation Sindoor eliminated as many as 100 plus terrorists. I'm Shivani Gupta. Speaking of those terrorists, we have a list, the first tranche of list possibly, of the names of some of the most wanted terrorists that have been eliminated as far as the strike is concerned. Let me begin by breaking down that list for you. So 5 most wanted terrorists have been eliminated as far as the strike is concerned. Among those were neutralized were Mudassir Khadian Khas, Hafiz Mohammad Jamil, Mohammad Yusuf Azhar, Khalid and Mohammad Hassan. All of these are wanted terrorists for various reasons, but of course some of those names are linked to Maulana Masood Azhar and some of those are linked to the IC 814 hijacking as well. So let me just break down the top names that we have accessed. Possibly more will be in the offing as more proof is ascertained, but take a look. This is Mudassir Khadian Khas, goes by many aliases, was in charge of the Markaz Taiba at Muridke, which was one of the most important sites that was struck by India under Operation Sindoor. He was the one who was given the Guard of Honor by Pakistan Army. Wreath was placed during his funeral on behalf of the Pakistani Army Chief himself. Also on behalf of Punjab Chief Minister Maryam Nawaz. This is also the man whose funeral was led by designated sanctioned terrorist Rauf, and the picture of his funerals are the ones that went viral once they took place after Operation Sindoor. Second on the list is Hafiz Mohammad Jamil. He's from Jaish-e-Mohammed, eldest brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He was in charge of the Markaz Subhanallah, which was in Bahawalpur. That was the other big site that was targeted as far as India is concerned. He indoctrinated youth. He raised funds for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. That's the role that he played. Mohammad Yusuf Azhar, brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, again is another terrorist killed in these strikes. This man was wanted in the IC 814 hijacking. So that's the big catch, big scalp from India. He handled weapons as far as the Jaish-e-Mohammed and others are concerned. Let me also go across to my colleague Arunima and Akash who are joining us. Arunima, big catch, especially one of the plotters of the IC 814 hijacking.
See, there are 5 people who have been identified, but the name that all of India perhaps was looking for, of Rauf Azhar, brother of Masood Azhar, that name is not there on the list. It was being speculated that Rauf Azhar was also one of those who was killed in that attack in Bahawalpur, but his name is not on the list. He is also the killer of Daniel Pearl. He is the man who has been running Jaish-e-Mohammed all the time that Masood Azhar has been indisposed and he was trying to hide from the long arm of the law. but Rauf's name is not on the list. It is now, agencies are now suspecting that Rauf perhaps has been taken to a military hospital away and away from all the missiles and drones that India are sending to Pakistan, because he is a very high asset and he is being protected. But even though Rauf is not there, two brother-in-laws of Masood Azhar, brother-in-laws of Rauf Azhar, are on the list of deceased who have been identified. One wanted for the IC-814 hijacking, part of Masood Azhar's close coterie, people who were responsible for running Jaish-e-Mohammed. Another man who's on top of that list, he also calls himself Abu Jundal. Now, Abu Jundal, we all know, was a name for another terrorist associated with 2611. But this is another Abu Jundal. He is believed to be running the Hafiz Saeed facility of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Murid-ke. And the others who have been named are also Khalid, he's from Lashkar-e-Toiba, involved in multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. His funeral was held in Faisalabad and attended by senior army officials as well as Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So every time Pakistan tries to say that terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir is indigenous, that we have nothing to do with it, these are non-state actors, the fact that people in uniform, be it people from the police force of Pakistan or the army of Pakistan or the district administration of Pakistan, when they come and attend funerals of people identified as terrorists, named by the United Nations, named by the international charters on terrorism, it completely exposes their lies.
So, Akash, I'm going to come to you. Just a quick follow-up with Arunima. When the all-party meet happened a couple of days ago, sources told us that Rajnath Singh told the parties that the counting is still on. Right, the number was pegged at about 100 as far as the neutralization is concerned. But do you believe that the agencies are still ascertaining some of the other prominent names that may have got killed under these strikes? Could we expect an addition to this list once it's confirmed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is just the initial, identification that has come out, and it's not an easy task.
Yes.
In the current kind of tension that you're seeing between India and Pakistan, it is not an easy task to activate your sources. There are three ways by way of which agencies can work to identify. One, of course, will be human intelligence. So in the current scenario, human intelligence will be difficult to get. The second will be technical intelligence. Technical intelligence is something that the agencies are depending on. There's interception of calls that are happening. There's interception of whatever communication is happening on open line, and they are mentioning even in public. Masood Azhar, for example, said that I have lost 10 members of my family. So it will take time for agencies to put together the technical intelligence, the human intelligence and intelligence that they are gathering from any other open source or third source, and only then, once they have authentic reasons to believe that yes, this is the person who was killed, he was killed at this hour, at this location, and this is his background, only then will they come out. India is much more sophisticated than Pakistan, which indulges in misinformation only to cater to its domestic constituency, soon to be exposed by Indian agencies like PIB Fact Check has been doing.
Absolutely. Akash, coming to you as well, some important names as far as that strike is concerned. We are waiting for more confirmations, but this is the vindication that India was basically presenting to the world, that we have targeted terror sites and these markazes that function as indoctrination or training camps, and these names prove all of that. Pakistan has been trying to project that their citizens have got killed. There is hardly any evidence that they have been able to provide on that front. But India can provide evidence, including of those funeral processions or funeral parties which have been attended by Pakistan military itself.
Exactly the question. If your civilians have died, then you are going to the funeral of your civilians. The state honors are being given to the common people, to the ordinary people. Basically, the fact is that this operation was successful, and a big success. In fact, these 5 names have come, more will follow. And Arunima pointed out rightly, the intelligence is something that agencies rely on. Even for these locations, Shivani, intelligence was something that was relied on, and that's why these 9 targets were selected. In fact, there was a due deliberation as to what can be done and in what style. And we are sure that when we had reported about some sort of high-level meetings, in fact marathon meetings in the national capital, where Raksha Mantri was involved, 3 service chiefs were involved. I remember NSA, was involved in a number of meetings. So definitely, these meetings were for the deliberation as to what can be done and in what style. And you must be remembering the time when Prime Minister said that we will decide, and in fact, operational freedom has been given to the forces. Now we can connect the dots that why it was said. And specifically, if we talk about this particular operation, you pointed out 5 names, and in fact, these names we are learning from the sources because these are the confirmed names. But Rajnath Singh mentioned that at least 100 terrorists, were killed. Masood Azhar, of course, accepted that 10 of his family members were killed. But then there are many who we have no acceptance or any, input for. And these terrorists were very much active and were very much residing on these spots, which were targeted by the Indian agencies. We know that how from 2022, in fact, south of Pir Panjal region, Rajouri and Poonch were active. How, several attacks were in fact carried out. How, the armed forces were targeted. I remember that how in January 2020, in fact, March 2023, an ambush was laid for the forces and we had suffered casualties. In fact, a number of, personnel, lost their life in that particular attack. And all of these attacks were somewhere orchestrated from Pakistan, and these individuals, these terrorists were somewhere responsible. We know that how their offshoot organizations like TRF, PEF, are working, in fact, were working now, I should say, because we don't know that how, their network would sustain now, given the fact that, Indian armed forces have carried out these strikes at these 9 places where their Akas were living and were, giving them instructions.
Very quickly, before I let you go, Akash, you are in Jammu. Just give me a sense of what's been happening over the last few hours.
Right, so from last evening, we have been hearing air sirens, time to time. In fact, on and off sirens are there. As of now, it is all normal. I'll try to show you the visuals. There you have normal road traffic. But in the day-to-day, in fact, we had, heard those sirens, and in fact, there were some air activities that were registered, and in fact, we reported about it. Now, hotels are being shut. In fact, the shopkeepers have been asked to, shut their shops a bit early, and they have been advised that whenever they are hearing any sort of, siren or whenever there's a blackout, so all of the individuals who are there on road or at any, outdoor place, they should, immediately rush to to their houses or to a place, that is safe. And time to time instructions are being issued by the civil authorities. Jammu Kashmir police is very much helping the citizens. Administration is very much, there to help the individuals. And they are saying that you need to trust the armed forces, because we have seen that none of the attack that was launched on the Air Force station was successful. Yes, some civilian sites were hit, and we have in fact visited those sites where some individuals were injured as well. But then, armed forces and in fact the agencies have been telling people that these are the hard times, that they need to, support and trust the armed forces, because they are there to protect them.
All right, Akash, I do appreciate you joining us. Thanks a lot for bringing us those updates. Going across to our guests also with us, Rajiv Dogra is former diplomat. He's been Consul General in Karachi. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran, former IAF and defense expert, is also with us. Wing Commander, I'm coming to you first up. Your first reaction to these, prominent terrorists who have been neutralized. The first list ascertained by the government is finally out, and it completely puts page to Pakistan's hope of trying to paint this as some sort of an attack on innocent civilians in Pakistan.
On a lighter vein, I will never trust unless and until I get a DNA test done out of this, because the kind of fear that Modi has, sent into the society of Pakistan is, I'll not be surprised if these terrorists volunteer to declare themselves dead so that they can get themselves listed out of the most wanted list in India. Right. Having said that, yes, it's a moment of great glory. In fact, I just tweeted to Modi ji, Doval ji, and to the both army chiefs that why is the house of Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim, whose addresses we've been giving to the Pakistanis dossier after dossier, still standing? They might not be there. I'm okay with that. But as symbolically, I want Modi ji and Doval ji to look into this and then send 2 missiles and then take that down, because last when I checked, it was around 50,000 lives that we have lost right from the time the jihadi terrorisms took root in India. More than 5,000 houses and shopping complexes and building infrastructure has been demolished. This will be symbolic. This is important. I request all the viewers to tweet, retweet, like, do whatever you want. Take this message to the Prime Minister, so that, like हम मीडिया में गाना मांगते हैं, ऐसे मोदी जी से ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि वो दोनों मंजिलों को, दोनों जो घर हैं, उनको ढहा दिया जाए. That would be of great symbolic value for us.
Right. Rajiv Dogra, coming to you, presenting this list, I'm sure the Indian agencies would have worked it out behind the scenes. They would have garnered enough evidence. Of course, those funeral pictures, if we can play them on our screens as well, those went viral. Our ambassador in the UK has presented them to the international media as well. These were well attended by Pakistan military, and there were wreaths laid in honor on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief and the Chief Minister of Punjab. There's no denying that all of them are in cahoots.
Well, these pictures were first presented by the Foreign Secretary in his briefing, and also by our ambassador in Washington, and finally by the High Commissioner in London. I have no doubt that if our agencies say something, we must believe them, because they are diligent and they are not Pakistani type propaganda institutions. Secondly, from the list you read out and Arunima, your colleague, read out, it seems that the entire thing is a family enterprise.
Yes.
There were uncles, cousins, brothers, nephews, and so on. So it seems to me that there are two types of castes in this terror enterprise. One at the top, who take all the money and are the creamy layers, so to speak, of terror. They are a family business. The others who are sent on suicide mission, they are the workers who are given pittance as pay and asked to cross over to India with guns or suicide vests or whatever. It also worries me that if the terror group is a family enterprise, then there are linkages also with the army and ISI, which point to some kind of a connection at more than professional level, maybe even at the family level. Today, in one of the shows I was on, there were reports that DG ISPR's father was a nuclear scientist who was also closely connected with Osama bin Laden. So this is the kind of people we are dealing with, who are running terror as a sort of a jihad enterprise connected through family blood.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there is more than enough proof. It's just as, Pakistan keeps going to the international community and say, where's the proof, where's the proof? And they have made extraordinary statements like there are no terrorists or no terror camps in Pakistan. More of our guests are joining us. I'm also joined by Captain Alok Bansal, Director, India Foundation, and Air Commodore R.N. Mirani, who's also a defense expert. I do thank you, gentlemen, for your time. I want to just very quickly take our viewers through this top 5 list that we have accessed. So, as I mentioned, at the very top of that list is the LET in charge of Markaz Taiba at Muridke and Bahawalpur, the two most important sites that were eliminated or targeted as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. So, top of that list is Mudassir Khadian Khas, who was the person who was given that guard of honor by the Pakistani army, wreath on behalf of the Pakistani army chief, and wreath on behalf of the Pakistan Punjab chief minister. His funeral was led by designated terrorist Rauf. That is the picture that we were talking about, and that was presented by our ambassadors both in India and overseas as well. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, as I mentioned, Rajiv Dogra is talking about the family enterprise. He's the eldest brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, in charge of the Markaz in Bahawalpur, indoctrinated the youth, raised the funds for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Can we please have that graphics on our screen as well? Mohammad Yusuf Azhar is Jaish-e-Mohammed, again brother-in-law, the other brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He was wanted in the IC 814 hijacking. He handled weapons training for the Jaish-e-Mohammed and also was involved in terror attacks as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Please move on that graphics quickly. Khalid is Abu Akasha from the LET. His funeral was also attended by the Pakistani army. He was attended by the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad, involved in terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, and also was busy smuggling weapons from Afghanistan. Mohammad Hassan Khan is Jaish-e-Mohammed again, son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri. Important name in the Indian context because he is the son of the operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POK and played a very key role in terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Alok Bansal, this is just the first tranche of that list. We are hoping that more names are going to be ascertained, confirmed and released by the Indian government. But this is why Operation Sindoor has been so successful.
See, there is no doubt that these are the top-notch terrorists. But there were a large number of other terrorists in these camps, including certain trainees, because these places which were targeted are nothing but nurseries of terror. These are places where terrorists used to be inducted, indoctrinated, indoctrinated into the basic ideological framework, and then provided certain amount of military training, because those launch pads which we have destroyed were where they used to be inducted, launched, trained, all these factors. So as time passes, we'll get the complete list of people who were targeted. Obviously, the global community would only be aware of those who are global terrorists, and these people who we have named are well known globally because of their involvement in terror activities for a long time. So we will keep getting that, and I think we have proved it beyond doubt that those who were targeted were actually terrorists, and these facilities which were targeted were associated with terror. And the manner in which Pakistani security establishment and Pakistani government attended their funerals, that very clearly indicates the complicity of Pakistani government with these organizations of terror. So everything has been proved, and I think whatever Pakistan is trying to give justification subsequently actually falls flat, because it very clearly shows the complicity of Pakistani government with these terrorist outfits.
Yes. I also have with me Major General Sanjay Meston, defense expert, who's joining me in the studio. Thanks a lot to all of our guests for their time. I have to just move away to some more exclusive inputs that we're getting. These are exclusive inputs brought to us by my colleague Manoj Gupta. According to intel sources, the initial attack by Pakistan this morning was at 3 a.m. It targeted Halwara, Udhampur and Srinagar air bases. Drone activity was reported at Bhatinda Air Base at about 4:20 a.m. But as far as India's retaliatory action is concerned, at least 32 are dead in Pakistan, including, of course, some of them would be part of their military and army. Pakistan's Khairpur defense system, which is a missile monitoring system, has been destroyed by India. HQ-9 radar monitoring system in Naya Chor has also been destroyed. Remember, these are some of the details that are coming in after yesterday afternoon. The government had announced that in Lahore, the HQ-9 air monitoring system had also been demolished. This is all retaliatory action by India. India is not, striking first. But of course, Pakistan, we know, has been attempting all of these drone and missile attacks at the western border, and they're getting it back in spades. My colleague Akash is breaking down these details for us. Akash, just put it in perspective, the damage that India has managed to inflict.
Right. 32 died and 50 injured. This is what the number is. In fact, Manoj Gupta is reporting, and out of these numbers, out of these 32 people who died, 8 were from Pakistani army. Similarly, in the 50 injured, around 50 injured, at least 11 from Pakistani army. Remember, India retaliated, because in the early morning today, Shivani, I was discussing that how even in Jammu, we had heard, air sirens. And similarly, at around 3 a.m. in Halwara, Udhampur and Srinagar, these are the important places where we have air force stations and air bases. At these places, in fact, these places were the target, and drones were launched, missiles were launched. And Manoj Gupta is telling us that drones were even spotted at Bhatinda Air Force Station at around 4:20, and this is when India retaliated. We know that how in the press conference, in fact, it was categorically mentioned that the air defense and in fact the radar systems of Pakistan were on the target and they were destroyed. HQ-9 is the air defense system is in news for all wrong reasons nowadays. It's a Chinese system and it is proven now that it has got failed in front of the sort of systems that India have. Be it the Akash surface-to-air missile system, the air defense system, or the S-400, or the other indigenous systems that we have. As far as this information is concerned, it's a lesson for Pakistan as well, Shivani, because they have been trying. In fact, they have tried thrice now. They tried yesterday morning. They tried yesterday evening. In fact, before yesterday, day before yesterday also, they tried twice. So they have tried at least 4 to 5 times, and every time they have failed. Today, they tried the civilian population as well, and we have received some sort of damages to the civilian population. But this is act of crime, act of war, in fact, and this is against the norms. When there is some sort of confrontation or there is some sort of conflict, then it should be military versus military, and not civilian population should not be targeted. India is abiding by that, and in fact that's the reason why we are targeting their air defense systems and the radar system, and that too only when they have been attacking us initially. Right. So there is a sort of lesson for Pakistan. One, you don't have any sort of capability. Second, if you will disturb us, we won't spare you. Third, we won't initiate it. We waited for, in fact, your action on the sort of thing that happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. We know that how, it was categorically said that it is something that has been orchestrated, by groups that are very much there in the country, Pakistan. Right. And, enough time was given, but you did not do anything. And that's why the initial, attack on the 9 sites, and these two were not the civilian sites or the military sites. These were the sites, the camps, in fact, Absolutely. The training camps of
Akash,
the terrorists.
Just stay with me because I think it has come, the time has come for us to also put into perspective the differences in the superiority as far as the Indian air defense system is concerned and the Pakistani air defense system is concerned. They've been testing us, but actually what they found out is that they're not in the position to test us. Before that, we've got some more breaking updates coming in. Former Pakistan's Air Force officer, Air Marshal Masood Akhtar, has been caught on tape saying that it is a difficult time for Pakistan, that Pakistan's condition is very bad. India has a much larger force than them, and neither can they match India in other fields as well. Let's just play out that chunk.
Leadership's job is to look into the future.
जी.
आज जो हुआ है, this should rattle all of us. ये बड़ा मुश्किल वक्त आ गया है.
जी.
इसका हमारे पास as of now कोई जवाब नहीं है. और मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है. बिकॉज डी-एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से. अच्छा. जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा. और याद रखिए 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है. नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस. और डिप्लोमेसी जो अरब कर रहे हैं और ईरान कर रहे हैं, इंडिया उसको मान नहीं रहा. अगर अमेरिका अपना प्रेशर नहीं डालता, फिलिस्तीन प्रेशर नहीं डालता, चाइना प्रेशर नहीं डालता, तो आई एम टेलिंग यू कि ये बड़े हालात मुश्किल से मुश्किल तर होते जाएंगे.
लेकिन
तो हमें सोचना चाहिए कि क्या करना है.
Multiple things to pack as far as that clip is concerned. The Air Force officer from Pakistan is saying that no jazba can help Pakistan. You cannot really fight this on rhetoric and semantics alone, because the Indian army and the entire military is actually much larger. The capabilities are clearly extremely different. In that chunk, in that excerpt, the Air Force officer, the PAF officer is also saying that American pressure is what they want on India to back off. Other Middle Eastern countries' pressure is not working. 4 times India had planned a full attack, and if they do so, then obviously they're not going to be able to handle it. Tejinder is joining me with more on this. Just a glimpse of the mood in Pakistan, Tejinder.
See, Shivani, this is something which even now the Pakistan army and their generals have understood, that they are of no match to the might of Indian army. This statement has come from the former Pakistan Air Force officer, Air Marshal Masood Azhar. He is saying that now a difficult time has come over Pakistan, and only an international pressure by either US or some other big country could ease Pakistan out, because the meditation by the Iran and other countries is not yielding any result. You see, the officer further goes to say that the condition of Pakistan is very bad. India, he says, has a force of 16 lakh, and the total strength of Pakistan army is only 6 lakh, and they, with any jazba or anything else, they cannot stand the might of the Indian army. So this is something which Pakistan has now itself acknowledged, that it is of no match to the might and strength of Indian army, and the economy, the global support which India enjoys, Pakistan is now sidelined, and Pakistan is on the brink of bankruptcy. You see, yesterday the IMF has given a bailout package to Pakistan. So Pakistan, with a single-digit economy, stands nowhere within against India, and this is the fact that militarily, economically, Pakistan is far behind from India.
Yeah.
And the fact has
Tejinder, that may be so, but the very fact that the IMF continues to give them bailouts without realizing what that money is being used for is indeed a huge problem. Whatever bailout they continue to get. But I'll keep coming back to you for more. I want to focus on the superiority difference. We've got Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran and Air Commodore R.N. Mirani with us. Gentlemen, Wing Commander, why don't I come to you first? Can you put into perspective the major differences of what you have been able to see between how our drones are working, our missiles are working versus Pakistan's, and more importantly, how our on-ground anti-missile and anti-drone system is working versus theirs?
See, ours has evolved over the last 20 years. In fact, specifically in the last 7 years, because I've seen this evolving. And last week was the first time when I've seen them come into its own elements, see the test of time. It is nice to see something as an equipment standing inside a station. But unless and until they are not put to real test, they've passed it 100%. In fact, I've heard that Israel has acknowledged, the way that we have handled 100%. We have hardly left anything go by from our air defense system. So the question that you've asked is, ours is a very layered air defense system. It starts with an AD gun, which is a close range weapon system. Then we have shoulder fired missiles, which handle ranges within less than 10 to 12 kilometers or so. Then we have short range SAMs, which are the Akash, the erstwhile Russian Pichoras, which are still in service, the Spiders that also act there. Then we have medium range SAMs, MR SAM, that is what we call. And then comes the S-400, which again has a range of anywhere between 40 to 400 kilometers. And this is neatly, very beautifully knit through, and it sits very tightly on the integrated air command and control system. Pakistan doesn't have something like this. Now, that is because it doesn't have the money to actually create this kind of a pan country kind of a network. For us, this complete network runs on the Air Force network, which is the world's 4th largest network, and we built this almost 15-16 years back. This also means that the people are trained in it, they're disciplined, they have gone through these rules of engagement day in and day out, and that's why you are seeing this level of precision, professionalism in their approach. And that's why we are all sitting safe here. Otherwise,
absolutely.
imagine.
It's not just about the machine, it's also about the men. And I want to go to that question to Air Commodore R.N. Mirani also. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, not all of them are automatic, right? Not all of them are automatic anti-drone mechanisms or SAMs. Some of them are, as our other guest was mentioning, shoulder held or shoulder fired. Just explain to me the kind of expertise that goes into being so precise, because some of the visuals that have come to us are absolutely mind-boggling. Many people have been left amazed that Indian system is this good. Sir, I think your mic is off.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible, yes.
Yeah. As you rightly said, Shivani, it's the man behind the machine who finally matters. And it's the amount of training that they have been, they have undergone that finally comes into play. So even the Spider, the S-400, the MR-SAM, the Akash, finally are the people who are holding the trigger. And though they see the targets on the acquisition radar and then on the tracking radar, it is finally the person who is sitting on the trigger who gives the command for the missile to go. And also the maintenance. The maintenance of the missile system is very important. It may fail you at the right time if you haven't tuned it to the parameters that are demanded.
Right.
All these missile systems are only as good as the people who are manning them.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And that just shows the technical superiority, both in terms of machine and men, or between the two armies. Major General Sanjay Meston, I want to come to you as well. You know, what has been really heartwarming for people in all of this is that we've not just depended on the S-400. Actually, in the initial hours, that's all that people were talking about. But I think it is established now that the S-400 has been very little, because it's a very different kind of a system. Our indigenous Akash Tir is the one that has been our backbone. And I'm sure a lot of countries will be lining up to buy this from us now.
Very true, Shivani. I think the way our response has been, it has been fantastic is the word, nothing beyond that. And I think, as highlighted by the two previous panelists, the training is most important. You know, man behind the machine matters, and the training has been fantastic. And I know as an infantry officer that how difficult it is. And you know, you have to be very focused on your training, and then of course the maintenance part, and what fantastic networking we have all along the Indian borders. So because it's a huge system, so our integrated air command and control system has been too good. So what I feel is, especially the indigenized Akash, I think it's delivered the impact. And right now, S-400 has not been used at all. So the advantage in this is that when you go for indigenization, Atmanirbhar Bharat, it pays. It pays. Today we don't have to rely on any country, and that is why I think it's a very great step taken by our Prime Minister. And not only that, see, the most important factor is correlated to the Indian economy. If your economy is good, you can spend money on your arms and everything. And if your defense is good, economy flourishes. So it is so interrelated, and I think that is the way India should be. And you know, the Akash system and all these
We've
systems,
got the L-70, which is an old system.
And let me tell you, L-70 and Zu-23mm are such old when I was commissioned. And on the line of control, you know, as an infantry officer, for us, what is the first thing? We have the LMG and the machine gun which is mounted, and you know, low flying drones and all, we can take it off. So what I'm trying is so well coordinated.
But these are not automatic, right? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like somebody has to actually aim and shoot.
Yes, absolutely. Because like LMG, MMG, you have just seeing the drone, you are hearing the voice, and you are just firing. And since it has got a burst round capability, and it has happened in Punjab, we have downed some of the Pakistani drones, you know, which gets in drugs and all, just through basically these basic weapons of LMG and MMG. So right up to the first tier, that is a start point, till the end, we have got a range of weapons deployed as per their capabilities and performance, and this has really made hell of a difference. And not only that, see, the second aspect is you sending your own weapon systems across, drones. For guiding and targeting these drones to a target, again it requires precise, you know, you have to sit down, monitor. There is a person in the command control center over there, he is monitoring continuously, watching the drone, and if it is surveillance drones, you are getting constant, you know, pictures, live picture. It's not an easy thing. So I know it because my both the sons are in the army, and one of them was totally involved in this. So lot of you know, entry cases are required, detailed planning is required. So I would say the overall, it has made a tremendous impact, and Pakistan has realized that both our offensive capabilities
and defensive
capabilities are too good, and therefore now world will come to India to buy a lot of weapons, whether it is Akash or maybe even this whole system, because it also requires communications.
Yes, and it's a combination of several weaponry that we are using. It's not relying on any one system.
And achieve our aim of more exports.
Absolutely. You know, somebody was remarking, telling this to me that, you know, this system has worked so beautifully that there will be countries lining up to see whether they can get this from India now. We will, of course, focus on what's happening as far as the Pakistan situation is concerned. We're going to slip into a very short break. More news updates lined up on the other side.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some more breaking updates amidst the escalating conflict between India and Pakistan. There's a lot of misinformation that is doing the rounds, and India has been giving a strategic response to this propaganda, most of it being fueled from across the border. So there is real-time fact-checking going on. We've been bringing you some of these posts as well. Dedicated government-backed teams like the PIB fact-check department verifying anything that is going viral and, of course, tracing the origins of the misleading videos and images, publicly debunking false claims via official social media handles as well. Transparent and credible communication, that is also what the government is relying on. That is done via the regular press briefings by the defense officials and the MEA to maintain narrative control. There is also timely release of verified operational details to counter speculation. For example, just a short while ago, we received the information of the 5 names that have been confirmed by the government of the top terrorists who have been neutralized in Operation Sindoor. Let me also go across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us. Pallavi, a war room of a different kind. That's also what the government is managing right now, the war room of managing information.
And you know, this is a kind of a war which tends to spread very fast, given the kind of internet revolution and the modern times that we are living in, whether it's the social media platforms and WhatsApp, YouTubes, and that is the reason why the government is not sparing any opportunity to bust the lies which are being peddled by Pakistan. Look, desperate times of frustration, according to government sources, does give rise to fake news, and that's exactly what Pakistan is doing. So, you know, they're coming out with repeated posts, many of them showing that, for example, a woman fighter pilot was captured in in Pakistan. Again, that lie has been busted. Also, some fake videos being peddled to show that Indian soldiers are crying and wanting to go back home because they're scared that they're going to lose this war. These kind of videos and facts are all consistently being busted. You know, the PIB unit has always had a fact-checking unit, but now this is the time when it really has been put to test and they've measured up to it. There are Telegram accounts, there are email IDs where any one of us like you and me can keep on sending our posts, our complaints, and immediately the unit starts checking it and cross-checking it. So what they are doing is they're coming out with a real video. In fact, the press conference we saw early this morning of the MEA did come out with visuals with the time also mentioned and the date being mentioned. The reason behind that also is to show that we are not peddling any fake news. We are giving out hard, credible evidence, unlike Pakistan. Second important point over here is that because Pakistan is peddling a wrong narrative, and this is something which they are keeping in mind, the global minds as well, India's strategy is now two-pronged. Back over here in India, we have our Indian channels which are being used. The fake busting units are also being used by the PIB. But internationally, we have picked up people who are experts, who are India's ambassador to UK, to US. All of them are giving big interviews across media channels, international media channels, so that India's voice can be heard internationally, so that the truth and the correct picture can be presented. So this is a two-pronged information war also which India is fighting against Pakistan, apart from the economic plus the military war.
Absolutely. And any idea, Pallavi, if there's going to be more number of briefings every day, given the situation being so volatile and so fluid? Because I think the MEA indicated there could be another briefing this evening, like they've done one in the morning today.
That's right. And so the word is that around 5:30 to 6 p.m. there is going to be yet another MEA briefing. And information is the king. We don't have anything to hide. Of course, the point is that whenever you're in a state of this kind of military altercation, there are security concerns where many details cannot be divulged. And those repeated advisories are coming in from the government. Do not show live locations, do not show live footage, so on and so forth. But we are showing deferred visuals. We are also giving deferred information, all of which are vetted. So every time this press conference, for example, is taking place, look at the kind of optics of it. You have the foreign secretary sitting there, you have two officers, both women, who are made to sit there, and they are giving the operational details. But before that press conference, which seems so simple to all of us, there's a lot of hard work, checking, cross-checking. There are lots of people who are involved in it. Top information officers of the government, the NSA, the Raksha Mantri, because they want to ensure that not even a word or a full stop or a comma is something which is wrong or which can be questioned. So that's the kind of big information war which we are now waging against Pakistan as well.
Alok Bansal, how important do you think this is going to be? Just overall, warfare has changed. So we're talking about drones and missiles, not so much about tanks and troops. But one front of this has been information all throughout.
See, considering the internal dynamics within Pakistan, information warfare has a very major role to play. As you know, Pakistan is a fractured society. There are turbulence in Balochistan, there are TTP fighting them, there are differences between Sindh and Punjab over river waters. Politically, this is a fractured society. There is PTI protesting. Yesterday, you saw a PTI MP tell in Parliament that Prime Minister is a Gider. So that sort of a situation exists where information warfare can be a real force multiplier. But important facet which we need to focus is that information warfare has to be based on credible facts. If you have actually a contradictable lie, the information warfare will fall flat. So that is a very important factor that media has to be very careful. Media is a very powerful tool of information warfare, that they base their entire warfare campaign or agenda based on facts. So whatever you say, you could give it a spin, whatever has to be given, and but the basic facts should not be compromised, which can be countered or which can be disproved. So that's very important, and I think as long as we continue doing that, I think information warfare will play a major role. Because please remember, as the conflict prolongs, Pakistan's ability to fight will reduce. And considering the fault lines that exist within Pakistan, it will start unraveling. So that is where information warfare is very, very important, that we need to be very, very quick on disseminating information and targeting population within Pakistan as well, for
the other strategy that I also noticed of the Indian government is that it's actually not revealing much of what it is doing. And I discussed that yesterday with guests. That's information control as well, which is a part of the entire information warfare. But I'll delve into this and more aspects on the other side of a very short break. Stay with us. We'll get you more news and updates.
Network 18 decimates Times Internet with over 6 times more unique users on social media. Network 18, the undisputed of news networks, way ahead of the times.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They're back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has.
We've got some big breaking updates coming in. Top Government of India sources are telling CNN News 18 that India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. This is big update coming in as far as the intent of the Indian government is concerned. I think my colleague Aman will be joining us very shortly for more perspective on this. The government is very clear that there is no bending to terror. There's no bowing down before a terror country like Pakistan, which is why, while we're not escalating the matter for Pakistan's own good, we're also not allowing them to play any games with us. But very important line of intent coming in from the government that any act of terror will not be tolerated anymore. It will be considered an act of war. Big statement, Aman, from the Indian government.
Well, yes, this is a big statement coming from the top government sources. They are saying that India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered as an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. Act of terror means any act further carried out by Pakistan, any other offensive carried out by Pakistan like the one we have seen in the last few days, first the 300 to 400 drones sent to target Indian military infrastructure. And yesterday, early today morning, which we saw the number of missiles, the number of fighter planes which were used to target our Air Force bases. All of these, the government is now saying, if any of this act is now repeated by Pakistan or from other elements inside Pakistan, it will be treated as an act of war, and India will act accordingly. This is what we have been reporting since today morning, that ईट का जवाब पत्थर से दिया जाएगा. That has been what the top government sources have been telling us, that enough is enough. If we did not do that escalation, the first escalation was done by Pakistan after Operation Sindoor was carried out in response to the Pahalgam terrorist strike, and Pakistan has been on an escalatory mode. Pakistan has been on a provocative mode, targeting our military installations. Operation Sindoor never involved India targeting any military installation of Pakistan. It was only a strike against terrorist infrastructure. But now, since Pakistan has upped the ante, and today the US, also Secretary Rubio has called up both the Pakistan Army Chief, the Pakistani Deputy Prime Minister, and our Foreign Minister S. Shankar, telling us to de-escalate. This is what India is now saying, that if Pakistan is the one which needs to de-escalate, get off the ramp. If it does not do that, India will treat the next strike by Pakistan or next offensive by Pakistan as a complete act of war, and India will be going very, very strongly against Pakistan after that.
So just a clarification, Aman, they're talking about what Pakistan does next in the current scenario, or any future acts of terror as well?
Any future act of terror, that is the wording that is being used, that any future act of terror against India will be treated as an act of war. That is the wording that is being used, and India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered as an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. So it also covers the Pahalgam attack, like the one which happened after Pahalgam. Pahalgam was one of the biggest terror attacks on Indian civilians post the 26/11 strike. India went against the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. But if Pakistan sponsors another act of terror on Indian soil, India will see that as an act of war, and an act of war means that India will go against the military infrastructure of Pakistan, as we have been targeting because of Pakistan's offensive in the last 2 days.
Important to see the wordings here. One is act of terror that India is familiar with. We've been facing terror attacks after terror attacks for the last 70 years, in fact, and most have come from Pakistan. This is what basically bleeding us with 1,000 cuts is all about. The sub-conventional warfare against India is all about. India is effectively saying, no more, this is just enough, no more of this. But if it considers any act of terror an act of war, that means the military automatically comes into play.
Absolutely, that is what the meaning is, and this also is, Shivani, I think a stark contrast from what the UPA days have been. We saw the Mumbai 26/11 attacks, we saw many other attacks happening on our soil during the UPA days, when India chose not to act militarily against Pakistan. We indulged in this dossier diplomacy, we indulged in going to the US and complaining about it. We sought we sought to send letters rocatory, but under the Modi government, it's been a sea change, I would say, ever since the Uri attacks. Even before Uri, the Modi government also tried for Pakistan to have a collaborative approach, have the joint investigation like we had in the Pathankot airbase attack. But since then, the Modi government has upped the ante. But I would like to make the differentiation here that even after Uri and even after Balakot, we did surgical strikes on terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. Also, after the current Pahalgam strike, we did in Operation Sindoor was a strike on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. But now, what top government sources are telling us, India has decided that if there's a future act of terror against India sponsored from Pakistan soil, it will be considered as an act of war, and we will go militarily against Pakistan.
I just want to break this down further, Aman, because we're already in a military conflict with Pakistan, right? And we're seeing Pakistan escalating the situation for the last 3 nights. What India is doing so far is actually just responding, maybe responding double from what they are trying, and obviously our damage is more consistent than what Pakistan is managing, but we are still not in full war mode with Pakistan, right? When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't just mean...
Well, yes, technically not.
Sorry, I'll just finish, Aman, then you come in. When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't only mean that India will respond militarily on terror camps in Pakistan. It means that the doctrine now will be that if Pakistan sponsors a terror attack against us, we will attack their military. I'm saying this because even till today, the government is not attacking first on Pakistani military.
Well, yes, we are not attacking first because our philosophy, Shivani, has always been, and even during the case of Operation Sindoor, was that we clearly said even after Operation Sindoor that our attack was on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters of the LET, of the Jaish, of the Hizbul, in Muridke, in Rawalpindi, in Kotli. We have attacked, we did not touch any military infrastructure. But I think this statement is now also coming from the fact that though we did not attack any military infrastructure of Pakistan, Pakistan has not followed those rules of the game. You know, in its response to Operation Sindoor, which India thinks should have never come, because for India the response was over with Operation Sindoor. You know, we had ended our offensive there. Pakistan chose to attack our military sites. Pakistan is attacking our civilians, which is also an act of war. Pakistan is also attacking our military infrastructure, our air force bases in Udhampur, in Pathankot, you know, Udhampur, and you know, Sirsa today as well. So first they upped the ante by sending armed drones, 300 to 400 of them, which were repulsed. But after that, Pakistan, what is done early today morning is attack our armed base with ballistic missiles as well as fighter planes. This is a complete escalation in the situation. They have tried to harm our military assets, and that is why India had to respond in a similar fashion by doing this strike through our fighter planes in Rawalpindi. So India is now clear that given the Pakistani attitude of escalating things, of always upping the ante, and you know, not being on a de-escalatory mode in future, if there is any act of terror against India on Indian soil which is sponsored by Pakistan, India will go militarily against Pakistan, because that would be the biggest deterrence for Pakistan to not sponsor terror strikes on Indian soil.
Right. Akash, my colleague, is also joining us. Akash, you know, this is going to be an extremely key change of stance or doctrine, if you can use the word, for India and also the Indian military, because the Indian military has always believed that they're capable of answering Pakistan and even the terror bases in Pakistan whenever the government gives them the go-ahead. Few times they've got the go-ahead, but if this becomes our basic doctrine, that any act of terror is act of war, then the military immediately comes into play.
Right, and it's a you know, loud and clear message by the government of India, and you know, sources are telling us that in fact government is considering that any you know, act of terror will be considered as act of war. It is important, Shivani, also because we know that how Pakistan is sponsoring terrorism for ages now. You know, back in 1999 or 2000, when Kargil was happening, you know, even then people were expecting that now you know, these terrorist activities or the sort of you know, attempts that are happening will stop. But then we saw Operation Sabvinash in 2006, and you know, in Jammu region, while we had an intensified deployment after 2006, we did not see any sort of activity, but in Kashmir it was on. And then in 2020, when Galwan happened, uniform forces were shifted to Galwan. Then, you know, in fact, since then, we have been seeing that how in the areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, Kishtwar, and in fact the Jammu region, you know, was hit, and in fact was impacted because of all these activities.
Yes.
Now, Pakistan has always tried to keep a shell that, you know, these are the groups that are your you know, own people, and these are not terrorists, these are militants. You know, they are just not happy with the sort of establishment, and that's why they are carrying out these sort of activities or attempts. But it has been you know, proven time and again that how these groups are getting support, how these groups are infiltrating, how these groups are violating you know, the international norms, rules and regulations for boundaries or the sort of resolutions or the agreements that have happened between India and Pakistan. And this time around, government has made it very clear that this was last. Pahalgam was last. After Pahalgam, we have taught you a lesson. In fact, lesson to all those Akas who were giving instructions to these individuals, these 4 to 5 men, you know, who came there, who asked for the religion, and in fact shot down these individuals in front of their family members. This was last. It is loud and clear now. Any act of terror will be considered as an act of war, and then military action will follow.
No, absolutely. You know, so this is a very strong message, Siddhant, and my colleagues Pallavi are also joining us. Siddhant, very strong message to the international community as well, because a lot of them have been pressurizing not just India, Pakistan too, to de-escalate and, you know, to, you know, just blink first. But what India's message instead is that there's going to be absolutely no backing off.
Well, that's right. And in fact, this is what I call muscular anti-terror policy. Perhaps this should be the doctrine for India. And now we're getting to know that the government of India will rather announce, in fact, the sources are telling this, that this is going to be government of India's policy in future. This will establish deterrence, one. Second, this will also send out a message to the world that when it comes to terrorism, then there is going to be no compromise. In fact, India is not the first country, announcing this. In fact, there are many countries. Look at Israel. Perhaps the way Israel has managed to establish deterrence over last so many decades, only on the basis of muscular anti-terror policy. Definitely, Pahalgam was a lesson for India, and that lesson has been learned. That what was not done last time around when Pathankot happened, when Pulwama happened, needs to be done now. And this also opens the door. First of all, word would be conveyed that if terror attack will take place, India will punish the terrorist. India will treat this as an act of war. So tomorrow, when word will offer to de-escalate or mediate talks, and they would have an understanding about India's position. So it would really be more helpful if India gets this policy in a form of a doctrine, or rather, if that this also becomes part of some international India's statement at some international forum, multilateral forum. Perhaps that would really be helpful, because world will get to know India's position. So if next time they will come to mediate, they will offer mediation, or will ask us to de-escalate, they will get to know our
India's position on mediation is also on mediation is also absolutely clear. When it comes to a bilateral relationship, they don't accept mediation. It's another matter that allies and certain good offices will offer it, because maybe that's their job. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, here's the dilemma.
Yes.
This is a big message from the Modi government. It will possibly change the chain of responses that kick in if there is a terror attack again. And I don't think we can count one out, because we are dealing with a lot of forces around us. But even as we speak, we are in a military, eye-to-eye conflict with Pakistan, and India is still showing a lot of restraint. So two very, different actions.
Absolutely, and I think India's message to the world, to Pakistan, is very, very clear. And even those who are telling us that, we should try and de-escalate, even as Pakistan seems to be indicating, and of course talking about a conditional de-escalation, is that this is not going to be a one-off thing. Operation Sindoor has not stopped. It's not going to be a one-off thing. It is something which can happen again and again, as long as Pakistan does not learn a lesson. So the words are very, very important, that the government of India has decided that any act of terror will mean that it's going to be seen as a state of war. So which means that next time round, if there's going to be another act of terror and India decides the scale of the act of terror as well, we are going to see this as an open admission of the fact, and that it is an open cry that there is going to be an act of war as far as India is concerned. See, consistently, and you're absolutely right on this, Shivani, unlike Pakistan, which clearly in the last 2 to 3 days, in a sense of desperation, is even attacking our civilian targets, we've made it very clear. Operation Sindoor was essentially meant only for the terror targets. There is a sequence which we are following since the whole day. I think this decision of the government of India to wait for the next act of terror and see that as a state of war was taken after that meeting the Prime Minister had held with, say, the NSA, the CDS, and his entire team of experts. And this was very much a part of it, that our Operation Sindoor was the first attack. It was an attack which came in from our side on Pakistan, because we were avenging the killing of 26 innocent tourists. But after that, whatever we are doing is not an attack, in the sense we are actually retaliating and thwarting any attempt by Pakistan to break peace in our country. And what is Pakistan doing in the last 2 days? Because they are not knowing how to handle the situation, in a sense of desperation, they are targeting the civilian targets, which is what we are trying to avert. However, India knows very well that Pakistan is a rogue nation. It never learns a lesson. I mean, examples of 26/11, the Pulwama attack, we saw in Pahalgam, and many other such attacks are evidence to show. You can give them proof, you can show them the mirror, you can show them the dossier, but ye aadat se majboor hai, which is one senior government leader actually told us, is that Pakistan will never ever learn a lesson. So this is a very clear-cut warning. Before I toss back to you, two very quick insinuations implications or significance comes in from this statement coming in from government. One, watch out. Next time you do something, it's going to get worse and worse for you. Second, we can only talk about de-escalation only if you learn a lesson. So we are giving a bigger condition on Pakistan and those who are supporting Pakistan that I'm sorry, it's a zero tolerance zone as far as any act of terror against India is concerned.
No, absolutely. And what is the interpretation of this message coming in now on the current situation? I want to take that question to our guests also, but I want to go to Arunima, my colleague, before that. Arunima, just give us a sense of what really happens when a government declares an intent like this. Is this to be formalized? Can this be formalized? Will there be a chain of responses set in the future that, for example, if there's a terror attack emanating from infiltrators into Jammu and Kashmir in the future, there will be a immediate response that will get triggered, because that's what it suggests.
See, this kind of intention that the government is making clear will be difficult to implement completely, but the letter and spirit of it, the main thought behind it is to make this deterrent. What is happening right now after Pahalgam, what we have seen after Pulwama and after Uri, we have made it clear that we won't shy away. Having said that, each one of the small arm targeted killing that we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir is also a terror attack, where hybrid terrorists are given small arms and asked to take on or kill Kashmiri Pandit chemist in Srinagar, or a Golgappa wala on the Boulevard Road or in downtown Srinagar. Each one of those are terrorist acts, and they have been designated so because in the charge sheets NIA has filed under UAPA, they have called them a terror act. So when you say that each act of terror will be treated as an act of war, how will you really make a distinction between something like what has happened in Pahalgam and something which is like a small arm hybrid terror kind of a situation?
Yes.
Having said that, I think the government is very clear that the innocent killing of civilians, targeting of CRPF personnel like we saw in Pulwama, or of army personnel like we saw in Uri, I think that call will be taken depending upon the magnitude of the situation. However, I can also point out to you that intelligence agencies are picking up that terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir, and about 130 of them are still active in Jammu and Kashmir, they are getting signals from their Akas in Pakistan, from ISI, to press the trigger, to do something to distract the security forces, to carry out, if needed, even a Fidayeen attack. So the current pressure on the Pakistani army along the LOC, along the international border, is eased out. Our forces have to rush in to tackle another terror attack. That's the kind of desperation that ISI is showing, but Government of India not backing off. Two-pronged thing. One, they're saying any other act of terror will be treated as an act of war. And second, be it BSF, be it Army, be it Air Force, or in the hinterland, even CRPF and JK Police, they're all on heightened alert right now to look for any instance where Pakistan tries to take this misadventure forward.
Yes. So, Aruna, bringing us an important addition to the update that we were tracking, which is, of course, the government's intention to say any act of terror is act of war. What Arunima is picking up is also this, that there are inputs to suggest that terror attack signals have been given to terrorists active in the valley. Let me also try and go across to our guests who are joining us. Wing Commander R.K. Srivastav is with me in the studios. Coming to you, sir, first. How do you read this messaging in the current context? Because there is a reason it is being made public now.
Shivani, I'll just make a little correction in the rank. I'm Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav, not Wing Commander.
My apologies, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, if you define that any act of terror is equivalent to act of war, it's a huge paradigm shift in the way we prepare as Army, Air Force, Navy officers for the response. Because you saw in this case, when Pahalgam happened, it was the government which decided, Prime Minister which decided that I'm giving full operational freedom to all three chiefs. This operational freedom, that means, is taken as granted. That means if there is a hot chase required of the terrorist groups or the terrorist infrastructure, my question is, are armed forces free to do that?
Yeah.
Should they include in the kind of war fighting plans or in the response matrix? This is a very important question. So that means we'll have to define what will be deemed as act of terror.
Yes.
What intensity, what level, in what way. This definition will come through. I believe if the government says act of terror is equivalent to act of war, then we will also have to build our own phraseology. as to how we are going to define and how we are going to respond to it, because the moment you say that, it becomes like a ops guideline by the Ministry of Defence, and coming down from Prime Minister to Ministry of Defence, and then these things then percolate to all formations, all units, all battle formations, and then Chief of the services will have the option to give direction and go ahead. So this is one fallout of this. I believe government means that. In case of Pahalgam like incident, it really meant all of us were very keen, and nation was really very sad and anguished. They wanted to do something like this, and they did. So we did on a scale. Now how we define, the second question is how we define the scale of operations. Like we defined the scale of operations, which are far bigger, far better, far more precise, and all these structures of, or the akas of terrorists were hit, and they hit very badly.
Okay.
Now as we went ahead, we found that as far as Pakistan is concerned, the terror network is an integrated part of, and it's come out to the world all in open, integrated part of Pakistani army. That means they're so complicit that all terrorists are being given some kind of military farewell and military burial. Chief of the Pakistani army is laying wreath on their coffins. This is something very different. That means as far as Pakistani, the terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil is actually a military operation. In fact, it is part of the military. There are no more non-state actors. While UN Charter Article 51 gives us the power to right to defend, and we can operate within that. Actually, India operated within that.
I do want to discuss this whole issue of the deniability that Pakistan has managed to somehow work under this whole shadow of non-state actors, and proof to the contrary has existed for a very long time. Their leaders in positions of power have made it clear from time to time, even during this crisis, but for some reason the world keeps giving them a pass. I want to understand that, but before that, on this issue of the whole doctrine changing, Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer, former Chief of Staff, Northern Command Indian Army, is also joining us, along with Tilak Devashir, author and former member of the National Security Advisory Board. Gentlemen, thanks a lot for your time. Lieutenant General, I'm coming to you first up. Here's my dilemma. You are saying a future act of terror, and as Air Vice Marshal was suggesting, you need to codify this. What then constitutes as an act of terror? What will be our first SOP response in the event of an act of terror? Here's my question. You are literally in a position of war with Pakistan right now, where Pakistan has decided to escalate by attacking your military assets, and yet we are not seeing this as an act of war. We are starting and stopping, starting and stopping, starting and stopping. So I'm a little confused.
Good evening, and thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, I will qualify a little more than what the Air Vice Marshal said. In my mind, this issue of terror constituting an act of war already exists. It was, coined after the parliamentary attack and after Op Parakram, when the armed forces were deployed for a period of 8-9 months without a war. We took up a decision that next time an incident happens, we are not going to stop. We'll just carry on and carry out the operation without stopping at the border. So that was there already. And that is where the Coast Guard, proactive strategy, and all these doctrines started emerging from that basic structure. What I read from the current decision of the government, and I have to wait for the fine print to come, what I can read it as of now are two things. Firstly, we must all understand that act of war doesn't mean that you have to launch military on the next day. Okay, act of war has got a pretty large dimension. It means that all the elements of the CNP will be put into place. Things like cutting off diplomatic status of the embassies, getting on to his allies and conveying to him that you are going to be taken as an adversary if you support him. There will be many things which will come up. Let's say Indus Water Treaty will be taken to the next notch. You will try and put him into economic stress. So they will all happen simultaneously, and the act of military will also happen in a particular period of time. The second thing which I read in this is, right now what happened was, whenever this terror incident happened, whether it was 2016 in Uri, 2019 in Pulwama, or this time, our response was towards terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. I feel that this current doctrine which we are now looking at possibly will give the forces leeway to start operations directly aiming at the Pakistan armed forces. Why am I saying this? And the Air Force understands it better. When we went in on the 7th of May, we went in without suppressing his air defense. We put our entire air effort at risk. But should this kind of thing happen next time, we will first knock his air down. We will put his air defense out of action like we did in the next 3 days. And then we will go with full might of our Air Force and flatten him down. So that kind of a change in operation will possibly be there if we have already communicated that any act of terror will be taken as an act of war, because the objectives will change from terror infrastructure to enemies
But sir, why?
defense infrastructure, and we are free.
I get what you're saying, but why the hesitation now? If that will constitute...
It is because current,
yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is the current government's policy, and I guess this is something which our Prime Minister follows. He says war is not an option. That has been something he's been saying very openly. And he feels that his response should be not against the country, but against the people who are, fomenting this kind of a thing. So he was trying to send a message across that he'll go against the terror infrastructure, tell the world that we are not against having war with the country, but we are trying to just remove terror from the sky.
Okay.
So I look at it that there will be some changes in the way we do operations in the future. And one more thing I'd like to stress. Please remember, it is not just Pakistan. We have other avenues also open. And that is where the problem is. You have an active adversary in our north, and we just can't go blindly looking west without understanding what can happen from the north.
Okay.
And as a nation, we just cannot afford to have both our fronts open. So there has to be a degree of diplomacy, and I want to put it up very clearly. What happens is, when I heard some of your reporters reporting from the ground, there will be a kind of excitement that next time, like somebody said, Belpuri wala gets killed in the boulevard and it's declared an act of terror, next day we'll start bombing Pakistan. No, it will not happen like that. I don't see it happening like that. There will be escalated manner. The escalatory ladder will start happening in a uniform manner. It is not going to be, at the 4th level on the day 1 itself.
Right.
It will go through this series of actions, but what it clearly enuncifies is, it tells the world, if the next time this thing happens, don't come to us to say that please de-escalate. Then we will only move out at our time of choosing, and we will only move out after we have finished what we have started to do.
Okay.
It is also a message to countries like USA and the United Nations that we have seen enough. This is the time we are willing to pull back.
All right.
At this current stage, having a claims. In future, we may not be able to be so safe.
Yeah. Give me an opportunity to go to Tilak Devasher as well. Tilak, I want to understand from you this whole thing about deniability that Pakistan enjoys. It's been gone on for far too long. Just this last evening, IMF gave it another loan for whatever reasons that they have. But how do we get past this hurdle that Pakistan can continue to deny that it had any role, despite proof, of course? Sir, your mic, I think, is off.
Sorry.
Yes.
I would like to speak on the terror and war aspect, but
sure.
to answer your question first, Pakistan has practiced the art of lying since 1947. It has refined it to a science. So anything that they do, it's always deniable. It is always somebody else's fault. Somebody else has done it. They are not responsible. They always externalize this. So because they have had such experience in denying, in fake news, and in outright lying, that today it's very difficult for people who are not used to this kind of behavior of a state they all fall for it. And that's what had happened. I mean, look at the fake news that has come out in the last 3 days. Starting from destroying a brigade headquarters, starting from, the S-400 battery, starting from, all kinds of things. And because they push their narrative out first, there is believability, at least for the time being, till the narrative gets dead. Then you keep denying it, and because you are a second responder, your deniability does not carry so much of weight. So similarly with the IMF, You see, in any IMF loan, if you study Pakistan's behavior, they will project a huge amount of taxes which they will collect themselves. And based on that, the IMF works out a work chart and they agree to a loan. 6 months later, when the first review is done, you find that there is at least a 20 or 30% shortfall in taxes. Then they will come out with some excuses and no, we'll make it up in the next tranche. So, this is the reason why Pakistan is able to get away with things. But coming back to an act of terror being considered an act of war, I think this is very significant. This adds to the Indian doctrine of war. You would recall that after Balakot, the Foreign Secretary had said that the attack was done on Balakot as a preemptive measure because we had got information that the terrorists there were planning an attack on India. So that was added also to your doctrine, doctrine of preemption. This doctrine that any terror attack will be considered an act of war adds to that your doctrine of war fighting. Now they will have to work out many things. I think as the Lieutenant General mentioned, will you delegate this to the operational commanders, to the field commanders, to the corps? Who will take that decision that now this is an act of war, I can go in with what I want? Because, war is the whole of country effort. You can't have single commanders embarking on a war without having... So, many things will need to be threshed out. But I think it's a very important doctrine. I also hope that this will be the first step in declaring Pakistan a terror state. You see, when we go to the international community with dossiers, with proof and all that, and the question they ask is, how come, but you haven't declared Pakistan a terrorist state?
Yes.
How come you're asking us to do it? So if you start considering acts of terror as acts of war, then obviously the war is being carried out by the state. So therefore the terror is being carried out by the state, and therefore we must now move, or at least examine the issue of declaring Pakistan not only a terror sponsoring state, but a terrorist state itself.
No, absolutely. And therefore, again, take away that deniability that it functions under, that, oh, some of these are non-state actors, or we are also the victims of the same groups that are operating against, or they will say these are mujahideens who are working for, a certain cause, etc. But let me take one more question to all of our guests. I'll give a minute or two to all of our guests. And Emma, shall I start with you? How about re-looking at the no first use doctrine as well? Along with this,
Shivani, that in my case, my understanding is a very good doctrine. No first use gives a kind of signal that we have got this only for deterrent. But the second part of it is also very important, that if the nuclear weapons are used against us, our nation, then we'll go back full tongue and hammer.
Okay.
And that's very important. And for that doctrine we have implemented. We got a triad. We have a second strike capability embedded in our plans and methods. That is what I meant when I said, if we say act of terror is equivalent to act of war, then we need to do a lot of work over it, create a lot of SOPs, create a lot of methods, procedures in defining the first step and the other steps.
The reason I asked this question, I'll allow Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer to also come in on this, is because actually under this government, they have shown their intent that it's not set in stone. There is a quote of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself that people are reminded of today, where he had said that currently we have a no first use, tomorrow it could depend on situations.
I totally agree with the current line of thought. In fact, somewhere around the first week of May, when every Tom, Dick and Harry from across the border was coming on air and threatening us with full spectrum of operations, I had even put on a tweet saying that we have to possibly qualify our no first use.
Yes.
Because if somebody is already showing intent of using a nuclear weapon to him, against you, then we have to possibly tell him that the situation, we should be in a position to even review this whole issue of letting him hit first and then me retaliating. That notwithstanding, we are a very big country. We have resources to, take on a first strike. That's the basic essence of having a no first use. Pakistan, unfortunately, does not have the strategic depth. He does not have the kind of resources which can take a strike, and therefore he is, put to be on the, first use doctrine, unlike us. And like the APM said, we have the triad in place. We have a very, very robust command authority and people in place, which will be, ensured that they can survive the first hit, and they can possibly deliver the knockout punch when the thing comes. Having a no first use does have a lot of merits, and I'm sure Mr. Tilak will be able to say more about it, because it has got implications in the international order, and we are seen as a responsible nuclear power.
Certainly, I take your point there, but I also mean it from the point of view of messaging. Everything is about messaging, particularly to our enemies. And when one of your biggest enemies is your neighbor in Pakistan. Tilak, you want to weigh in on this? I have limited time, so as quickly as you can.
Yes, you see, Pakistan is perhaps the only nuclear power which considers nuclear weapons as war fighting.
Yes.
Everybody else looks upon nuclear weapons as deterrents, and therefore nobody talks about it. Pakistan's ministers make such irresponsible statements. Even the defense minister just yesterday mentioned that if we are threatened, we will not let the world survive.
Yes.
Get a life, It's not a war fighting weapon. So I think, and no first use also demonstrates that you have confidence in your triad. That in case there is a strike, you have a second strike capability. Pakistan is not confident. Pakistan fears that their weapons will get taken out first, and therefore they have this bravado of first use doctrine. I don't think so. Nobody will allow them to use it. Neither will China nor will the United States. So this first use doctrine and this minister saying कि हमारे पास पाव के bomb है, it's so ridiculous because they are not war fighting weapons.
Yes. Okay. I have to slip into a very short break. Gentlemen, stay with me. I know some of you are staying, some of you might be leaving, but we have to slip into a very short break. News and updates will continue in just a bit.
Network 18 is now the clear leader in digital media with 55% more users on native platforms and social media than Times Internet. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the times.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team. Viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank, is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has to take either in the country or outside, you will find NSA Ajit Doval standing by him. And once again, in last couple of days, we've seen the presence of Ajit Doval here at 7LKM, not only with the other officials, but we have seen that the separate meetings between NSA and Prime Minister Modi, that shows the confidence that he carries of Prime Minister Modi. And in these visuals, we can see that once again, Prime Minister is reviewing the situation with the Tri-Services Chief.
Important update coming in. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're accessing satellite images of Sargodha Air Base in Pakistan, the destruction that India has managed to cause in India's retaliatory strike. My colleague Akash Sharma is with me. Akash, just break down these images that we've accessed.
Right. So these are the satellite images, from this Twitter account, which normally posts the update like such. And these images are suggesting that runway of Sargodha Air Base is damaged and is damaged in the sort of retaliation that Indian Armed Forces, carried out after the attacks that were launched at different military establishment and infrastructures here in India. Now, Shivani, it is important because of the fact that Sargodha Air Base is the same air base from where Pakistan, launches JF-17 and F-16 fighters. And in fact, Mirage 5 also, if I'm not wrong, they have got a Mirage 5 squadron as well. One of their important air base where they have the fighter jets. And in retaliation, Indian Armed Forces have, it seems like Indian Armed Forces have destroyed the runway from where they cannot take off now. Though we don't have clarity because these pictures are in fact are not of high resolution, but these images are suggesting that India has, in fact, achieved what, in general, when you try for your adversary, you try to hit for its critical assets and things like runways. And it seems like Indian Armed Forces retaliated and, have got this sort of destruction there.
Yes, you're right. The images are not very high quality, but I can see them from a closer point of view here, Akash, and I can tell you that the main focus is that box on both sides of the images. On the right side, where the box is, you can see a break in the runway. So that is what is the possible runway damage that these satellite images are showing. And that could be what India has managed. I continue to have Air Vice Marshal R.K. Srivastava with me and Lieutenant General Harimoran Iyer as well. So what do you make of these images that we've accessed? This is only one of the, I think, at least 4 bases that India has retaliated against last night.
Shivani, Sargodha is a very, very important base for them. As rightly has been pointed out that F-16s are there. We believe JF-17s are also there, and there are helicopters also available. So it's a very important base for them. And if we have been able to strike and disable the runway, I also understand that they'll be able to make this runway going in next 24 hours. It may not be as difficult as we know. We have quick, kind of hardening cement available, and we can do that. But this is a great reach. They could not stop it. So it sends a message that destruction we can do. Second thing, I don't know what assets have been destroyed at this base. If we have been able to penetrate through the air defense network, have been able to destroy their ammunition bunks, or we have been able to destroy their missile storage capacities, where have we hit? Or their technical equipment. Because once you hit that, getting that back into motion is very difficult, that I know as an air warrior. So idea is what we have hit at the base. But one strong message has gone, that you are not out of our reach. We can penetrate through the air defense grid of yours and hit your base. And this is a very important signal and message.
So, sir, can I just ask you, I was trying to ask you this in the last segment as well, that what do you make of that air defense system that Pakistan has? It seems to have failed quite spectacularly.
See, we never believed that they have a great air defense network, and it is proving that HQ9 is recently acquired, is something like S300 Chinese version, and it was supposed to be better than this, what I am seeing now in this conflict which is going on. So, as what we call, General also pointed out that if we were to conduct a war, we should have gone for suppression of enemy air defenses. So, that suppression we have not done in that way as we sweep it around, but still we find that we can penetrate through. So, from our perspective, it's a good understanding of their system. If you recall, in 2022, one of our BrahMos missile was deemed to be accidentally fired into their territory, and they could never figure out from where it has come. So, we have still not gone up in our ladder of missiles or our ammunition capabilities. We have still not taken out our all armors from the this thing, but we find that the air defense grid can't even handle
the starting level of the weaponry.
So, I think Pakistan is definitely getting a message, and that message is strong enough for them to understand that at the moment, Indian Air Force, Indian Army, Indian Navy is only responding to terrorist attack. They were trying to target terrorist infrastructure, terrorist thing, and whatever escalation they have done, we have done a measured response. Our response matrix has been very much controlled and refrained from really going all out.
Yes.
But if, lo and behold, government says this act of terror is equivalent to act of war, then God forbid, we have enough ammunition and enough firepower and enough armed forces, strategy, tactics, whatever you like to call it, including space assets, including EW assets, including IW assets, and net centricity, that we really take care of them. That's not a choice for them.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General, you want to weigh in on these images? One of the 4 bases at least that we know of, including the Nurjan airbase that has been attacked, and that was one of the big ones as well. The damage is possibly only visible on the runway, as Air Marshal said, could be repaired, but it is more about the messaging right now. And it also, it's quite a wonderful, compilation of both telling your enemy that stand down, we are far more superior than you, but also not allowing any escalation from your side. India is playing a very fine balance here.
Shivani, if one looks at what's happened over the last 4 days, we have actually called out their entire air defense system. On the 7th, we managed, despite not going for SEAD missions, we managed to deliver 9 vastly separated targets in a synchronized manner within 20 minutes. And that also with accuracy and precision. So that was one. And then in the last 2 days, we have been able to send our Harrops, our drones, our missiles, and possibly even having air activity. We are not too clear as to how much of air activity has actually happened. But I'm sure there are some long range missiles which have been launched from the Air Force also. So what has come out loud and clear is that he is truly wanting as far as his air defense is concerned, and he used to pride about this HQ9 as is one of his big assets. Now what I would like to highlight here is, while on ground our superiority is around, if I was to put a figure, we may be 2:1 or little more than 2:1 superior to him. As far as the Air Force is concerned, if you remove this HQ9 system and its capability, we become maybe 8 or 9 times superior to him. And once that kind of a complete total dominance is there, we will be able to wipe off his Air Force, much like the Israelis did to the Arabs in the 6-day war in 1967. And in that kind of a scenario, our ground forces will have, absolutely no obstacles to go and wipe out the complete army. So he has a major problem as he sees, and that is possibly one of the reasons he is agreeing to possibly de-escalate right now. I am sure post de-escalation there is going to be a large amount of introspection in his own backyard as to what went wrong and how he has to, put those things in order. Because as it stands, if tomorrow this particular situation goes further south and we are, going in for a ground offensive, as I look at this current situation, we can't have a better situation when his air defense is totally knocked out. sending a missile to Sargodha is symbolic. Today we sent one, tomorrow we can send 100. And those 100 missiles will possibly knock off all his assets over there. So whether it hit an asset or not is not the issue. The signal which has gone out is I can reach Sargodha, I can reach Rawalpindi, I can reach Lahore, I can reach Chaklala, I can reach Karachi. So once you have told him that your air defense system is not able to interfere with me, you have sent enough kind of a signal to him that yes, tomorrow when it comes to a decisive maneuver to be undertaken, you will be wiped out. And I'm sure that is sending a very, and I told yesterday also, he's a professional army. He may be a rogue army, but he's a professional army. He understands his limitations. And I'm sure if he's willing to take a step back without achieving anything much in this current scenario, is because he realizes that he's on the back foot. And if he pushes any further, he is going to only attract disaster onto himself. So he is possibly trying to gain time.
We'll only know later this evening what is the message that Pakistan has received, because it is evening time where at least for the last 2 nights the pattern has been set where a swarm of drones start coming across the international border and the LC, and they have obviously even tried firing some ballistic missiles last night. So we'll have to wait till this evening and late night to understand whether Pakistan is truly interested in de-escalating or not. Have to slip into a very short break. We'll get you more updates in just a bit.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They're back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan.
जोई टाउन को आज लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से निशाना बनाया गया और काफ़ी नुकसान जो है यहाँ पे जानमाल का हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो यहाँ पे बिजली की जो हाई टेंशन वायर हैं वो जो है पोल नीचे आ गए हैं और यहाँ पे जो तारें हैं वो कट गई हैं और उसके साथ साथ मंदिरों को भी निशाना बनाया गया है। सामने आप शिव मंदिर देख सकते हैं। मैं अपने वीडियो को कहूँगा वो सामने शिव मंदिर दिखाएं, उसके पीछे की जो दीवार है वो आप देख सकते हैं सामने कि किस तरह से वहाँ पे मलबा आपको दिखाई देगा और यहाँ पे भी जो है शेल गिराए गए हैं। कम से कम 10 से 12 शेल इस इलाके में जहां मैं मौजूद हूं और वहां गिराए गए हैं और लगातार जो है लोगों में एक खौफ बना हुआ है। इस इलाके में कितने शेल फटे और कितना आप समझते हैं कि जो रिहायशी इलाके हैं सब मकान हैं यहाँ पे?
यहाँ कम से कम आसपास 1 किलोमीटर के एरिया में कम से कम 15 शेल यहाँ गिरे होंगे। एक तो ये हमारे सामने है जो ये गड्ढा पड़ा हुआ है मंदिर के बिल्कुल पास है, फिर एक ये मंदिर के पीछे है जो वहाँ उनकी दीवारें भी डैमेज हुई हैं। सामने ये शॉप्स हैं जो इनके जो ये शटर हैं ये डैमेज हुए हैं। फिर इनके पीछे ऊपर वहाँ सामने गिरा एक, वो ऊपर सामने वहाँ पे गिरा है। आसपास यहाँ कम से कम कोई 15।
जिस तरह से मंदिरों को, मस्जिदों को, गुरुद्वारों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है पूंछ में, रजौरी में, कैसे आप देखते हैं इसको? कितना गुस्सा है आप लोगों में इस बात को लेकर?
गुस्सा तो बहुत है। देखो पाकिस्तान अब अपने ये गलत तरीकों पे उतर आया। जो मंदिर हैं या जैसे पुल है, ये सामने पुल है हमारा, ये हाईवे का पुल है, और छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है।
सर रात को यहाँ पे ड्रोन घूम रहा था, रात को काफ़ी देर वो यहाँ के पूरा यहाँ का GPS सिस्टम पूरा ट्रैक करके उसके बाद यहाँ पे शेलिंग हुई 5:30 बजे से लेके 5 बजे से रेगुलर यहाँ पे 10-12 बम रेगुलर यहाँ पे गिरे हैं। और यहाँ पे एक सबको पता है कि हिंदू पॉपुलेशन है, हिंदू पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट किया गया है, हिंदू मंदिर है, मंदिर के आसपास सिर्फ 6 बम फटे।
Yes! Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is a think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little.
Well, this is the residential area. This is the impact spot. You will see that one of that whatever projectile it was landed here. Look at the impact spot. This is possibly a part of it which is in my hand right now, and that has been taken away by the police as soon as before we reached here. This is the impact spot where it landed. You'll see around here the sort of the sort of scene that is this here. This is where it had landed, and this is it has uprooted the entire thing here. And you will also notice here that one more projectile actually fell at this place, and then it was taken away by the police. And what we've been told is that there's an active investigation going on, what it really was, what it really is. Now the Indian Air Force will ascertain that what really it was brought down here. But initial information with the Air Force was that they have been able to bring down at least one jet around Srinagar and then on the outskirts as well. But look at the spot where the impact spot is. This is where, yes. Well, this is the backyard of a house. I'll give you an idea how close-knitted this locality is. You will see there are houses all around this place, everywhere. And luckily that it did not fall any of these houses. It fell in their back garden where nobody was present at that time. Here we've spoken to the residents here. They said that there was a loud sound that they heard. And after that they came out and seeing that there was some projectile. Two of them present here, and then it was whisked away by the police. But the impact has been like a good big impact around this place. क्या हुआ सुबह के टाइम पे?
मैं सोया था 5:40 को जब पहले ब्लास्ट हुआ। उसके बाद मैं जैसे ही नीचे आया तो मेरी बीबी थी यहाँ खड़े, तो उसने बोला आंगन में कुछ गिर गया। जूं ही में बाहर आया तो वो ऐसे कुछ गिर गया, इधर ब्लास्ट हुआ है। वो एक चल यहाँ पड़ा था, दूसरा वहाँ पड़ा था, और वहाँ से और बिखरे हुए थे।
कुछ समझ में आया क्या था, कैसे गिरा?
आई डोंट नो, कुछ नहीं समझ में आया।
तो दो काफी बड़े कितने बड़े ये प्रोजेक्टाइल थे?
1.5 फुट तक था वो।
1.5 फुट तक था। तो दो गिरे थे।
एक शाल इधर गिरा था, एक शाल इधर गिरा।
अच्छा, तो शुगर है कि आपको कोई ये नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि काफी करीबी है।
Approximately an hour ago, another incident happened out here near the Pathankot Pakistan border. In fact, this is for the first time probably that location in Himachal Pradesh has been hit by projectiles that have been launched from Pakistan. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. This is the crater that has been formed by the attacks that have happened, in fact by these projectiles that have dropped over here. In fact, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. This is the debris that is left behind, and this debris actually gives an entire story of how this entire incident was actually very, very cowardly, and how the entire Pakistan is still trying to aim towards civilian population over here. Now, the initial reports reports that we are picking up at this point in time, that there are 2 injuries that have been reported. Both these injuries are actually minor in nature at this point in time, but yes, definitely the manner in which Pakistan is not understanding and is going ahead and attacking civil population out here in our country. This is something that is very, very concerning. It remains to be seen how will India respond to this, but yet again at approximately 1 p.m. In the afternoon, this entire incident has happened, where at least 3 to 4 such projectiles have fallen in this entire vicinity. 2 injuries have happened. It remains to be seen what will happen eventually.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has to take either in the country or outside, you will find NSA Ajit Doval standing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching our rolling continuous coverage on Operation Sindoor. Pakistan continues to retaliate, especially during the evenings and night against India on the western border. And India has been retaliating against those escalatory measures. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's start this edition of the news with a check of the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level meeting at 7 LKM. PM met Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA, CDS and 3 services chiefs. RAW and IB chief were also present in this key security meeting. Government sources say any proxy terror attack will now be considered an act of war. Turkish kamikaze drone recovered in a village in Nowshera. Pakistan has been targeting civilian areas with drones. Government sources indicate Turkey's hand will have impact on trade ties. Saudi Foreign Minister holds a telephonic conversation with Minister of External Affairs in India S. Jaishankar and Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. Missile-like structures found in Jodhpur. Authorities have been alerted and a further probe is underway. Earlier today, bomb-like objects were also found in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer. And 5 most wanted terrorists were eliminated in Operation Sindoor strike on May 7th. Among those who were neutralized are Hafiz Mohammad Jameel, the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, who was also involved in the IC-814 hijacking case. Let's get you a quick check of some of the top visuals that we've been tracking from across the country. But first up, a quick check of what has transpired as far as across the border is concerned. So I'm going to play out visuals of how India launched retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani air bases. These include Rawalpindi Noor Khan Air Base, Murid Air Base in Chakwal, Rafiki Air Base in Sialkot. And India has also hit the Nagrota Air Base. These are images also from Lahore, where a missile-like structure has fallen on the ground and you can see Pakistani men around them. Sialkot, Narowal, all are areas that have been hit by very precise and very measured, non-escalatory, retaliatory strikes by India. And these are some of the visuals that we've picked up of the air base. This one, of course, was possibly one of the biggest strikes. But remember, the one at Sialkot is extremely important as well. And just a short while ago, we also got visuals of how there is a possible runway damage at the Nagrota air base that Pakistan has. Let me also get you a quick check of what are the kind of debris that are being found as far as the Indian side is concerned. So drone and missile debris is being found in multiple cities along the western border, along the international border. In Srinagar, Lasjan, there has been debris that has been found which could be, we don't know for sure, remnants of possibly a downed Pakistani jet. But also in the same area, a projectile has also been found. These are visuals of a massive crater that has been found in Gurdaspur in Punjab because of suspected drone hits. Other debris found in places like Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, Jalandhar in Punjab. There are bomb-like objects that have been found, projectiles that have been found, and of course lots of this evidence is being collected. On the far side of the screen is also one of those launch pads of Pakistan from where these drones were being fired towards India, and that has also been eliminated in a precise strike by India. A comparison of how Pakistan's attempts were thwarted by India and how India managed to launch counter-offensive strikes at the very heart of Pakistan, but also some of their key military installations to send them a message that you stop now or you face worse. So on the Indian side, of course, the entire LC and international border were once again hot all throughout the night. Remember, we also had updates that Fateh-2, a long-range ballistic missile, was fired towards Delhi, the national capital, by Pakistan, but it was intercepted somewhere over Haryana in Sirsa. But all along Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, up till Gujarat, the international border was extremely hot. On the other side, of course, not just targets like Lahore, Sheikhpura, Narowal, which are close to the international border, Islamabad, Noor Khan Base, there is Murid Air Base, but also something like a Rafiki Air Base, Sukur Airport and others that have been attacked as far as India is concerned. As tensions continue to escalate between the two countries, top sources are telling CNN News 18 that India has decided that any future act of terror will now be considered an act of war against the country. It will be responded accordingly. This comes after a nervous Pakistan even sought a meet with Indian officials. We are being told that DGMOs of both countries spoke to each other as tensions continue to mount. This was a little bit in the early afternoon today. This is the first talks between India and Pakistan since Operation Sindoor.
पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी। उसमें यूकैव ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया। नियंत्रण रेखा और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की।
Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Udhampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern. Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Ferozpur and Jalandhar, among other places.
An important update that came from the government today is that the mind is made up that no future acts of proxy terror from Pakistan are going to be ignored in a manner that Pakistan gets away with immediate or even long-term price. My colleague Aman Sharma has been tracking more on this. The wording is, Aman, that any act of terror in the future will be considered an act of war. That's, a very decisive shift in the way India wants to look at terror that emanates from Pakistan. But there could be many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Well, it's a major policy change, I would say. I think India has decided that, enough is enough. in the past we have seen governments dealing with acts of terror in different ways. We saw the UPA government even after the Mumbai 26/11 strikes not act militarily against Pakistan. We saw this dossier diplomacy being carried out, letters rogatory being sent, which didn't get anywhere despite there being clear Pakistan state links to various terror attacks. In the Pathankot airstrike, I remember we even entertained in 2016 a Pakistani team here for a joint probe. Nothing came out of it. We have seen the Narendra Modi government go after terrorist infrastructure after Uri, after Pulwama, and especially after Pahalgam under Operation Sindoor, when we have targeted 9 targets in Pakistan, all terror headquarters of Jaish, LET and the Hizbul Mujahideen. But I think now the big policy change is that any future act of terror against Indian civilians will be seen as an act of terror, and India will act accordingly. This means that, if a Pakistan-sponsored terror continues, India will act against Pakistan militarily because it will be seen as an act of war. And many in the government are equating it to what George W. Bush had said after the 9/11 strikes, when he had said, if I quote, that, this is a war against all those who seek to export terror, and a war against those governments that support or shelter them. He called it a global war on terror. This is the same line that India is now taking, that governments who shelter terrorists, who sponsor terrorism against India, we will act them as an act of terror. And this is a major, I think, major policy change, because so far India has not taken this line. Even after Operation Sindoor, we have only acted against the military infrastructure of Pakistan when Pakistan escalated matters and attacked our Air Force bases, be it in Pathankot, Udhampur and Awantipora, tried to attack them. So I think India has only been attacking the military bases after we were attacked, but now India is saying that if you sponsor any act of terror against us on our soil, we will treat it as an act of war.
Yes, and we were discussing this earlier, Aman. You mentioned, of course, the US's resolve post September 11, but we know that they actually fought a pretty protracted war in Afghanistan. There were some successes over that. It took many years to even get Osama bin Laden neutralized for them. But they stuck to that only to beat a retreat from Afghanistan when it became just too risky and too expensive to continue to stay. Not all of their ends were met. But here's the thing, for India to do this, it will have to become very clear that there will be a procedure set of what constitutes as an act of terror now, and what would be the immediate response that kicks in, and how would we differentiate between a small action versus what we know is a big action that has come from Pakistan. So all of that needs to be worked out.
Well, absolutely, and the linkages also need to be worked out. That clearly we are talking about cross-border terrorism, which is state-sponsored. We are talking about that. If we see it in the context of what is going on, this all is coming, Shivani, amidst all these tensions we have seen in the last 2 to 3 days, and top government sources are now saying that it is Pakistan which is on the escalatory mode. In fact, what Pakistan is doing, it's strike terror amongst our civilians. So many civilians are dead on our borders as well, women and children and men. The Gurdwara of Poonch we attacked where 3 people have died. This Christian school which was attacked where 2 children died. So all these also now acts of terror, because the civilians are being killed in a military offensive by Pakistan. And will India escalate now? Will India go to what end India will go to after the Pakistan, what it has done in the last 2 days, also is something that is going to be very, very carefully watched. US is trying to play mediator between both sides to de-escalate. But what I'm being told by Indian government sources is very clear कि ईंट का पत्थर जवाब से ईंट का जवाब पत्थर दिया जाएगा. And if there are continuous attacks against us, we will not sit quiet till we achieve all ends of justice.
Yes, that message is being sent continuously to Pakistan. It is failing or refusing to receive that message. We understand that as well, because its entire reason of being is to foment terror in Jammu and Kashmir and to disturb India's progress. Aman, stay with me. We've also got some more updates coming in, and this is with regards to the sites that India targeted first under Operation Sindoor. 9 different terror camps and about 25 strikes. Sky News's report is now confirming what India has mentioned all along, that these were terror sites. They fomented terror or trained terrorists, indoctrinated young people towards jihadi mindset, because a Sky News report is also proving that terror group supporters used to post from this very site that India had targeted. Let's go across to my colleague Siddharth for more on this. Siddharth, I think they are talking about the Rawalpindi site, isn't it, in this report? And there is a mosque there, the markaz there, lots of sermons, etc. being given. But India has proof that this was of course a terror camp. And I believe the Sky News report also shows that there was a lot of sentiment supporting terror groups, exactly the terror groups that are affiliated to this Markaz in Bahawalpur.
Well, yes, that's right, Shivani. In fact, this is a very routine practice in Pakistan, where they take foreign journalists to these areas in POJK and in fact in Pakistan, and show it to them that look, the locations that India has chosen, there is everything normal there. It's a religious site. It has nothing to do with terror group, etc., etc. So kind of they try to create a different image of those sites. So each time around they do it, and this time around also they did the same. In fact, Shivani, this is for the first time that any international media has done a fact check of Pakistan's lies. And in fact, Sky News has done their own investigation, and they have found that Markaz-e-Taiba, which was shot by the Indian side in Operation Sindoor, perhaps happens to be a terror site, terror camp. It's a terror factory. In fact, there are a lot of TikTok videos being circulated under the hashtag 313 Brigade. Perhaps 313 Brigade is the banned proscribed Pakistani terror organization. In fact, there are multiple videos you will find on TikTok. In fact, this is not what we are saying. This is what Sky News is saying. Their report is saying that these videos are these videos are videos. In these videos, you could see kids are being trained. They are being trained in martial arts. In fact, many of the people are roaming openly on the roads, carrying sophisticated weapons, etc., etc. So this is not the finding that we have done. This is the finding which now international news networks are doing. Having said that, Shivani, yesterday the same Markaz, which was shot down by which was shot at by the Indian side during Operation Sindoor. We also did a story that how the local boys there in an interview are confessing that how these places are being used to train mujahid to prepare jihadists. So there are multiple proofs emerging against Pakistan as far as these sites are concerned, and perhaps this makes India's case even more stronger. Yes. When India will go to any international organization or perhaps give proof against Pakistan, this will make India's case even more heavier against Pakistan, that how Pakistan is allowing these terror groups, these Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed to openly operate terror camps inside Markaz.
Well, it's actually not hidden to anybody, neither in Pakistan or outside Pakistan. It's just about the capacity of the world to believe what they don't want to believe. But what will make India's case stronger is also the fact that India has for the very first time released a list of the 5 most wanted terrorists who have been eliminated in India's strike on May 7. This is just the first report or list that the government has released after verifying the facts on ground. It's been 3 days since the strike. It has taken that much time because, of course, you want to verify everything. Among those who were neutralized are Mudassar Khadian Khas, Hafid Muhammad Jamil, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, Khalid and Muhammad Hassan Khan. All 5 terrorists were tasked with important roles in Pakistan-based terror groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Mudassar Khadian Khas, for example, was in charge of Markaz Taiba, which is in Muridke, one of the important sites that was blasted. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil was the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was involved in IC 814 hijacking case, radical indoctrination of youth, fundraising of Jaish-e-Mohammed, etc. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, also eliminated in this, brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, involved in multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Photos of top Pakistan military officers attending the funeral of some of these terrorists have also gone viral, exposing the nexus that exists very openly in Pakistan between the Pakistan Army and ISI and these terrorists. Let me go across to my colleague Aman as well. Aman, 5 names have been verified and released. As we were discussing earlier, there could be more verifications that the Indian agencies do in times to come and release more. There is the list, there is the name of Rauf, who's been associated with Daniel Pearl's killing, which is not on this list yet. But of course, that story has spread like wildfire. Some confirmation possibly could come on that as well soon.
Yes, Shivani, see, this only strengthens India's case that Operation Sindoor was specifically targeted at the terror headquarters which are functioning from Pakistan, be it the LET terror headquarter in Muridke, be it the terror headquarter of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar in Bhavalpur, or be it the terror headquarter of Hizbul Mujahideen in Kotli. And the first list of 5 people which India has confirmed dead in these strikes, very importantly, I think the first name, Mudassar Khadian Khas, as you said, he was in charge of the Markaz Taibe in Muridke. He's the one who's received the Guard of Honor at his funeral by the Pakistan Army, and this is a visual that India put out at its press conference yesterday and is also sharing with all the global countries to show that what is the Pakistani Army doing at the funeral of a designated terrorist. Doesn't this show very, very clearly the links of Pakistan Army with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, with the Hizbul Mujahideen? You know, his funeral prayer, for example, was held in a government school, which was led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, as you said, the JUD designated global terrorist who few days ago the reports were he's died, then some reports say he's very seriously injured. But what has happened, we'll have to wait for the official government confirmation. The eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, again Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, or be it Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, who's the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar again. So, you know, the entire family of Maulana Masood Azhar, and that day we were being told that, you know, innocent family members have died, but all these family members are involved in serious terror activities. It only shows the efficiency and the, the clear superiority of India's weapons, which have struck very specifically at these terror headquarters, because India's effort always has been to finish off terror, Pakistan-sponsored terror for good through Operation Sindoor. That was India's objective, and India, by hitting the terrorist headquarters of these designated global terrorist outfits, is only proving its case. And maybe Pakistan's response, Shivani, which we have seen in the last 2 days to deaths of terrorists on their soil, only explains Pakistan's close relation with the terror machinery it is nurturing on its soil.
Yes. You know, 2 names stand out. Of course, this is Mudassar Khadian Khas. My colleague Payal is also joining us with more on this. In charge of the Markaz Taiba in Muridke from the LET. His funeral was attended by Pakistani military, wreaths laid by on behalf of dignitaries, and this is the one whose images went viral because it was the funeral itself was led by US sanctioned and designated terrorist Rauf. The other name that stands out for India's context also, Payal, is of course Muhammad Yusuf Azhar of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, one of the brothers-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. And he's the man who was involved, whose picture is on the screen. He was the one who was involved in the IC-814 hijacking as well.
Yes, you know, these names are extremely significant, but you know what government sources, Shivani, are telling us that, you know, this is just the beginning. This is just the breaking of the ice. You'll have to just wait and see, because Rajnath Singh in that all-party meeting had very, very clearly said that there are many, many big terrorists who've been killed in this strike that India did. More than 100 of them, and just the other day when we were talking about this, it was said that, you know, there'll be more names that will be out as well. The names will be out in the public because Pakistan has no way to escape. Pakistan has no way to hide its face and tell the world that they are a peace-loving country. The action speaks otherwise as well. And the fact, you know, where and which part of the world do you ever see a terrorist being given a state funeral, for God's sake? In the Prime Minister Narendra Modi government, ever since the application of Article 370, even those people who actually got a militancy background, their funeral does not see any major jalsa anymore. It does not see participation of public anymore as well. That is the degree to which, you know, there's been a control that has been seen by, of course, the government with the action saying that, you know, terror and talks will not happen and any glorification of terror will not really happen. Pakistan has done the biggest disservice to itself by actually making the videos and probably the photographs public of, a dreaded terrorist leading the funeral procession, of course, supported not just by the army, which is, of course, a rogue element in itself, but also by the government in that procession. And for people in Pakistan, the message from the Indian government is this is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait and see, we'll embarrass you more, because there have been more of these people who have been brought to justice. And there are many, many families who would actually feel the heat, given the fact that, you know, many of them have suffered for years together, waiting for justice to come their way. And in some form or the other, each of these terrorists would have bled somebody or the other. They're not here to do any charity, Shivani.
Yes. And you know, one of the most laughable statements that were made by one of the ministers in Pakistan just recently is that there are no terrorists and no terror camps in Pakistan. And you know, I don't know if they didn't realize that some of the images of these state funerals for terrorists are already out and viral across the world, Payal.
Well, absolutely. This is the biggest joke on planet Earth for Pakistan to really say that, you know, they have no link to terrorism, they have no link to terror. Then why on the earth are they so unhappy about these people being killed? They should be happy if India is doing the job that they should be doing. Shouldn't they be eliminating their own dirt? So the joke right now in the Indian political circles and Indian bureaucratic circles is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a very, very important campaign to get rid of the dirt of the country by calling it Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Maybe that Swachh Abhiyan needs to now be extended to Pakistan. And also the fact that you know, Pakistan has the audacity to say this. But a lot of shame must come the way of countries like Turkey, which have been beneficial out of India. India was the first country to reach out to them in the case of the national calamity, and they went on to say that they were supporting Pakistan because Pakistan was there to only find a peaceful solution. A shame on them actually to have actually supplied these drones to Pakistan, which Pakistan is using to target innocent civilians in India.
Yes, my colleague Arunima is also joining us. You know, in Pakistan, it is not new that some terrorists are declared dead, then they rise from the dead, as well as our Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has mentioned in the case of one such terrorist. Now, what follows from here, Arunima, I want to understand from you, because India would want to take these names to the global community. How well established can it be through proof or you know, evidences on ground that yes, these are the names that we've got, and I'm sure that process is still on for some others.
Yes, Sajid Mir in fact came back from the dead. He
Yes.
was initially declared dead, and then when India mounted pressure and United Nations Security Council got into the act, they finally acknowledged that he was being kept in their safe house. Sajid Mir was wanted for 2611. Same is for Masood Azhar. How many times has Pakistan declared that he has a kidney failure or he has some other ailment and that he's almost on the deathbed, and yet he comes back each time to carry out yet another terror conspiracy. So this time when Rauf Azhar, his brother, who has been in charge of Jaish-e-Mohammed, you know, there were speculations that Rauf Azhar is also the man who killed Daniel Pearl. So when there were speculations that he has died, Indian agencies refused to believe because this has happened in the past. These 5 who have been killed are not Pakistan saying that they have died or they are alive or whatever. This is India. Indian intelligence agencies, based on their own intelligence input, they have come to the conclusion that these 5 have been killed at the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Pakistan, and there could be more. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh at that all-party put the number at 100, and he said it could be more because the operation is ongoing. Out of the 100, they have only managed to identify 5, which means they are taking a lot of pain to carry out a meticulous intelligence gathering process to figure out who all have been killed. It's not just a run of comment saying this person has died, that person has died. They've come out with detailed analysis of why they think these terrorists have been killed in the attack. And I think they will come up with evidence. More than intelligence, they'll come up with evidence.
Yes, and you know, in this case, there is some evidence that came from Pakistan side itself, which is the family of Maulana Masood Azhar. The statement of sorts or the press note of at least 10 of his family members dying in these attacks, also went viral, and 2 of his brothers-in-law have now been confirmed by the Indian agencies.
Maulana Masood Azhar himself, he gave a soundbite saying that, I have lost 10 of my family members. And we all know, having covered, the counter-terror grid for so long, Azhar's entire family is only, full of terrorists. It's a breeding ground that he runs in Bahawalpur. Every member of his family has a role in some terror conspiracy or the other. His brother Rauf, whose name is not there in that list of 5, initially it was suspected that he too is killed. So that also tells you that Indian agencies are taking time to do their homework. It's only when they're 100% sure are they coming out and naming someone. So coupled with the open intelligence that is available based on the media soundbites and pictures, etc., coming in from Pakistan, and human and technical intelligence, Indian government has zeroed in on these 5 names.
Right. Thanks a lot, Aman, Payal and Arunima for joining us. My colleague Ishan Vani is also joining us with more. Ishan, you've been, of course, keeping a close watch on the developments taking place in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. Give me a sense of what's happening there now.
Well, people are hoping that that it will end by today, and there will be no drones should be hovering around their heads. Yesterday, it was a night which people will not forget because there were drones, there were sirens, there was blackout, and there was also intense chasing of these drones by the missiles fired by the Indian Air Force from different locations. Pakistan tried to attack the vital installations in Kashmir, particularly the Koel Air Base, which is also called as the Awantipora Air Station, and then also in Srinagar, where they also carried out an attack on Srinagar Airport. Srinagar Airport, we should remember, is a defense airport, and there is also a defense airstrip from where all the aircrafts also go out of that particular location. They also tried to attack the garrison in Baramulla, and to basically target India's vulnerable and most important positions was the target and the aim. The target was to destroy them, the target was to attack them, but India ensured that they are able to protect their vital assets, and but the people living on the line of control, particularly in Uri, Kupwara, faced the brunt. A lot of shells landed in the civilian residential area. On the line of control, around 40 plus structures have suffered damage. One lady lost her life, and then multiple have been injured and are being treated, and several of them have also been, after first aid and after a day of stay at the hospital have been discharged. But people on the line of control are fearful. And one should also remember this is for the first time in several years that Srinagar airport has been attacked like this, or any military installation has been attacked like this. There's a suicide attack at the Awantipora air base long back, which was repulsed at the gate in the 90s, but never ever since then there has been any such attack being attempted at the vital installations of the Indian Army. And that's why this kind of attack was something which was unanticipated by a common man, but something which was anticipated by the defense forces, that they kept their guard up. They ensured that none of these drones, projectiles are able to hit. One such projectile was found in the lawn of a person. It's a small lawn, and luckily it did not hit any residential house, a closely knitted locality, though it could have escalated and ensured damage or loss of life. But lucky enough for the people living there that they did not suffer any casualties or injuries. There is, of course, fear among people that it can escalate. But people are, well aware that they have to follow SOPs, guidelines. And Kashmir is now hoping that, the sort of activity that they witnessed last night and in the morning hours, remember there were multiple sounds, and attack was being planned by the enemy on Srinagar airport, on Awantipora air base multiple times. It's a crucial places when to talk about defense in Kashmir Valley. So the aim was to take them down, but that didn't happen. However, the assessment is being made by the officials and the government that if any drone was able to hit anywhere else in the civilian area. But we have been given to understand that all of them have been repulsed throughout the night yesterday, in the morning again, but something where people believe and hope that it won't escalate, particularly for those people who have left their homes in Uri, Kupwara and other parts as well, and have left their homes there and went to shelters, went away from their homes and relocated, and some of them have chosen to stay at shelters provided by the government, but they want to live their life and not suffer because of the ceasefire violation by the Pakistan. Structures have been damaged, though it will be a very a night where people will actually look at the skies and see that if there is any air activity taking place, but one can hope that India is able to ensure the safety and security of the citizens, even in Kashmir, if there is any heavy bombardment or heavy shelling that takes place.
Absolutely. Ishan, thanks a lot for bringing us that comprehensive report. Lots to watch out for as far as today evening and night is concerned. Whether Pakistan will attempt what it has been attempting for the last 2 days. Slipping in to a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more news and updates.
शॉपिंग में मजा है ना?
We are seeing Pakistan escalating the situation for the last 3 nights. What India is doing so far is actually just responding, maybe responding double from what they are trying, and obviously our damage is more consistent than what Pakistan is managing, but we are still not in full war mode with Pakistan, right? When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't just mean...
Well, yes, technically not.
Sorry, I'll just finish, Aman, then you come in. When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't only mean that India will respond militarily on terror camps in Pakistan. It means that the doctrine now will be that if Pakistan sponsors a terror attack against us, we will attack their military. I'm saying this because even till today, the government is not attacking first on Pakistani military.
Well, yes, we are not attacking first because our philosophy, Shivani, has always been, and even during the case of Operation Sindoor, was that we clearly said even after Operation Sindoor that our attack was on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters of the LET, of the Jaish, of the Hizbul, in Muridke, in Rawalpindi, in Kotli. We have attacked, we did not touch any military infrastructure. But I think this statement is now also coming from the fact that though we did not attack any military infrastructure of Pakistan, Pakistan has not followed those rules of the game. You know, in its response to Operation Sindoor, which India thinks should have never come, because for India the response was over with Operation Sindoor. You know, we had ended our offensive there. Pakistan chose to attack our military sites. Pakistan is attacking our civilians, which is also an act of war. Pakistan is also attacking our military infrastructure, our air force.
We're tracking the aftermath of the escalation that continues to come from Pakistan as we slip into evening on May 10. All eyes will be on whether Pakistan has learnt its lessons or will the deranged military leadership in the country continue to further escalate this situation. Let me also bring in my colleague Akash, who's been tracking a lot of these developments. Akash, what's the sense that you're getting from the military establishment in India on what Pakistan could attempt next and how prepared they are for everything?
Till afternoon, in fact, they were suggesting that, a number of things are happening. And by this evening, they'll get to know as to how things will unfold from now onwards. But they are very clear, Shivani, that, if ceasefire violation will happen, it would be retaliated. If drones would come, it would be retaliated and everything.
Akash, just hold on with me. We're getting a very big update as far as a possible de-escalation between the two countries is concerned. Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. What exactly are the contours of this? What are the conditions to this? We don't know. I'm just getting the statement from Donald Trump, the US President, for now, that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. This is not an announcement, mind you, that has come from the Indian or the Pakistani side, although there were some notes made by the Pakistani leadership this afternoon that they were willing to de-escalate if India does not attack them any further. That in fact was the precise message that India wanted to send to Pakistan, that you better stop now or worse will follow. Has US now finally managed to mediate some sort of a de-escalation? That's the tweet coming in from Donald Trump. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. My colleague Anand is also joining us with that tweet.
Look at this one straight up. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, these are the pictures. I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, this is significant because it's Donald Trump who's announced this exactly at 5:33 p.m. IST. That's when he has made this announcement. He's just posted this placard on his Twitter handle. So, President of the United States making the announcement earlier in the day. Shivani and Siddhant will be joining us any moment now. And viewers, please remember, earlier in the day, we had the Secretary of State Marco Rubio having a direct conversation with General Asim Munir. It was not even with Shehbaz Sharif, but with the Pak Army Chief Asim Munir. So America very clear who needs to be spoken with. And after that conversation, Secretary Marco Rubio had a conversation with External Affairs Minister E.A.M. Jaishankar and that is S. Jaishankar. So there has been conversation and America got involved on the morning of 10th of May, that is this Saturday, after what happened late last evening, the direct escalation by the Pak military and the immediate retaliation by Bharat. So America asking both nations to dial down immediately, and then through the day what we have seen is both sides trying to give each other an off-ramp, with Shehbaz Sharif claiming that they have avenged whatever was inflicted upon them by Bharat. They have, and making some tall claims at their end, which a lot of it the PIB has already fact-checked as false. But on the other hand, Bharat also telling Pakistan that any future act of terror will be equated and considered an act of war. That's the biggest off-ramp that Bharat could have given to the Pakistanis, and that itself hints at a de-escalation. But it's an uneasy 24 to 48 hours going forward now, because the fact is that at this point it's an uneasy 24 to 48 hours because there is confirmed intelligence that has said that Pakistan has already sent in infiltrators. So there are jihadi groups which are on Bharatiya soil. Now if there is any attack at any military installation, then Bharat has given a clear warning not just to Pakistan but to the entire world that if there is any other incident that happens, so future does not mean in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, it means 2, 3, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, but it also means the next 24 to 48 hours and at immediate in this one. Yes.
To our colleague Zaka Jacob, who's also joining us with more perspective. Zaka, possibly the only man who could have influenced both countries to agree to this, but important to note here that India hasn't announced anything yet.
You know, this same thing has now been retweeted and posted on X by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. Remember, he's had multiple conversations just in the last few hours. He spoke first with the Chief of Army Staff there in Pakistan, General Munir, after which he spoke to Dr. Jaishankar. He's also spoken to the Pakistani Prime Minister on multiple occasions in the last couple of weeks. So yes, Marco Rubio has played an important role, but as Anand was referring to and you were referring to, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social early morning there in the US, this would be Saturday morning in the US, that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire. He's of course also gone on to say that it has come under his own sort of leadership after a long night of talks mediated by the United States. I'm pleased to announce that both India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, we will get confirmation, of course, from the Indian side in about 20 minutes' time when the Foreign Secretary addresses the press along with the two officers of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. But what has brought this about is going to be a critical question. I think the fact that India responded in a proportionate and very effective manner, taking out some of the frontline and forward air bases of Pakistan, that is an absolutely critical factor that played a role in getting Asim Munir to climb down. Secondly, the conversation that Marco Rubio had directly with the army chief, bypassing in a sense the civilian government, bypassing the Prime Minister, because let's face it, at the end of the day, this was a military matter, and a military matter at the end of the day is decided by the Pakistan Army Chief. I think that phone call played an important role, which is why right after the President of the United States put this out on his Truth Social, it was Marco Rubio who then put a screenshot of that up on X, up on Twitter, saying that both India and Pakistan have agreed to a full ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, under, of course, Donald Trump's leadership. Now, we've been talking about this, why, you know, the Americans have been taking a very hands-offish approach. J.D. Vance, a couple of days ago, speaking to Fox News, said, you know, it's not our problem, it's countries, Pakistan and India, it's up to them to figure it out. We're not going to have a dog in this fight, so on and so forth. But ultimately, I think pressure was brought to bear, and I think it's worth underlining the role that was played by Marco Rubio. He's also the acting national security advisor, so he had a conversation on the night of Operation Sindoor, right after the operation got concluded. He had spoken with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. He's spoken in the last 2 days twice to Dr. Jaishankar, and also this morning, like I said, to the Pakistan Army Chief and to the Pakistan Foreign Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar. So I think really American pressure was brought to bear on both sides to agree to the ceasefire. What the terms and conditions of the ceasefire are, we don't know. What the off-ramp was for Asim Munir, we don't know. But I think one thing is very, very certain. The fact that Asim Munir tried everything in his book, from drones, then armed ammunition, then trying to attack India's air bases. None of that succeeded, and India, on the other hand, gave him an effective and proportionate response, and that seems to have really got better sense to prevail. What this will mean in terms of, you know, what is his own future, his own tenure as continuation as Army Chief. Remember, his tenure is up in November and he's not got an official extension yet. So maybe he might actually get replaced, because let's face it, in this entire, if you were to keep scores in this entire thing, Asim Munir did not even get to land a punch. Forget about trying to go one up on India. It was Pakistan that escalated. Pakistan could not find escalation dominance in each of those rungs, and now it has been forced to climb down. So I think at some level this has to be good news, because things were getting a little out of hand in that sense. But now Donald Trump saying that there has been an immediate ceasefire. Both parties have agreed to it. What the contours of it are, and of course confirmation from the Indian side you will get in about 20 minutes time.
Is this the reason why that the briefing is at 6 p.m. and there is some perhaps calibration one? Will there be an official confirmation coming in from External Affairs Minister itself, or will it be Mr. Vikram Misri itself who announces that? That's one point. The other thing is, was this the biggest hint that was dropped when government sources revealed to CNN News 18 that any future act of terror is equal to an act of war? Perhaps that's the biggest term and condition that Bharat has set, and somewhere it looks like it's Bharat that's setting the terms and conditions. The biggest term and condition is, if there is another act of terror on our soil, then it is an open act of war and it's gloves off. So that's perhaps the basic threshold, and the threshold itself has been redefined now, Zaka, and I think that's something which we should focus on, saying that's the only term and condition that Bharat has accepted.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're bang on. I think that played a critical role, and I think the fact that that was put out a couple of hours ago, I'm sure the Americans played a role in getting that accepted by both sides. Now, what that means essentially, Anand, is that an act of terrorism now can be treated as an act of war. What it means is India can then directly take on the state that it believes is sponsoring this act of terror. So it's states that launch an act of war, and therefore the next terror attack that happens, God forbid there were to be one, then India does not need to distinguish between non-state actors and state actors. It can take visible action against the state that is sponsoring this non-state actor and causing a terror attack. Also, an act of war means the UN Charter 51 kicks in, which means a state has the right to self-defense, which also means that if any armed attack or any use of force is made which threatens the people of a country or which threatens the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country, then that country has every right to defend itself. So by equating an act of terror to an act of war, basically what the government of India has managed to get as let's say a huge fillip from the Americans, and of course the Americans would have imposed that on the Pakistanis, is that don't you dare attack India again, because if you do, then the certain portions of the Geneva Convention will not apply to us. We will not distinguish between non-state actors and state actors. That bogey which Pakistan has been sort of peddling for the last 30 years, the distinction between those two will completely blur.
Yes.
Any act of terror will be considered an act of war, which means India will be well within its right to defend itself against the state actor, which is Pakistan.
Let's try and dwell on this a little bit more with you only, Zaka, because in the past, time and again, even after 26/11, the attempt to try and hyphenate terror with Pakistan, to hyphenate proxy war, the attempt to bleed India with 1,000 cuts with Pakistan state was defeated. Bharat was not able to do it. This perhaps is the biggest moment in Bharat's strategic posture, that as a nation we've been able to convince the world that this is the condition that applies. An act of terror is equal to act of war, and if Bharat has credible evidence to show that it's emanated from Pakistan, it's against the entire Pakistan state. Somewhere do you believe that this is perhaps the first time that Bharat is actually setting the terms and conditions? So the terms and conditions apply are very strict ones, and it's not multiple lines, that it's just one line.
Yeah, you know, I think it's absolutely critical because for the last 30 years, Pakistan has been using this proxy warfare, bleeding India by 1,000 cuts, and every time, you know, India asks for accountability, there's plausible deniability. Pakistan says we have nothing to do with these fellows are non-state actors. That excuse no longer holds. But I believe J.D. Vance has also now tweeted, so the Vice President has tweeted, the President, of course, making this official on his Truth Social account, the Secretary of State, who's played a very critical role in mediating between India and Pakistan, he's also put it out on X. So I guess, you know, three very senior members of the cabinet of Donald Trump have put this out now there in the public domain. So they can't be wrong.
Donald Trump has also put it out on his X handle.
Will come up in the next few minutes. But I think you're right about, you know, the problem was there is something called the Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism.
Yeah.
It never got adopted by the United Nations. Prime Minister Modi has been talking about this since he became PM in 2014. We have to have a standard and acceptable international definition for what constitutes terrorism. That, you know, we've been banging our heads on a wall, really, trying to get the international community to see reason, trying to get the international community to adopt that Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism. What is a universal acceptable definition of terrorism? That has not come to be. So now India has pushed the envelope, use this Operation Sindoor and the aftermath of that, the escalation that Pakistan has done and the counter and the proportionate response that India has given to really redefine how India will now respond to acts of terrorism. It will be treated as an act of war. An act of terrorism by the Lashkar-e-Taiba or the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the TRF will now be equal to an act of war by the state that sponsors them, which is the state of Pakistan. So an act of terror will be an act of war by the state of Pakistan, which means, like
how do you want to break down what J.D. Vance is saying? Over the past 48 hours, VP Vance, Secretary Marco Rubio's post on X, VP Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Ministers Narendra Modi, Shehbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. I am pleased to announce the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. We commend Prime Ministers Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. So this is what's been put. So over the last 48 hours, if conversations were going on, then how did the IMF bailout happen and how did the ballistic approach by the Pakistanis happen? And should Pakistan even be trusted in this matter? Or has Bharat, by setting that bar, saying any act of terror, future act of terror is equal to an act of war, raise the bar to a particular level that it's a very thin line that Bharat is holding on to. There is no more patience. There is no more trying to look the other way and withstand these attempt to bleed India with 1,000 cuts. Zaka.
No, so what it also means, given what Secretary Rubio has just tweeted, that over the last 48 hours, Vice President J.D. Vance and myself have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, and he's naming a whole host of them, from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, the Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar, the Chief of Army Staff General Munir, National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik of Pakistan. Basically, the Americans are now underwriting this ceasefire. The condition that India has placed there is that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war. The Americans are now underwriting that. So if tomorrow the Lashkar or the Jaish or the TRF carries out or dares to carry out another terror attack against India, then the Americans will also be asking the Pakistanis to be held accountable to their word. This is like, the Americans are the underwriters of this insurance policy. Basically, what India has managed to extract through this crisis of the last 3-4 days is this insurance policy, which is underwritten by the Americans, the superpowers of the world, that if tomorrow the Pakistani non-state actors, and no matter how much plausible deniability the Pakistani state has and Pakistani state actors have, the fact is, if tomorrow there is a terror attack and if India has reasonable doubts or evidence to show that it is emanated from Pakistan, then it will be considered as enemy action. It will be considered as an act of war by the state of Pakistan. And this is being now underwritten by the Americans. So tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow if there's going to be a terror attack, India can turn around to the Americans and say, you gave us this guarantee. Now you hold Pakistan accountable to its word.
Yeah, but the other thing is that the jihadi tanzeems are not going to be happy about this, Zaka. The jihadi tanzeems are paying for blood. There are jihadis who are also already there. These terror outfits and their proxies are already there on Indian soil. What happens with them? If there is a military installation that is attacked overnight, over the next 24 hours, does that then allow Bharat to go on the offensive? Will there still be a certain level of restraint that Bharat is going to show? What does the contours of this imply? And then what happens to someone like a Shehbaz Sharif or an Asim Munir? With what face are they going to go back to their people and say, what have we done? Or do you believe he's going to get the boot now? Asim Munir is on his way out.
Look, Shehbaz Sharif will continue. In fact, he'll be secretly happy because this now gives him a leg up on the army. As far as Asim Munir is concerned, I think his days are pretty much numbered. I think I don't, from this position onwards, I don't see him getting an extension to his tenure, certainly. I think whoever is the senior most general will replace him in the near future. Because at the end of the day, like I said, he has nothing to go back to his people with. He has no face to show his people. He has no military victory of any sort to go back to his people with. If you look at the previous tenure of General Bajwa, when Pulwama happened and India did Balakot, at least General Bajwa had the sort of bogey or the excuse of turning around and telling his people that, look, we had an Indian pilot in captivity, we released him, and now, we've got a win to show for his domestic constituency. And he managed to get an extension. In November 2019, he managed to get an extension for another 3 years as Army Chief. I don't think that's going to happen with Asim Munir. Asim Munir has basically come across as incompetent. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Too much of rhetoric, too much of grandstanding with that speech that he made to the Pakistan overseas community a few weeks ago. A week later, Pahalgam happened, and people are making a direct link between that speech and what happened in Pahalgam. And the fact that despite escalating every single day over the last 3 days, he's not been able to show even a single win back home to his domestic constituency means that he's pretty much toast. I don't see him sort of lasting in his job for too long. Certainly, I don't see him lasting beyond November, which is when his tenure gets over. As far as Shehbaz Sharif is concerned, I think, you know, as ineffective as he is, as weak as he is, I think he will actually consider this as a political win because it gives him a leg up over the army.
Right. We are counting down to that press conference and that media briefing, and perhaps there will be detailed answering of questions. And sab sham ko sab batayenge is what was said in the morning. Will they say that? Zaka, thank you for your inputs. Feel free to jump into the studio with us. Major Manik Jolly is with us, and let's go across to Siddhant and Ishan Wani joining us live. But Siddhant, quick word. What are sources within the MEA saying? Why has this been brought about, and what conditions? Is this the only condition? Is Bharat setting the terms and America underwriting those terms here, as Zaka was mentioning?
Well, look, this announcement has come from President Trump. In fact, Vice President Vance was involved, and Marco Rubio. In fact, we know that he spoke to both foreign ministers. He spoke to Shehbaz Sharif. Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister was both here in New Delhi and Islamabad. So, you know, we were, getting the sense that U.S. and Saudi, both these countries have been, using their leverage with India and Pakistan to perhaps, bring de-escalation. But now we're getting to know that, in fact, this is what sources in the ministry are telling us, that the stoppage of firing and military action between India and Pakistan was worked out directly between the two countries. So India here is not giving any credit to America or Saudi Arabia. In fact, India has to say that the Pak DGMO initiated the call, perhaps something which we broke first in this afternoon, that there has been a call initiated, and after which only this has been decided. This afternoon, discussion took place and understanding reached. There is no decision to hold talks or any other issue at any other place. So, Marco Rubio has written in his post that both sides have agreed for a talk. Perhaps Indian side has made it very clear that they are not going to, go for any kind of talks with Pakistan. Now, this is what sources are telling us. What they are going to say on record, perhaps would something be really interesting to see. In next 15 minutes, we'll have Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri taking questions from media, and we will definitely ask what does he have to say. Perhaps how did this understanding achieve?
So in that case, that means from Bharat's position or from MEA sources or government sources, the fact is that we'll ceasefire is because the Pak DGMO picked up the phone and had a conversation. So there is one part. The other thing, that as JD Vance has tried to claim that they will sit down and talk at a neutral place, that talk is not happening. So Bharat's position that talk and terror cannot go hand in hand continues.
Well, yes, absolutely, and in fact, Anand, this one, because India never believes in taking the issue of Pakistan or perhaps sitting with any other country to resolve the issue, or perhaps whatever issue India has with Pakistan. India believes in handling it bilaterally, and perhaps maintaining the same line. This is what sources are saying, that there's going to be no talks, and this understanding has been achieved only when DGMO Pakistan decided to establish contact with India. In fact, Anand, one thing is very important to highlight, if you allow me. Then usually such calls are made, even if you go through the war histories, Anand, such calls are made when there are large number of casualties on your side. So for the evacuation purpose, to take out the bodies, the one country calls the other and requests for a ceasefire or an understanding. Perhaps I don't know what has happened inside Pakistan. We really don't know.
The word is that there is some serious damage that's been inflicted. Thank you for your thank you for your inputs, Siddhant. We are standing by for the press conference. It's all being set up. We should go across to it sharp at 1800 hours. So Major Manik Jolly, you have 6 minutes to make your point. Can we trust the Pakistanis? One here. Two, is this happening because Pakistan has suffered serious reversals? Is India giving up just at the time when Bharat had the advantage? 3 and 4, the setting up of the condition. Talks and terror won't go hand in hand. One. Secondly, any future act of terror is equal to act of war. That means the sword continues to hang over the Pakis.
Yep. Thank you, Anand.
So firstly, once the terms of agreement come through, we'll know much better actually on what ground the ceasefire has been agreed to. Overall, I would say a lot of people like me would be disappointed because the thing is, there is a time for ceasefire. This was not it. We had Pakistan cornered. We had Pakistan on its knees. We were dominating militarily. We had air superiority. We had cut off the water. We could have isolated them economically.
Well, the briefing is starting. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Go ahead.
I have a very brief statement to make. Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours this, and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Well, so there is going to be a briefing. So, FS Vikram Misri has just come out and said that the DGMO of Pakistan called his counterpart at about noon. We'll try and play that out again. And he's called for a ceasefire. He's asked for a ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. That's all he said. He said there is a briefing followed by my military colleagues, but they have not stepped up yet. But what he has said is, I have just one line to say. I don't have much to say, much to offer. We'll plan play that out again. Pak DGMO called the Indian side for ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. So that's what has been said as of now. Yes, Major Manik Jolly, your thoughts here.
So, as I was saying,
I think we've got the soundbite again. Let's play that out. Sorry to interrupt you.
By 35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Just going to Siddhant. So 12:35 hours, the DGMO of Pakistan calls his counterpart, calls and requests for a ceasefire from 1700 hours IST. The ceasefire comes into effect on land, air and sea from both sides, and 12th of May is when the DGMO of both sides will speak with each other again. That's what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has said.
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, what Mr. Misri went on to confirm is that both sides are going to meet on 12th of May. Perhaps that was something which we wanted him to clarify, and in fact, he clarified himself that there's going to be the meet between both sides on 12th of May. In fact, what my colleague Akash is reporting that in 2021 also the DGMO level talks only could result in ceasefire. Perhaps this time around again, Pakistan used similar communication pattern of communication to reach out to India, and in fact, as we were discussing before, Anand, usually countries do outreach through DGMO lines when there are serious casualties.
Well, we broke it first, isn't it? We broke it first. We were the first here at CNN News 18 this afternoon to put out the fact that the DGMO have spoken to each other and the Pak DGMO has called his counterpart.